In the realm of time travel literature, I find myself cast as a sycophantic antagonist, perpetually being humiliated by the protagonist. As long as I traverse the narrative to its conclusion, I can return to reality bearing a plethora of elite skills acquired from the story, reuniting with my family. Unexpectedly, a mishap occurs, resulting in a reset of the plot. This time, the storyline seems to take a rather peculiar turn. Hey Mu Bingxian, aren't you supposed to throw flowers at my face at this moment? What on earth is it that you are accepting flowers in front of all these people? The female lead is deviating from the expected script. Li Ran is left utterly astonished. Wasn't the plan to follow the storyline? Can you refrain from embellishing your own roles? Hey, don't come any closer. Chapter 1. The plot resets. Mu Bingxian, I still love you. I wish you eternal happiness. He smiles as he takes his final breath. In the opulent city of magic, the debauched scion, Li Ran, concludes his nefarious existence. In the next moment, Li Ran awakens from his maniacal laughter. Ha ha! The sycophantic antagonist who lived through over 300 chapters has finally met his demise. It was no easy feat. System, I must be able to return to the real world now. As I open my eyes, a blinding ray of sunlight streams through the window. However, upon discerning my surroundings, Li Ran is rendered speechless. He remains ensconced in that lavish mansion spanning 1,000 square meters, upon his opulent bed 5 meters wide. Did I not complete the storyline and gather all the rewards? Having cleared the script, why am I still here? Li Ran panics. System, come forth. What is happening? A chilling mechanical voice resonates. Final plot error detected. Please restart, host. Plot error. Li Ran is bewildered. How could there be an error? I followed the script to the letter. Dog system, have you made a mistake? Do not toy with me. I intend to return home with this invincible skill set to reunite with my father, mother, and sister. Li Ran originally possessed a warm and harmonious family, living a life free from want. However, one day he was unexpectedly bound to this narrative system. He found himself transported into a novel titled Urban Leisure of the King of Soldiers, where he played the role of the antagonist Li Ran, who was constantly humiliated by the protagonist Lin Ming, a formidable soldier. The male lead, Lin Ming, a legendary soldier returning from abroad, is immensely powerful, with a profound background, wealth, and influence. In essence, he epitomizes excellence in every respect. Nevertheless, he prefers to remain understated, embodying a guise of humility while concealing his true prowess. This is undoubtedly a tale of the triumph of the soldier. The plot of the first volume, which Li Ran vividly recalls, revolves around Lin Ming's return to his homeland, where he sets his sights on the 10 prominent families of Magic City. Ultimately, he single-handedly conquers these families, establishing his own commercial empire. In the process, he also captures the heart of the primary female lead, Mu Bingxian. Meanwhile, the Li family, to which Li Ran belongs, ranks first among the 10 affluent families of Magic City, making him a minor antagonist in the first volume. As the sole heir of the Li family, Li Ran naturally becomes a catalyst for the animosity between the protagonist and the Li family. Not only is he an antagonist, but he is also a sycophantic rival who covets the protagonist's love interest. His ultimate fate is one of relentless humiliation at the hands of Lin Ming, reducing him to a mere pawn in the burgeoning relationship between Lin Ming and the other female leads. Furthermore, the Li family's downfall is precipitated by Li Ran's actions, leading to their eventual obliteration. In contrast, the protagonist Lin Ming successfully accomplishes his objective, amassing the wealth of the 10 families in Magic City. In pursuit of the system's rewards and the chance to return to his original world to reunite with his family, Li Ran diligently endeavors to fulfill his role as a villain. Unbeknownst to him, the narrative has concluded and he has acquired formidable skills. To his dismay, he discovers that he cannot return to his former world. Come, enlighten me, he demands. I have completed the storyline. There is no further role for me here. What shall I do? Become the protagonist. Li Ran is indignant. Yet, he is equally perplexed. What does the system mean by the ultimate plot being erroneous? Li Ran had scarcely examined the latter chapters of Urban Leisure of the King of Soldiers, as his involvement was limited to the first volume. However, he vaguely recalls that the final plot seemingly culminates in the male lead, Lin Ming, uniting with the female leads. Could it be that those female leads did not end up with Lin Ming? Had they changed their affections? Were they claimed by others? But why should that concern me? I am merely a minor antagonist from the first volume, hardly even a small boss. At that moment, the system provided an explanation for Li Ran's inquiries. The script has been reset. Please, host, traverse the narrative once more and embody the character earnestly. Upon completing the storyline, the host may return to their original world. Li Ran responded with silence. Soon, he reconciled with this reality. This situation is akin to a film set experiencing a retake. Of course, Li Ran speculates that this time the narrative reset might indeed pertain to him. After all, during his initial traversal, he had portrayed the role of a sycophantic villain, and it was inevitable that some missteps would occur during his performance. Such errors might have led to certain complications. This time, you won't deceive me again, will you? As long as the host completes the storyline, they can return to their original world. Rising from his bed, Li Ran inquired, "Which part of the narrative have we reset to?" The system's mechanical voice replied, "Chapter 10, the entrance exam, confronting a spoiled rich kid, meeting the school bell for the first time. Indeed, we have reverted to the moment I was first humiliated by the protagonist." Li Ran recalled this segment of the plot. It recounts Lin Ming's encounter with the school belle, Mu Bingxian, during his entrance examination, where he intervenes to defend her from spoiled ruffian. In doing so, he gains Mu Bingxuan's favor, marking their initial meeting. The ruffian who was beaten was none other than Li Ran himself. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Mu Bingxian would appear at the gates of Magic City University at 8:30, and Lin Ming would also be present. He and a group of lackeys would soon experience Lin Ming's humiliation in full view of the public. Just then, a phone call interrupted Li Ran's final moment of doubt. "Young Master Li, Mu Bingxian is on her way. Where are you?" Hearing the familiar voice of the sycophantic Chun Hao on the other end of the line, Li Ran rubbed his temples. It appears the narrative has truly restarted. "Understood. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Li Ran commanded from the doorway, "Uncle Fu, prepare a bouquet of roses, 99 in total. Today marks the day Mu Bingxian returns to school. I wish to surprise her." "Yes, young master," came Uncle Fu's voice from outside. Li Ran changed into a suit of designer attire and descended the stairs. Standing at 6 feet tall, he appeared even more statuesque in such expensive clothing, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu awaited downstairs with a bouquet of roses. Whether in his original world or in his role as the sycophantic Li Ran, his appearance was undeniably striking. Indeed, as the target of Lin Ming's frequent humiliations in the first volume, it was inconceivable that Li Ran's lineage and looks were lacking. After all, how could one reflect the protagonist's prowess by humiliating someone of inferior stature and appearance? Observing his dashing young master, Uncle Fu sighed inwardly. The young master possesses everything. Yet why must he be infatuated with Mu Bingxian of the Mu family? What is it about Mu Bingxian that captivates him so? What enchantment has she cast upon him, compelling him to yearn for her unceasingly? With Li Ran's background and looks, countless noble ladies in Magic City would eagerly vie for his affection. Yet, Li Ran remains indifferent to other women, fixated solely on Mu Bingxian. Many in Magic City mock him, secretly branding him a sycophant. Of course, Li Ran has never been concerned with the opinions of others. However, the servants under Uncle Fu could not swallow their indignation. "Young master, the flowers are ready," Uncle Fu said, bowing slightly. Li Ran nodded gently and instructed, "Prepare the carriage. I am bound for the Magic City University." Chapter 2. Next, watch my performance. I was just about to set off when a maid approached me. "Young master, Madam requests your presence in the dining hall for breakfast." "I shall forego breakfast and wait until noon to eat," I replied hesitantly, shaking my head. At that moment, I was embodying the role of Mu Bingxuan's devoted admirer. Upon hearing the news of her return to school, I could hardly contain my eagerness to fly to the campus and greet her, as it perfectly aligned with my persona as a devoted follower. Accepting the bouquet of flowers from Uncle Fu, I inhaled their delightful fragrance. With flowers in hand, I boarded my luxurious vehicle and set off for Magic City University. In the dining hall, my parents, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan, were awaiting my arrival for breakfast. Upon hearing the roar of the car exiting the courtyard, they exchanged glances and shook their heads with faint smiles. It appeared that their son had indeed fallen under the spell of Mu Bingxian. At the entrance of Magic City University, it was the second day of new student registration, and a steady stream of newcomers continued to arrive. At that moment, a luxury car halted at the gates, its elongated frame obstructing half of the entrance. This audacious act immediately sparked discontent among the onlookers. However, upon noticing the car's distinctive emblem, many quickly fell silent and retreated, their curiosity piqued. Magic City University is a prestigious institution renowned for its affluent student body. It was widely known that many students enrolled here came from wealthy families. even including offspring of the 10 prominent families of Magic City. These privileged youths could easily wield their wealth to intimidate others. They were not to be trifled with. Who could be inside this vehicle, commanding such a grand display? Could it possibly be the scions of the 10 illustrious families? These young elites revel in making a spectacle, even for a simple arrival. Suddenly, 3 or 4 youths clad in school uniforms emerged from within the gates, flanked by 5 or 6 impeccably dressed bodyguards. They approached the luxury vehicle. What could their purpose be? Are they genuinely here to study? Why the bodyguards? Of course. Can't you see they are all wearing Magic City University uniforms? Don't you recognize Chen Hao? He's the scion of the Chen family, one of the 10 prominent families of Magic City. Haven't you heard? Upon hearing this, many in the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. So he is the notorious Chen Hao? This implies that the individual in the car is none other than Li Ran, the notorious scion of the Li family. In that moment, many began to understand. Chen Hao and Li Ran, the 2 notorious rascals of Magic City. The only person worthy of Chen Hao's welcome would be Li Ran. Chen Hao was merely Li Ran's sycophant. Indeed, Chen Hao expertly opened the car door, exclaiming, "Young Master Li, you have finally arrived." A handsome young man emerged, holding a bouquet of flowers. "So, has Bingxian not arrived yet?" Li Ran inquired as his first words. Chen Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation once Mu Bingxian appeared. His status as Li Ran's companion would be rendered insignificant. "Rest assured, I've been keeping an eye on the entrance. I will know the moment she arrives," he replied. Li Ran nodded slightly, cradling the bouquet as he awaited Mu Bingxian's arrival, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, many girls who witnessed Li Ran's descent from the vehicle wore expressions of surprise and intrigue. Is that the scion of the Li family, Li Ran? How handsome. Indeed, he appears to possess an extraordinary aura, quite different from the rumors. Conversely, the boys regarded him with disdain. Handsome? What good is that? Can it be eaten? Don't be deceived by his appearance. He is nothing but a layabout. Do you know how he got into Yinjing University? His father, Li Lijian, donated an entire building to the university. I heard that Li Ran has been pursuing the campus belle, Mu Bingxian, right? Why else would he enroll in Yinjing University? This guy is quite dedicated in his pursuit of a woman. It was clear to all that today, Mu Bingxian was indeed returning to school, confirming Li Ran's reputation as a devoted admirer. He was nothing short of a relentless pest, having been rejected by Mu Bingxian countless times, yet shamelessly persisting in his advances. A popular joke at Yinjing University is that wherever Mu Bingxian appears, Li Ran is sure to follow. As Li Ran made his entrance, the crowd surrounding the school gate swelled, with many having hurried over upon hearing the news. Of course, these boys were not there to see Li Ran. They were eager to catch a glimpse of Mu Bingxian and witness the spectacle of Li Ran's embarrassment. The gathering continued to grow, but Li Ran was not surprised. After all, it was the protagonist's first grand display, and the occasion could not be trivial. In this moment, he scanned the vicinity for the male lead, Lin Ming. If memory served, Lin Ming should have arrived by now. Indeed, in a corner near the entrance, Li Ran spotted Lin Ming, who was carrying a backpack and had a plastic bag by his side. His expression was cold, hands shoved into his pockets, exuding an aura of keep your distance. Observing Lin Ming's attire nearly made Li Ran chuckle. In the narrative, Lin Ming was characterized as someone who relished the guise of the underdog. Despite possessing numerous companies abroad and capital rivaling that of even the 10 prominent families in Magic City, he preferred to maintain a facade of poverty. Li Ran recalled that Lin Ming did not own a home in Magic City. Instead, he resided in an apartment rented from a charming widow, fully embracing the trope of the alluring married woman. After all, this was a tale of triumph. He remembered that he would soon have a scene with this widow, a rare opportunity to undermine Lin Ming, which he intended to execute with great care. Returning to the matter at hand, with Lin Ming having made his entrance as one of the protagonists, Li Ran felt a sense of relief. Now, he merely awaited Mu Bingxian's arrival. Oh, nearly forgot. Replaying the plot in his mind, a trivial task for someone with his level of acting prowess, yet certain details required attention. He envisioned Mu Bingxian's car arriving, only to find his vehicle blocking half the entrance. Consequently, she would have no choice but to exit her car. Seizing the moment, he would approach and present her with 99 roses. Of course, Mu Bingxian would respond with a frosty demeanor, refusing to accept them. Under his persistent insistence, she would ultimately cast the roses to the ground. Then Lin Ming would arrive, gallantly intervening. This would be the pivotal scene. It must be noted that Lin Ming was far more adept at charming women than the character Li Ran portrayed. A skilled warrior, he could easily dispatch 4 or 5 burly men without breaking a sweat. However, Lin Ming would deliberately allow Chen Hao and the bodyguards to take the first swing before showcasing his true prowess and defeating them all. This wave of tension, initially subdued, ultimately rises. It may seem as though it lacks transparency, yet in truth, Lin Ming emerges victorious. The injured Lin Ming stirs Mu Bingxuan's heart of compassion. Following this, Mu Bingxian will personally escort Lin Ming to the pharmacy for treatment. Thus, Lin Ming naturally becomes acquainted with the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, leaving a favorable impression on Mu Bingxian. This is the crux of the narrative. However, there are several details in this scene that Li Ran must pay particular attention to. Times have changed. Possessing extraordinary martial arts skills and unparalleled combat techniques, Lin Ming is evidently not someone who can be easily subdued. When the time comes to confront Lin Ming, he can exert no more than a third of his strength, lest he inadvertently cause grave harm. Furthermore, he must allow Lin Ming the opportunity to retaliate. Control over his power is essential. Additionally, it is imperative that neither Lin Ming nor Mu Bingxian discern his martial prowess. Therefore, he can only act discreetly amidst the chaos when the bodyguards engage Lin Ming. Moreover, when confessing to Mu Bingxian, he must convey deep emotion. Upon rejection, he should appear utterly heartbroken. All right, I've got it. Casting a glance at the time, it is precisely 8:30. Li Ran looks up to see a red Ferrari gracefully approaching Modi University. The female lead has arrived. Everything is in place. Now witness my performance. Chapter 3. The Infatuated Admirer? No, he is a hidden gem. Mu Bingxian has arrived. The campus goddess has made her entrance. As the most approachable goddess at Modi University, Mu Bingxuan's vehicle is well known among the students present. The moment many boys catch sight of the red Ferrari, excitement surges within them. Unlike other beautiful women, Mu Bingxian stands out as the most affable campus deity. Whether from affluent families or humble backgrounds, she treats everyone with equal regard. Her innate charm and lack of pretension endear her to all, making her the object of many boys' affection and the embodiment of their dreams. Simultaneously, Li Ran begins his act. Chen Hao, do I look all right in this outfit? Li Ran inquires, adjusting his attire. Chen Hao rolls his eyes in response. Here we go again. Every time he sees Mu Bingxian, Li Ran's intelligence seems to plummet. Li Ran pays no mind. In a narrative such as this, the protagonists are often endowed with a buff that diminishes their wits, a notion Chen Hao fails to grasp. Clutching a bouquet of roses, Li Ran strides towards the red Ferrari. Damn, the Li family sycophant is back. Some boys grimace, exasperated by the presence of this obsequious admirer whenever the campus goddess is around. At this moment, upon seeing Li Ran approach Mu Bingxuan's car, many boys express their dissatisfaction. Due to the existence of this sycophant, many of them lose the chance to engage with Mu Bingxian. However, what none observe is that the woman within the red Ferrari smiles subtly at the sight of Li Ran. He remains unchanged, still the same youthful figure. In that moment, Mu Bingxian, seated in the red Ferrari, cannot help but smile. Her enchanting eyes gaze tenderly at Li Ran as he approaches. Were onlookers to witness her demeanor, countless jaws would drop, and many suitors' hearts would shatter. As she opens the car door, a long, smooth leg emerges, complemented by her sleek, dark hair, tied into a high ponytail with a butterfly ribbon. Her delicate nose and flawless skin enhance an otherworldly beauty. Dressed in a JK pleated skirt, Mu Bingxian captures the attention of all, silencing the crowd in awe. The goddess has arrived. My goddess, still as stunning as ever. At that moment, a boy obstructs their view. Gazing at Mu Bingxian in her JK uniform, Li Ran feels little stir within him, having grown numb from his previous infatuation. Bingxian, 99 roses. Just for you, he declares, feigning delight as he presents the flowers, gazing deeply into her eyes. What do you think? Do you like them? Observing Li Ran's lovesick expression, many surrounding boys cannot help but chuckle, some even feeling nauseated. Oh, 99 roses? How unfortunate. It's likely that Mu Bingxian will toss them to the ground once again. Huh, when has she ever accepted Li Ran as flowers? Ugh, it's nauseating how some people fail to recognize their own worth. How many times has he been rejected? With a benefactor like this, the florist must be making a fortune. A spoiled rich kid chasing after the goddess. He ought to take a good look in the mirror. He stands no chance in the next lifetime. Li Ran hears the mockery, but remains unfazed. Does he truly wish to be a sycophant? It is merely a necessity of the plot. Once he navigates this segment of the story, he can take a well-deserved break for a few days. When the time comes, if Mu Bingxian or anyone else wishes to pursue him, so be it. It is of no concern to him. Yet, when his gaze meets Mu Bingxuan's, a sudden flutter grips his heart. What is it about her gaze that feels somewhat askew? Surely, the plot cannot be amiss. He quickly glances toward Lin Ming's location, finding him also observing the scene. This calms him somewhat. Perhaps he is overthinking it. Internally, he praises her. Truly, the leading lady, Mu Bingxian, you nearly had me fooled. In this novel, Mu Bingxian embodies perfection in appearance, physique, and character. Her personality is gentle and approachable, exuding immense charm. Thus, even while harboring disdain for himself, she does not reveal it on her face. However, Mu Bingxian continues to gaze at him without a word. making it difficult to progress the narrative. But can this confound Li Ran? He immediately responds with a smile. Didn't he expect this, did you? I've already traversed this plot once. He is acutely aware of the forthcoming events, understanding her every intention. After more than 300 chapters of honing his skills and diligently studying the actor's self-cultivation and the malicious villain's self-cultivation, handling such trivial matters is but a light drizzle to Li Ran. Bingxian, have I something on my face? Mu Bingxian gazes at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Gently shaking her head, Li Ran is taken aback. I merely presented you with a bouquet. Why the display of grievance? Where is this drama coming from? Previously, when he navigated the plot, Mu Bingxian did not exhibit such theatrics. With her silence, he must speak again. Is it that you disapprove of my outfit today? I can change it tomorrow. Whatever you prefer, I shall become for you. Ah, the eternal sycophant. At last, Mu Bingxian finally speaks. I cherish every facet of your being. She gently bit her lip and repeated, no matter how you change, I will always adore you. Li Ran. You like me? Mu Bingshu's light-hearted remark left Li Ran utterly bewildered. What is happening? This girl is defying all expectations. At this moment, he was 100% certain there was something amiss with Mu Bingshu, the female lead. Had she misread the script? Was her mind clouded? In an instant, Li Ran's thoughts raced. He could not afford to reveal any cracks in his composure. He needed to devise a way to steer the plot back on course. Otherwise, his hopes of returning to the real world would be dashed. Meanwhile, Mu Bingshu's gaze grew increasingly tender. Observing Li Ran, who was blushing and flustered, she let out a soft laugh, but her heart ached. How could she have overlooked this precious boy by her side in her past life? In her previous existence, Li Ran had persistently pursued her, despite being rejected time and again, like a moth drawn to the flame, until his very end. Yet, in truth, had his heart not already been thoroughly shattered by her? Chapter 4. Is this the female lead? Has she forgotten to take her medication? In that moment, Li Ran was filled with regret for having indulged in such theatrics. Now, he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. Faced with Mu Bingshu's gentle gaze, he dared not meet her eyes, his mind racing. On the other hand, Mu Bingshu felt an overwhelming guilt. His acting remained as clumsy as ever. Yet, how had she failed to recognize this in her past life? She felt fortunate that fate had granted her a second chance. In this life, she would not let him slip away again. She would ensure that Li Ran would suffer no further heartache. I truly appreciate the roses you gifted me, Mu Bingshu said softly, reaching out to accept the bouquet from Li Ran's hands. In that instant, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? Mu Bingshu was voluntarily accepting Li Ran's flowers? Was she ready to acknowledge him? My heart aches, it shatters. Oh heavens! This cannot be real. That scoundrel Li Ran must have employed some despicable tactic to compel the goddess to relent. Many boys were incredulous. Yet soon, some began to regain their composure. Li Ran had been pursuing Mu Bingshu for quite some time. She had never acquiesced before. Why was she suddenly agreeable now? A devoted admirer, having licked the boots of fate, finally reaping rewards? Mu Bingshu could not possibly be acting of her own volition. Indeed, the Li family was the foremost among the 10 great families of the Magic City. They must have exerted pressure on the Mu family, forcing Mu Bingshu to comply. The despicable Li Ran had resorted to such underhanded methods to coerce the goddess into submission. Let it be known, Mu Bingshu would not yield. Many speculated that Li Ran's family sought to forge a union with the Mu family, thereby compelling Mu Bingshu to acquiesce. An uproar ensued. At that moment, Li Ran felt numb. He gripped the roses tightly, unwilling to let Mu Bingshu take them. As long as the flowers remained unbestowed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Mu Bingshu tugged at the bouquet, but Li Ran held firm. She pulled again, yet he remained steadfast. Confused, Mu Bingshu inquired, "Weren't you going to give me the flowers? What is happening?" Li Ran felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. If he relinquished the flowers, how would Lin Ming make his entrance, and how would the subsequent plot unfold? However, he was Mu Bingshu's foremost admirer. His character absolutely could not falter. He needed an excuse to avoid giving the flowers. His clever mind sparked with inspiration. "Bingshu, I understand that your family must be pressuring you. This is not your true intention." Li Ran grasped Mu Bingshu's hands tightly, preventing her from moving, and spoke earnestly. "I don't know what my father has done behind the scenes, but I swear it has nothing to do with me. Rest assured, one day, I will make you willingly fall in love with me." How clever of him to salvage the situation. Truly, he was a master of performance. Although this scene lacked the moment where Mu Bingshu, in a fit of embarrassment, slapped herself, the fault lay entirely with her. Li Ran maintained that he was not to blame. Mu Bingshu, however, was utterly perplexed. "This is my choice. No one is forcing me." Yet, upon witnessing Li Ran's demeanor, she suddenly understood. Guilt surged within her once more. His reaction was not surprising. She had always treated him with indifference and disdain. It was only natural that he would find her sudden acceptance difficult to believe. She recognized that her abrupt change must have startled him. This matter could only be approached step by step. She knew that Li Ran harbored feelings for her. She would grant him time, just as she would grant herself time. Li Ran was oblivious to the complexity of Mu Bingshu's thoughts. At that moment, he caught sight of Lin Ming standing nearby, hesitating. Knowing the time had come, Li Ran abruptly hurled the bouquet to the ground. This move was known as throwing the flowers as a signal. He then embarked on a fervent display of emotion. You don't like roses? That is fine. I'll send you a different bouquet every day until you genuinely accept me. Though Mu Bingshu had become strangely unpredictable, Li Ran had no time to ponder her behavior. It was now his turn to face Lin Ming. Surely, the lead character Lin Ming would not falter. Indeed, Lin Ming, who had been hesitating, immediately stepped forward without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Li Ran's words. I've never seen someone so insistent on forcing flowers upon another, Lin Ming remarked as he positioned himself beside Mu Bingshu, casting a leisurely glance at Li Ran. Love should be free. Rather than employing family connections to coerce someone into submission, it would be wiser to invest time in self-improvement and personal excellence. Li Ran, incensed, retorted. Who invited you to meddle? This is a matter between me and Bingshu, and it does not concern you. Lin Ming, however, paid Li Ran no mind. He looked at Mu Bingshu and smiled gently. Tell me, do you find my words to be accurate? Li Ran, a mere scion of privilege, was beneath Lin Ming's notice. Were it not for his desire to connect with Mu Bingshu, he would not have deigned to acknowledge Li Ran at all, but would have simply ejected him from the scene. Unexpectedly, Mu Bingshu gazed at Lin Ming with cold eyes. Li Ran is correct. His offering of flowers to me has nothing to do with you. In an instant, Lin Ming was taken aback. What was happening? Had he not chosen the perfect moment to intervene? Mu Bingshu, what is the matter with you? I was speaking on your behalf, trying to free you from the clutches of that sycophantic Li Ran. Were you not awake? Lin Ming was utterly bewildered. Mu Bingshu's icy demeanor flashed with a hint of murderous intent. In her previous life, how had she been so blind? Deceived by the duplicitous Lin Ming, Mu Bingxian overlooked the steadfast affections of Li Ran, the boy who had always remained devoted to her. By the time she discerned Lin Ming's true nature and sought to rectify her mistake, Li Ran had already vanished from her life. At this moment, a murderous intent towards Lin Ming began to stir within Mu Bingshuan's heart. However, she realized that it was not yet the time for vengeance. Behind Lin Ming loomed a formidable and enigmatic foreign power, one that even the combined might of the Mu and Li families could not contend with. She required time to fortify the Mu family's influence and to ally with others, gradually dismantling the forces supporting Lin Ming. Li Ran nodded in agreement, asserting, "This is none of your concern." Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Was that Mu Bingxian who had uttered those words? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. "Little sister, have you forgotten to take your medication today? You have no part to play in this. As the female lead, must you always force yourself into the limelight?" What had begun as a simple confrontation had spiraled into a convoluted affair, leaving Li Ran exasperated. To prevent Mu Bingxian from causing further chaos, he summoned several bodyguards with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Throw this brat out. I refuse to see him near Bingxian any longer." Hearing Li Ran insist it was all for her sake, Mu Bingxian felt a swell of emotion. Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, several bodyguards clad in black suits quickly surrounded him, their fists making ominous cracking sounds. "Do you not know that Miss Mu is our young masteress' girlfriend?" Instantly, Lin Ming's expression turned icy, a dangerous glimmer igniting in his eyes. Chapter 5. Masterful acting, perfectly executed. Based on the intelligence Lin Ming had gathered, Mu Bingxian had previously rejected Li Ran's advances on multiple occasions, clearly showing her lack of interest in him. Yet today, something had gone awry, astonishingly. Mu Bingxian stood beside Li Ran, defending him. At this moment, Lin Ming realized that his plan to feign injury in hopes of befriending Mu Bingxian had been thwarted. Thus, he resolved to no longer hold back. Confronted by the 6 burly men, Lin Ming smirked disdainfully. "Do you think these worthless fools can toss me out?" He regarded the 6 ineffectual bodyguards with contempt. Once he brought them to their knees and instilled fear in Li Ran, Mu Bingxian would surely comprehend the vast chasm between him and that good-for-nothing heir. A woman like Mu Bingxian was destined to belong to him, not to a sycophant like Li Ran. As Li Ran observed the bodyguards encircling Lin Ming, tension rippled through the onlooking students. "It's over. That poor boy is going to be beaten to a pulp by the Li family's scion." Li Ran had always claimed to be Mu Bingshuan's boyfriend, and it was evident that the bodyguards would not hold back. Alas, lacking strength while attempting to play the hero, it appeared this newcomer, likely a freshman, was unaware of Li Ran's true identity. Unfortunately, even though Mu Bingxian expressed that this matter had nothing to do with him, her kindness is wasted on someone so dim-witted. Thus, a realization dawned on Lin Ming. The coldness directed at him stemmed from concern for his safety against Li Ran. Overcome with gratitude, he cast a thankful glance toward Mu Bingxian. Nevertheless, how could they fathom his true identity as a military elite? Once he dispatched these bodyguards and instilled fear in Li Ran, they would be left in awe and admiration. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ming boldly challenged. Let us see what you've got. He had firmly resolved to dominate the scene, to assertively penetrate Mu Bingxian's heart. Provoked by Lin Ming's taunt, the 6 bodyguards rushed at him, and a fierce battle ensued. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 bodyguards were sent flying by Lin Ming's swift kicks, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. No one had anticipated that this seemingly frail figure could wield such formidable prowess. Taking on 6 adversaries, he kicked 2 of them aside with ease. The cheers bolstered Lin Ming's confidence as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Although these bodyguards were no slouches, the 2 who had been knocked down quickly rejoined the fray. Yet, the 6 still found themselves on the offensive against Lin Ming. Meanwhile, Li Ran furrowed his brow, sensing that the narrative had shifted yet again. What was happening with today as protagonists? Lin Ming, uninjured. How could he expect Mu Bingxian to take him to the pharmacy? How could he possibly strike up an acquaintance with the campus beauty? Sighing, Li Ran decided to lend a helping hand. As a villain, being burdened with such unreliable leads was truly perplexing. He would need to consult the system upon returning to understand this predicament. Turning to the several ruffians at his side, Li Ran commanded, "What are you waiting for? Join in and teach him a lesson." The young scions, oblivious to the disparity between them and Lin Ming, rolled up their sleeves and entered the fray. Li Ran nodded in satisfaction. This way, no one would suspect his involvement. In the midst of the battle, Lin Ming reveled in the thrill of combat. The Li family's bodyguards were formidable opponents, and he had not encountered such worthy adversaries since returning home. However, in the ensuing chaos, a size 42 foot stealthily emerged from the crowd. "Oh, another expert?" Lin Ming began to speak, only for that foot to land squarely on his backside. Bang! Lin Ming was sent sprawling to the ground. The bodyguards, having harbored pin-up frustration, seized this rare opportunity to unleash a barrage of punches upon him. Thud! 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 By the time Lin Ming rose, his eyes blazing with fury, he had endured an uncountable number of blows. His once handsome visage was now nearly unrecognizable, resembling that of a swollen pig's head. Even his own parents might struggle to identify him. Enraged, Lin Ming's fighting spirit surged. In mere moments, he had felled all the bodyguards. His fierce gaze swept over the fallen foes, his expression fierce enough to instill fear. Who would have thought that a military elite like him would be caught off guard? That kick had been utterly despicable. Even without a mirror, the pain on his face and the crowd's astonished stares made it clear he now bore the appearance of a pig. How could he possibly leave a good impression on Mu Bingxian now? First impressions were of paramount importance, yet he had just obliterated his chance to make a favorable one. At that moment, Li Ran had already withdrawn, standing aside with a few lackeys. Though he was inwardly elated, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this fellow was actually quite capable? Today, I shall let you off, but we shall withdraw for now." He concluded with a parting shot. "Don't think this matter is settled." Turning his head, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Mu Bingxian. To his surprise, she seemed more concerned about him than the seriously injured Lin Ming, her expression a mixture of hesitation and worry. Li Ran felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that the female protagonist was likely about to cause some trouble. He wasn't about to give her the opportunity to speak. Flashing a charming smile at Mu Bingxian, he said, "Bingxian, I will come find you tomorrow. I apologize, but I have finished my scenes for today." Li Ran was disinterested in whether Mu Bingxian had taken some sort of medication today. Regardless, it was time to bid farewell. He hurriedly left with his subordinates, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. That was a close call. Despite the unexpected turn of events, the narrative had ultimately concluded perfectly through his efforts. Next, Mu Bingxian would likely take Lin Ming to the pharmacy for treatment. Not that it mattered to him, it was no longer his concern. After Li Ran departed, Mu Bingxian ignored the bruised Lin Ming and proceeded into the campus with her bodyguards. Meanwhile, onlookers were astonished by Lin Ming's display of prowess. Who would have thought this impoverished youth had such skills, managing to take down 6 of Li Ran's bodyguards single-handedly? "Well done, lad. You've scared off that wastrel Li Ran. Impressive indeed. From now on, the duty of protecting our goddess Mu will rest on your shoulders. Keep it up, young man. We believe in you." Lin Ming thought to himself. Li Ran was frightened away by his show of strength. Perhaps this act could be considered a success? However, the outcome was not what he had anticipated. Mu Bingxian didn't even inquire about his name before walking away. Something warm trickled from the corner of his mouth as he wiped it away. Ouch, that really hurt. Chapter 6. A Twisted Plot? Allow me to straighten it out. After leaving the school, Li Ran headed straight home. After all, his His persona was that of a frivolous and uneducated scion. Whether he attended school or not was of little consequence. His father, Li Lijian, had donated a teaching building to the Shanghai University, ensuring that as long as he didn't engage in any outrageous behavior, the faculty would turn a blind eye. Upon returning to his room, Li Ran summoned the system. System, what happened with the plot today? Why does Mu Bingxian seem so strange? And Lin Ming, as well. The system's mechanical voice responded, rest assured, host. The plot has merely been reset. The main storyline remains unchanged. Please continue to portray your character well to facilitate your return to your original world. Li Ran thought, damn it, there's definitely something off about today's narrative. Mu Bingxuan's attitude has shifted drastically. I can at least explain that away with Li Lijian's pressure on the Mu family. But what about Lin Ming? He's the main character. Have you ever seen a protagonist injured to such an extent while the first female lead remains indifferent and unconcerned? This dog of a system is clearly spouting nonsense. Could it be that, like me, Mu Bingxian has also been reborn? That doesn't quite add up. She asked the first female lead. What does she have to do with a mere side character like me? After pondering for a moment, Li Ran was still unable to decipher the situation. Forget it. I might as well trust the system. He could only rely on the system now. After all, isn't it common for the leads to enjoy adding dramatic flair? He had thoroughly studied the actor's self-cultivation and the self-cultivation of a malicious villain, honing his acting skills to perfection. No matter what kind of drama they threw his way, he could handle it. Even if the plot veered off course, he could straighten it out. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted him. Young master. The master has requested you to come down for dinner. Li Ran replied, understood. He descended the stairs. At the dining table sat a middle-aged man with a square face and a somewhat portly middle-aged woman. These two were none other than Li Ran's parents in the novel, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. The couple waited for Li Ran to take his seat before they began to eat. Xiaoran, we've prepared all your favorite dishes today. Give them a try, Zhang Wan said, placing a piece of turtle meat into Li Ran's bowl. Li Ran smiled and nodded. The table was laden with his favorite foods. In the story, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan doted on their son excessively, to the point of spoiling him, which has contributed to Li Ran's eccentric personality. The affection bestowed upon him by Li Lijian and Zhang Wan was something he always felt. If there were anyone in this novel that he cared about, it would undoubtedly be Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. However, as the story progressed, Li Ran learned through the system that the fate of the couple would be quite tragic. In the narrative, the protagonists are always on the side of justice, and urban leisure of the Soldier King is no exception. The Li family, despite their immense wealth in Shanghai, was riddled with significant issues, including tax evasion and various illegal activities. Once the Li family fell into the hands of the righteous Lin Ming, Li Lijian and Zhang Wan's later years could only be described as impoverished and destitute. Wandering the streets. While eating, Li Ran reminisced about Li Lijian and Zhang Wan's storyline. The novel did not provide a detailed account of the couple's fate after the Li family's assets were acquired by Lin Ming. It mentioned that Li Lijian and Zhang Wan, unable to bear the grief of losing their son, turned gray overnight and fell into despair. Since the narrative did not elaborate on the couple's ultimate fate, it presented an opportunity. As a villain, the author clearly would not waste ink on him. Generally, the author only brings up characters when they need to be slapped in the face with reality, writing a line or two about them. When the plot is not in motion, Li Ran had plenty of leisure time. Now that the plot had reset, he certainly would not allow the couple's fate to be as tragic as before. Xiaoran, what are you daydreaming about? Come, try this braised yellow river carp. I know how much you love it. This is a dish personally prepared by your mother, Zhang Wan said. Li Ran snapped back to reality, gazing at Zhang Wan silently as he consumed the fish in his bowl. In his previous life, he had ended up incarcerated due to Lin Ming's machinations. It was this very woman who had tirelessly pleaded for his release. To save him, Zhang Wan even knelt before Lin Ming. Although it was a cliché plot from the novel, Li Ran felt genuinely moved. Soon, the meal concluded. Li Ran spoke up, Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Zhang Wan suddenly recalled something and said, wait. She turned to a nearby cabinet and retrieved a box of pastries. Here, this is for you, your favorite, flaky pastry. Upon seeing the emblem of the century-old Jiangnan Suji brand, Li Ran was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Mom. This box of pastries was quite expensive. As Jiangnan Suji is a renowned establishment, and the special supply is not easily accessible to the general public. Did his mother specifically get this for him? Opening the pastry box, he found 8 exquisitely styled pastries inside. Curiously, he asked, what is the occasion today? Zhang Wan smiled, just give it a taste. Li Ran didn't hesitate, offering one to Li Lijian and Zhang Wan before taking one for himself. It was flaky and delicious. Tasty, right? Zhang Wan said. These were sent by your Aunt Tang. Li Ran nearly choked. The Aunt Tang mentioned by Zhang Wan refers to her close friend Tang Wanqing, who manages several chain cosmetic companies. Indeed, She is beautiful and voluptuous. However, do not misconstrue this. She is not a villain. She stands on Lin Ming's side. This box of snacks is a gift from Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing gifting herself something? Spare me the jest. Would this woman actually indulge in self-gifting? Has the sun risen in the west? In an instant, the pastry in Li Ran's mouth lost its allure. He felt somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan beckoned a maid to bring a cup of warm water. Savor it slowly. No one's vying for it, she advised. Why would Aunt Tang send me a gift? Li Ran inquired hastily. The plot seems amiss. Tang Wanqing's appearance is still far off, not until Mu Bingxuan's birthday banquet. Moreover, this woman has always regarded Li Ran as inept, a hopeless case. She has never treated him kindly. Why would she send him a box of pastries out of the blue? Aunt Tang is coming? Zhang Wan cast a puzzled glance at Li Ran. Her son did not appear dull-witted. You're quite astute. Your Aunt Tang has a business collaboration to discuss in Modu in a few days and mentioned she might stop by to see you. Tang Wanqing wishes to visit me? Li Ran was suddenly taken aback. Oh, he almost forgot. Lin Ming only met Tang Wanqing at Mu Bingxuan's birthday celebration, and they are yet to be acquainted. But that cannot be right. He is the antagonist, the kind of character universally adored wherever he goes. In any case, something feels off about Tang Wanqing. Zhang Wan reminded him, keep your phone on these days. I have given your number to Wanqing. She said she would contact you. Li Ran, in the coming days. Any unfamiliar number shall be treated as Tang Wanqing's. Not a single call shall be answered. Chapter 7. Peeking at the antagonist's female lead. Moda University. Mu Bingxian has already made her presence known. At this moment, the female bodyguard she dispatched to follow Li Ran has returned. Where is young Master Li now? Observing Mu Bingxuan's concern, the bodyguard internally scoffed. Previously, Li Ran pursued the young lady for so long, yet she hardly acknowledged him. Why the sudden interest now? Nevertheless, she answered truthfully. Young Master Li returned home after lunch and then left with bodyguards. Left with bodyguards? Could it be that he is seeking trouble with Lin Ming? Mu Bingxian's expression turned tense. Lin Ming possesses the prowess of a warrior. Li Ran, unaware of Lin Ming's strength, could easily be harmed. This cannot stand. I must ensure Li Ran's safety. Quickly, summon a few more bodyguards to accompany me. Li Ran set out with 2 personal bodyguards towards a nearby park. Due to the proximity, he chose to walk rather than take a vehicle. Upon reaching the park, he found 3 or 4 children playing, all from the nearby neighborhood. With no parents supervising. This place, in his previous life, Li Ran had frequented many times. He knew it well. He instructed the bodyguard to procure cat food. Then, he approached the children. Shoo, go play elsewhere. Before the bodyguard could usher them away, one of the children began to cry. Li Ran's eyes widened. What are you crying about? Here is $100. No tears allowed. In resolving matters, young Master Li has always believed in the power of money. Distributing 100 to each child, their faces lit up with joy. With this sum, they could buy many lollipops. Li Ran, unperturbed, waved his hand for the children to disperse. After all, according to the narrative, this money from the Li family would ultimately end up in Lin Ming's hands. Li Ran felt no remorse in spending it. Soon, the bodyguard returned with a bag of cat food and the cat's favorite, catnip. Holding the catnip, he moved to a different corner of the park. Several stray cats were instantly drawn to the catnip in his hand. As he stroked the cats, Li Ran settled comfortably beneath a tree, enjoying the shade. Petting cats was one of the few pleasures he indulged in. After all, whether as the lovesick Li Ran, the rogue Li Ran, or the darkened version of himself, those were merely narrative necessities. He must not become too immersed in the role. The true Li Ran remains quite sunny. This is also one of his methods to unwind. Who on earth wishes to play the lovesick fool every day? Devoting years to a single person, avoiding nightlife and bars. The author of this narrative must have a cluttered mind. This park was a place Li Ran stumbled upon in his previous life. When not following the plot, he enjoyed coming here to relax with the cats. It had become a habit. Of course, the 2 bodyguards he selected remained tight-lipped. This matter was unknown to Li Lijian and Zhang Wan. The female leads, even less so. In everyone's perception, he was merely an inept, spoiled rich kid. This persona must be upheld. However, Li Ran had not anticipated that his every action of petting cats would be observed by Mu Bingxian, who was hiding nearby, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. She hastily arrived at the park, and upon witnessing the scene, she was utterly astounded. Li Ran, lying beneath a tree, was petting cats? Immediately, a look of adoration spread across Mu Bingxuan's face. I knew he was a compassionate person. In his previous life, the arrogance and disdain he displayed were but a facade. In this moment, a handsome young man clad in designer clothes, completely unconcerned with the disheveled strays, tenderly groomed their fur. Mu Bingxian felt her heart melt under Li Ran's gentle touch. She realized that in her previous life, she had known nothing of Li Ran. This misunderstanding had led her to only recognize his worth after his untimely demise. In this life, she would firmly seize this charming treasure of a boy. Beneath the tree, having relaxed and fed the cats, Li Ran stood up. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Who is there? He signaled to his 2 bodyguards. Cautiously, they approached the source of the rustling. The next moment, someone jumped out from the foliage. Li Ran. He was instantly dumbfounded. Mu Bingxian, what are you doing here? Initially, he had no concern about someone hiding in the bushes. If the person did not recognize him as the young master of the Li family, it was inconsequential. If they did, a bit of money and intimidation would easily resolve the matter. After all, his reputation as a spoiled rogue was well established. Yet, Li Ran could not have foreseen that the figure concealed in the bushes would be none other than Mu Bingxian. At this moment, shouldn't the leading lady be attending to the male protagonist, Lin Ming? What brings her here? Li Ran's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The esteemed female lead, ignoring her protagonist, had come to spy on his private life? What madness is this? If Mu Bingxian were to spread the word that the notorious young master of the Li family had gone to the park to pet cats, isn't it likely that Li Ran's image as a scoundrel is on the verge of collapse? In an instant, Li Ran even contemplated silencing Mu Bingxian. However, he could not do so. Mu Bingxian is the heroine. She cannot perish. Li Ran quickly regained his composure, immersing himself in the role. Bingxian, what a surprise to see you here. I just arrived as well. Mu Bingxian replied. If she hadn't been crouched in the bushes for half an hour, her legs numb, she might have genuinely believed him. Li Ran, I never knew you had a fondness for cats. With a playful flick of her black ponytail, she smiled sweetly. I didn't realize you were such a compassionate person. I do not. Do not speak nonsense, I warn you. Li Ran forced a smile onto his face. At that moment, he was certain that Mu Bingxian had witnessed him petting the cats. Well, I heard you like cats, so I thought I would indulge your interests. I didn't expect these little creatures to be so troublesome, dirty, and smelly. I will have someone come and clean them up someday. He gritted his teeth, as if he harbored a deep hatred for cats. His villainous persona absolutely could not falter. Before the protagonists, he must always present a facade brimming with malice. The corners of Mu Bingxian's lips curled upwards slightly. Indeed, this fellow had begun his act once again. However, it was futile. The kindness hidden within you, like stars in the night sky, shines bright and has long since betrayed you. I have a Persian cat. If you're fond of them, you're always welcome to visit my home. Li Ran thought. Is this an invitation to her home? Hey, Mu Bingxian, come to your senses. You are the heroine. Is it appropriate for you to invite a villain to your house? Have you considered the feelings of the protagonist, Lin Ming? The weather is quite nice today. How about I treat you to some milk tea from Mishua Bingqing? Chapter 8. The uncharacteristic Mu Bingxian. Exiting Mishua Bingqing, Li Ran gazed at Mu Bingxian, who cradled her milk tea, sipping through a straw, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. He looked down at the milk tea in his own hands, perplexed as to how things had turned out this way. It was all Lin Ming's fault. He squandered every opportunity. One day, this useless protagonist would face retribution. Of course, Li Ran was unaware that in his previous life, none of the heroines he had interacted with had ever truly been with Lin Ming. Shortly after his demise, Lin Ming was betrayed and killed by the so-called heroines. At this very moment, observing the blissful expression on Mu Bingxian's face, Li Ran sighed internally. Forget it. Maintaining the persona of an infatuated admirer was already commendable. A slight crack in his malicious villainous facade was insignificant. May I share something with you? Mu Bingxian nodded obediently. Here we go again. Li Ran said. Could you keep my fondness for cats a secret? Mu Bingxian extended her finger. This is our little secret. Shall we make a pinky promise? What a childish agreement. Li Ran honestly extended his hand, intertwining his finger with her delicate one. After parting from Mu Bingxian, Li Ran anxiously navigated the day. Fortunately, there were no rumors circulating about Li Deshao's fondness for cats. It seemed that although Mu Bingxian was a bit eccentric, she still honored their agreement. Li Ran felt a sense of relief. His villainous persona had not collapsed. The next scene was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, with 2 days remaining. He could take care of the necessary matters. First, under the names of Li Lijian and Zhang Wan, Li Ran secretly donated funds to several primary schools and nursing homes for the Hope Project. It was better to spend the money than leave it for Lin Ming to benefit from. Of course, this was not merely about doing good deeds. After his demise, he would ensure that the media exposed these acts. Then, a prominent figure could speak on his behalf, allowing Li Lijian and Zhang Wan to find a comfortable place in their old age, rather than wandering the streets. After spending 2 days arranging everything and ensuring nothing was overlooked, the third day arrived. Today was the day for Li Ran to make his appearance, of course, at the school. Before departing, Li Ran reviewed his role for the day. For the past few days, Lin Ming had been undergoing military training. This morning, he was to bring a heartfelt breakfast to the playground for Mu Bingxian. This scene would be witnessed by Lin Ming. who would initially see Li Ran and Mu Bingxian in a playful exchange where she would refuse to accept the breakfast. Then, seeing this unfold during military training, Lin Ming would step in, leading to Li Ran's hasty retreat out of fear of Lin Ming's strength. Consequently, Lin Ming would be punished by the instructor with 200 push-ups. 200 push-ups were nothing for the martial arts master Lin Ming, but they would certainly cause Mu Bingxian much distress. Their feelings would rapidly intensify. Well, that should be how it unfolds. There's no mistake about it. This scene was straightforward, and there should be no issues. The only point of concern was Mu Bingxian. She always gave Li Ran headaches, and he hoped she wouldn't create any trouble today. Li Ran resolved that regardless of whether Mu Bingxian had taken her medication today, he only needed to stall until Lin Ming appeared, at which point he would feign fright and utter a few harsh words before departing. Descending the stairs, Li Ran called out, "Fu Bo, summon the driver. This young master is going to Moda University to deliver a heartfelt breakfast to Bingxian." Aside from his solitary outings, whether at home or in front of his friends, Li Ran had to consistently portray the role of Mu Bingxuan's devoted admirer. Damn it, if it were anyone else, they would have probably gone mad by now. Only he could masterfully navigate his role by constantly reviewing the self-cultivation of an actor. Huh, young master, you are going to deliver breakfast to Miss Bingxian? Fu Bo looked astonished. But it's already 8 in the morning. It's too late to prepare breakfast now. Previously, Li Ran would notify the kitchen in advance for special breakfast preparations for Mu Bingxian, although she had never even glanced at them before tossing them into the trash. Li Ran waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I can buy her something outside." "Something outside? Can it compare to what you make?" Fu Bo was perplexed. This didn't sound like something the young master would say. Oh no, he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Observing Fu Bo's confusion, Li Ran cleared his throat. "Fu Bo, I must speak frankly. The essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment. My intentions have been conveyed, and Bingxian will surely sense it. Why go through the trouble? In any case, in the novel, all the breakfasts I delivered were never accepted by her. It would be a waste of food. Just a couple of fried dough sticks and some soy milk will suffice." Mu's villa. Mu Bingxian rose early, meticulously grooming herself, even applying a light lipstick that she seldom used. Clad in a flowing white dress, she twirled gracefully. "Xiaomei, do I look lovely in this attire?" The maid, Xiaomei, replied honestly, "Miss, you look splendid in anything." Taking a seat, Mu Bingxian began to select a fitting necklace. "You flatter me," she teased. Xiaomei, intrigued, inquired, "Are you meeting someone special today?" Within Mu Bingxuan's 3 wardrobes lay an abundance of garments in various styles and hues. Yet, Xiaomei was acutely aware that her mistress held a particular fondness for white, a color that epitomizes purity. This exquisite white dress had been custom-tailored by royal seamstresses, the latest design, and had never been worn before. It was quite peculiar for Mu Bingxian to don such an outfit on a day devoid of festivities. Xiaomei pondered who could possibly warrant such a grand display from her mistress. In response to Xiaomei's curiosity, Mu Bingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she simply uttered, "It's a secret." She could not forget the previous life, when Li Ran had presented her with a heartfelt breakfast in front of thousands of military training newcomers on the playground. Regrettably, she had discarded the breakfast he gifted her into the trash. This incident had lingered as a profound regret within her heart. Today, she intended to rectify that regret and convey her true feelings to Li Ran. Descending the stairs, Mu Bingxian radiated an aura reminiscent of a snow-white princess or a floral fairy, pure and ethereal. "I shall forego breakfast," she informed her mother, Mu Mu. Before skipping out the door, Mu Mu, who had never witnessed her daughter in such a manner, was filled with bewilderment. Is Xiaoxian heading to school? Meanwhile, Mu Fu glanced at the clock. Isn't it a tad early at 7:30 for school? Chapter 9. The one the campus bell awaits is none other than him. At Moda University, at precisely 7:45 in the morning, a striking figure graced the playground. Dressed in a pristine white gown, Mu Bingxian stood serenely in one corner, resembling an ethereal sprite from a comic, akin to a blooming white lotus. Her presence captivated the attention of passing students, who were entranced by the scene. It appeared she was awaiting someone. "Am I imagining things? Is that the goddess Mu?" exclaimed one student. "My heavens, she is breathtaking." "A fairy," murmured another. "What is the goddess Mu doing on the playground? It seems she is waiting for someone." "Who is the fortunate soul?" speculated another. "Do you think the person she awaits is male or female? Surely, it couldn't be a man, right? If so, I shall confront him immediately. Don't even think about it. I'll be the first." Lin Ming, already in the military training formation, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing this scene. Among the boys at Moda University, who wouldn't he wish to be the one Mu Bingxian awaited? Yet, until now, he had not exchanged a single word with her. Mu Bingxian didn't even know who Lin Ming was. Nevertheless, Lin Ming was confident. In the entirety of Moda University, in terms of talent, intellect, and appearance, who could surpass him? A woman like Mu Bingxian was destined to belong to him. Students continued to flow in and out, many pausing to observe. However, Mu Bingxian remained steadfast, waiting from 7:45 until 8:15, yet the person she awaited had yet to arrive. Could it be that the campus bell had been stood up? Incredible. Who would dare keep the campus bell waiting? Honestly, it's quite possible. Who can make Mu Bingxian wait for half an hour? If that is the case, I'm increasingly intrigued by this mysterious individual. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even Lin Ming shared this sentiment. Moreover, from Lin Ming's perspective, it was more likely that Mu Bingxian awaited a woman. Why? After all, if a stunning beauty were waiting for a man, most boys would likely arrive early. Why would anyone let such a beauty wait, especially for half an hour? Understanding this, Lin Ming felt an opportunity unfolding before him. He had done his homework on Mu Bingxian's preferences. Considering she had waited for half an hour, she must be growing impatient. What if he presented her with a cup of her favorite dessert? Would she take notice of him? Would she appreciate his thoughtfulness? As the protagonist, Lin Ming would never resort to mere flattery nor believe that a single cup of dessert could sway Mu Bingxian. However, it was indeed an opportunity to connect with her. Lin Ming picked up his phone and dialed. Give me a large cup of sweet grass jelly with fruit and condensed milk, and deliver it immediately. Mu Bingxian, now a sophomore at Moda University, had spent a year there without any rumors swirling about her and other boys, save for Li Ran, who was merely an infatuated admirer. Lin Ming believed that the reason no one had captured Mu Bingxian's heart was partly due to Li Ran's overindulgence, and partly because the other boys at Moda University lacked the qualities to impress her. But now he, Lin Ming, had arrived. Li Ran was just a spoiled brat relying on his family's fortune. Lin Ming would eventually deal with the Li family. A mere Li Ran was nothing to fear. If not for Li Ran's swift escape last time, Lin Ming would have taught him a lesson, warning him to stay away from Mu Bingxian. As long as he could meet Mu Bingxian, he would demonstrate just how exceptional he truly was. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian, the subject of all this speculation, displayed no signs of impatience. As the clock struck 8:20, her eyes lit up. From across the playground, a handsome young man approached, exuding a blend of nonchalance and rebellion, holding 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. It was none other than Li Ran. At that moment, Li Ran furrowed his brow. Why are there more people here today than last time? Clearly, it was yet another instance of the protagonist's absurd charisma at work, intentionally making a grand entrance. Never mind, compared to the subsequent face-offs with Lin Ming, this one isn't particularly noteworthy. Li Ran began scanning the crowd for Mu Bingxian. Where is she? After searching the throng in front of the student formation, he was perplexed. He could not find Mu Bingxian anywhere. No way. Did Mu Bingxian stand me up? He glanced at his watch. 8:20. He distinctly remembered that last time. It was at this very hour. Is the female lead acting up again? Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Li Ran turned around, only to be met with a ghostly visage. You. There stood Mu Bingxian, having mysteriously appeared behind him. Do you realize that scaring someone can be deadly? Apologies, Mu Bingxian replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. Her gaze then fell upon the fried dough sticks and soy milk in Li Ran's hands. This is breakfast, is it for me? You already knew this soy milk was for you before I even spoke? You can't possibly be the worm in my stomach, can you? Well, somewhat. Mu Bingxian extended her hand, grinning, and said, Thank you. What are you so happy about? Who asks for breakfast the moment they meet? Have you not eaten breakfast? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Although Li Ran had long suspected that Mu Bingxian's antics wouldn't be easy to handle, he never anticipated her to be this outrageous. The script was not supposed to unfold this way. I am the antagonist. Do you understand what that means? I bring you breakfast. You should be refusing it. It's simply not the right moment. Li Ran scanned the ranks of students undergoing military training. Wait a moment. Let me find Lin Ming first. Don't be so impatient. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were utterly stunned. A glance revealed a sea of heads on the playground, all wearing identical expressions of disbelief. Am I seeing things? I must have read too much lately. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I need to cut back on late nights. So, that person is Li Ran. Can someone explain what is happening? How could the goddess be smiling at that scoundrel Li Ran? Are they together? Has Mu goddess been moved by Li Ran? No one expected this. Early in the morning, the campus flower, Mu Bingxian, has been braving the cold wind on the playground for over half an hour. And the one she is waiting for is none other than the lovesick Li Ran. This is utterly nonsensical. More absurd than a pig climbing a tree. Li Ran, I swear eternal enmity with you. How could my goddess possibly be attracted to a lickspittle like Li Ran? My heart is shattered. It turns out that old adage is true. Those who grovel until they have it all. In the military training formation, Lin Ming watched this scene, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, gritting his teeth in frustration. On the other side, Li Ran's eyes lit up. He had found the protagonist. Chapter 10. Does the female lead enjoy eating deep-fried dough sticks? Come, indulge. Having spotted Lin Ming, the next steps would be easier. Mu Bingxian was unpredictable. Lin Ming surely wooed T act erratically. At that moment, Li Ran noticed a casually dressed man approaching Lin Ming, handing him a cup of sweet grass jelly. Li Ran smirked, casting a knowing glance at Mu Bingxian. If memory serves, sweet grass jelly is her favorite milk tea. Got it. No wonder he is the protagonist, strategic and calculated. His intellect is commendable. Next, after I present the soy milk and dough sticks to Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming will offer the grass jelly. It is evident which one she will choose. Today, the outcome is all but assured. Li Ran turned and strode toward Lin Ming's formation, casually addressing Mu Bingxian over his shoulder. Follow me. Where are you taking me? Mu Bingxian asked curiously, though she had an inkling of what was to come, her footsteps never faltering as she followed Li Ran. Arriving before Lin Ming's formation, Li Ran began his performance. Gazing deeply into Mu Bingxian's eyes, he said, Bingxian, do you know? Mu Bingxian's heart raced with excitement. It's beginning, it's beginning. He is about to confess to me. This is the heartfelt breakfast I brought for you. Suddenly, Li Ran raised the soy milk and dough sticks high. Mu Bingxian. The crowd during military training? Seriously, is it necessary to make such a grand gesture for a mere soy milk and dough sticks? And who even considers soy milk and dough sticks a heartfelt breakfast? This so-called heartfelt breakfast is rather inexpensive. I strongly suspect that Li Ran is intentionally flaunting his affection before them. Mu Bingxian felt a tinge of disappointment. So he was just delivering breakfast, not confessing. She reached out to accept the heartfelt breakfast. As long as it was from Li Ran, she would cherish it, no matter what it was. No joke. Lin Ming hadn't even made his move yet. There was no way Li Ran would simply hand over the breakfast. Coincidentally, Li Ran retracted his hand. Then, continuing with heartfelt sincerity, he said, although it's just soy milk and dough sticks, I ran 8 streets to get this soy milk. And it took me 10 streets to find the dough sticks. They were quite difficult to procure. Bingxian, this is not merely breakfast. It is a piece of my heart. Instantly, a chorus of boos and gagging noises erupted around them. Ugh, how disgustingly sentimental. Such old-fashioned sweet talk, how cliché. Giving soy milk and dough sticks is one thing. But the romantic lines are painfully trite. Mu Goddess would never agree. These jeers sounded to Li Ran like the most exquisite music. Mu Bingxian was becoming less reliable. Li Ran had never expected her to reciprocate his affections. However, he remained unfazed. As a lovesick antagonist, he naturally possessed an innate buff for inciting animosity. And under the protagonist's halo, these onlookers were all on Lin Ming's side. Next, all he had to do was wait for Lin Ming to step forward and present the grass jelly to Mu Bingxian, and his role for the day would be fulfilled. After that, he could escape swiftly. Of course, before leaving, it was essential to throw out a couple of harsh words. At this moment, Li Ran deliberately positioned himself 5 meters in front of Lin Ming, adopting a pose that was as irritating as it was provocative. Seeing Lin Ming's eyes nearly ignite with fury, he couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Then, he extended the soy milk and dough sticks into Mu Bingxian's hands. Lin Ming must be wishing to kill him right now, thanks to Mu Bingxian. This wave of protagonist resentment was fully charged. Naturally, Li Ran didn't care. As the antagonist, his enmity with Lin Ming was fated to be unresolvable. Watching Mu Bingxian shyly accept Li Ran's breakfast, countless hearts shattered in unison. This engagement I cannot approve. Indeed, I refuse to believe that Mu Goddess could ever fall for Li Ran. She is so pure, so beautiful. Mu Goddess must be under some form of coercion. Despicable. Utterly despicable. They could not believe that Mu Bingxian was sincere. Mu Campus Flower must have been subjected to some form of duress by Li Ran. Hearing these indignant voices, Li Ran laughed heartily. Bingxian, I never expected you would genuinely want to eat soy milk and dough sticks. Mu Bingxian nodded, touched, her lips parting as if to speak. Li Ran swiftly pulled out a dough stick and shoved it into Mu Bingxian's mouth. Eat, take big bites. Don't dawdle. The fury of many boys ignited in an instant, flaring up fiercely. Is there anyone who will teach this guy a lesson? He is far too arrogant. Beat him up. Get your filthy hands off her. At this moment, someone with keen eyes spotted Lin Ming in the formation. Hey, isn't that the new student who beat up Li Ran's bodyguard during the start of school? Where is he? Right there, among Lin Ming's formation, beside Li Ran. Upon seeing Lin Ming, these boys felt as though they had found a savior. After all, he was a one-man army capable of taking on 6. Today, Li Ran hadn't brought his bodyguard. If Lin Ming stepped forward, he would surely rein Li Ran in, liberating Mu Campus Flower from Li Ran's clutches. The new student, surely, you do not wish to witness the illustrious Mu School Flower entwined with that debauched scion. Please, rescue Mu from his clutches. The sacred duty of safeguarding our goddess has now fallen upon you. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, a young man stepped forth. Indeed, it was Lin Ming. Concealing his dessert behind his back, he spoke calmly. Li Ran, you have invoked the wrath of the masses. Mu Bingxian is not within your reach. Now, I stand as the representative of the many young men of Magic City University to warn you. Take your breakfast and keep your distance from the schoolflower. In novels, the protagonist invariably stands on the side of justice. At this moment, Lin Ming embodied the voice of nearly every male at Magic City University. Li Ran stared at him in confusion. Where's your dessert? Hurry and show it. Such a splendid opportunity to humiliate you, and you do not take it? Little did Li Ran know that after his departure that day, Mu Bingxian had not accompanied Lin Ming to the apothecary. Currently, Lin Ming had yet to even meet her. Foolish protagonist. You squander your chances. Li Ran cursed inwardly while feigning surprise. Why how did you end up here? What do you want? Lin Ming regarded Li Ran with a cold stare, his heart ablaze with fury. You dare flaunt your affection before me, and you question my presence here? Get out immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Hit him. Hit him. The surrounding young men chimed in. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Panic flashed across Li Ran's face as his gaze darted about, seeking protection. Lin Ming chuckled. Your bodyguards are absent. Today, no one can shield you. Of course. I know my bodyguards are not here. Li Ran thought, feeling exasperated, yet he continued his theatrical performance. Kid, I will remember you. Just wait. Li Ran glared at Lin Ming with malice before turning to leave. Huh, a scion is still a scion, so timid and spineless. What do you possess to compete for Mu Bingxian? Watching Li Ran flee in disgrace, Lin Ming felt a surge of triumph. A man so cowardly and lacking in backbone could never attract Mu Bingxian. Having assisted her in evading Li Ran's entanglement, surely Mu Bingxian would regard him with newfound respect. But in the next moment, Lin Ming's smile froze upon his face. He beheld Mu Bingxian, carrying soy milk and fried dough sticks, chasing after Li Ran. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. With a sudden crush, the dessert that Lin Ming had hidden behind his back was obliterated, splattering everywhere. Just then, the instructor, returning from the restroom, happened upon the scene. What is the meaning of this? Drinking milk tea during military training? Clean up your mess immediately. Prepare for 200 push-ups. Lin Ming clenched his fists, remaining still, his gaze fixed on the two retreating figures beyond the instructor. The instructor narrowed his eyes. I said, clean up the rubbish you've created at once. The two locked eyes. Lin Ming lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Yes, instructor. Chapter 11. Tang Wanqing arrives. That day, explosive news spread throughout Magic City University. Mu Schoolflower had succumbed to Li Ran. Many were quick to react with disbelief. How could the goddess Mu ever fall for that debauched fool? Numerous individuals sought to verify the authenticity of the news. The scene of Li Ran presenting breakfast to Mu Bingxian, followed by her pursuit of him, had already been captured and uploaded to the university's forum. The evidence was irrefutable. In an instant, countless hearts shattered. Their beloved schoolflower, their goddess, had ultimately succumbed to Li Ran's wealth. Yet soon after, a well-informed second-generation rich kid from the Schoolflower Protection Alliance took to the forum to clarify the situation. I've heard that the Mu family's overseas business has faced significant financial setbacks due to unidentified funding disruptions. The current financial state of the Mu family is precarious. They are seeking a union with the Li family to navigate this crisis. Thus, in my view, the goddess Mu is not genuinely committed to Li Ran. This post garnered widespread agreement among the male students. So that was the case. They felt sympathy for the goddess Mu, realizing she was unable to withstand familial pressures. Becoming a pawn in a strategic alliance, the Mu family was treating Mu Bingxian as a bargaining chip. Alas, born into privilege, one is often shackled by circumstances. In a brief span, the replies to this post surged into the thousands. Many lamented the fate of Mu Bingxian while condemning Li Ran for exploiting the situation. However, a faction of young men speculated that perhaps Mu Bingxian was genuinely moved by Li Ran. If even that scion could win the heart of the goddess, why couldn't they? Where determination prevails, success follows. The ancients did not deceive me. If I could persistently pursue like Li Ran, perhaps I too might embrace the beauty. In an instant, a wave of infatuated suitors emerged at Magic City University. At the school gate. Hey, don't come any closer. If you keep following me, I'll call the police. Li Ran's scalp tingled as he hastened his pace, glancing back at the relentless Mu Bingxian. This female lead has lost her mind. My role for today is finished. I beg you, cease your pursuit. Just as he thought he had evaded her, a red sedan abruptly halted before him. The window rolled down, revealing a woman with an elegant updo and oversized burgundy sunglasses leaning out. Why haven't you answered my calls? Li Ran retorted, annoyed. Who are you? Why are you calling me? Had it not been for this woman blocking the road, he would have already shaken off Mu Bingxian. At this moment, Mu Bingxian had caught up. Do you not remember me? The woman inquired softly, removing her sunglasses to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her skin appeared flawless, giving the impression of being in her late 20s, yet exuding the charm of a mature woman. Li Ran was momentarily rendered speechless. Tang Wanqing. Yes, he recalled now. Earlier that morning, while purchasing fried dough sticks, he indeed received 2 calls. Fearing they were from Tang Wanqing, he had chosen to ignore them. He never anticipated that she would pursue him so tenaciously. Despite Tang Wanqing's youthful appearance, he knew her true age was well into her 30s. Ugh. An older woman seeking me out can only mean trouble. Li Ran's tone was icy. What do you want? Truth be told, he had no desire to engage with Tang Wanqing. Had he not feared that she would report back to his mother, he would have turned on his heel and walked away. In the car, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Wanqing's eyes. Is this how coldly you regard me? Li Ran's frigid voice pierced Tang Wanqing's heart. It was true. In their past lives, she had treated him, and the Li family, similarly. For him to remain calm while conversing with her now was already a tremendous grace. Although she has been reborn in this life, determined not to allow the tragedies of her past to repeat. Tang Wanqing reflects on her relationship with Li Ran and acknowledges that her treatment of him was far from commendable. It is thus entirely reasonable for Li Ran to regard her with indifference. Her expression swiftly regains its composure as she gazes at the visage of Li Ran, mere inches away, and offers a gentle smile. Did you receive the flaky pastry I sent you? Such tender words directed towards herself? Li Ran regards her with skepticism, sensing something amiss. There is undoubtedly something troubling about this older woman. In the narrative, Tang Wanqing has consistently looked down upon him, a mere underachiever. And this was equally true in her previous life, where she maintained a cold demeanor towards him. After all, she is also one of the protagonists. With growing impatience, Li Ran inquires, what is it that you want? Oh, nothing much, just wanted to see you, Tang Wanqing replies softly. In her previous life, after Li Ran's untimely death, while assisting Zhang Wan in organizing his belongings, she stumbled upon Li Ran's secret, revealing that this so-called playboy was, in fact, a business prodigy. Thanks to the business plans left behind by Li Ran, she was able to unite others to overthrow the once mighty Lin Group. The more she learned about Li Ran, the more she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, ultimately realizing that she had fallen hopelessly in love with this young man. In her past existence, after Li Ran's demise, Tang Wanqing could only bury her feelings deep within her heart, never uttering a word to anyone. However, fate has granted her a second chance. In this life, she, Tang Wanqing, is determined to act boldly. Regardless of others' opinions, she vows to protect her boy steadfastly. There shall be no one allowed to harm Li Ran again. At that moment, Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes turned slightly cold. A pair of delicate hands linked around Li Ran's arm. Mu Bingxian, embracing him, smiled sweetly and inquired, Li Ran, who is this auntie? The word auntie was deliberately emphasized. Hey, are we that familiar? Keep your hands to yourself. Just because you are the heroine does not grant you any privileges. Li Ran withdrew his hand and introduced her. This is my Aunt Tang. Mu Bingxian greeted politely. Hello? Aunt Tang, I am Li Ran's girlfriend. She had observed every nuance of Tang Wanqing's demeanor, noting that her gaze towards Li Ran was anything but that of an aunt towards her nephew. Mu Bingxian sensed that Tang Wanqing harbored ulterior motives regarding Li Ran. In her previous life, she had teamed up with Tang Wanqing to eliminate Lin Ming, ruining his reputation. Tang Wanqing had claimed it was revenge for the Li family. But now it appeared otherwise. This woman coveted her Li Ran. At that moment, Mu Bingxian was no longer the enchanting flower fairy, but rather a protective little cat. Gazing at Mu Bingxian, Tang Wanqing suddenly smiled. So, Xiao Ren has a girlfriend now? However, the status of this girlfriend is not something you can simply declare. You must gain the approval of us elders to enter the Li family. She was well aware of who this girl standing beside Li Ran was, Mu Bingxian. In her previous life, Li Ran had loved her to the point of obsession, which ultimately led him into Lin Ming's trap. Chapter 12, Friends Through Joy. If it were not for Mu Bingxian, Li Ran would still be alive. Although Tang Wanqing had allied with this woman in her past life, that did not equate to forgiveness. In this life, she would ensure that Li Ran recognized Mu Bingxian's true nature. She would make him understand that she was the one who truly loved him. Mu Bingxian was unworthy of possessing Li Ran's affection. At that moment, Li Ran sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Confused, he wondered how he had suddenly acquired a girlfriend and what Tang Wanqing's words meant. In the novel, she had never shown any interest in his affairs. What the hell was this nonsensical plot? It was all so chaotic that Li Ran felt utterly bewildered. Both of these women were protagonists. How had they become entangled with him, the antagonist? The story was not meant to unfold in this manner. Tang Wanqing seized the opportunity before Mu Bingxian could retort, turning to Li Ran, Xiao Ran, I have a business meeting coming up. Would you like to accompany me and listen in? She understood that Li Ran's heart was currently entangled with Mu Bingxian, and abruptly separating them was unrealistic. It would require a gradual approach. Li Ran, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly declined. Aunt Tang, you know I'm never interested in business matters. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Was Tang Wanqing out of her mind? While Li Ran indeed possessed an extraordinary acumen for business, he had never showcased it in front of outsiders. In his previous life, he had whimsically drafted 2 plans to defeat Lin Ming's Lin Group when he acquired those skills. In front of Li Lijian and his wife or anyone else, he was merely an uneducated playboy. A playboy attending a business meeting? That would ruin his carefully crafted persona. Tang Wanqing was clearly trying to sabotage him. After being rejected by Li Ran, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Wanqing's face, but it was quickly masked. She understood that Li Ran's concealment of his true self must stem from some unavoidable circumstance. Very well then. Xiao Ran, I will come to see you often, she said, reaching out to gently tap the tip of his nose. With that, Tang Wanqing drove away, mindful of the time to reach the meeting. Rubbing his nose, Li Ran exclaimed. As he watched Tang Wanqing depart, Mu Bingxian secretly stamped her foot, as if making a resolution. Then, with a quick peck on Li Ran's cheek, she dashed away, holding her breakfast of soy milk and fried dough, her cheeks flushed. Li Ran, rest assured, I will ensure Auntie approves of us. Li Ran was left speechless. 2 lunatics. Can you both please stick to the plot? No need to force additional drama. As night fell, Lin Ming returned to his rented apartment. Boss, should I bring a few brothers along? A middle-aged man gestured at his neck. Are you out of your mind? The evidence against the Li family is still insufficient. Making a move on Li Ran now would not only alert that old fox Li Lijian, but also invite his wrath. Lin Ming reprimanded darkly. The middle-aged man looked innocent. Clearly, it was you who was slapped by Li Ran. Your own incompetence led to this. Stop taking it out on us. Enough, go away. Tell the men to withdraw, Lin Ming said, his mind now clear. Li Lijian cherished his son, Li Ran immensely. Most importantly, during their last encounter, Lin Ming had sensed that the bodyguard beside Li Ran was no ordinary individual. If he did not summon his mercenary team from abroad, he would risk failure with the subordinates he currently had. Lin Ming, the king of mercenaries, was known for his precision and never missed his mark. Picking up the phone, he dialed a number. Nightingale Squad, fulfill your current mission, and thereafter, return to the homeland. There is someone in the country who requires your attention. Li Ran. Should he dare to lay a hand on the woman he desires, he shall meet his doom. Once we gather incriminating evidence against the Li family, we will promptly dispatch Nightingale Squad to eliminate him. For now, let us allow him to linger a while longer. Pondering for a moment, Lin Ming dialed another number. The overseas company associated with the Mu family has already succeeded, I presume? Ah, splendid. Lin Ming nodded and instructed. Henceforth, I need you to acquire a cosmetics company in the Magic City. Specific details will be sent to you shortly. Initially, Lin Ming had intended to approach Mu Bingxian gradually. However, after repeated failures in his attempts to connect with her, he decided to lay his cards on the table. He would reveal his other identity to Mu Bingxian, demonstrating that the wastrel Li Ran was no match for him, Lin Ming. Upon returning to the Li residence, Li Ran inquired once more with the system. The system assured him with unwavering conviction that the plot was indeed intact. Li Ran could only respond with exasperation. How could he trust such a far-fetched claim? Nevertheless, the system was not entirely incorrect. The overarching narrative of the novel did align. It was solely these female protagonists that caused him such vexation. Ah well, let us proceed step by step. Even if the plot deviates slightly, his acting prowess could surely salvage the situation. As the new day dawned, after breakfast, Li Ran set out with several bodyguards. Life free from the role of a sycophant was indeed quite pleasant. The next instance of being faced with a slap of reality would occur at the freshman welcome party at Magic City University. Although a new female lead would emerge at that time, there were still several days until the party, and Li Ran felt no urgency. He could take these days to relax thoroughly. The park was off limits for now. He was uncertain whether Mu Bingxian would be lurking there again. Instead, he made his way to the riverbank near Magic City University. In a secluded pavilion by the riverside, a melodious sound of the eru suddenly wafted through the air. Li Ran smiled gently. He instructed his bodyguards to remain where they were and approached, carrying a jade flute. The deep, resonant tones flowed from the flute, harmonizing beautifully with the eru. In the pavilion, an elderly man with graying hair was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a look of mutual appreciation appeared on his face, and he was filled with the sentiment of finding a kindred spirit in music. As the flute's melody drew nearer, a handsome young man playing the jade flute walked gracefully towards him. The old man smiled slightly and praised, "Young friend, your musical talents are extraordinary. The younger generation is indeed formidable." Li Ran set down the jade flute and returned the smile. Indeed, with the system having rewarded him with numerous skills, it would be a waste not to utilize them during leisure time, especially when he could not do so within the confines of the plot. The old man's name was Bai Yuanfang. In his previous life, he had met this elder through music, and much like before, their conversation on music theory quickly established a rapport. They chatted for the entire morning. Glancing at the sun, the old man cheerfully remarked, "Time has flown. Why not join me for lunch at my home, and we can continue our conversation in the afternoon?" Delighted to encounter someone he could connect with, he felt a surge of joy. Moreover, from their previous duet and discussion, the elder realized that Li Ran's musical prowess was not inferior to his own, and he regarded him with newfound respect, even awe. In the Magic City, such a youthful musical genius was indeed rare. Li Ran contemplated. Since he had come out to unwind, visiting the old man's home would not pose any issue. He nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, just finishing her classes, Bai Weiwei was carrying several pounds of fruit, intending to visit her grandfather. The Bai family was renowned in the realm of music, and as an associate professor in the music department at Magic City University, Bai Weiwei had grown up under her grandfather's musical influence. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, she was greeted by a melodious eru melody emanating from within. Bai Weiwei smiled wistfully. Her grandfather, in his solitude, had little interest beyond music and often enjoyed playing the eru at home. To avoid disturbing her grandfather's tranquil pastime, Bai Weiwei refrained from ringing the doorbell and instead retrieved her keys to open the door. Just then, a deep flute melody intertwined harmoniously with the eru. Clatter! The keys slipped from her grasp. Bai Weiwei's eyes widened. The eru's notes were delicate and lingering, like wisps of clouds drifting aimlessly, while the flute's tones echoed with longing and affection, a lingering resonance that was almost ethereal. In that moment, Bai Weiwei was utterly entranced. Regaining her composure, she was filled with astonishment. She was all too aware of her grandfather's musical mastery. He was a titan in the music world. How could there be someone whose musical talents rivaled those of her grandfather? Who was this master? Bai Weiwei racked her brain, recalling her grandfather's friends, yet found none who could compare to the flutist within. As the performance concluded, Bai Weiwei hurriedly opened the courtyard gate and rushed inside. "Grandfather, which master has graced us with their presence today?" She felt an urgent need to meet this flutist. Upon seeing Li Ran standing beside her grandfather with a jade flute in hand, Bai Weiwei was struck dumb. She stood frozen, her eyes wide in astonishment, her cherry-red lips agape in shock. After a moment, she incredulously asked, "You were the one playing the flute just now?" Bai Weiwei could hardly believe that the remarkable flutist was so young. Simultaneously, as she observed the woman clad in professional attire, stepping gracefully in high heels while carrying a bag of fruit, Li Ran was equally taken aback. His grandfather had never mentioned he had a granddaughter. The situation was made all the more shocking by the fact that this granddaughter was none other than the goddess of the music academy, Bai Weiwei. Li Ran felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had merely sought a meal, yet inexplicably found himself entangled with a female lead. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. There was no such subplot. What novel would be dull enough to detail interactions between the antagonist and the female lead? Would the carefully cultivated persona of a debauched heir crumble before Bai Weiwei? The old man smiled, introducing them. "Weiwei, you've arrived. Let me introduce you to our musical genius from Magic City, Li Ran." Bai Weiwei's eyes brimmed with confusion. "You too? Li Ran? Why does that name sound so familiar?" She strained to recall. "Ah, we met just this morning." It was as if we were old friends at first sight. "Young friend, Li Ran's musical skills are on par with this old man. Make sure to seek his guidance whenever you can." Bai Weiwei seated herself. The tailored professional attire accentuated her graceful curves, her bosom prominently displayed. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually. Suddenly, her eyes widened in recognition. "You are Li Ran." Bai Weiwei remembered this man. Resembling the protagonist from the Magic City University forum post she had seen the previous day, the debauched heir of the Li family, Li Ran. Li Ran interjected, "No, I am not. Ah, my dear lady, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." "No, I have not erred. You are indeed Li Ran." Li Ran replied, Old man Bai, I shall partake of your meal another time. I suddenly recalled an urgent matter. I must take my leave now, and there is no need for you to see me off." With that, Li Ran disregarded Bai Weiwei and exchanged a brief word with the old man before hastily departing. He recalled that in the narrative, his first encounter with Bai Weiwei, the antagonist, occurred several chapters later and was marked by a rather unpleasant disruption of classroom order. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Bai Weiwei should not yet recognize him. However, he dared not linger further. Bai Weiwei was astute and cunning. Engaging in prolonged conversation could lead to his exposure. Little did he know, due to the events of the previous day, he had already compromised himself. Old man Bai rushed out, but failed to catch up with Li Ran. Upon returning indoors, he looked at Bai Weiwei with a gaze filled with reproach. "Look at you, scaring away my guest the moment you arrive." At that moment, Bai Weiwei found herself in a daze. She harbored a secret she had yet to disclose to anyone. In truth, She was a reincarnated soul. Bai Weiwei remembered that in her past life, Mu Bingxian, Tang Wanqing, and Li Ruoxue had all contributed to the downfall of Lin Ming's commercial empire. After his demise, they had paid their respects at Li Ran's grave. This puzzled Bai Weiwei greatly. Lin Ming, a despicable scoundrel, was unworthy of lament. Yet why did these women pay homage to Li Ran, that debauched young heir? It was well known that the Li family's reputation for debauchery was notorious throughout the city of Mo. Unfortunately, before Bai Weiwei could delve into the secrets surrounding Li Ran, she found herself reborn. Dear granddaughter, what has you so lost in thought? Bai Weiwei snapped back to reality, only to find old man Bai observing her with an expression that was half amused, half knowing. Are you perhaps thinking of that Master Li? It's no wonder. Young friend Li Ran is exceptionally talented and quite handsome. Bai Weiwei's cheeks flushed. Nonsense, I am not. In her past life, Li Ran's relentless pursuit of Mu Bingxian was common knowledge in the city of Mo. Bai Weiwei found his persistent and cloying manner of courtship utterly distasteful. Thus, she held no affection for him. However, she now understood that this debauched young master harbored a side unknown to most. While she dared not speak of his other attributes, it was undeniable that he was a genius in music. She began to comprehend why, in her previous life, so many women had fervently rushed to honor him after his death. Reflecting on the matter, if one could overlook Li Ran's lack of ambition, it was clear that he was indeed quite handsome. Bai Weiwei mused inwardly. Just what kind of person are you, Li Ran? Subsequently, Li Ran decided against seeking out old man Bai. Remaining at home was far preferable to provoking the female lead. By the swimming pool, he leisurely sipped on red wine when suddenly his phone rang. Ding ding ding. He glanced at the screen and frowned upon seeing another unknown number. Is this Tang Wanqing? He contemplated ignoring the call, fearing she might report him to Zhang Wan. After some deliberation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? A sweet voice responded from the other end. Is this Li Ran? I am reaching out to invite you to perform at the upcoming school welcome party. Would you be willing to showcase your talents? The welcome party? To perform? They were inviting him? Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. Who would solicit a debauched young master for a performance? Was this some sort of prank? In a prestigious institution like Mo University, with so many science, surely they could find someone more suitable than him. Whoever you are, if you continue with this farce, I shall be quite displeased. Li Ran's tone grew icy. While it was true that the narrative suggested he was proficient at playing the violin, his notorious reputation as a wastrel was widely known. Who would be foolish enough to ask him to perform? That would require a serious lack of judgment. However, the woman on the line was insistent. Please do not misunderstand. Li Ran, I am not jesting. I have secured this opportunity for you, and I sincerely invite you to perform. You, Li Ran suddenly exclaimed. Are you Bai Weiwei? Indeed, but do remember to add associate professor to my name. Oh, for heaven's sake. You have no right to contact me without notice. And how did you obtain my number? Chapter 14, Mu Bingxian, I wish to change partners. Li Ran was exasperated beyond measure. Was Bai Weiwei unwell? This was outside the realm of the narrative. One could not simply insert themselves into the story like this. Could she not grant him a modicum of personal space? I told you, you mistook me for someone else. That person is not. His voice faltered. Damn it, Bai Weiwei's antics had left him flustered, effectively exposing him. Li Ran attempted to salvage the situation. Professor Bai, while I would love to, I knew it. That master flutist is you. The sweet voice on the other end exclaimed excitedly. Who plays the flute? Who plays the flute? You are the one playing the flute every day. He retorted, infuriated. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei clenched her fists in quiet determination. Previously, she had genuinely feared that the flutist was merely another individual who resembled Li Ran. Now, she had concrete proof that it was indeed him. He had hidden himself quite well. So, you will be performing on stage at the welcome party playing the flute? Li Ran, no? However, upon reflection, he realized that he indeed needed to take the stage during the welcome party to perform a piece on the violin, only to be faced with Lin Ming's scorn. Previously, he had been denied the opportunity to perform and had resorted to a rather underhanded method of selecting a performer at random to take their place. Now, with Bai Weiwei offering him a performance slot, the process would be much simpler. Is Mu Bingxian also participating? Mu Bingxian? Bai Weiwei recalled that Li Ran had been infatuated with her. Indeed, she found Mu Bingxuan's name on the performers list. She was set to perform a duet featuring the violin and piano. Bai Weiwei paused. However, Mu Bingxian already has a partner. Is her partner named Lin Ming? Ah, yes. Li Ran nodded. The plot was aligning perfectly. Since Bingxian was participating, he would also sign up. Then, shall I register you for the flute piece? The flute? No, that won't do. Li Ran asserted, my forte lies with the violin, so please register me for that. Your forte is the violin? Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated that Li Ran's greatest talent was not the flute, but the violin. Li Ran's proficiency in playing the flute had reached a masterful level. One could only wonder what caliber he would exhibit on the violin. He abruptly ended the call and continued to savor his la fight. Why perform on the violin? The answer was rather simple. The author had written it that way. It was crucial to remember, however, that when the time came for his own violin performance, he must not overshadow the protagonist. Merely displaying a fraction of his capability would suffice, allowing for a later moment of vindication at the hands of Lin Ming. For someone like Li Ran, endowed with divine musical and performance skills, none of this posed a challenge. After reflecting on the forthcoming plot and ensuring nothing was amiss, he returned to his leisurely existence. Meanwhile, at Magic City University, Bai Weiwei submitted the final performance roster for the freshman welcome party. Although the supervising instructor was somewhat taken aback by Li Ran's inclusion, there were no objections. After all, the Li family was akin to a financial benefactor for the university. Why would it be an issue for Li Ran to perform at the welcome event? With the program list unveiled, it stirred considerable excitement among the student body. Wow! The list features Goddess Mu, and she will be performing a duet of Castle in the Sky on the violin and piano. Is that true? I must secure a good spot in advance. I'll bring my camera to capture some close-up shots of the goddess. Who is this Lin Ming? How can he perform alongside Goddess Mu? I think he is a freshman this year. I've heard of him. He is the one who beat up Li Ran's bodyguard. He apparently excelled during military training, completing 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat, even impressing the instructors. Indeed, during the recent military training, Lin Ming had been the center of attention, earning the title of the top military training representative. Suddenly, a boy named Zhang San nearly leaped from his seat in astonishment. What the hell? Zhang San, have you been electrocuted? Are you having a seizure? His companions looked at him quizzically. Zhang San, trembling, pointed at the program list. He is also on the performance list. Who? The crowd followed his finger, and a wave of exclamations erupted. What the hell? The cacophony of disbelief filled the air. The name Li Ran stood out prominently on the list. Li Ran, that idle rich kid from the Li family. Is this a mistake? How could Li Ran be performing too? This is absurd. I didn't even get to register for my saxophone, and Li Ran made it onto the list? A talented individual from the music department voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "This is utterly unfair. It's definitely a conspiracy." In the eyes of many, Li Ran was merely a frivolous scion, possessing nothing of merit beyond his wealth. How could someone like him be included in the performance roster? In that moment, many lamented, is this the power of capital? Though many looked down upon Li Ran, it was undeniable that upon seeing the list, a wave of envy washed over them. However, there were exceptions. In the crowd, Lin Ming, upon spotting the list, wore a cold smile, overestimating oneself. He had been seeking a chance to redeem his dignity, and unexpectedly, Li Ran's name appeared on the performance list, perfectly aligning with his plans. At the welcome party, he intended to demonstrate to Li Ran, the idle rich, just how vast the chasm between them truly was. He aimed to reveal to Mu Bingxian who was truly worthy of her admiration. Lin Ming turned and headed towards the music room. In the music room, Mu Bingxian, having set down her violin, regarded Lin Ming with disdain. What brings you here, Lin Ming? Senior Mu, the performance list has been released. Shouldn't we practice together in advance to avoid any mishaps during our performance? This opportunity for a duet with Mu Bingxian, the campus goddess, was one Lin Ming had secured through his outstanding military training performance. How could he not seize this chance? A sunny smile graced his face as he thought. If only Mu Bingxian would allow him a moment of her time, he would prove his worth. Mu Bingxuan's gaze remained icy as she responded. I've made myself quite clear. We shall practice separately before the performance and collaborate only when we take the stage. If it weren't for the teacher's request, I would never agree to perform with you. The more she witnessed Lin Ming's insincere smile, the deeper her aversion grew. If only it were Li Ran performing with me instead. Lin Ming appeared troubled. But synergy takes time to develop. I think. Mu Bingxian interrupted coldly. If you find it difficult, I won't force the issue. I can simply approach the teacher to request a different partner. Yes. Go tell the school to replace you with Li Ran. Lin Ming. He had initially thought to use practice as an opportunity to connect with the goddess. But he had failed again. Mu Bingxian hadn't even left him a door to open. Lin Ming chuckled awkwardly. No, there is no need to speak with the teacher. I'm sure I can manage. Mu Bingxian eyed him skeptically. Are you really sure you can? Frustrated, she thought. This Lin Ming is as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. Lin Ming hastily assured her, I promise, it will be fine. It didn't matter if Mu Bingxian looked down on him. When the time came for the welcome party, he would astound everyone, and she would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. With that thought, Lin Ming felt invigorated once more. Very well, you take your time practicing. I shall take my leave. Seeing Lin Ming's shamelessness, Mu Bingxian sighed in resignation. There was little she could do against such audacity. After putting away her violin, she departed. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the welcome party arrived. Chapter 15. The return of that old woman, Tang Wanqing. The morning sun streamed through the window, warming the air. Li Ran awoke in his 5-meter-wide bed. It was yet another splendid day. He had been living in such comfort these days that he had nearly forgotten there was a plot to follow. Ah yes, according to the narrative. Lin Ming had gained notoriety during military training, showcasing some musical talent, and was awarded the opportunity to perform alongside Mu Bingxian. This lecherous fellow had finally managed to seize a moment alone with Mu Bingxian. Surely he was relishing it. Yet, Mu Bingxian was quite conservative. One wondered if Lin Ming had managed to hold her hand yet. Damn, the mere thought stirred Li Ran's ire. He cursed under his breath, that fool. I've pursued Mu Bingxian for so long and Haven T even kissed her, while Lin Ming has only known her for a few days and is already touching her. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps it was for the best. Every day, Li Ran and Lin Ming are inseparable, and it seems that Mu Bingxian, the female protagonist, is unlikely to cause any more trouble. This is splendid. The plot is finally on the right track. However, Li Ran finds himself somewhat troubled by the presence of two other female leads, Tang Wanqing and Bai Weiwei. One of them inexplicably came to Magic City University just to catch a glimpse of him, while the other, having discovered his musical talent, has begun to incessantly harass him with phone calls. These two women present quite a predicament. Nevertheless, it is not yet their time to appear, so Li Ran remains unperturbed. He believes in the adage, when soldiers come, let the generals meet them. When water comes, let the earth cover it. When the moment arrives, he will decide how to deal with them. After getting out of bed and refreshing himself, he stepped out of his room. At that moment, Li Ran suddenly overheard the voices of two women conversing downstairs. One was his mother, Zhang Wan, and the other sounded vaguely familiar. Who was she conversing with? Curiosity piqued. Li Ran peeked over the staircase, only to retract his head rapidly the next instant. The woman talking to his mother was none other than Tang Wanqing. What could that older woman possibly want at his home? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly turned to retreat. Ah, Xiaoran is up. Downstairs. Tang Wanqing appeared to be engaged in conversation with Zhang Wan, yet part of her attention was diverted upstairs. As Li Ran's head emerged for a brief moment, the elegantly dressed woman in a cheongsam displayed a flicker of delight. Xiaoran. Zhang Wan turned in confusion, spotting Li Ran standing awkwardly on the staircase. This child. Even when he sees someone, he doesn't bother to greet them. Hurry down and say hello to your Aunt Tang. Realizing escape was futile, Li Ran steeled himself and descended the stairs. Hello, Aunt Tang. The strikingly youthful Tang Wanqing smiled gently, her visage devoid of any signs of aging. Xiaoran. You're still so polite with me. Li Ran dared not meet the gaze of this enchanting woman, internally scoffing. How old are you? Do you not have any self-awareness? Trying to dress like a young girl in a cheongsam, with the slit nearly reaching your thigh. However, he had to concede one point. Her long legs were indeed exceptionally fair. Well, Aunt Tang, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. You and my mom can chat. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ran was ready to make a hasty exit. Now hold on. Your Aunt Tang has come all this way. How can you just leave upon meeting? Whatever it is can wait until after breakfast. Zhang Wan smiled apologetically at Tang Wanqing. This child has been spoiled since he was little. Tang Wanqing expressed no concern. It's all right. I will be frequently stationed at my company here in Magic City, so there will be plenty of opportunities for me to see Li Ran. Li Ran thought, what? This woman plans to reside in Magic City permanently? Ugh. She wants to meet me? Dream on. The breakfast dragged on, and Li Ran could hardly taste his food. He noticed that during the meal, Tang Wanqing had glanced at him no less than 10 times. Mom, I'm full, he announced, hastily finishing the last spoonful of porridge and standing up. Just then, Tang Wanqing unexpectedly spoke up. Li Ran, I'd like to discuss something with you. I'm speaking to you. Are you my mother? Li Ran thought, cursing under his breath. I knew it. The moment that older woman shows up, trouble is sure to follow. He forced a smile. What is it, Aunt Tang? Xiaoran. I just spoke with Sister Wan. Since you're at Magic City University and show no interest in classes, why not come work with me at my company and help manage the business? In her previous life, Tang Wanqing had witnessed Li Ran's meticulously crafted plan that led to the downfall of the Lin family conglomerate. Such a thorough and detailed business strategy was not something a mere student from Magic City University could concoct. At last, she understood why Li Ran had chosen to abandon his studies and why he bore the reputation of a frivolous young master without concern. It was because Magic City University could not teach him. He was, in fact, a true business prodigy, unparalleled in the world. Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes gazed steadily at Li Ran, yet her heart felt a pang of sorrow. This boy, clearly a genius, was content to shoulder the stigma of a debauched youth, even to the point of death without any defense. Although she was unaware of why Li Ran chose to conceal his commercial talents and feign the guise of a wastrel, She understood that he bore far too much upon his shoulders. In this life, he would not be the lonely Li Ran anymore. He had her. She could not allow this commercial prodigy to fade away into obscurity. Aunt Tang, surely you jest? At this moment, Li Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Tang Wanqing wanted him to help manage her company? Wasn't he that absurd? Do you see those two characters above my head? Wastrel. Do you even understand what a wastrel is? Li Ran felt that Tang Wanqing was intentionally stirring up trouble. This older woman was trying to ruin his carefully crafted persona. Aunt Tang, you've misunderstood me. I actually love learning. I'm heading to class right now. Li Ran feebly defended himself. Even Zhang Wan didn't believe him. She knew her son's true character all too well. Your Aunt Tang means well. If you stay by her side, you can learn how to manage a business. In the future, your father and I can rest easy handing the family business over to you. Li Ran thought, Mom, you are truly a divine assist. Which side are you on? Furthermore, in the future, what family business do we even have? The Li family conglomerate is now under the Lin name. You must not be aware that after Lin Ming took over the Li family conglomerate, he promptly handed it over to your good friend to manage. Although the downfall of the Li family was not directly caused by Tang Wanqing, after Lin Ming subdued the 10 great families of Magic City, he entrusted all their businesses to her. Tang Wanqing was indeed formidable, managing those enterprises with such precision that Lin Ming's wealth doubled. To Li Ran, Tang Wanqing and Lin Ming were akin to partners in crime, neither of whom were virtuous. Thus, Li Ran would never consider joining Tang Wanqing's company. For now, I don't wish to engage with business matters so soon. Mom, Aunt Tang, please don't pressure me. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing Li Ran's outright refusal still cast a glimmer of disappointment in Tang Wanqing's eyes. She understood that Li Ran was reluctant to part with Mu Bingxian. Her boy had been ensnared by that woman. Xiao Ran, think it over. I will return. Consider? What is there to consider? I refuse. Li Ran thought. And please, go find Lin Ming instead. Don't come back. He added, you must recognize your identity. You are the female lead. Do you understand? What kind of nonsense is it to keep visiting the antagonist's home? Chapter 16. The Welcome Party, the woman behind Li Ran. After Li Ran ascended the stairs, Zhang Wan looked at Tang Wanqing with an apologetic expression. Wanqing, Xiao Ran has been spoiled by me since childhood. Please don't take his words to heart. How could I? Tang Wanqing chuckled softly. How could she possibly be angry with Li Ran? Li Ran was merely momentarily captivated by that woman, Mu Bingxian. In Tang Wanqing's perspective, the reason for Li Ran's infatuation with Mu Bingxian, lingering in his thoughts, stemmed solely from their constant proximity to each other, compounded by the fact that Li Ran had encountered few beauties in his life. Thus, it was only natural for him to become enamored with Mu Bingxian. If they were to be separated for a while, inevitably, his feelings for her would gradually wane. Meanwhile, as Tang Wanqing spent more time with Li Ran, their estrangement would evolve into a deeper bond. In fact, she even devised a plan in her mind. When the time came, she would suggest that Li Ran live with her. Perhaps they could watch a film or two in the living room, something like The Kind Aunt. Allowing him to slowly accept her was not beyond the realm of possibility. After ascending the stairs, Li Ran locked himself in his room. He genuinely could not comprehend Tang Wanqing's recent maneuvers, but he did not dwell on it. Regardless of what she said or did, he merely needed to find reasons to decline. The focal point of his attention was the upcoming welcome party, the true highlight of the evening. On the surface, it seemed a spectacle of being humiliated by Lin Ming, yet in reality, it marked the commencement of his descent into darkness. This event would plant a seed of malevolence within him after being belittled by Lin Ming, leading to a series of vengeful failures before he embraced his darker self. Following this transformation, he would begin to spiral into depravity, which also implied that he was not far from shedding his virginity. Therefore, this performance must be executed with great finesse. As was customary, Li Ran reviewed the plot. In the original narrative, he was humiliated by Lin Ming twice and learned of Lin Ming's duet with Mu Bingxian, which stirred a tempest of rage within him. Thus, on the night of the welcome party, he, in his overconfidence, appeared at the auditorium accompanied by bodyguards. He had them incapacitate a performer about to take the stage, allowing him to take their place. This act, of course, drew derision and contempt from the audience. Yet, for the sake of Mu Bingxian, he shamelessly continued his performance. Upon concluding, he professed his feelings for her with utmost fervor, embodying the essence of a lovesick fool. Subsequently, Lin Ming and Mu Bingxuan's duet eclipsed him, leaving him utterly humiliated. That was the general outline of the story. However, with the female lead, Bai Weiwei, now absent from the narrative, how would Li Ran incite the audience's dissatisfaction and ridicule this evening? This was a conundrum he needed to ponder. Li Ran devised a plan. He would intentionally arrive late. As a debauched young master, his mere participation in the program already irked many. Coupling that with a deliberate tardiness would surely provoke the audience's ire and mockery. The outcome would be the same. As evening approached and the time drew near, Li Ran donned a pristine white suit before descending the stairs. Inquiring with Uncle Fu, he learned that Tang Wanqing had already departed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. He timed his arrival perfectly, making his way to the prestigious Magic City University. Inside the grand auditorium, lights converged, and students filled the seats, many of whom were armed with cameras, eagerly awaiting the festivities. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the first performance," announced the host with fervor as the welcome party commenced. Backstage, many students awaiting their turn bore expressions of mild anxiety. One act was preparing to take the stage. As the announcement for the next performance concluded, the teacher in charge urged the performers to take their places. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian, as the finale act, seemed to be searching for someone. Where was Li Ran? Hadn't he signed up to perform? Why had he not yet arrived? Glancing around, her small face grew anxious upon not spotting him. Could he have forgotten? Or perhaps something had happened to him. At that moment, Lin Ming, clad in a tailcoat, approached. Today, Mu Bingxian wore a sky-blue gown, resembling an ethereal sprite from a fairy tale, enchanting all who beheld her. Lin Ming was equally taken aback. "Mu Xuejia, what's the matter?" he inquired, feigning concern, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug smile. "Relax, I'm here for you." Witnessing this interaction, many around them cast envious glances at Lin Ming. Is that Lin Ming? He looks so dapper. Wow, he's already gotten close to Goddess Mu so quickly. Practicing together daily must have fostered their connection. Indeed, Lin Ming appeared quite compatible with Mu Bingxian, far superior to that lovesick fool, Li Ran. As these discussions unfolded, Lin Ming smiled subtly at the onlookers, embodying the essence of someone who had been rightly praised. Yet, the struggle within him remained a solitary burden. Externally, he seemed to bask in the admiration for playing alongside Mu Bingxian, but the truth was far from it. He had never practiced with her even once, and she had disregarded him entirely. Naturally, such humiliating truths were not for him to disclose. He thrived on the misunderstandings, for only he was worthy of Mu Bingxian's affections. She was destined to be his. Mu Bingxian furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Ming. Just as in her previous life, he remained as shameless as ever. Were it not for the fear of repercussions affecting her image in Li Ran's eyes, she would have gladly slapped him. Ignoring Lin Ming, she rose and stepped aside. Retrieving her phone. "Li Ran, where are you? The program has already commenced, and you're scheduled to perform 7th. You haven't forgotten, have you? Oh good. I'm relieved." She sighed with relief upon ending the call. Meanwhile, Lin Ming's triumphant smile gradually faded, his expression darkening. "Li Ran, is it? Tonight, you will realize that Mu Bingxian and I are meant to be together." As time passed and Li Ran's performance drew ever closer, Mu Bingxian, lifting her gown, dashed to the auditorium entrance to wait. Observing this, Lin Ming's mood soured even further. The previous act concluded, and the two hosts took the stage. "Now, let us welcome Li Ran to perform a violin solo." After a brief wait, no one appeared on stage. The students below began to murmur restlessly. "What is going on? Where is he? This Li Ran? Isn't he the debauched young master from the Li family? Why hasn't he taken the stage? Perhaps he realizes how embarrassing this is, and is too afraid to show his face? Haha, how ridiculous. Signing up, but too cowardly to perform. I'd rather take my saxophone and play." At that moment, the auditorium doors swung open, and the crowd turned to look. There stood a young man clad in a white suit. Was that Li Ran? Goodness, this guy is dressed to the nines, accompanied by bodyguards. Is he treating this as his personal concert? How absurd. This is a welcome party, and this fellow is truly arrogant, thinking himself a celebrity. It's laughable. Many spectators sneered and mocked the clownish Li Ran, the scion of the Li family, utterly inept in serious matters, devoid of talent and virtue alike. Yet he excels in the frivolous and ostentatious. However, their laughter was soon silenced. A woman emerged behind Li Ran, adorned in a sky-blue gown that exuded a dreamlike aura. The crystals embellishing her attire sparkled under the lights. Her exquisite beauty resembled that of a princess from a fairy tale. Mu Bingxian. Chapter 17. Though my performance may be a bit lacking, it is solely for one person. Instantly, the crowd erupted. How could Mu Bingxian be with Li Ran? Wasn't it said that she was coerced by her family into this relationship? To my astonishment, the goddess Mu has truly succumbed to Li Ran. Those who had just mocked him were now rendered speechless. The welcome party, Li Ran's deliberate tardiness, was indeed childish, comical, even foolish. Yet, in this moment, no one could muster a laugh, for the person by his side was Mu Bingxian. One must ponder, who in the entirety of Moda University could achieve the feat of having the campus belle accompany them in such ridiculous antics? Gazing at the serene princess following Li Ran, a fervent jealousy ignited within the hearts of all onlookers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Ran, with Mu Bingxian at his side, approached the stage. Meanwhile, backstage, Lin Ming watched this scene unfold, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. I shall allow you to revel in your moment, but soon, you will realize that your current antics are nothing but the behavior of a jester. During his time abroad, Lin Ming had infiltrated the inner circle of a foreign queen to complete a mission. He had studied under the renowned pianist Richard for a period, and his musical talent had astonished even Richard himself. The limelight Li Ran basked in was merely a reflection of Mu Bingxian's presence. Without her beside him, this debauched young master would quickly revert to his true self. Lin Ming held no illusions that Li Ran's musical abilities could rival his own. Soon, when he and Mu Bingxian took the stage, the evening's most resplendent spotlight would belong solely to the golden couple of the night. Li Ran's solo violin performance was inconsequential. Truly exceptional individuals do not require others to enhance their brilliance. At that moment, Li Ran's bodyguard opened the violin case and retrieved the instrument. Li Ran took it eagerly. Go for it, Li Ran, Mu Bingxian cheered, making a supportive gesture as he stepped onto the stage. Li Ran stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Damn it. At this instant, Li Ran's mind was in disarray, his inner self crumbling. His intention to arrive late was to be mocked by the onlookers, setting the stage for the ensuing drama. After all, in the original narrative, he, the mindless antagonist, often acted like a clown, committing absurd and laughable acts, repeatedly humiliated by the protagonist Lin Ming. Yet unexpectedly, Mu Bingxian had barged in. Tonight, I am destined to be humiliated by Lin Ming. Why did you meddle? Who asked you to meet me at the auditorium entrance? With your interference? How can I be successfully humiliated by Lin Ming? The plot hasn't even officially begun, and it's already gone awry. Li Ran wished he could deliver a couple of punches to Mu Bingxian. This foolish woman, with such intellect, how did she become the heroine? Now, he could only rely on his extraordinary acting skills to salvage the situation. He lifted the violin to his shoulder, tilting his head slightly, securing it with his neck. It begins. Master Li Ran is about to perform. In the teacher's section, Bai Weiwei watched this scene with exhilaration. This prodigious young man's musical prowess surpassed even that of her grandfather, old Master Bai. The students of Moda University were fortunate indeed to hear a master musician perform without cost. In the audience, many students were momentarily taken aback by Li Ran's precise posture. Could it be that this fellow truly plays the violin well? Li Ran drew the bow gently. A sharp, tearing sound reverberated through the hall. Everyone was taken aback. Was this a violin solo? Was he here to saw wood? In the teacher's section, Bai Weiwei gripped the armrests tightly, her chest heaving. She nearly toppled over, her mind buzzing. What on earth was Li Ran doing? He smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I haven't played in a while, my hands are a bit rusty. This remark elicited laughter once more. However, this was all intentional. Otherwise, the subsequent plot would falter. Seeing that his intended effect had been achieved, Li Ran resumed playing. The piece he chose was not overly complex, and he exerted less than a tenth of his ability, performing adequately. Yet due to the preceding discordant sound, the audience's initial impressions of his performance were quite poor. Occasional boos echoed through the hall, aligning perfectly with the narrative's design. Li Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, he merely needed to finish the piece and deliver his heartfelt confession. He had memorized the lines for his confession. There would be no issue. Upon completing the piece, Li Ran took the microphone. Although my performance may be somewhat lacking, it is solely for one person. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Though Li Ran did not explicitly state it, everyone understood who he was addressing. Good heavens! This scion truly dares to confess at the welcome party? So that's why this young wastrel came to perform. He is here to confess to Mu Bingxian. My goodness. Isn't he being a tad presumptuous, showing such disregard for the judges? If your father were the wealthiest man in Modu, you would be even more arrogant. If your father could also donate a building to Moda University, you could strut around like him too. In the audience, Mu Bingxian covered her mouth tightly, tears of joy streaming from her eyes. He has confessed. Li Ran has declared his feelings for her. Meanwhile, on stage, witnessing the fervent crowd, Li Ran shook off the goosebumps that had risen and confidently stepped down. What excitement! Shouldn't these applauses be reserved for Lin Ming later? As Mu Bingxian approached, she was about to speak. Li Ran hastily interjected, "We shall discuss this later. Your performance is imminent. Hurry and prepare. Please, refrain from speaking now and allow me to navigate this scene with due grace." He paid no heed to Mu Bingxian's current sentiments, whether she was genuinely moved by his affections or not. Regardless, he was now merely awaiting Lin Ming's grand entrance. Mu Bingxian nodded earnestly. In that moment, unspoken emotions lingered in the air. This was her boy. Just as in the previous life, he thought only of others, never considering himself. With such a husband, what more could a wife desire? Peering from behind the curtain, Lin Ming felt his eyes welling with emotion. a fierce crimson hue. As the next act took the stage, the audience buzzed with chatter. Li Ran quickly ushered Mu Bingxian towards the backstage area. In the teacher's section, Bai Weiwei observed the unfolding scene, deep in thought. In truth, she had discerned during Li Ran's performance that the initially jarring notes were deliberately drawn out. The subsequent playing also bore hints of intentional inaccuracies. While he may deceive the students, he could not fool someone of her musical lineage. Yet, Bai Weiwei pondered the motive behind Li Ran's actions. If he was participating in this program for Mu Bingxian, why not showcase his most exceptional talents? Chapter 18. He must be exhausted from loving so much Li Ran. Ever considerate, escorted Mu Bingxian to the backstage. After all, he was her devoted admirer, and he needed to maintain appearances in front of others. Meanwhile, he contemplated the subsequent events in the narrative. They had traversed halfway through the plot, and now awaited Lin Ming and Mu Bingxuan's duet, which would surely incite cheers from the audience. Following this, he would foolishly confront Lin Ming, issuing a warning. The outcome was all too predictable. The two bodyguards he had brought were no match for Lin Ming, who would swiftly deliver a stinging rebuke. At that moment, Bai Weiwei, the leading lady, would recognize Lin Ming's musical prowess and extend an invitation for him to join the music academy. Thus, Li Ran would face another round of humiliation. Afterward, his role for the day would conclude. At this juncture, Mu Bingxian had returned to her seat, and Li Ran prepared to depart. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Ming's blood-red gaze in the corner. A provocative smile crept onto his lips. Turning to Mu Bingxian, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Bingxian, rest well and do not overthink. As I pass by Lin Ming, I shall fetch you a cup of warm water. You must perform splendidly. I will be cheering for you from the audience. Mu Bingxian, blushing, accepted the cup and murmured, thank you, I will do my best. Li Ran's tenderness was undeniable. Heaven knows how many moments of such gentle affection he had missed in his previous life. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Observing her flushed cheeks, Li Ran could only shake his head internally. What is there to blush about? Do you not realize I am intentionally provoking Lin Ming? This unreliable leading lady left Li Ran with no choice but to rely on Lin Ming for the unfolding narrative. Casting a glance at Lin Ming, he saw him clad in a black tailcoat, fists clenched tightly, as if he could shatter his teeth with the pressure. Yes, that was the look, transforming sorrow and indignation into strength. Lin Ran silently nodded in approval. It seemed his earlier performance had successfully roused Lin Ming's ire. Lin Ming, do not disappoint me. In my recent violin performance, I barely exerted 1/10 of my potential. With your musical talent, you should be able to surpass that, right? Now, give it your all. Do not hold back or spare my feelings. As time passed, the program reached its zenith. The moment Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian took the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Goddess Mu, Goddess Mu. The campus belle is truly enchanting, like a celestial being. Today, Mu Bingxian was undeniably stunning. As they made their entrance, many audience members whipped out their cameras, snapping away. Meanwhile, a group of infatuated girls, upon spotting Lin Ming, were starstruck. Wow, is that Lin Ming? This newcomer is so handsome. Such charisma, so sophisticated. After exchanging smiles with the audience, the golden couple commenced their performance. The exquisite music enraptured everyone present. Watching Lin Ming's fervent display from the audience, Li Ran nodded in approval. This is what it means to be a protagonist. This is what a true lead should embody. Mu Bingxian should take notes from Lin Ming. She spends her days being frivolous, yet cannot even play the violin properly. Li Ran could clearly see that Mu Bingxian appeared somewhat distracted on stage, nearly faltering several times during the piece. Fortunately, Lin Ming exerted every ounce of his effort to salvage the performance. Excellent, truly excellent. This was the demeanor expected of a lead character. As the piece concluded, the audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers, reaching the pinnacle of excitement for the evening. Even Lin Ming wore a slight smile, momentarily dispelling his earlier frustrations. In comparison to his piano performance, Li Ran's solo violin piece paled in significance. As Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian bowed in acknowledgement, voices from the audience began to chant. Together, together. Lin Ming flashed a subtle smile, knowing full well that this was part of his orchestrated plan. The audience, mostly in their early 20s, were brimming with youthful fervor. In such an atmosphere, many were swept up in the excitement, with increasing numbers joining the chant. Lin Ming turned to cast a triumphant glance at Li Ran. Did you hear those cheers? I am indeed Mu Bingxuan's boyfriend. It's the will of the people. How can a mere admirer like you contend with me? At that moment, sensing Lin Ming's gaze, Li Ran felt a mixture of admiration and resignation. The male lead was truly exceptional. The narrative flowed seamlessly under his guidance, far surpassing Mu Bingxian. Outwardly, he feigned a grimace, as if his heart had shattered. Witnessing Li Ran's display only fueled Lin Ming's satisfaction. Yet, Neither of them noticed the pair of observant eyes in the teacher's section, silently watching them. As the atmosphere in the auditorium reached its peak, Bai Weiwei, seated among the faculty, let out a soft sigh. Oh, the tormented heart has always been left with unfulfilled longings. Her gaze toward Li Ran was filled with sympathy. "Why, Professor, what troubles you?" inquired a fellow female lecturer, puzzled. Bai Weiwei was renowned as the most beautiful instructor at the Music Academy, affectionately dubbed the department flower by her students. Countless wealthy heirs sought her attention. Yet she had never been known to have a boyfriend, leaving her colleagues perplexed. Some claimed that Bai Weiwei possesses overly lofty standards, dismissing the affluent second-generation elites of Shanghai. Others speculate that she has been wounded by a scoundrel in the past, leading to her distrust of men. The female lecturer muses, could it be that tonight's enchanting duet between the golden boy and the jade maiden has stirred Bai Weiwei's sorrowful memories? Bai Weiwei shakes her head, silently observing the heartbroken boy below the stage, choosing not to speak. Indeed, she has been deceived by a rogue, who is none other than the illustrious Lin Ming, basking in glory up on the stage. However, that was a tale from a previous life. In this new existence, she resolutely refuses to place her faith in Lin Ming again, nor will she allow herself to be fooled by him once more. At present, Bai Weiwei feels a sense of injustice for Li Ran. Previously, she had wondered why Li Ran, a musical virtuoso or perhaps even a genius, feigned mediocrity during his performance. Now, she comprehends. It is for Mu Bingxian. Had Li Ran showcased his true caliber, there would have been no doubt that he would outshine all at tonight's welcome party. Compared to Lin Ming, that scoundrel is utterly insignificant. Yet, it is evident that Li Ran harbors deep feelings for Mu Bingxian. He refrains from revealing his true talent, deliberately straying from the pitch, all to avoid overshadowing her at the welcome party. For Mu Bingxian, Li Ran willingly chooses to remain a humble backdrop to her brilliance. In this moment, she is moved by this foolish boy. Gazing at his despondent figure, Bai Weiwei is suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable pang of sorrow for the woman he cherishes. He would rather be a mere green leaf, willing to endure mockery and disdain, finding joy in such humility. What a humble love it is. He must be exhausted from loving so deeply. "Professor Bai, where are you going?" Bai Weiwei abruptly stands and departs her seat. It is rather foolish. She watches Lin Ming still on stage, smugly boasting to himself. Li Ran rolls his eyes internally. How much longer does he intend to linger up there? Shouldn't he hurry down? The scene must be completed so this young master can return home to relax. Below the stage, Li Ran's two bodyguards are already in position, awaiting Lin Ming's descent to step in. Chapter 19. The Crumbling Plot. Who will save the day? Lin Ming, having feigned enough, finally deigns to step down. Upon seeing Lin Ming and Mu Bingxian descend together, Li Ran quickly approaches with his two bodyguards, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Lin Ming, I warn you. Keep your distance from my Bingxian." The two bodyguards block Lin Ming's path. Observing Li Ran's agitated state, Lin Ming chuckles. At this moment, he must maintain a grand demeanor, especially with Mu Bingxian watching. He fails to notice that upon hearing Li Ran refer to my Bingxian, the flustered Mu Bingxian, standing just behind him, blushes fiercely and hastily covers her face with her hands. Li Ran is quite direct in his speech. How embarrassing. Lin Ming coolly replies. "Who I choose to associate with is my own freedom. It is not your place, Li Deshao, to dictate." Nearby, a teacher admonishes Li Ran. "What do you intend to do? This is a school, not a place for your reckless antics." At this moment, Li Ran is consumed by jealousy and rage, too blinded to heed their words. "I will intervene, regardless," he shouts. His two loyal bodyguards charge toward Lin Ming. "Just these two worthless goons?" Lin Ming scoffs. Rumors abound that this Li family scion is notoriously dim-witted, and it appears to be true. Previously, even with 6 bodyguards, Li Ran could not best him. Now, sending just 2 is merely an opportunity for Lin Ming to showcase his prowess in front of Mu Bingxian. With his hands in his pockets, he kicks one bodyguard away with effortless grace, then the other, exuding nonchalance. "Let me tell you, Mu Xiaohua has the right to choose whom she associates with. Just as I, Lin Ming, have the right to do the same. You, Li Ran, cannot impede that." Lin Ming speaks with calm logic, exuding gentlemanly composure. "You." Li Ran seethes, his expression twisted with fury. "For Bingxian, I will fight you," he roars, barely stopping short of proclaiming himself a pathetic sycophant. Yet, inwardly, he revels in delight. This confrontation with Lin Ming marks the smoothest performance he has delivered since his rebirth. Excellent, he thinks, as he prepares to recklessly charge forward, only to be struck down by Lin Ming. This scene will conclude splendidly. But he must temper his formidable skills slightly, lest Lin Ming discern his true capability. As Li Ran readies himself, suddenly, a figure interposes between him and Lin Ming. "Mu Bingxian." "Ah, you again, Mu Bingxian." What folly drives you, the leading lady? Must you insist on meddling in my moment of defeat? I beg you, allow me to be properly vanquished by Lin Ming. Li Ran nearly loses his composure, yearning to land a punch on Mu Bingxian's face. However, at the last moment, he restrains his fist. Should he strike, his image as a devoted admirer would shatter. Meanwhile, Lin Ming stands momentarily stunned, but then joy fills his heart. With Mu Bingxian now facing him, her enchanting silhouette is all he sees. To Lin Ming, her stance is a clear indication of her desire to protect him, fearing harm from Li Ran. It must have been my previous words that touched her. Lin Ming muses. Indeed, Mu Bingxian had only been with Li Ran due to pressure from her family. She does not truly harbor feelings for him. Her affections lie with me. Fear not, Bingxian, this scoundrel Li Ran will not best me. I could dispatch him with a mere finger, Lin Ming declares confidently. As a formidable warrior, he cannot hide behind a woman, nor allow her to bear the burden of worry on his behalf. Lin Ming resolves to reveal a fraction of his wealth to assist Mu Bingxian, helping her to rid herself of Li Ran's pathetic clutches. Just as Lin Ming indulges in his fantasies, a frosty voice pierces the air. Bingxian, is that what you call me? Lin Ming, bewildered, hears Mu Bingxian's words. I believe our relationship is not yet so intimate. She does not turn around, her voice laced with a hint of anger. What? Lin Ming is taken aback. Suddenly, Mu Bingxian steps forward, grasping Li Ran's hand. Li Ran, remain calm. You cannot defeat him. She is fully aware of Lin Ming's prowess. She does not want her beloved to suffer, not even a little. Li Ran, in fury, retorts, even if I cannot win, I will still fight. Mu Bingxian, what on earth is happening with you? You cannot possibly believe that I could rival Lin Ming, can you? I am fully aware that you are the heroine, aligned with Lin Ming, the protagonist. Rest assured, I am merely stepping up for Lin Ming to engage in combat. Li Ran adopted a defiant demeanor, resolute in his desire to confront Lin Ming. What a jest! Should I be defeated by Lin Ming, today as scenes would conclude, victory was within reach, yet this woman, Mu Bingxian, dared to obstruct me? Not a chance. Li Ran, Mu Bingxian exclaimed, her urgency palpable. I assure you, my connection with him is purely platonic. The one I hold dear will forever be you. In that moment, Mu Bingxian cast aside her modesty. Her cheeks flushed as she uttered those words. Li Ran was taken aback. Lin Ming was stunned. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Mu Bingxian, in love with Li Ran. Previously, they had managed to convince themselves that Mu Bingxian had reluctantly agreed to Li Ran's pursuit due to familial pressure. But now, those words had escaped her lips. Mu Bingxian had openly confessed. She, indeed, harbored feelings for Li Ran. At that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Nearby, the teacher who had just been advising Li Ran now stood with her mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Mu Bingxian was not merely the school belle. In the eyes of these educators, she was also a prodigy and a model student. Yet now, their well-behaved girl boldly proclaimed the name of another young man before an audience. This young man was none other than the notorious scion of the Li family, infamous throughout the metropolis. Instantly, the teacher's gaze towards Li Ran shifted dramatically. Shock, astonishment, but predominantly, admiration. How on earth did you win over the school belle? Teach me your ways. Li Ran stared blankly at Mu Bingxian, bewildered by her flushed visage. Mu Bingxian in love with me? What an absurd notion. Hey, director, where are you? This isn't how the script is written. The leading lady fancies the malicious antagonist? What nonsensical plot is this? No writer would dare concoct such a tale. This cannot be real. Mu Bingxian, please, act normally. I implore you. The narrative had spiraled into chaos, leaving Li Ran unsure of how to proceed. What was he to do next? Would he be expected to marry Mu Bingxian on the spot? And then, perhaps, have a dozen chubby little children? At that moment, Lin Ming unleashed his fury. Li Ran, so you wish to fight? Very well. Lin Ming clenched his fists and threw a punch at Li Ran. In an instant, Li Ran saw a glimmer of hope. Truly, the protagonist was indispensable in salvaging the situation. Chapter 20. The Entrance of Bai Weiwei. Aren't you on Lin Ming's side? As the words were spoken, Lin Ming's punch was upon them. Gazing into Lin Ming's eyes, ablaze with fury, Li Ran silently praised him. Despite the chaos of the narrative, he was still able to maintain continuity. Truly, a protagonist of destiny. Li Ran wasted no time and improvisationally continued, pulling Mu Bingxian, the hindrance, aside. Bingxian, step aside. This does not concern you. I must teach this brat a lesson. Li Ran charged forward, allowing Lin Ming's fist to collide with him. With his exceptional martial arts skills, Lin Ming's punch felt akin to a mere tickle. Lin Ming let out a grunt, pain evident as he withdrew his fist. Observing Lin Ming's reaction, Li Ran promptly feigned injury, leaping dramatically 2 meters away. On the ground, Mu Bingxian watched in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief, tears of emotion welling in her eyes. Knowing she was no match for Lin Ming, she nonetheless charged forth for his sake. Li Ran's valiant display was undeniably impressive. Just then, a feminine voice pierced the air. Lin Ming, how could you be so ruthless? Simultaneously, Li Ran, who had soared through the air, did not land as anticipated. Wait, why haven't I hit the ground? Something soft and yielding met the back of his head, exuding warmth and fragrance. As he rubbed his head, he turned to discover a delicate, fair face before him. Oh my, how did this woman end up behind me? Bai Weiwei, weren't you allied with Lin Ming? Why have you ambushed me? Li Ran was utterly bewildered. The crowd was once again left in shock as, just as Li Ran was soaring through the air, the enchanting music professor, Bai Weiwei, appeared at the precise spot to catch him. Meanwhile, Li Ran, in a rather undignified manner, was nuzzling against Bai Weiwei. What incredible fortune! Could someone else please punch me to see if this is a figment of my imagination? Li Ran, are you alright? Mu Bingxian rushed over, assisting Bai Weiwei and helping him up. I'm perfectly fine. I assure you. I believe you both should check on the protagonist. What is going on here? Mu Bingxian could be excused, but Bai Weiwei, what was her situation? The protagonist is over there. Lin Ming's face was as dark as coal. Teacher Bai, please release me. I can manage on my own. Just as the plot appeared to be regaining its original trajectory, it devolved once more. At this juncture, wasn't Bai Weiwei supposed to side with Lin Ming, chastising herself first before inviting him to join the music academy? Li Ran felt it necessary to remind Bai Weiwei to clarify her stance. Teacher Bai, how did you come to be here? He looked at her expectantly. Come on. Quickly say you're here to invite Lin Ming to join the music academy. Indicate that you're here to support him. Bai Weiwei gazed at Li Ran with glistening eyes. Li Ran, would you be interested in a dual major in music and joining our esteemed music academy? Li Ran thought. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Who would wish to join your music academy? Did you not see that I haven't even attended my major classes? Bai Weiwei, much like Mu Bingxian, seemed intent on causing him trouble. Li Ran's mind was in a whirl. He had endeavored to remain low-key, to conceal himself as much as possible. Hadn't Bai Weiwei seen Lin Ming's ostentatious piano performance on stage? Even someone with functional hearing could discern that Lin Ming played far better than he could with the violin. Why would Bai Weiwei not invite Lin Ming and instead extend an invitation to him? Why? Li Ran questioned, perplexed. He could not fathom it. His notorious reputation as a scion of debauchery was well known throughout the metropolis. Even those who had never encountered him were likely familiar with his name. Aware of his lack of academic prowess, it was safe to say that without the backing of the Li family, Li Ran would not even be granted entry to the gates of Magic City University. Within the confines of the academy, countless individuals recoil at the mere thought of Li Ran. Is Bai Weiwei still in a state of slumber? How audacious to extend an invitation for him to join the music conservatory. Would the faculty and students of the conservatory acquiesce to such a proposal? With a slight smile and a playful wink, Bai Weiwei declared, because I recognize your exceptional musical talent. At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Ran, possessing notable musical talent? He could scarcely believe that such words had escaped Bai Weiwei's lips. Throughout this time, Lin Ming had diligently familiarized himself with the dynamics of the academy. He was well aware of the esteemed reputation of Bai Weiwei, an associate professor hailing from a distinguished musical lineage, endowed with remarkable talent and an eye for excellence. Now, this discerning Bai Weiwei was extolling Li Ran's musical prowess. Lin Ming was rendered speechless. Bai Weiwei was renowned as one of the beauties of Magic City University, her allure rivaling that of Mu Bingxian. Lin Ming had originally intended to showcase his own musical abilities during the welcome gala, hoping to dazzle Mu Bingxian while simultaneously garnering Bai Weiwei's admiration. To his utter astonishment, despite his fervent performance, it was Li Ran who had captured Bai Weiwei's attention. Lin Ming nearly spewed blood in frustration. What musical talent did Li Ran possess? He felt compelled to confront Bai Weiwei and assert that his own musical gifts far surpassed those of this spoiled scion. The surrounding students were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting a myriad of questions. The assertion that Li Ran possessed musical talent, even if spoken by Bai Weiwei, was met with incredulity. In the halls of Magic City University, who was unaware that the scion of the Li family was a figure of idleness and ignorance. Instantly, many recalled the scene where Bai Weiwei had caught Li Ran nestled against her, and how she had shown no sign of anger. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. They looked at Li Ran with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that he had even won over Professor Bai? At that moment, Li Ran, noticing Bai Weiwei's fluttering eyelashes, finally grasped the situation. He nearly forgot the incident where he was caught playing the flute at the Bai residence. He understood that his musical talent had been completely unveiled before Bai Weiwei. Very well, the charade ends here. Li Ran resolved to play along. So what if his musical abilities had been exposed? There was no need for alarm. His persona as a dissipated heir remained intact. The proficiency with which he played the flute had no bearing on his character. This was the perfect opportunity to solidify his reputation as a notorious rogue. Let the theatrics commence. Li Ran erupted into laughter. Excellent, splendid. Professor Bai, your discerning eye has recognized my extraordinary musical talent. Among all at Magic City University, you possess the keenest insight. Unlike these mere mortals who cannot fathom that I, the young master, have been gifted with remarkable talents since childhood. In an instant, the onlookers rolled their eyes in unison, nearly losing their dinner in the process. For heaven's sake, someone stop me. I want to deliver a couple of punches to this Li family scion. Many felt that Lin Ming's earlier punch had been too lenient, while others believed it had been too forceful, perhaps even damaging Li Ran's intellect. Observing the reactions of those around him, Li Ran chuckled inwardly, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. It is not that I am unwilling to join your music conservatory, Professor Bai. Do you truly believe that, given my musical talent, your faculty could impart anything to me? I would much prefer to return home and indulge in the life of the esteemed young Master Li. Bai Weiwei. Indeed, considering Li Ran's musical accomplishments, it would be more fitting for the conservatory to invite him as a professor. The surrounding students were left in stunned silence. What level of confidence must one possess to utter such words? Had it not been for the knowledge that Li Ran's family had donated a building to the university to secure his admission, they might have almost believed him. This fellow's mind must truly have been scrambled by Lin Ming's blow. At that moment, having dealt with Bai Weiwei, Li Ran had no desire to linger. The necessary plot points had been covered, and he had taken a hit from Lin Ming. It was time to make his exit. Enough chatter. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Bodyguards, assist me in returning. 2 bodyguards promptly supported Li Ran as he feigned a moment of weakness. Oh, he almost forgot to deliver a parting threat. Lin Ming, you shall pay for striking me. Lin Ming, I punched you once, and it took you 10 minutes to react? Furthermore, I hit you in the chest, not the head. What's this nonsense? Chapter 21. The Youth Elixir, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Tonight, it would seem I have been publicly humiliated by Lin Ming. Indeed, that fellow landed a punch that sent me flying. Upon returning home, Li Ran reflected on the events of the evening while enjoying a platter of fruits. He had never anticipated Bai Weiwei's unexpected betrayal. The narrative had deviated slightly, yet it remained manageable. Lin Ming's persona was intact, and so was his own as a dissipated young master. The outcome was favorable. The rift between himself and Lin Ming had deepened, yet he could not shake the troubling thoughts of the unusual behavior exhibited by Mu Bingxian and Bai Weiwei. These leading ladies were not adhering to the script, often adding their own twists to the storyline, complicating his performance unnecessarily. If future heroines followed suit, he would be utterly exhausted. This was a potential hazard. Li Ran summoned the system. System, do you believe these heroines have lost their minds? Or perhaps they have been possessed? Eliminate the possibility of reincarnation. Even if they were, they should align with the protagonist, he concluded. The system's mechanical voice responded. The system assures the host that the plot remains intact. Li Ran, Mu Bingxian publicly confessed her feelings for me. And you call this plot integrity? What a worthless system. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, the system's assertion held some merit. This evening's public humiliation ultimately served to deepen the conflict with Lin Ming. Although the 2 heroines had deviated from the expected script, the results were, paradoxically, more advantageous. Li Ran recalled Lin Ming's furious expression as he departed, eyes ablaze with vengeance. It was clear that Lin Ming harbored murderous intent towards him. After all, in the narratives, the heroines invariably end up with the protagonist. As for the development of the relationship between the protagonist and the heroines, he need not fret. However, to be prudent, Li Ran decided to clarify matters. With these heroines so fond of improvisation, would he still be able to return? Rest assured, host, as long as the plot is followed, the system will facilitate your return to your original world. All right, with your assurance, I can finally rest easy. Li Ran sighed in relief. Ultimately, these female leads were merely tools to cultivate animosity between himself and the protagonist. As long as Lin Ming, the main character, remained steadfast, he could continue to play his role. Ah yes, the next scene would be at the Mu family's grand affair, the birthday celebration of Mu Bingxian. As one of the 10 illustrious families, the Mu family's festivities would undoubtedly be extravagant. At that event, the younger scions of the other families, along with luminaries from both the business and political realms, would be in attendance. Almost forgot, the woman, Tang Wanqing, would also be there. And Lin Ming would be present too. He would inevitably face another wave of humiliation. Thus, he resolved to take some time to unwind and recalibrate his mindset for the impending performance. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had returned to his rented apartment. Master, we have successfully acquired the cosmetics company as per your directive. In accordance with your wishes, we have replaced all the research personnel with our own. The The two subordinates who had been waiting in the apartment stood up to report. Lin Ming, lounging on the sofa, accepted the documents from one of them and glanced through them. Has this attracted the attention of the 10 illustrious families in Modu? Not at all. The acquisition was conducted discreetly, they replied. The 10 illustrious families of Modu wield immense wealth, controlling the mid to high-end market across Jiangnan. Any unfamiliar influx of capital would raise their suspicions. Completing an acquisition under their very noses in such a short span of time was indeed no small feat. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his subordinate's performance. Well done, take this prescription. He produced a few sheets of paper, which the two subordinates eagerly accepted. Within a week, I want the name of Lin's youth elixir to be known among all the business elites in Modu. Understood. A faint smile graced Lin Ming's face. This formula for the elixir had been obtained when he was abroad on an assassination mission, where he dispatched a brilliant scientist and discovered the recipe on his person. It was one of his trump cards in infiltrating Modu's business scene and winning over the 10 illustrious families. This elixir had the potential to make one appear a decade younger. Who could resist the allure of youth? Once the elixir was produced, not only would the socialites be captivated, but even the affluent men of high society would find themselves unable to resist its charm. Although the formula still had some imperfections, Lin Ming could no longer afford to wait. His foreign capital had successfully entered the market, and now he intended to astonish the business community of Modu. As for the occasion to unveil himself alongside Lin's youth elixir, he had already devised a plan. It would be at the Mu family's grand celebration, the birthday party of Mu Bingxian. The gathering of the 10 illustrious families, with the Mu family's heiress being the guest of honor, was the perfect opportunity for his appearance. At that moment, both he and the name of Lin's youth elixir would undoubtedly echo throughout the upper echelons of Modu society. Lin Ming inquired, by the way, what is the current situation with the Mu family? His subordinate replied, Master. The Mu family is currently embroiled in significant internal strife due to the losses suffered by their foreign company. Lin Ming chuckled, prepare yourselves. I intend to pay a visit to the Mu family. The Mu family's foreign company had been sabotaged by unidentified funds, a covert operation orchestrated by him. Initially, Lin Ming had hoped to forge a connection with the Mu family through Mu Bingxian. In his plan, after becoming her boyfriend, he would quietly build his own influence under the protection of the Mu family. When the Mu family faced conflict and required funds, he would provide financial support, seamlessly injecting his substantial foreign capital into the markets of Modu and Jiangnan, completing a covert exchange. However, Lin Ming had not anticipated the repeated failures in securing the first step with Mu Bingxian. Growing impatient, he decided to deploy the youth elixir as his trump card. Simultaneously, he aimed to negotiate with the Mu family to facilitate the influx of his funds through them, thereby alleviating many of his troubles due to their influence in Modu and Jiangnan. As for Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming held no concerns. That woman would eventually be his. Once he established an agreement with the Mu family and became a prominent guest, he would have ample opportunities to meet Mu Bingxian. Her current disdain for him was inconsequential. Between a promising young CEO and a mere wastrel reliant on family support, who would the Mu family choose? Lin Ming could easily surmise the answer. Li Ran, just wait. Your days of triumph are numbered. You'll undoubtedly attend Mu Bingxuan's birthday gala, and then I shall ensure you are humiliated before Modu's elite. Lin Ming mused, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. At that moment, a sudden clatter echoed from outside the door. Who is it? The two subordinates immediately sprang into action, flinging open the door. Standing in the corridor was a woman. Chapter 22, the woman undercover beside Lin Ming. As the door swung open, Lin Ming's two subordinates were momentarily entranced. Before them stood a stunning woman, approximately 175 centimeters tall, with enchanting peach blossom eyes. Her long, wavy hair, dyed a vibrant red, cascaded over her shoulders, and she was clad in a crisp white shirt and a figure-hugging skirt. After a moment of daze, the two questioned, what do you want? What did you just overhear? The woman appeared slightly flustered but quickly regained her composure. With a sharp glare, she retorted, what about you? Who are you? This is my house. How did you get in? Your house? The two subordinates, who had been poised to apprehend her, were taken aback. Inside, upon seeing the woman, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's eyes. He smiled and gestured for his subordinates to step aside, allowing the woman to enter. My apologies, she is my landlady. These two are my acquaintances, Lin Ming clarified to the woman. This woman was none other than Chen Qing, the landlady of Lin Ming's rented apartment, a strikingly beautiful and intriguing woman. Lin Ming had conducted a background check on her. A few years prior, Chen Qing had lost her husband and remained a widow, living alone ever since. How could such a beautiful woman be a widow? This revelation stirred something within Lin Ming, awakening a hidden attribute in him. Unfortunately, it seemed that Chen Qing held little interest in him. During his days in the apartment, they had yet to cross paths. Looking at Qin Qing, Lin Ming smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, landlady?" This woman was unlike any he had encountered before, and she left a distinct impression on him. He resolved to pursue her. Qin Qing replied coolly, "I came to inform you that there will be a water shut-off tonight, so please prepare accordingly. Also, this house is mine. You may reside here, but do not bring any unsavory individuals back." With that, she turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. "Master, this woman seems to harbor ulterior motives. Should we send someone to keep an eye on her?" Two subordinates observed Qin Qing swaying her hips as she departed, speaking in hushed tones. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not, even if she overheard our conversation. It is of little consequence." Lin Ming had already conducted his inquiries and discovered that Qin Qing's background was rather ordinary, with no ties to the Li or Mu families. Li Ran is notoriously known as a debauched scion of the Magic City, and for both emotional and logical reasons, Qin Qing had no reason to alert him. Moreover, even if this sycophant were to learn of his impending confrontation with Lin Ming, what could he possibly do? Unless he chooses not to attend Mu Bingxuan's birthday banquet. Is that even a possibility? Meanwhile, Qin Qing returned to her quarters, patting her chest and breathing heavily. Undercover work is truly not a task suited for a mere woman like her. Had she not acted swiftly just now, Lin Ming would have detected her presence. It was indeed perilous. However, recalling the kind-hearted boy from her past life, Qin Qing resolved to continue her covert observations. Only by remaining close to Lin Ming could she ascertain his every move and assist her beloved boy in vanquishing this detestable scoundrel. She meticulously recorded the intelligence she had gathered today and concealed it carefully, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Li Ran, when will you come to rescue me? I can hardly wait." Soon, she would meet Li Ran. The memories of her previous life, when Li Ran had abducted her, and what ensued, caused a blush to bloom on her fair cheeks. Lin Ming, that despicable man, surely remains oblivious to her reincarnation. In her past existence, many of Lin Ming's schemes against Li Ran and the Li family had been devised within her own abode. Although it wasn't until the end that Qin Qing truly recognized Lin Ming's vile nature, she retained memories of the general timeline of his plans. She must be cautious, eavesdrop, and record these plots to pass on to Li Ran, her beloved boy. At the Li residence, the days free from the constraints of the storyline were quite pleasant. Dressed in loose shorts, Li Ran lounged on a deck chair, basking in the sun. As he opened his mouth, a dutiful maid promptly offered him a peeled grape. Nearby, a servant poured him a glass of rejuvenated red wine. Li Ran took a sip, resigned to the fact that he did not wish to live in such decadence. Yet the persona of a debauched young master must be maintained. Li Ran was compelled by circumstance. Young master, young master." At that moment, an elderly man in his 50s rushed over in a fluster. "Uncle Fu, you have been with the Li family for years. Why do you still exhibit such impatience in times of trouble?" Li Ran raised his eyelids, casting a languid glance. "What is it? Speak." "And no, it's not bad. In fact, it's splendid." Li Ran queried, "Is it good or not?" Uncle Fu, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Miss Mu is coming. She is here." "Which Miss Mu?" Li Ran gasped, nearly leaping up, spilling wine all over himself. Mu Bingxian?" Uncle Fu nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." His aged face beamed with joy. It had always been the young master pursuing Mu Bingxian, yet today, the sun had risen from the west. She was coming to seek him out for the very first time, and with gifts no less. How delightful. Their young master was finally witnessing the fruits of his patience. However, Uncle Fu noticed that the young master's expression seemed off. He appeared rather displeased. "Young master, Miss Mu has arrived. Aren't you happy?" Li Ran replied, "How could I not be? Truly, I am overjoyed, ha ha ha. I am thrilled. Utterly thrilled." He muttered inwardly. "Is Mu Bingxian deranged? Do you not understand the concept of private space? What are your intentions? Is Mu Bingxian still waiting at the door?" "No. As soon as I learned she was here to visit the young master, I let her in," Uncle Fu replied earnestly. "Excellent, Uncle Fu, well done." Li Ran expressed his satisfaction, patting Uncle Fu's shoulder with considerable force, causing the old man to wince in pain. Just then, from the other side of the estate, a graceful figure approached. Clad in a flowing white dress, Mu Bingxuan's smile bloomed like a garden in spring upon seeing Li Ran. She stepped forward and gently inquired, "Li Ran, are you feeling any better? Whether I am better or not is of no concern to you. Can you not fulfill your role as the female lead properly? Or shall we find another? How can the female lead visit the antagonist's abode without cause?" Before Li Ran could respond, she presented a box of walnuts. "This is to enhance your brain power. This set of cosmetics is for your mother, and this is for your uncle." As Mu Bingxian placed the gifts down, Li Ran felt bewildered. "Enhance my brain power? Shouldn't you be the one needing that?" Looking at the heap of items on the floor, he was astonished. Is she truly attempting to win over my parents? This woman had come prepared. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for him? Chapter 23. Has the female lead's persona collapsed? Fear not. Watch me rectify her. As Li Ran observed Mu Bingxian earnestly introducing her gifts, a sense of panic washed over him. According to the original narrative, he, the debauched young master, was utterly thoughtless and blindly self-assured. With the wealth and status of the Li family, if Li Ran wished to pursue Mu Bingxian, a mere word from Li Lijian to the Mu family would suffice, and they would surely be amenable to facilitating their union. However, Li Ran had expressly told Li Lijian to refrain from meddling in his affairs with Mu Bingxian. He desired to earn her love through his own merit, hoping she would cherish him as a person rather than for his wealth and status. This frivolous young man, lacking in any real capability, was fully aware of his own limitations. Initially, he felt at ease and even pleased with this narrative. Given his current circumstances, Mu Bingxian would surely not fall for him. Yet, at this moment, as he beheld the gifts she had presented, he realized he had rejoiced prematurely. This girl had even ascertained his parents' preferences. Could she genuinely have feelings for him? Doubt clouded Li Ran's mind. Had he pampered her too much, causing her to feel touched? This could not stand. He had to realign the female lead's perspective. Relying on the system was out of the question. It had never been reliable. Li Ran had to devise his own strategy. His mind raced, and an idea struck him. Gaining someone's affection is challenging, but inciting their disdain is far simpler. He would merely need to engage in actions that she would find repugnant. As Mu Bingxuan's devoted admirer, he was well aware of her likes and dislikes. This woman possessed a tinge of cleanliness mania. For instance, her favorite color is a pristine white. Not merely in a physical sense, but also reflecting her inner self. She harbors a strong aversion to anyone who dares to lay hands upon her. Li Ran recalls that in his previous life, until his demise, Lin Ming had never even touched Mu Bingxuan's hand. After all, she is the protagonist, blessed with the halo of a main character, yet he could not win her affection. Perhaps it was the author of Urban Leisure of the Soldier King who feared the repercussions of censorship and thus refrained from depicting such interactions. Regardless, according to the narrative, Mu Bingxian is intrinsically quite conservative. This bodes well for Li Ran. He perceives that Mu Bingxuan's impression of him has merely shifted slightly. She remains in a phase of curiosity, testing, and observation. If he were to act overtly, he is convinced she would surely be incensed. He is not daunted by the prospect of her disdain. After all, articulating so many thoughts must be exhausting for her. With that, Li Ran grasped Mu Bingxuan's delicate hand. Come, allow me to massage it. As he held her soft, almost ethereal hand, he began to rub it gently. Just moments ago, he had spilled a bit of red wine on his hand, and now, as he kneaded, the stains transferred onto her skin. He could already envision the scene of Mu Bingxuan's impending wrath. Yes, get angry, scold me. It's not that Li Ran has a penchant for suffering. Rather, he is intent on steering the heroine's character in the right direction, aligning the plot as it should be. While massaging, he discreetly observed her expression. Suddenly, Mu Bingxuan's translucent earlobes glowed a bright red. Then, she softly murmured, "It's fine. My hand isn't sore at all." As in his previous life, Li Ran was perpetually considerate and gentle towards her. An overwhelming sweetness surged within Mu Bingxuan's heart. She felt as though she had been enveloped in a jar of honey, nearly melting under Li Ran's tender attentiveness. Li Ran thought, is this woman not going to resist? Why are you being so gentle? Just pull away. Scold me. Do you even know how to curse? Nearby, Uncle Fu and two servants wore expressions of mischievous delight, as if to say, our young master has grown up. He knows how to cherish others. Li Ran's actions earned Uncle Fu a score of 90 points. Meanwhile, Li Ran was utterly bewildered. Could it be that my provocations were insufficiently stimulating? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ran resolved to be a bit harsher with Mu Bingxian. Bingxian, look at you. You're sweating profusely. Let me wipe it off. With a pained expression, he placed his hand on her face, caressing her fair, smooth complexion. Wait, does her temperature seem a bit elevated? Bah, why do I care about her temperature? You should be dodging. Your face is turning crimson. Yet, Mu Bingxian neither dodged nor scolded him, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Li Ran could no longer contain himself. Am I to be regarded as a docile creature? If you do not become angry today, I shall not believe it. As he continued to touch her face, he employed both hands. His large hands squeezed Mu Bingxuan's petite visage, morphing it into various shapes, round, then oval. Now, surely you must be furious. Li Ran. In an instant, Mu Bingxuan's elegantly cascading hair transformed into a disheveled mess. Her lovely fairy-like appearance was carelessly turned into that of a beggar. She was agitated. She was enraged. Li Ran, pleased, withdrew his hands. Mu Bingxian, flustered, began to rearrange her hair ornaments. The enchanting look she had meticulously crafted over 2 hours was now in disarray. After all, this was her first visit to Li Ran since her rebirth, and she had intended to present herself beautifully. Little did she expect that within 5 minutes of meeting him, her efforts would be undone. However, at this moment, her concern was less about her appearance and more about Li Ran. What on earth is wrong with him? Uncle Fu and the two servants stood by, wide-eyed in astonishment. Uncle Fu quickly cleared his throat and, with a hint of apology, said, "Miss Mu, I sincerely apologize. My young master has never attended to anyone before, so his touch may be somewhat unrefined." Li Ran glared at Uncle Fu. "Are you speaking on my behalf? Can you represent me?" "Uncle Fu, you might just find your wages docked." Regaining her composure, Mu Bingxian replied, "It's all right." She gazed at Li Ran, who was now sporting a smile once more, though Mu Bingxian could not discern much. "Bingxian, thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness." Li Ran suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I just remembered I have a basketball appointment with Chen Hao, so I cannot stay. Uncle Fu, please escort Bingxian home. What shall we do if the sun tans my precious Bingxian? By the way, please remember to grab a cup of milk tea from Mishuai City for her on the way back to help cool her down." Although Mu Bingxian favored the sweet grass jelly drink, Li Ran deliberately insisted on the milk tea from Mishuai City. He believed that he could no longer afford to be excessively kind to Mu Bingxian. His relentless flattery had resulted in the distortion of her character. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian's mind was still entangled in thoughts of Li Ran's earlier actions. "Oh, you rest well. I shall not disturb you," she mumbled absent-mindedly, following Uncle Fu. Li Ran paid her no further mind, burdened as he was with an assortment of gifts, and returned straight to the house. In the living room, he encountered Zhang Wan, who had just emerged. "Xiao Ran, why are you carrying so many items? Who sent them?" Li Ran replied nonchalantly, "I have no idea. I found these at the doorstep when I returned and thought to bring them inside." He could not allow his mother to know that these gifts were from Mu Bingxian. If she were to find out, she would surely go to the Mu family to propose marriage the following day. Zhang Wan remained unsuspecting. "Oh, that must be President Wang from Wanchao Real Estate." Li Ran asked, "President Wang?" Zhang Wan explained, "That fellow has been pestering your father to acquire the land by the riverside and has likely sent countless gifts." "Did my father agree?" "Not quite." Zhang Wan shook her head. "Just be cautious. Not every gift is worth accepting." "Why not accept a free gift?" Li Ran replied, displaying a carefree demeanor as he handed over some cosmetics to Zhang Wan with a grin. After all, his persona was that of a thoughtless scion. Furthermore, these gifts were not from President Wang at all. "And this tea set is for my father." Zhang Wan sighed in resignation as she accepted it. Once back in his room, Li Ran began preparing for the upcoming birthday banquet at the Mu family. The first order of business was to procure a gift. Chapter 24. The Mu family birthday banquet. Xiao Ran will take my car. What sort of gift shall I select for Mu Bingxian? This was hardly a concern for Li Ran, as the narrative specified it to be an exquisitely valuable necklace. The following day, accompanied by his sycophantic friend Chen Hao, he made his way to the largest jewelry store in Modu to commission a necklace. Not the best, but certainly the most expensive. Indeed, it was a matter of wealth. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian returned home, her thoughts consumed by the images of Li Ran massaging her hand and wiping her sweat throughout the day. In Mu Bingxian's recollection, whether in her previous life or this one, no man had ever been this close to her. She reminisced about every gesture of Li Ran from yesterday. Recalling the potent masculinity that enveloped him, Mu Bingxian felt her cheeks burning. Although Li Ran's actions were somewhat brusque, she could sense that beneath that rough exterior lay a delicate heart. As for Li Ran's sudden, forceful pinching of her cheeks yesterday, Mu Bingxian found a plausible explanation. Surely, her adorable appearance had been irresistible, prompting him to squeeze her face. At that moment, the maid, Xiao Mei, was left utterly puzzled. She watched as Mu Bingxian leaped onto the bed, rolling about with the blanket, her face flushed. What had happened during her visit to the Li family that had transformed her so? She giggled foolishly, her cheeks rosy, as if enchanted. "Miss, did that scion from the Li family do something to you? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Xiao Mei inquired anxiously, suspecting that Li Ran, the notorious rogue, might have drugged her mistress during their visit. "Go to the hospital?" Mu Bingxian was taken aback, her face reddening further. "Xiao Mei, what nonsense are you spouting? It's not like that at all." She stammered. "Li Ran and I haven't reached that stage yet." "What stage?" Xiao Mei was utterly bewildered. Mu Bingxian continued, "And you mustn't refer to him as a rogue anymore. From now on, he is to be addressed as young Master Li. Do you understand?" A bewildered Xiao Mei replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Just then, Mu Bingxian's expression suddenly changed. Oh no. She recalled that she had forgotten the most important matter. Her birthday was in 2 days, and she had yet to invite Li Ran. It was all his fault for teasing her yesterday, causing her to forget such an important detail. Hastily, Mu Bingxian grabbed her phone and called Li Ran. Upon seeing the note in her contacts, Xiao Mei was struck with goosebumps. My most beloved boy. After accompanying her mistress for so many years, Xiao Mei had never realized that Mu Bingxian harbored such a lovesick side. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. As Li Ran, who had just exited a jewelry store, glanced at the incoming call labeled Idiot Number 1. A headache washed over him. What mischief was Mu Bingxian up to now? Li Ran here. It's me, Mu Bingxian. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Can you come? Li Ran was speechless. By the time you informed me, it would be too late. He replied nonchalantly, understood. I will be there. After hanging up, Chun Hao, curious, asked, who was that? Almost forgetting that Chun Hao was still beside him, Li Ran feigned excitement and smiled. Mu Bingxian. Instantly, Chun Hao gave a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Li Xiao, you're amazing. Mu Bingxian actually called you? That must be for her birthday party the day after tomorrow. Yes. Observing Chun Hao's look of idolization, Li Ran rolled his eyes internally. You'll be the one crying come the birthday party. Chun Hao remained oblivious to the fact that at the party, he would be supporting Li Ran, only to be humiliated by Lin Ming alongside him. After parting ways with Chun Hao, Li Ran pondered, could Mu Bingxian be falling ill again? In the original plot, there was no instance of Mu Bingxian calling him. According to the original storyline, he had learned of her birthday party through Chun Hao, and he had shown up uninvited, fully embodying the role of a lovesick fool. Well, it was just a phone call. It shouldn't have much impact, even if the female lead forced some drama. With his award-winning acting skills, he could surely improvise his way through it. With a sigh, Li Ran mused. It seems the task of setting Mu Bingxian straight must continue. In a luxurious club in Modu, Zhang Wan and several affluent ladies had just finished a spa session. Sipping afternoon tea, they engaged in casual conversation. Have you heard of Lin's youth-preserving essence? That new cosmetic that has been making waves lately? I've heard many ladies are using it. And the beauty results are remarkable, making one appear years younger. Zhang Wan questioned skeptically, is that true? Which company is Lin's? I've never heard of it before. Zhang Wan had indeed seen the buzz surrounding Lin's youth-preserving essence on social media, with many extolling its miraculous effects. This posed a significant threat to Tang Wanqing's cosmetic company in Modu, which had taken years to build a solid reputation, now suffering a decline due to Lin's product. Naturally, Zhang Wan felt indignant on behalf of her dear friend. The other ladies shook their heads in unison. We haven't heard of it either. Noticing the confusion on the faces of the other ladies, the wife of a wealthy real estate mogul, Mrs. Wang, smiled smugly. Lin's cosmetic company was originally a local brand in Modu, simply rebranded recently. It's no surprise you're unaware. Just the other day, I managed to get a bottle and tried it. Look at my skin now. Mrs. Wang pointed to her face for the others to see. Upon closer inspection, the ladies gasped in awe. Mrs. Wang's complexion was smooth, with significantly fewer wrinkles. Although the ladies were of similar ages, Mrs. Wang appeared several years younger in comparison. Instantly, envy and admiration filled the room. Your skin is incredibly supple, like that of a baby. You look so much younger. Compared to you, we are all aging. The effects of Lin's youth-preserving essence are truly astonishing. Initially, I thought it was merely a gimmick from a small company, but now it's evident that it works. Indeed, it seems to outperform Tang's most expensive EO series by a long shot. Is there a way to get my hands on a bottle to try? Truth be told, Zhang Wan was also intrigued. However, given the implications for her friend's company's reputation, she remained cautious. While there are some effects, has Lin's youth-preserving essence passed safety inspections? If it contains any harmful substances? The other ladies nodded in agreement. While beauty was essential, their health was equally paramount. If achieving beauty meant sacrificing their well-being, they would need to reconsider. As with any medication, it must have its share of side effects. Mrs. Wang chuckled, as if anticipating Zhang Wan's question. She pulled out a piece of paper. Here, this is the safety certification for Lin's youth-preserving essence. Although it does contain some harmful ingredients, they are within safe limits. After reading it, the ladies felt their interest piqued. They weren't fools. Mrs. Wang's preparedness with the safety certification spoke volumes. Mrs. Wang, are you here to promote Lin's youth-preserving essence? We know you have the connections. So, let us be honest, how much does this essence cost? Mrs. Wang's lips curled into a smile. Everyone, please remain patient. I believe that in just a couple of days, each of you present will be able to purchase it. However, I must forewarn you that the price of the Lin family's rejuvenation elixir is rather steep. As the afternoon tea concluded, several affluent ladies departed. On her way back to the Li residence, Zhang Wan, seated in the back of a Rolls-Royce, dialed a number. Wanqing, have you heard about the Lin family's rejuvenation elixir? After a brief silence, Tang Wanqing's melodious voice resonated from the other end. I have heard, Sister Wan. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Tang Cosmetics, Tang Wanqing delicately held a vial containing a transparent liquid, gazing at the 20th version of the Tang family's rejuvenation elixir. With a calm smile, she remarked, by the way, the birthday banquet for the eldest daughter of the Mu family is the day after tomorrow. Sharon will be attending, right? Let's have him ride in my car together. Chapter 25. Tang Wanqing, please do not stir up trouble. At the Li residence, as Li Ran descended the stairs, He spotted Zhang Wan sitting on the sofa, morose. "What's wrong, Mom?" Zhang Wan sighed. "Don't mention it. It's all about that Lin family's rejuvenation elixir." "What rejuvenation elixir?" Li Ran was puzzled. Zhang Wan recounted the events of the afternoon. "Your Aunt Tang has spent many years building her brand's reputation in the bustling metropolis. Now, in just a few days, the Lin family's rejuvenation elixir has circulated widely, with everyone who has tried it singing its praises. This is not good news for your Aunt Tang." Li Ran chuckled upon hearing this. "So you're helping that Lin Ming fellow, huh? Good for you. But why does that rejuvenation elixir sound so familiar?" As he pondered Zhang Wan's description, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute. Isn't this the concoction that Lin Ming has been toiling over? The plot seemed awry. How had the protagonists turned into adversaries? Li Ran recalled that in his previous life, Lin Ming did not unveil the rejuvenation elixir this hastily. Had the narrative shifted? According to the original storyline, Lin Ming had long possessed the formula for the elixir, but it was only after meeting Tang Wanqing at a banquet that they forged a partnership, allowing her to produce the elixir. With this formula, Lin Ming had garnered Tang Wanqing's initial favor, leading to her company profiting immensely, while Lin Ming entered the upper echelons of society as her associate. What could Lin Ming's intentions be now, revealing the elixir? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ran smacked his forehead in epiphany. I see. Lin Ming's strategy is brilliant. Just imagine, at the Mu family's birthday banquet, he will use their influence to turn the tables on himself, then unveil the rejuvenation elixir, undoubtedly leaving everyone astounded. Truly, he is the protagonist, seizing every opportunity to showcase his prowess and actively steering the plot. Li Ran could already envision that while stealing the spotlight, Lin Ming would seize the opportunity to undermine him as well. With this realization, he felt reassured. The upcoming birthday banquet would inevitably feature Lin Ming's triumphant moment. The plot was securely in place. Observing Zhang Wan's lingering concerns, Li Ran approached her and gently squeezed her shoulder. Mom, there's no need to fret. Your Aunt Tang knows what she's doing. Why worry about matters between the protagonists? Isn't that rather pointless? The Li family would inevitably face ruin at Lin Ming's hands, and he himself would fall victim to him. This was the storyline. Though this was fiction, he could genuinely feel the care that Zhang Wan and Li Lijin had for him. He was not a heartless being, incapable of empathy. Nevertheless, he had already arranged their escape routes. After his demise, they would be able to enjoy a peaceful life. Under Li Ran's expert massage techniques, Zhang Wan gradually relaxed. Xiaoran, your massage skills are becoming increasingly adept. Zhang Wan chuckled. You sound just like your Aunt Tang. Does she know about this situation? Li Ran inquired. What is her stance? Zhang Wan replied. From her tone, she seems utterly unconcerned. Li Ran mused. Indeed, Tang Wanqing appears unfazed. Perhaps she has already conferred with Lin Ming behind the scenes. Ugh, that scheming woman. Zhang Wan added. By the way, the eldest daughter of the Mu family's birthday banquet is approaching, right? Your Aunt Tang mentioned that you should attend with her. Li Ran was taken aback. Me? With her? Is that truly what Aunt Tang said? What on earth is going on with Tang Wanqing? What does she intend to do? I just managed to steer the plot. Please don't complicate things for me. At the Mu residence, the head of the Mu family, Mu Qingye, who is also Mu Bingshuan's father, was exiting a conference room with a young man. Both engaged in lively conversation. The funding provided by young Master Lin has been a godsend for our Mu family. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Uncle Mu, you are too kind. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ha ha, mutually beneficial indeed. Young Master Lin is truly a young hero with far-reaching vision. At such a young age, with such audacity, I cannot help but feel inferior. Mu Qingye observed Lin Ming with admiration. By the way, I heard that young Master Lin, like my daughter, is also a student at Moda University. Mu Qingye seemed to casually mention. During Lin Ming's stay at the Mu residence, he had already dispatched someone to investigate Lin Ming's background. The results, of course, yielded nothing. All they discovered was that Lin Ming was a freshman residing in an apartment. Lin Ming appeared youthful, comparable in age to Mu Qingye's daughter. Yet, in the presence of the head of the Mu family, he exhibited neither subservience nor arrogance, maintaining a composed demeanor. This had already elevated Mu Qingye's regard for him. What astonished Mu Qingye even more was Lin Ming's effortless ability to summon 100 billion in liquid assets. This was a feat that even the Mu family could not claim to achieve. He could hardly believe that someone like Lin Ming could not afford to purchase an entire building in Modu, yet he chose to reside discreetly in an apartment. This rendered Lin Ming enigmatic in Mu Qingye's eyes. Inwardly speculating, could this young Master Lin hail from a distinguished family in Kyoto? Thus, Mu Qingye treated Lin Ming with utmost courtesy, harboring a desire to forge a connection with the influential forces behind him. Little did he know, he was engaging with a tiger that devours without leaving bones. He was, in truth, bargaining with a formidable predator. Lin Ming smiled. Indeed, forgive my boldness, But may I inquire if Senior Mu's daughter is currently at home? I still cannot forget our duet at the welcome party. For a long time, I yearned to be acquainted with Senior Mu, yet the opportunity eluded me. In an instant, Mu Qingye comprehended the situation. Previously, he harbored doubts. Amidst the crisis of the Mu family's financial collapse, why would Lin Ming, a complete stranger, be willing to extend a helping hand to the Mu household? It turned out that the young man had taken a liking to his daughter. Admittedly, Lin Ming was not lacking in merit. Handsome and dignified, his identity remained shrouded in mystery. Likely hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, he was, in Mu Qingye's view, the most suitable candidate for a son-in-law. In comparison, Lin Ming was far superior to that debauched scion of the Li family, Li Ran. Today, Bingxian had classes and would likely return late. Mu Qingye expressed his apologies. However, tomorrow was her birthday, and he invited Lin Ming to join them for a gathering. Feeling a tinge of disappointment at not meeting Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly. Very well, I shall certainly attend. In chapter 26, it is revealed that his daughter has a romantic interest, whose family? One might wonder. Mu Qingye led Lin Ming into the living room and instructed, someone, bring tea for young Master Lin. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on Mu Qingye, Lin Ming chose not to rush his departure. The two engaged in casual conversation while several waiting servants observed Lin Ming with curiosity. This was their first encounter witnessing their master treating a junior with such courtesy and warmth. Lin Ming, poised and serene as he sat on the sofa, exuded an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing the master mention that this youth was the classmate of his daughter, the servants exchanged glances. Classmate? When have we ever seen the master treat a classmate of the young lady with such politeness? This Lin Ming must possess an extraordinary background. Moreover, he is a male classmate. The young lady is the apple of the master's eye. If a male classmate were to visit, it would be remarkable if the master merely refrained from showing displeasure, let alone being so amiable. Yet, it appears the master holds this Lin Ming in high regard. Could he be our future son-in-law? It is quite possible. Although his attire is somewhat casual, his unflappable demeanor and exceptional poise suggest he is no ordinary individual. Truly an accomplished young man. At that moment, Lin Ming smiled subtly upon overhearing their discussions. How could Mu Qingye not treat him with respect? He had quite literally opened the doors of the Mu household with his substantial capital. From this day forth, he was to be a distinguished guest of the Mu family. Tomorrow, at Mu Bingshuan's birthday banquet, his other identity would undoubtedly astonish her and command her admiration. Li Ran. Merely a wastrel who relied solely on his family's wealth. Without the cunning old fox Li Lijian around, he had 100 ways to outmaneuver Li Ran. To contend with him for Mu Bingxian? One could only say it was a fool's errand. After conversing with Mu Qingye for a while, Lin Ming took his leave. Mu Qingye personally escorted him to the door. The servants of the Mu family discreetly committed Lin Ming's appearance to memory. With only one cherished daughter, Mu Bingxian, the future of the Mu family's fortune would inevitably rest in her hands. Should Lin Ming truly become their son-in-law, he would essentially become half the master of the Mu household. They could not afford to offend him lightly. At Moda University, Mu Qingye had erred. His beloved daughter was not in class. The professor of her major entered the classroom, clutching a stack of books, and scanned the room. Astonished to find his prized student absent, the over 100 students in the classroom shared his incredulity. As the campus belle, Mu Bingxian was always the center of attention. However, now everyone was surprised to discover that the usually punctual Mu Bingxian was missing. In a remarkable turn of events, Mu Bingxian had decided to skip class for the first time. Meanwhile, the absent Mu Bingxian, accompanied by her friend Xiaomei, had ventured to an upscale watch boutique in Modu. In the days since her rebirth, Mu Bingxian realized that she had never purchased a noteworthy gift for Li Ran in either her past or present life. Regrettably, Li Ran's birthday had already passed. However, that was inconsequential. Tomorrow was her birthday, and she intended to reciprocate the gift he would give her with something equally impressive. At the boutique, Mu Bingxian retrieved a pre-ordered Patek Philippe watch. Noting that the watch she had chosen was a Min S model, Xiaomei inquired curiously, "Miss, who do you intend to gift this watch to?" Mu Bingxian smiled gently, "You shall find out tomorrow." Once seated in the car with the beautifully wrapped watch, Mu Bingshuan's smile faded. If memory served her correctly, Lin Ming had recently joined the Mu family with his wealth. However, she would not be as foolish as in her past life to express gratitude towards him. Lin Ming was but a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wished to gradually encroach upon the Mu family? A mere dream. In this second chance at life, she would ensure that all his investments would amount to nothing, leaving him with nothing but losses. Upon returning home, Mu Qingye was seated on the sofa. "Bingxian, do you have a junior named Lin Ming?" Mu Bingxian looked at her father and nodded softly. "Yes." Mu Qingye continued, "What are your impressions of him? Are you aware of his background?" Naturally, Mu Bingxian was privy to the forces behind Lin Ming. yet she would not disclose this to her father. She shook her head. Mu Qingye pondered. If he could not uncover Lin Ming's background, how could she possibly know? I find that young man quite impressive. He will attend your birthday banquet tomorrow. Perhaps you could engage with him further. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Bingxian rejected the suggestion. Dad, I already have someone I like. Mu Qingye stood, astonished, not at the revelation that his daughter had a romantic interest, but rather at the audacity she displayed. He had always known Mu Bingxian to be a well-behaved daughter, adept at managing her emotions and concealing her feelings. When had she become so bold? Intrigued, Mu Qingye leaned in. He had only one daughter, whom he had nurtured as his successor since childhood. He trusted her judgment, yet he was immensely curious about the boy who had inspired such boldness in her. Who could it be? As she thought of Li Ran, Mu Bingxuan's gaze flickered. Dad, please don't ask for now. He will come tomorrow for my birthday, and you will see for yourself. Seeing Mu Bingxuan's shy demeanor and the gift box she held, Mu Qingye, with the wisdom of experience, understood the implications. Clearly, his daughter had developed genuine feelings for this young man. Shaking his head with a rueful smile, he mused, My dear girl, are you trying to keep secrets from your father? Very well. Tomorrow I shall see what manner of person has captured my daughter's heart. Has he grown 3 heads and 6 arms to steal her affection? Oh, Dad, Mu Bingxian exclaimed, blushing as she stomped her foot playfully before retreating upstairs with her gift. Downstairs, Mu Qingye sighed. A daughter grows up too fast. Reflecting on the young Lin Ming he had in mind, he shook his head, bemused. Lin Ming's origins are shrouded in mystery, and the forces behind him must be considerable. Previously, he sought to unite his daughter with Lin Ming. However, now that his daughter has found her beloved, this matter must be laid to rest. Even if Lin Ming truly hails from a prestigious family in the capital, Mu Qingye has other avenues to forge connections with him and his family. He would never compel his daughter to engage in matters she does not favor. For instance, the wealthy scion of the Li family, Li Ran, who has persistently pursued his daughter Mu Bingxian. If he were truly willing to sell his daughter for personal gain, he would have approached the Li family long ago, rather than waiting until now. Sigh, which family does the boy his daughter admires belong to? The Zhang family, the Su family, or the Ming family? Mu Qingye's mind raced through the prominent young heirs of the 10 great families. Chapter 27. Do not misunderstand. This is my Aunt Tang, the Li family. Time flew by, and the day of the unfolding drama had arrived once again. Li Ran descended the stairs clad in an ostentatious white suit. Do not question why. The original author penned it this way, even portraying Li Ran as believing white to be extraordinarily stylish, akin to a Prince Charming. For any significant occasion, Li Ran would invariably don a white suit. How utterly foolish. This time, Li Ran had already reviewed the script. His lines and expressions of inner turmoil were all meticulously planned. There were no issues on that front. However, due to Lin Ming's premature acquisition of the youth-preserving elixir, the ensuing events might undergo slight modifications. Li Ran was mentally prepared for this. At 6 p.m, Li Ran set out punctually with a gift in hand. His phone rang, connecting him to the eager voice of his sycophantic friend Chun Hao. Hey, young Master Li. Are you leaving? Shall I come over to wait for you? You go ahead, Li Ran replied, his expression complex as he gazed at the Ferrari before him. Inside the car, a woman adorned with diamond earrings and clad in a red evening gown removed her sunglasses, revealing a strikingly exquisite visage. It was none other than Tang Wanqing. How splendid. This old woman must be trying to ensnare me. Tang Wanqing smiled slightly, tilting her head. Xiao Ran. Get in the car. Li Ran thought to himself. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions, pretending to be on my side now, only to turn around and join Lin Ming later. A betrayal in the making. However, today Tang Wanqing indeed appeared remarkably radiant, seemingly more youthful. As they left together, one could easily mistake her for Li Ran's sister. Li Ran was certain that she had used Lin Ming's youth-preserving elixir, putting on a facade of cheerfulness. He entered the car. Aunt Tang, you look truly beautiful today. Tang Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. Your sweet words are like honey, truly delightful. Indeed. In Li Ran's eyes, she still possessed allure, which brought Tang Wanqing immense joy. And Tang, what are these? At that moment, Li Ran suddenly noticed several beautifully packaged boxes in Tang Wanqing's car. Just a few small gifts, she replied with a smile. Cut the act. I know very well these are Lin Ming's youth-preserving elixirs. In his previous life, Li Ran had seen Lin's elixirs, and their packaging was quite similar to what lay before him. Aware that these were intended to be used against him, Li Ran chose not to expose her. At this time, Chen Hao had already arrived at the Mu family estate, anxiously scanning the surroundings for Li Ran's arrival. Suddenly, a screeching halt echoed through the air as a breathtaking woman parked the Ferrari at the Mu family's entrance. Goodness, what a stunning beauty. Merely catching a glimpse of her profile, Chun Hao was convinced she was a paragon of beauty. As the car came to a stop, he hurried forward, eager to procure the gorgeous woman's number. Unlike his good friend Li Ran, who had sacrificed an entire forest over a woman, Chun Hao had no such intentions. However, Chun Hao was unprepared for the revelation that there was someone in the passenger seat of the exquisite vehicle. When he finally discerned who it was, he was left dumbfounded. Li Ran. How is Li Ran in the car with this stunning beauty? When did he become involved with her? Wasn't he pursuing Mu Bingxian? Bringing a woman to the Mu family for her birthday banquet? Has he lost his mind? Li Ran and Tang Wanqing exited the car and handed it over to a servant from the Mu family. A throng of wealthy heirs gathered around, their gazes drawn to the pair. Upon seeing Tang Wanqing, they were utterly captivated. However, when they noticed Li Ran beside her, they were left in shock. Am I seeing things? Is that young Master Li? Who is that woman? She seems somewhat familiar. Isn't Li Ran supposed to be infatuated with the eldest daughter of the Mu family, claiming he would marry no one but her? How could he bring another woman to Mu Bingxuan's birthday celebration? Does he not fear being misunderstood? Intrigued, Chun Hao rushed over, tugging at the hem of Li Ran's clothing. Bro, what's going on? Who is this woman? You aren't abandoning your pursuit of Mu Bingxian, are you? Li Ran knocked him on the head. What the hell are you blabbering about? This is my Aunt Tang. Huh? Chun Hao's eyes widened. You never mentioned having such a stunning young aunt. Embarrassed, he turned to Tang Wanqing and quickly apologized. Aunt Tang, my sincerest apologies. It's just that you are far too beautiful and youthful, and Li Ran has never mentioned you. Li Ran added, Aunt Tang, this is my brother Chun Hao. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Internally, he was silently giving Chun Hao a thumbs up. Truly, my villainous brother. Right from the start, he had drawn the ire of the female lead. Tang Wanqing's lips curled slightly as she replied nonchalantly, it's quite all right. Li Ran could not help but admire Tang Wanqing's composure. Truly, she was the female lead, exhibiting exceptional acting skills that nearly rivaled his own. While she appeared calm on the surface, one could only imagine the tempest brewing within her. Little did Li Ran know. Not only was Tang Wanqing unperturbed, but she also relished the misunderstanding, hoping for it to escalate. At that moment, thanks to Li Ran's clarification, many of the wealthy heirs recognized Tang Wanqing. So, she is the renowned CEO of Tang Cosmetics. No wonder a beauty of her caliber would not be drawn to young Master Li. Indeed, I had heard that the CEO was a great beauty. But seeing her in person is an entirely different experience. Now I understand why Tang Cosmetics dominates the high-end cosmetic market in Magic City. Tang Wanqing herself serves as the finest advertisement for her own brand. Although rumors suggested she had already surpassed 30, in reality, she appeared no older than 20. With a fair, rosy complexion that seemed to glisten with dew, she embodied a perfect blend of innocence and maturity. Accompanied by Chun Hao, Li Ran and Tang Wanqing proceeded into the Mu family estate. Along the way, numerous wealthy heirs approached, eagerly greeting Li Ran. Compared to the students of Magic City University, this group of offspring from prominent families undoubtedly possesses a far grander perspective. Even if they harbor disdain for Li Ran, the scion of the Li family, they would not dare to exhibit it overtly. After all, if they wish to navigate the social landscape of Magic City in the future, dealings with the Li family are inevitable. Li Ran greeted each of them with a smile. It was at this moment that he noticed a young man dressed in casual attire, holding a glass of red wine, standing apart from the surrounding crowd. Who else could it be but Lin Ming? Instantly, Li Ran transitioned into performance mode. Chapter 28. Jealousy and the spectacle of my performance at the banquet. Luminaries from both business and politics gathered in their finery. Yet, one individual stood out in casual wear, leisurely savoring his red wine at the dining table. Such an unconventional figure could only be Lin Ming. Upon spotting him, Li Ran couldn't help but admire him. Truly, you are the protagonist. Lin Ming appeared to dress modestly, but in truth, it was a strategic choice. This marked his inaugural entrance into the elite circles of Magic City. Had he donned a suit like many others, who would have noticed a stranger among them? Yet now, many eyes occasionally drifted toward Lin Ming, and several young ladies from affluent families whispered among themselves while glancing his way. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ming had inadvertently become the focal point of the evening. Moreover, Li Ran understood that the more Lin Ming feigned modesty, the more it would invite contempt from the onlookers. When the time came for Lin Ming to reveal his true self and present the youth-preserving elixir, the astonishment of the crowd would be amplified. Li Ran couldn't help but applaud inwardly, anticipating the delightful twist of fate in store for himself that evening. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also caught sight of Li Ran amidst a throng of wealthy heirs. He prepared to smile graciously, displaying his magnanimity, when suddenly, his gaze fell upon the enchanting woman beside Li Ran. Instantly, Lin Ming's expression darkened. This woman, he had investigated. Tang Wanqing. In his mind, he recalled her impressive profile. A self-made entrepreneur, she had amassed a fortune of hundreds of billions in just over a decade, currently owning several cosmetic companies. Today, Her enterprises dominated the high-end cosmetics market in Magic City. Her business acumen was formidable. She was also the target of Lin Ming's current ambitions. Tang Wanqing had monopolized the cosmetics industry in Magic City in 5 years. However, Lin Ming did not have that luxury of time. His relatively obscure Lin Cosmetics company would struggle to gain recognition among such elite individuals. To swiftly establish a market for his youth-preserving elixir, forging a partnership with Tang Wanqing was imperative. Otherwise, his elixir would remain confined to a small circle in Magic City. From Lin Ming's research, he knew that Tang Wanqing was close friends with Zhang Wan, the matriarch of the Li family. Thus, it was not surprising that Li Ran and Tang Wanqing arrived together. However, seeing them together now stirred a twinge of jealousy in Lin Ming's heart. After all, women like Tang Wanqing, who possessed both remarkable business prowess and striking beauty, were exceedingly rare. Lin Ming had long harbored thoughts of courting her. Wasn't it said that Tang Wanqing looked down upon Li Ran, viewing him as an inept playboy? How could they possibly attend together? After some contemplation, Lin Ming attributed this to Li Ran's mother, Zhang Wan. She must have been concerned about her son's reckless behavior, fearing he would embarrass himself at the Mu family banquet. Hence, she likely asked Tang Wanqing to accompany him. With this thought, Lin Ming's mood brightened, and he allowed himself a smug smile. In recent days, the Lin youth-preserving elixir had gained traction among the elite of Magic City. Tang Wanqing must be feeling quite the headache at present. Soon, when he revealed his identity as the owner of the Lin youth-preserving elixir, she would undoubtedly be eager to collaborate. The substantial profits associated with the elixir would not escape her notice. He could hardly wait to see Li Ran's expression when that time came. At that moment, Chun Hao approached Li Ran. "Young Master Li, that asked Lin Ming." Li Ran nodded, his expression immediately shifting to one of displeasure. "I know. Let us go take a look." According to the script, Li Ran strode directly towards Lin Ming, activating his mockery mode. "Oh, isn't this Lin Ming, the junior? When did the likes of you start attending Ice Xian's birthday banquet? That outfit. Did you pick it up from a street vendor? TSK. If you can't afford a formal suit, just say so. I have a few borrowed ones at home you can wear." The esteemed warrior had never endured such humiliation. Lin Ming's anger surged, but he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. He replied coolly, "What I wear is of no concern to you, young Master Li. Who decreed that one must don formal attire to attend a birthday banquet? Furthermore, I came at the invitation of the Mu family to celebrate Miss Mu's birthday." Li Ran, the quintessential rich young master, truly lacked any sense. Having been reprimanded twice, he still showed no sign of repentance. In a secluded place, had Li Ran dared to speak thus, Lin Ming would have undoubtedly taught him a lesson, making him understand why flowers bloom so brightly. However, this was the Mu family's venue, and under the public gaze, he was restrained. Li Ran was fully aware that, per the narrative, Lin Ming had provided financial support to the Mu family, alleviating their pressing needs. Thus, it was no surprise that the Mu family had invited Lin Ming to attend Ice Xian's birthday banquet. Observing Lin Ming's restrained demeanor, which masked his simmering frustration, Li Ran couldn't help but smile inwardly. He had already traversed this storyline once, and was now thoroughly familiar with Lin Ming's thoughts. This was a classic trope in urban narratives. Before the protagonist could shine, they must first endure a round of derision from the antagonist. Now was Li Ran's moment to bask in the spotlight, and he intended to seize the opportunity to perform to his heart's content. With a scoff, he exclaimed, "You? The Mu family would extend an invitation to you? I'm beginning to suspect you snuck in. Are you plotting something against Aishian?" Li Ran adopted a haughty posture, calling out loudly, "Where are the security personnel? What are you doing? You let someone sneak in without noticing." At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to take notice. It appeared that these two were embroiled in a rivalry over Mu Aishian. Curiosity filled the eyes of many as they looked at Lin Ming. Li Ran's pursuit of Mu Aishian was no secret among the wealthy heirs. However, who was this casually dressed young man daring to vie for her affections? To the wealthy elite, Lin Ming was either an ignorant upstart or someone with an impressive background and connections. Lin Ming appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of profound depth, prompting speculation among many that he was indeed the latter. This youth named Lin Ming was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the captain of the security team from the Mu family hurried over. Li Ran, without affording the captain a chance to speak, arrogantly directed his nostrils toward him and proclaimed, "How can you, as the head of security, allow such a person to enter?" Pointing at Lin Ming, he demanded, "Why aren't you throwing him out?" The security measures of the Mu family were evidently deteriorating. "I shall inform Bing Xian tonight that I will replace your inept team with my family's security personnel, ensuring all of you loafers are dismissed." Witnessing Li Ran's brazen demeanor, the surrounding crowd was left speechless. It seemed this young master from the Li family treated the Mu residents as his own. commanding their security on their own turf? Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from such folly, regardless of whether he was merely a sycophant for Mu Bingxian or genuinely her boyfriend. How could he so brazenly dictate to the Mu family's security without regard for their dignity? It was perplexing how such a son could emerge from the illustrious Li family, a titan of the business world. Should the family fortune fall into Li Ran's hands, it would surely be squandered. Meanwhile, Lin Ming remained unruffled. He offered a subtle smile to the security captain. I trust you still remember me? The captain, previously scolded by Li Ran, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and resolve, replied, Young Master Li. This young Master Lin is a guest invited by our esteemed head of the Mu family. Instantly, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Chapter 29 marked a return to a semblance of normalcy in the narrative. Initially, many assumed Lin Ming had been invited to Mu Bingxian's birthday celebration by her or a relative of the Mu family. Given that he appeared to be of a similar age, the extent of his acquaintances would likely be confined to young individuals within Mu Bingxian's age group. However, with the security captain's revelation, many began to realize they had underestimated Lin Ming. Expressions of surprise adorned every face, even those of business moguls engaged in discussions over cocktails, who momentarily set down their glasses to gaze curiously at Lin Ming. How could this young Master Lin be a guest of the Mu family patriarch? What was his background? Which prominent family did he belong to? Could it be he hailed from the capital? The Mu family was one of the 10 great families of the city. Even Li Ran, the son of the wealthiest man, would not dare to act disrespectfully in the presence of Mu Qingya, nor could he claim to be a guest of his. Yet now, Lin Ming had indeed received an invitation from Mu Qingya. In an instant, Lin Ming, clad in casual attire, appeared enigmatic and formidable in the eyes of those privileged heirs and business elites. To the wealthy young ladies, Lin Ming had already been labeled a prodigy, their envisioned Prince Charming. The gazes directed at Li Ran and his companion shifted, now tinged with intrigue, as if they were eager spectators to a performance. One was the son of the city's wealthiest man, while the other was the formidable young Master Lin. Oh, a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Li Ran's notorious arrogance was well known. Even if Lin Ming possessed a powerful background, he was unlikely to relent easily. Oh, as expected, Li Ran feigned surprise, then raised an eyebrow. You were invited by Uncle Mo? Where's your proof? His close associate, Chen Hao, swiftly stepped forward to support Li Ran, vehemently berating the security captain. Are you certain you haven't mistaken him for someone else? He is merely a poor student from Magic City University, who on his first day brought a plastic bag to school. To my knowledge, he doesn't even have a permanent residence in the city, residing instead in a rented apartment. How could such a person possibly be a guest of Uncle Mo? Chen Hao had thoroughly investigated Lin Ming's background, even knowing the exact apartment he lived in. At this moment, as Chen Hao spoke with such conviction, the crowd began to murmur with doubt. Their gazes toward Lin Ming and the security captain were filled with skepticism. Surely, Lin Ming couldn't have fabricated such an identity? Compared to the security captain's assertions, the affluent heirs present leaned more towards Chen Hao's perspective. Although Chen Hao associated with Li Ran, he was not as thoughtless. What evidence did young Master Li require? Just then, a middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing him, many immediately restrained their expressions. Mu Qingli, the second-in-command of the Mu family and the uncle of Mu Bingxian. Mu Qingli approached Li Ran and calmly stated, Young Master Lin is a distinguished guest of the Mu family. I trust this explanation satisfies you, young Master Li? In an instant, Chen Hao was rendered speechless. How could this be possible? Gaping at Lin Ming, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They hadn't anticipated that even the second-in-command of the Mu family would step forward. Words from Mu Qingli could not be dismissed lightly. Thus, it followed that this Lin Ming was indeed a valued guest of the Mu family. Many began to regard Lin Ming with newfound respect, particularly among the business elite. Numerous individuals resolved to engage with this esteemed young Master Lin and cultivate a connection. Having subtly showcased his prowess, Lin Ming's eyes glimmered with amusement. Thank you, Uncle Mu, for vouching for me. Some may have a respectable lineage, yet they merely view others through a condescending lens, he remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Li Ran. At that moment, Li Ran understood it was time to showcase his acting talents. He inhaled sharply, feigning a flushed visage, a blend of disbelief and indignation perfectly executed. Reciting his memorized lines, he declared, Since Uncle Mu has said so, I naturally believe it. You, foolish one, the Mu family has now fallen into Lin Ming's trap. And you're here singing his praises. Are you merely showering him with money? Then, Li Ran shot Lin Ming a fierce glare. Consider yourself fortunate today. Observing several wealthy heirs gravitate toward Lin Ming, Li Ran and Chen Hao retreated to a corner, nursing their drinks. Young Master Li, how can Lin Ming possibly be a guest of the Mu family? He just a penniless boy. I can't swallow this. Chun Hao was genuinely frustrated. While Li Ran's vexation was a mere facade. Fear not, I shall reclaim this honor in due time. While casually dismissing Chun Hao, Li Ran reflected on the unfolding narrative. Today's plot would culminate in 4 acts of face-slapping. The previous encounter was merely the first act, where Lin Ming modestly displayed his prowess, causing Li Ran to embarrass himself. The second act would feature Mu Bing Xian's entrance. Following her, the third act would introduce another new heroine, further humiliating Li Ran. The final act would be a grand finale with the arrival of the formidable Tang Wanqing. Now, it was intermission. Li Ran stood up, scanning the room. He noticed the absence of Jiang Jia's little demoness. It appeared, as in the previous life, Jiang Qingyue would only arrive after he had been publicly humiliated by Mu Bing Xian and Lin Ming. Before long, the clock struck 8. The lights dimmed suddenly. The attendees looked up to see Mu Bing Xian, adorned in a flowing white gown, gracefully descending the staircase from the second floor. This evening, Mu Bing Xian radiated purity akin to a blooming lily. Within the grand hall, Lin Ming hurriedly adjusted his casual attire, mentally chiding himself for his miscalculation. Had he known that Mu Bing Xian would undoubtedly appear in splendid attire tonight, he would have dispensed with his facade of modesty and donned his bespoke Italian suit. However, the thought of the meticulously prepared gift he had for Mu Bing Xian bolstered his confidence. The present he had arranged was anything but ordinary. It was certain to delight her. Meanwhile, numerous wealthy heirs gazed at Mu Bing Xian, momentarily entranced by her beauty. This evening's soiree featured an array of affluent young ladies, all impeccably adorned. Yet, the moment Mu Bing Xian made her entrance, they all paled in comparison. Li Ran looked up, feeling a twinge of admiration. It must be said that these ladies were each as breathtaking as celestial beings, with figures that could ignite envy. Yet, it seemed their intellect and emotional acumen were lacking. As so many women appeared infatuated with Lin Ming alone, did they not know the meaning of jealousy? The most amusing aspect was that some women, who clearly held mutual disdain, became as amicable as sisters in the presence of Lin Ming's charismatic aura. This was exemplified by the rivalry between Mu Bing Xian and another female lead, Jiang Qingyue, who had also made an appearance tonight. Suddenly, Li Ran noticed Mu Bing Xian casting her gaze in his direction. He quickly feigned a look of infatuation, for he was adept at acting. To his surprise, he observed that Mu Bing Xian appeared to be clutching a small gift box. Chapter 30, The Priceless Violin. It must be a present for Lin Ming. According to the narrative, Lin Ming had recently rendered significant assistance to the Mu family, and Mu Bing Xian's gratitude would naturally manifest in the form of a small gift or two. Li Ran thought little of it, merely waiting for Mu Bing Xian to descend so he could confront her. As Mu Bing Xian descended the staircase, a grand, luxurious cake was wheeled out. Upon entering the hall, she offered a gentle smile and bowed to the assembly. Thank you all for attending my birthday. The crowd responded in kind. It is our honor to celebrate Miss Mu's birthday. You grow more beautiful by the day. After exchanging pleasantries, guests began presenting their gifts. Li Ran was the first to approach. Bing Xian, this is my gift for you. May you remain forever youthful, eternally 18. As he opened the gift box, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the hall, capturing the attention of all present. It was a Tiffany necklace adorned with numerous colorful gemstones, exquisitely crafted. Gasps of admiration filled the air as the crowd marveled at its beauty. The necklace was valued at several tens of millions. Li Ran, the wealthy scion, had truly spared no expense in his pursuit of Mu Bing Xian. Many in the audience instinctively touched their own gifts, feeling somewhat inadequate. Following Li Ran, no one else dared to present their offerings. Thank you. Mu Bing Xian's eyes crescented into delightful crescents as she gazed warmly at Li Ran. In her previous life, she had not received such a necklace, but this time, she would not let it slip away. She discreetly tightened her grip on the gift box in her hand. Seeing the sweet smile on Mu Bing Xian's face, Li Ran felt a flicker of surprise. How had he not noticed in his past life that this young lady possessed a penchant for treasures? Yet, he dismissed the thought. If a mere necklace could win the heart of the female lead, it would be too simple. It could only be attributed to the notion that women were utterly beguiled by gems. He resolved not to gift Mu Bing Xian any more gemstone-laden presents in the future. As he pondered this, his gaze shifted to Lin Ming, for according to the story, it was now Lin Ming's moment to shine. If memory served him correctly, Lin Ming's gift would be a priceless violin. Indeed, Lin Ming approached, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. A wealthy dandy was truly a dandy, employing such crude methods to woo women. Li Ran's necklace might have won over others, but Mu Bing Xian was no common woman. In Lin Ming's eyes, Mu Bing Xian was akin to a pristine lotus, a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. She was incomparable to those corrupted by wealth. Moreover, as the cherished jewel of the Mu family, she had undoubtedly encountered countless luxury items. With a contemptuous glance at Li Ran, Lin Ming stepped forward, revealing his gift, a vintage violin, meticulously maintained yet rich with character. The audience fell silent. The murmurs sparked by Li Ran's necklace gradually subsided. This violin appeared to have a storied past, clearly crafted by a master artisan. Its value was indeterminate, hinging on the identity of its creator. Among the assembly of wealthy heirs, there were also discerning collectors present, yet none could ascertain the violin's origins. Lin Ming's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. This violin was a late work of the world-renowned violin maker, Antonio, and had once been played by illustrious musicians such as Fritz and George Enescu in concert halls. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Even those wealthy heirs, ignorant of music and violins, could grasp the value of this instrument through Lin Ming's brief remarks. Priceless. A seasoned collector in attendance gazed intently at the violin in Lin Ming's hands, his voice trembling. Is this the violin that fetched $500 million at the London auction? 3 years prior, a violin had sold for an astronomical sum at a London auction. It was rumored that the collector who purchased it had encountered pirates while traveling to South Africa, and the priceless violin had vanished without a trace. To think that on this night, at the Mu family's birthday banquet, this extraordinary violin would resurface before the public eye, it was nothing short of astonishing. $500 million? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. To present a $500 million treasure as a birthday gift? In that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Ming, filled with astonishment. What an extravagant gesture. Who exactly was this Lin Xiao? The more they contemplated Lin Ming's background, the more they felt a sense of trepidation. Many young ladies, unabashed, cast flirtatious glances in Lin Ming's direction. Indeed, he was a golden son-in-law. If she could reel him in, her status within the family, as well as her family's standing, would surely soar to new heights. Yet, these affluent young ladies were destined for heartbreak. At this moment, Lin Ming regarded not the wealthy heiresses nor the son of the richest man in the Magic City. His gaze was solely fixed upon Mu Bingxian. With deep affection, Lin Ming addressed her, "Miss Mu, this is a gift for you. No one else in this world is worthy of this violin." Undoubtedly, in terms of both value and significance, Lin Ming's gift overshadowed that of Li Ran, the pampered young master. Instantly, the onlookers cast glances at Li Ran, their expressions rife with schadenfreude. On the second floor, standing by the railing and observing the scene, Mu Qingye shook his head. He had no interest in the rivalry between Li Ran and Lin Ming. Gift-giving transcended mere monetary value. It was the thought and the recipient's feelings that truly mattered. Although both Li Ran and Lin Ming had clearly put considerable thought into their gifts, Lin Ming's offering was undeniably superior in both significance and value. Unfortunately, his daughter had already given her heart to another. This evening, both suitors were fated to suffer. Mu Qingye's gaze swept across the crowd, searching for the figure of his daughter's beloved. How infuriating. Where was that lad? Had his daughter misjudged him? Surely, he wasn't simply hiding in his shell. Intimidated by the gifts exchanged between Li Ran and Lin Ming. In the hall, many eyes were fixed upon Li Ran, some brimming with sympathy while others reveled in his misfortune. In the Magic City, who was unaware that Li Ran was merely a sycophant to Mu Bingxian. Setting aside his character flaws, one couldn't help but admire Li Ran's unwavering devotion to Mu Bingxian. Year after year, his relentless pursuit of her was a rarity, even among ordinary individuals. For her sake, he had scarcely ventured into bars or nightclubs. Such infatuation was indeed touching. Alas, he had crossed paths with Lin Ming. Before the powerful Lin, Li Ran had already been humiliated for the second time that night. In comparison to Lin Ming, he was utterly insignificant, crushed beyond recognition. Under the spotlight, Li Ran hung his head low, biting his lip in anger as he glared at Lin Ming. Mu Bingxian, why are you standing there in silence? Speak up and accept Lin Ming's gift. Do you have any idea how arduous it is for me to maintain this facade? Chapter 31. I'm sorry, but I prefer the necklace from Li Ran. According to the plot, this was the moment for Lin Ming's second wave of humiliation. Following this, Li Ran would unleash his fury, and the new heroine, Jiang Qingyue, would make her entrance, leading to a third wave of humiliation. This sequence was quite tightly woven. In a previous life, Li Ran had nearly faltered at this juncture. At this moment, Li Ran summoned his strength, displaying his remarkable acting skills. A tumult of emotions, rage, resentment, and humiliation played across his face. His grip tightened around the unpresented necklace. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a surge of sympathy, momentarily forgetting his identity as a spoiled rich kid. Among them, Tang Wanqing nearly burst forth. This was her most cherished boy. How could he endure such humiliation? Watching Li Ran, her eyes misted with tears. Yet, she understood that now was not her time to intervene. Li Ran was still deeply in love with Mu Bingxian, and she was merely his aunt. If she rushed out, it would only subject him to further gossip and hurt him anew. Damn Lin Ming. At that moment, Mu Bingxian finally spoke. Thank you for the gift, young Master Lin. However, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. The leading lady, ever so poised, could not help but be dramatic even at this moment. $500 million? Just take it. It's not as if you're losing a limb. Li Ran muttered his impending tirade while internally scoffing. Yet, Mu Bingxuan's next words left him utterly bewildered. Compared to the violin, I prefer this necklace. Thank you, Li Ran. With that, Mu Bingxian reached for the gemstone necklace from Li Ran's box. Instantly, the necklace's vibrant hues shimmered throughout the hall. Li Ran could do nothing but watch helplessly as she joyfully displayed it before everyone. This necklace complements me perfectly, don't you think? Lin Ming, who had just begun to extend his hands with the violin, froze in embarrassment, his face a mask of disbelief. The crowd around them was equally dumbfounded. What was happening? She was refusing a $500 million violin in favor of a necklace worth $2 to $3 million? The brilliance was almost blinding. On the second floor, Mu Qingye, who had searched the crowd in vain, turned to witness this scene and was equally stunned. What had come over his daughter? Why was she flaunting the necklace gifted by that prodigal? At a birthday banquet, gift-giving is customary. However, such lavish offerings as those from Li Ran and Lin Ming carried weighty implications beyond mere birthday gifts. Acceptance warranted careful consideration. Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Qingye, sending a jolt through his heart. Could it be that the young man his daughter admired was none other than Li Ran? At that moment, as he watched Mu Bingxian flaunt the necklace before the crowd, Li Ran was in shock. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. No, this was wrong. He raged internally, torn apart. According to the script, Mu Bingxian was meant to ignore his necklace entirely and accept Lin Ming's violin, even performing an impromptu piece at the banquet. What was happening now? Li Ran inhaled deeply, attempting to remain calm. He had to salvage the situation. He quickly turned to Lin Ming, who still stood motionless, clutching the violin, his expression dazed. Clearly, he was at a loss regarding whether to offer the violin or retract it. Li Ran cursed under his breath. Useless. It seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. Damn it, playing the villain while also facilitating the protagonist's storyline was proving exceedingly difficult. Li Ran's mind raced. The necklace was undoubtedly lost to him now. If he forcibly reclaimed it, his image as a sycophant would be shattered. Have you ever seen a sycophant retrieve a gift from the goddess? He could only continue to play along with Mu Bingxian. With a facade of joy, he said, Bingxian, do you like it? I never imagined you would take a liking to the necklace I gifted you. I thought you refused to accept a violin worth $500 million. Yet you insist on accepting a necklace valued at $2 or $3 million. I truly wish to crack open your skull to see what thoughts occupy your mind. Mu Bingxian turned her head, her eyes shimmering with tenderness as she gazed at Li Ran, nodding emphatically. I like it very much. Li Ran, could you help me put on the necklace? I would like you to be the one to fasten it around my neck. What? Are you out of your mind? You want me to help you put it on? Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. A glance at Lin Ming beside him revealed a murderous glare. At this moment, Li Ran had no time to ponder Lin Ming's feelings. Regardless of whether Lin Ming truly wished him harm, he could not allow his devoted persona to crumble. The plot had already spiraled into chaos. If he could incite the protagonist's ire, that would be a stroke of luck. Moreover, it was rather inconvenient for Lin Ming to be constantly holding a violin. Perhaps he should lend him a hand. If even the protagonist lost his sanity, this evening's performance would be utterly ruined. Come, lower your head. Li Ran took the necklace from Mu Bingxuan's hand and gently adorned her with it. Then he spoke, Bingxian, I see that Lin Xiao is quite fatigued from holding that violin. You should accept it. After all, it is a gesture of goodwill from him. Mu Bingxian hesitated. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Li Ran. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them was in a state of shock. What was Li Ran doing? Wasn't he enamored with Mu Bingxian? How could he allow his woman to accept gifts from another? The wealthy second-generation heirs and executives felt their minds were unraveling. Their thoughts were in utter disarray. The mere act of Mu Bingxian accepting Li Ran's necklace was already astonishing. Yet now Li Ran was encouraging her to accept Lin Ming's gift? What was happening? Lin Ming was equally taken aback. Was Li Ran genuinely being so magnanimous? Suddenly, Lin Ming seemed to realize something, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury as he glared at Li Ran. This was a calculated blow to his heart. Indeed, Li Ran smiled faintly, gazing at Mu Bingxian with deep affection. Bingxian, I have long wished to hear you play a piece on the violin for me. I have never had the opportunity. Turning, he swiftly seized the violin from Lin Ming's hands and presented it to Mu Bingxian, continuing, as Lin Xiao mentioned. This violin is invaluable. Only you are worthy of it in this world. Tonight, I wish to hear you perform a piece with this one-of-a-kind violin, for me, for all of us. Mu Bingxian was utterly mesmerized, enraptured by Li Ran's enchanting words. She nodded foolishly. All right then. I shall use Lin Xiao's violin to entertain everyone and play a piece. Lin Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You want to use my violin to woo a girl? Fine. Fine. You've got guts, Li Ran. Chapter 32. The arrival of the new female lead, my salvation. To be frank, Li Ran was internally resistant to making such a suggestion. However, the narrative had already dictated that Lin Ming would gift the violin to Mu Bingxian, who would then perform with it at the gala. Thus, Li Ran was left with no choice but to cleverly navigate the plot, assisting Lin Ming in fulfilling this part of the storyline. The violin? That was a gift from Lin Ming. No issue there. It was Mu Bingxian who would perform with it. That was also no problem. The storyline aligned perfectly. Li Ran, in essence, was merely a conduit, transferring the violin from Lin Ming to Mu Bingxian. He felt no guilt. Only he, with his remarkable acting skills, could execute such a challenging plot twist. Had it been anyone else, the narrative would have collapsed long ago. Catching a glimpse of Lin Ming's fury, Li Ran smirked. TSK. Is this the extent of the protagonist's ambition? Everything I do is for your benefit. Look, hasn't your violin found a new home? At that moment, Mu Bingxian began to play the violin at the gala. The melody resonated, enchanting and melodious. Truly, it was a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan. Even after decades, the violin's tone and quality remained exceptionally high. However, among the attendees, only Li Ran could leisurely appreciate the music. The others were preoccupied with their own thoughts. As for Lin Ming, he wished fervently to reclaim the violin, even if it meant shattering it to pieces. He could not bear the thought of it aiding Li Ran in winning over his goddess. Yet, he understood that he could not act on such impulses. Tonight marked his inaugural entrance into the upper echelons of Shanghai society. Retrieving the violin might save his pride, but it would also cast him as petty and small-minded in the eyes of those present. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli were in a state of agitation. Lin Ming was a valued guest of the Mu family. If Lin Ming were to withdraw his support, what would they do? Watching Li Ran enjoying the music, Mu Qingye felt a surge of irritation. This young man. The current situation had already soured their relationship with Lin Ming. He could only hope that Lin Ming would not cease his collaboration with the Mu family. If that were to happen, they would have no choice but to turn to the Li family for assistance. What puzzled Mu Qingye the most was how his daughter could possibly be enamored with someone like Li Ran, a scion of the Li family. Looking left and right, he could find no merit in Li Ran beyond his handsome appearance. It was simply illogical. As the final notes faded, Mu Bingxian set the violin aside and approached Lin Ming. Lin Xiao, thank you for your violin. However, this gift is far too extravagant. You should take it back. In her plans, she could not afford to sever ties with Lin Ming just yet. Lin Ming, of course, could not genuinely reclaim it. He was left with no choice but to swallow his pride. Forcing a smile, he feigned magnanimity. Not at all. This gift is for you, Miss Mu. I have always believed that only a beauty like you deserves such a unique violin. If you refuse it, I shall have no choice but to discard it. One must admit, although Mu Bingxian's refusal to accept Lin Ming's gift had caused him some embarrassment, this display of generosity showcased his character, grandeur, and grace. Instantly, applause erupted around them. Truly, Lin Xiao was remarkable, so nonchalantly discarding an item worth $500 million. Miss Mu, do not decline any further. Accept it. Indeed, this violin is one of a kind. What a pity it would be to let it go to waste. Miss Mu, please accept it as a favor to Lin Xiao. The collector amidst the crowd implored earnestly. Some executives seized the opportunity to impart a heartfelt lesson to their sons. Look, learn from young Master Lin. This is what we call vision. Dad, I possess such vision too. Why don't you just hand me $500 million? $100 million would suffice. Get lost, you little brat. In unison, the crowd turned to Mu Bingxian, who cast a troubled glance at Li Ran, fearing his ire. Li Ran retorted, what are you staring at me for? Do I need to teach you about such matters? Isn't your Mu family in dire need of funds? Is $500 million not money? Even if you don't wish to keep it, selling it would be an option. Damn it, foolish woman. You'll be the death of me. According to the narrative, Mu Bingxian indeed accepted the violin. Li Ran then remarked, young Master Lin's heartfelt gesture is not one you should refuse. Mu Bingxian nodded and handed the violin to a nearby servant. Subsequently, she retrieved a beautifully wrapped small gift from the servant. The onlookers instantly comprehended the significance of the moment. Was this a return gift for young Master Lin? How astute of Miss Mu. Her meticulousness ensured that the Mu family would have a competent successor. Learn from her, learn from her. Even Lin Ming himself believed this was a gift intended for him, his chest swelling with pride as he felt his dignity somewhat restored. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Mu Qingye, just having received a glass of red wine from the butler, trembled upon witnessing the scene, spilling wine all over himself. This is disastrous. This is not a gift for Lin Ming. It is clearly a present for his beloved, that brat Li Ran. At that moment, seeing Mu Bingxian cradling the gift, Lin Ming adjusted his casual attire and cleared his throat. Miss Mu, it's really not necessary. Mu Bingxian looked at him quizzically. I'm sorry, but this gift is for Li Ran. Lin Ming's face flushed crimson, akin to liver. The crowd stood in stunned silence once more. For Li Ran? They watched as Mu Bingxian meticulously unwrapped the gift, revealing a Patek Philippe watch. The platinum casing, with a crystal face crafted from sapphire, was adorned with 108 gemstones. It was the limited edition of Patek Philippe, the most exquisite series. In terms of value, it rivaled the necklace Li Ran had given her. What could this possibly signify? A token of mutual affection? Many minds began to entertain this notion. Li Ran, this is a bespoke gift just for you. At the center of the watch face, the letters LR, formed by sapphires, represented Li Ran's initials. Mu Bingxian approached Li Ran, holding the watch. Let me put it on for you. Li Ran was utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling. What are you trying to do? He recalled that this scene was not part of the script. It was evident that Mu Bingxian was once again trying to force a scene. With matters having escalated to this point, what could Li Ran do? To maintain his image as a doting suitor, he had no choice but to continue playing along. Go ahead. Just as Mu Bingxian was about to fasten the watch onto Li Ran's wrist, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Wait. Instantly, hope sparked in Li Ran's eyes. You've finally arrived. The new female lead. Jiang Family's Little Enchantress, Jiang Qinhua. I'm saved. Chapter 33, Jiang Family's Little Enchantress. How fortunate to arrive just in time. The sound of her black knee-high boots echoed crisply against the floor. The crowd parted instinctively to grant her passage. A woman clad in a fitted black leather jacket entered, flanked by several bodyguards. Her figure, accentuated by the tight leather, was striking, and her long legs were captivating. With a delicate oval face, she wore subtle makeup, and her cherry-like lips were adorned with vibrant lipstick, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Her short hair gleamed with a lustrous sheen under the lights. It was indeed the Jiang Family's Little Enchantress. To everyone's surprise, she had come as well. It was rumored that Jiang Qinhua and Mu Bingxian had always been at odds privately. What could she possibly want here? Upon recognizing the short-haired beauty, the crowd immediately identified her as the youngest daughter of the esteemed Jiang family, Jiang Qinhua. As she elegantly strode forward, the surrounding wealthy heirs scattered like startled rabbits, not daring to steal a glance at her. The name Jiang Qinhua resonated far more powerfully among them than that of the debauched Li Ran. There was a tale of a wealthy heir who had foolishly provoked Jiang Qinhua, only to find himself with a broken leg the next day, hospitalized. That heir's father was a significant figure in both the business and political realms of the city, yet he didn't dare utter a word in protest. At that moment, Jiang Qinhua's gaze was fixed ahead, all her attention directed towards the boy at the end of the hall. Nothing else mattered to her. He remains unchanged. How wonderful it is to see Li Ran again in this life. Jiang Qinhua would never forget how, in her previous life, at Mu Bingxian's birthday banquet, Li Ran had been humiliated by Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming, and how she had poured salt on his wounds. As she reached into her leather jacket, Jiang Qinhua clenched the carefully prepared gift. Li Ran must be feeling immense pain at this moment, humiliated by Lin Ming in public and rejected by the woman he cherished. Fortunately, fate had granted her a second chance. This time, she would not allow her boy to endure any more harm or humiliation. If Mu Bingxian no longer wanted Li Ran, that was of no consequence. She did. The crowd parted, and the striking Jiang Qinhua advanced. Exuding an aura of a regal queen, Li Ran's heart swelled with joy. Finally, I have a savior. The narrative is returning to its rightful course. In the story, Jiang Qinhua and Mu Bingxian were adversaries. Their encounters nearly erupted into conflict. Furthermore, Jiang Qinhua harbored a strong aversion towards Li Ran, the debauched scion of the Li family. This little enchantress of the Jiang family would undoubtedly side with Lin Ming. There was no doubt about it. Mu Bingxian, farewell. I have no time to play along with you anymore. Li Ran seized the moment to reflect on the upcoming interactions between himself and Jiang Qinhua. According to the narrative, after being humiliated by Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming, he would rage in indignation, vowing to make Lin Ming pay. His arrogant demeanor would provoke the ire of Jiang Qinhua, who had just arrived at the banquet. Therefore, as she passed by a waiter, she would casually seize a glass of red wine and splash it upon herself. Though the plot has taken a slight deviation, Li Ran remains steadfast in his belief that this minor inconsistency will not hinder the narrative's eventual return to its intended course. Regardless of the excuses Jiang Qinhua may concoct to berate him, he is prepared to accept his fate. At this moment, he observes Jiang Qinhua approaching a server bearing a glass of red wine. She pauses momentarily, yet instead of retrieving the wine, she surveys her surroundings with an air of bewilderment. Soon, a wicked smile graces her lips as she continues her advance towards him. A sudden jolt of apprehension grips Li Ran's heart. Could it be that this young woman intends to strike him directly? By all that is sacred, Jiang Qingyue. This is excessive. Jiang Qingyue strikes fear into the hearts of the affluent youth in the magical city, not solely due to her formidable background, but also because she is a black belt in Taekwondo, possessing remarkable combat prowess. Simultaneously, as Jiang Qingyue diverts her gaze from Li Ran, she becomes acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the gathering. Recalling her previous life, she remembers the mocking expressions on everyone's faces when she arrived at the banquet. Why, then, do they now wear expressions of shock, as if they have encountered a specter? Her eyes land on Mu Bingxian, and a flicker of surprise flashes in her gaze. She distinctly observes Mu Bingxian clutching a gentleman's wristwatch, seemingly preparing to adorn Li Ran with it. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue's attention is drawn to a resplendent necklace of multicolored gems draping around Mu Bingxian's neck. Was that not the very gift Li Ran had intended for the evening? How could it possibly be in Mu Bingxian's possession? Shortly thereafter, her eyes catch sight of a servant positioned behind Mu Bingxian, cradling a violin. This revelation utterly confounds Jiang Qingyue. What is the meaning of this? Has Mu Bingxian accepted gifts from both Lin Ming and Li Ran? In an instant, Jiang Qingyue comprehends the situation. Mu Bingxian is playing both fields, treating Li Ran as a mere backup. How despicable, this vixen. Initially, Jiang Qingyue had planned to present her gift to Li Ran during his moment of sorrow, intending to salvage his dignity while simultaneously delivering a blow to Mu Bingxian and Lin Ming. However, she never anticipated that Mu Bingxian would seize both Lin Ming's and Li Ran's gifts concurrently. This is intolerable. Spotting Lin Ming standing nearby, an idea sparks in Jiang Qingyue's mind. With a smile, she pivots and strides towards Lin Ming. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue is aligning herself with Lin Ming. Li Ran quietly exhales in relief, reassured that Jiang Qingyue would not confront him with hostility. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them is engulfed in confusion, pondering Jiang Qingyue's intentions towards Lin Ming. When did they become acquainted? In an instant, curiosity regarding Lin Ming's identity intensifies among the onlookers. It is well known that while the Li family reigns as the wealthiest in the magical city, Jiang Qingyue's lineage possesses an even grander legacy. At this juncture, Lin Ming gazes upon the strikingly beautiful Jiang Qingyue approaching him, his mind swirling with questions. He is no stranger to the Jiang family's reputation. According to his research, Jiang Qingyue is not only stunningly attractive, but also possesses a fierce disposition that aligns perfectly with his own warrior spirit. Within Lin Ming's strategic plans, Jiang Qingyue was among the captivating women he intended to conquer. However, he had not anticipated capturing her attention so swiftly. Could this be the serendipitous turn of fate? His gaze inadvertently drifts to Jiang Qingyue's long, alluring legs, and he swallows hard, a smile blossoming on his face. Miss Jiang, what a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Qingyue's lips curl into a playful smile. Do you find me appealing? Lin Ming is momentarily taken aback, but soon feels a surge of excitement. Indeed, this enchanting young woman speaks with such candor and boldness. It is utterly captivating. His eyes rove once more over her alluring figure, clad in skin-tight leather, her long, shapely legs inciting a flurry of thoughts. With a genuine admiration, he exclaims, Miss Jiang, you are a vision of celestial beauty, a rare gem among mortals. I permit you to gaze upon me. With that, Jiang Qingyue swiftly delivers a resounding slap across Lin Ming's face, leaving 5 vivid crimson imprints emblazoned upon his cheek. In an instant, half of his face swells noticeably. Lin Ming stands bewildered, utterly astonished by her unexpected aggression. He had let his guard down and failed to evade her strike. Simultaneously, the crowd around them is taken aback, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. A murmur ripples through the gathered guests. Those familiar with Jiang Qingyue understand that she requires no justification to unleash her wrath. If she finds you disagreeable, she may very well strike without hesitation. Thus, many have dubbed her the Little Demoness. Yet, no one could have predicted that she would so brazenly confront Lin Ming in front of everyone. What transgression could this young master have committed to incur the ire of such a tempestuous spirit? It is crucial to note that although Jiang Qingyue does not seek reasons, she certainly possesses her motivations. The little sorceress, placed in ancient times, would undoubtedly embody the spirit of a chivalrous woman, ever eager to champion the downtrodden. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts swirled within the minds of many. Had Lin Ming, perchance, committed some indiscretion that had incited Jiang Qingyue's ire? On the second floor, the 2 stewards of the Mu family, Mu Qingye and Mu Chengli, simultaneously pressed their hands to their foreheads. Had they foreseen this tumult, they would have refrained from inviting young Master Lin to ice Xian's birthday celebration. The situation had escalated to a headache-inducing mess. Jiang Qingyue's slap had been swift and fierce. Now, any attempt to salvage Lin Ming's dignity would be futile. Should they venture out, there lingered the risk of Lin Ming redirecting his wrath towards the Mu family. Thus, the two men could only feign ignorance, biding their time to mend the aftermath. Given the circumstances, it was inevitable that Lin Ming would withdraw his financial support from the Mu family, was it not? In the grand hall, Lin Ming remained in a state of bewilderment. He distinctly recalled that this was his first encounter with Jiang Qinhua. Why had she inexplicably struck him? It made no sense whatsoever. If his subordinates were to discover that he had been publicly humiliated by a woman at the banquet, how could he ever hope to establish his authority henceforth? In an instant, he glared at Jiang Qinhua, his fists clenched, with murderous intent brewing in his heart. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from acting on it. It was not out of a sense of chivalry, but rather an acute awareness of the fact that he could not afford to retaliate. This woman was the little princess of the Jiang family. Above her were three brothers, each occupying prominent positions in the realms of commerce, politics, and the military. When it came to lineage, Jiang Qinyue's connections far surpassed even Li Ran's. After all, the Li family's influence was confined to the Magic City, whereas the Jiang family's reach extended into both the Magic City and the capital. To provoke Jiang Qinhua would mean that even if Lin Ming possessed 10 lives, he would not escape the clutches of Long Country. His own influence lay abroad, and within Long Country, he had yet to secure a foothold. Casting a cold gaze at Jiang Qinhua, Lin Ming remarked, "Miss Jiang, I shall remember this slap." Jiang Qinhua, unfazed, offered a playful smile. "Seeking trouble? I am ever ready to oblige." In this lifetime, she would be the steadfast support behind Li Ran. Even if Lin Ming's backing was formidable, she held no fear. Turning her attention to Li Ran, she brushed her fingers over the gift concealed within her leather jacket. Ultimately, she refrained from presenting it, not wishing for Lin Ming to vent his frustrations upon Li Ran due to her. Instead, she resolved to save the gift for another occasion, perhaps during that torrential downpour of a night, which would serve as a perfect opportunity. "Please, do continue." Jiang Qinhua provocatively smiled at Mu Bingxian before gracefully stepping off the stage. Sooner or later, she would unveil Mu Bingxuan's true nature to Li Ran, ensuring that Li Ran would fall for her. For now, she would allow Mu Bingxian to revel in her moment of pride. Following Jiang Qinyue's outburst, the atmosphere had been shattered. Until the cake-cutting segment concluded, Li Ran remained in a state of confusion. How had the heroine Jiang Qinhua ended up clashing with the protagonist Lin Ming? Were it not for his own involvement, Li Ran would have relished the spectacle, perhaps munching on a watermelon while applauding from the sidelines. However, it was evident that the plot had once again unraveled. The scene where he was meant to be slapped by Jiang Qinhua had vanished. Li Ran felt a pang of despair. While Mu Bingxuan's forced theatrics were one thing, Jiang Qinhua had outright altered the narrative. Such audacity. Surely, the director must be related to her? These leading ladies were proving to be exceedingly difficult to manage. The sole solace for Li Ran was that, despite Lin Ming's face being grotesquely swollen, he had yet to leave. Li Ran shifted his gaze to the side, where Tang Wanqing was engaged in conversation with several affluent ladies. The final act of humiliation this evening was destined to revolve around Tang Wanqing. "Tang auntie, please don't falter now." Noticing Li Ran's gaze, Tang Wanqing, adorned in a striking red evening gown, turned her head, offering a slight smile and a flirtatious wink. She was utterly enchanting. Chapter 35. Oh dear, I wish to dance with Li Ran. The red evening gown accentuated Tang Wanqing's voluptuous figure to perfection. At that moment, numerous gentlemen at the banquet were covertly admiring the head of the Tang group. Her alluring smile and graceful movements stirred the hearts of many, causing pulses to quicken. Even Li Ran found himself inwardly captivated. A woman of such maturity was akin to a sweet poison to men, an irresistible temptation. Alas, she was a tad older. "Young Master Li, who are you gazing at?" Chun Hao suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Li Ran withdrew his gaze and shot him a sidelong glance. "Who do you think I'm looking at?" Following Li Ran's line of sight, Chun Hao speculated, "It wouldn't happen to be President Tang, would it?" "That's my Aunt Tang. Don't speak nonsense." Unperturbed by Li Ran's glare, Chun Hao chuckled. "By the way, that little sorceress from the Jiang family was truly ruthless tonight. I just saw Lin Ming's face. It's still swollen. What a gratifying sight. Were it not for the knowledge of your discord with Jiang Qinhua, I might have thought she was there to defend you." Chun Hao shook his head, clearly pleased with Jiang Qinhua's reprimand of Lin Ming. Li Ran offered a perfunctory smile. "How would I know? I too am curious about what has possessed her tonight. Why don't you go ask her?" Chun Hao was merely expressing his astonishment. He had no intention of actually approaching Jiang Qinhua, unless he wished to meet a fate akin to Lin Ming's. His gaze then shifted to the Patek Philippe watch adorning Li Ran's wrist. "I truly didn't expect Mu Bingxian to prepare a gift for you. You are the center of attention tonight." "Indeed, I am the center of attention." Li Ran rolled his eyes. He yearned to pat Chun Hao on the shoulder and say, "Ah Hao, you're celebrating too soon. Have you forgotten your place? You are but my sidekick in this villainous role." Such a claim is not meant for us. Wake up, dear boy. Once Lin Ming produces the rejuvenation potion, you will see who truly steals the spotlight tonight. At that moment, music filled the air. A space was cleared in the hall, transforming it into a dance floor. The wealthy heirs began to dance, while the company executives congregated in small groups to discuss their respective businesses. Shen Hao seized his partner and sauntered off to show off. Li Ran observed, retreating to the side, awaiting the conclusion of the music. According to the original script, as this dance ended, Lin Ming would invite Tang Wanqing to dance. Even if Tang Wanqing declined, Lin Ming would use the opportunity to broach the topic of collaboration. The two parties would agree to cooperate, and subsequently, Lin Ming would hand over the formula for the rejuvenation potion to Tang Wanqing's company for production. However, this time, Lin Ming was deviating from the script entirely. He had already concocted the rejuvenation potion himself. Thus, for the unfolding narrative, Li Ran could only speculate. Lin Ming was expected to make his entrance at the culmination of the first dance, when the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. At that moment, I would merely need to align my performance accordingly. As for the lines, they would consist of phrases like, "How could this miraculous beauty elixir possibly be of your creation?" And "My Aunt Tang would never consent to this." Or perhaps "Collaborate. Dream on." During the performance, I would strive to infuse my emotions into the portrayal. When questioning Lin Ming, I aim to convey a progression of emotions. First astonishment and disbelief, followed by a roar of anger, and ultimately, a sense of shame, frustration, and despondency. Furthermore, when confronted by Lin Ming, a touch of theatrical exaggeration would serve to enhance the performance. On the dance floor, couples swayed gracefully. Li Ran held a glass of red wine, savoring its richness. At that moment, on the opposite side of the dance floor, Tang Wanqing glanced at the dancing pairs and suddenly smiled, pausing her conversation with her business partners. "I have a personal matter to attend to, Mr. Wang, Mr. Qian. Please excuse me," she said with a polite smile. It had been quite a while since she had danced with anyone. For the second dance, she planned to partner with Li Ran. Concurrently, Mu Bingxian, who had just returned to the hall, harbored the same intention of dancing with Li Ran for the second dance. As the music concluded, both women made their way towards Li Ran. However, at that moment, a resounding voice from a microphone halted their steps. "Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears for a moment." The crowd turned to see a young man with one side of his face swollen, dressed in casual attire, standing at the host's podium, holding a bag of ice for reducing swelling. Who else could it be but Lin Ming? Instantly, Mu Bingxian and Tang Wanqing glared at him. Their teeth clenched in frustration. This man was once again ruining their plans. The onlookers regarded Lin Ming with curiosity, wondering what he intended to do given his current state. "Actually, I have a small gift for everyone tonight," Lin Ming said with a slight smile, instructing the servants of the Mu family to distribute the Lin family's beauty elixir to those present. "I am certain you have heard of the Lin family beauty elixir that has been circulating among the elite of Magic City these past few days. Indeed, I am the mastermind behind it." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd at this revelation. The beauty elixir was developed by young Master Lin himself. I knew such a miraculous potion could not be concocted by just anyone. It was brought here by him. My mother has been incessantly pestering me to purchase it ever since she tried it. I was at my wit's end trying to find it until tonight. The wealthy ladies and young ladies clutched the beauty elixirs with delight, eagerly inquiring about the price. "Young Master Lin, how will you be selling this beauty elixir?" The miraculous skincare effects of the elixir had already spread like wildfire, and they were practically itching with anticipation. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ming smiled inwardly, feeling a swell of pride. Just days ago, he had been humiliated by Jiang Qinhui's slap, a blow to his dignity. Most would have fled in shame. But he remained, intent on seizing this moment. "Please, do not rush. I will address your questions one by one. The beauty elixir tonight is available for free trial, and it has passed all safety inspections, so you can use it with confidence. As for the pricing, I plan to collaborate with 1 or 2 companies, and we will finalize the details after discussions. However, I assure you, the price will be fair and the value exceptional." Lin Ming's words stirred a frenzy among the company executives present, their eyes gleaming with greed. Fair pricing? Many were skeptical, but the scent of potential profit was palpable in the air. "Wait, does Tang Wanqing have a beauty elixir as well?" "Young Master Lin, I manage 5 cosmetics companies. What do you think?" "Young Master Lin, I can establish a cosmetics company immediately, however many you need, dedicated solely to selling your beauty elixir." One after another, the executives clamored to express their interest. The cosmetics industry was notoriously lucrative, and a product as remarkable as the beauty elixir promised profits beyond imagination. At that moment, Lin Ming smiled slightly, casting a glance at Li Ran, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. His heart swelled with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the radiant Tang Wanqing. "Actually, I already have a suitable company in mind," he announced, capturing everyone's attention. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, "Mr. Tang from Tang Cosmetics, would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Instantly, all eyes in the room were drawn to Tang Wanqing in her stunning red dress. Many executives shook their heads in resignation, sighing deeply. It was a foregone conclusion for many. Who wouldn't be enamored by a beauty like Tang Wanqing? Even they, if in Lin Ming's position, would choose her without hesitation. After all, disregarding her beauty, Tang Cosmetics was among the finest in Magic City, and Lin Ming had every reason to select her over them. It was clear that Lin Ming was indeed a man of distinction, effortlessly charming. Initially, Lin Ming had not intended to be so ostentatious. With at least a couple of hundred guests present, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of distributing so many beauty elixirs. However, the earlier incident with Mu Bingxian gifting a watch to Li Ran had provoked him, compounded by the inexplicable slap from the madwoman Jiang Qinhua. This evening, if Lin Ming did not create a stir, he would surely be ridiculed by all present. At this moment, while Lin Ming appeared to be patiently awaiting Tang Wanqing's response, his peripheral vision discreetly observed Li Ran. Many had witnessed Li Ran arriving in Tang Wanqing's car. He did not believe Li Ran would remain indifferent to the prospect of his collaboration with Tang Wanqing. Li Ran had already slipped into character. Upon catching Lin Ming's glance, he immediately erupted, "Aunt Tang, don't agree to him. Don't fall for this guy's tricks. He is just a purveyor of fake medicine, a charlatan." "Oh, pardon me. I got too into character and almost went off script." Li Ran continued with his sharp tongue. "In short, this guy Lin Ming is full of malice. You must not agree to him." His tirade left Mu Bingxian, Tang Wanqing, and even Jiang Qinhua in a nearby corner stifling their laughter. How had he never noticed before how delightfully sharp-tongued and charmingly playful Lin Ming was? Lin Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that provoking Li Ran might have been a miscalculation. After all, Li Ran was just a good-for-nothing scion, a rogue without an ounce of self-restraint, effortlessly hurling insults without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Ming found himself unable to retaliate. After all, Lin Ming is a refined gentleman, a person of culture who must consider his image. Thus, Lin Ming resolved to disregard Li Ran. He turned his gaze and quietly observed Tang Wanqing. Despite one side of his face being swollen like a pig's head, it did not hinder the confident smile that graced the other side. To Lin Ming, Li Ran's opinions were inconsequential, for the authority lay in Tang Wanqing's hands. This serendipitous opportunity was too fortuitous for him to comprehend why Tang Wanqing would decline his advances. After all, while Tang Wanqing was, by familial hierarchy, Li Ran's aunt, she held a deep-seated disdain for the debauched Li Ran. The Tang Cosmetics Company is preeminent in the Magic City, a fact of which Lin Ming had long been aware and admired. He wondered if President Tang would be inclined to consider a collaboration. With the efficacy of Lin's rejuvenating elixir, he mused that the executives vying for his partnership would likely be clamoring at his doorstep. However, Lin Ming had chosen to adopt a lowly demeanor, for his ambitions extended beyond mere collaboration with the Tang Group. He yearned for Tang Wanqing to become his beloved. "Young Master Lin is genuinely eager to partner with President Tang," he declared. The Tang Group, being the largest cosmetics enterprise in the Magic City, would undoubtedly solidify its dominance with the aid of Lin's rejuvenating elixir. Indeed, who could possibly challenge the Tang Group's stature now? Moreover, it would expedite the Tang Group's expansion into the Jiangnan market. It seemed to me that young Master Lin's intentions were not solely focused on business. Lin Ming's humility sparked a flurry of whispers among the executives, many of whom turned their eyes toward Tang Wanqing. What more was there to deliberate? If it were they would be all too eager to sign a contract with Lin Ming, fearing he might retract his offer. Yet, Tang Wanqing merely smiled gently. "Coincidentally, our Tang Group has recently developed a new product called the Tang Rejuvenating Elixir. We had planned to unveil it this weekend, but fortuitously, I brought a few bottles with me tonight for everyone to preview." As she spoke, Tang Wanqing summoned a servant from the Mu family to retrieve the elixir. Lin Ming suddenly felt foreboding. "President Tang, what do you mean by that?" Tang Wanqing replied coolly, "Young Master Lin, I regret to inform you that the rejuvenating elixir is also part of our Tang Group's offerings. Therefore, I suggest you seek collaboration elsewhere." "What?" Lin Ming's mind buzzed in disbelief. His first reaction was that it was impossible. After obtaining the formula, that eccentric scientist had been eliminated. How could Tang Wanqing possibly possess a rejuvenating elixir? Then, a realization dawned upon him. It must have been his own Lin rejuvenating elixir that had raised Tang Wanqing's vigilance, prompting her to name their newly developed product the Tang Rejuvenating Elixir. Lin Ming smiled faintly. "President Tang, you may not be fully aware, but my Lin Rejuvenating Elixir, with consistent use, can rejuvenate one's skin by a decade. Its effects are beyond comparison with your Tang Rejuvenating Elixir. What? 10 years younger in appearance. Is the effect truly so miraculous?" Instantly, the guests were taken aback. Lin Ming nodded with a smile. Although his words seemed to belittle the Tang Group, he knew that his elixir was incomparable to any ordinary skincare products on the market. Once Tang Wanqing experienced the efficacy of his Lin rejuvenating elixir, she would undoubtedly concur with his statement. Surely, Tang Wanqing would agree to a collaboration now. However, all he received in return was Tang Wanqing's icy voice. Is that so? Young Master Lin, you are quite confident. Perhaps we should have a comparison. As a servant from the Mu family returned, carrying a gift bag, Tang Wanqing opened it to reveal an exquisite small vial. Chapter 37. Excessive, to the point of causing the protagonist to faint. All eyes were drawn to the vial in Tang Wanqing's hand. The transparent container, adorned with shimmering powder, sparkled under the light, exuding an air of elegance and mystery. Its design surpassed Lin Ming's rejuvenating elixir. Curiosity rippled through the crowd, and Lin Ming too was intrigued. How do you propose we compare? Tang Wanqing smiled lightly. Many of the guests must have had the opportunity to use young Master Lin's rejuvenating elixir. I would like to inquire how many among you have tried it? Immediately, several ladies and affluent young women stood up. Tang Wanqing smiled at them. Mrs. Zhao, Mrs. Zhang, Miss Liu, Miss Mo. May I ask how long each of you have been using the Lin rejuvenating elixir? 5 days. 6 days. I've only used it for 3 days. Tang Wanqing nodded and turned to the crowd, calling out, Mrs. Qian, Mrs. Wang. 2 middle-aged women stepped forward, both close friends of Tang Wanqing. Thank you for your assistance. She acknowledged them, then explained, after our Tang rejuvenating elixir was developed, I invited Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Wang to test it for 5 days. They are both barefaced today, so everyone can see the results. Until then, no one had paid much attention, but upon her words, they noticed the remarkable smoothness of the 2 ladies' skin, as delicate as that of an infant. Particularly Mrs. Qian, who had crossed into her 40s, exhibited no trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She appeared rejuvenated, as though she were just over 30. Mrs. Wang too looked more radiant. Who would have thought that President Tang's rejuvenating elixir would yield such impressive results? Indeed, it seems to be on par with young Master Lin's elixir. Despite Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Wang's unabashed display of their bare faces, the audience felt hesitant to gaze for too long. Tang Wanqing, sensing the moment was ripe, continued, Tonight, I have requested these 2 ladies to assist me. If anyone is interested, this weekend at the Tang Cosmetics Company in the Magic City, we will hold a launch event for the Tang rejuvenating elixir. There will be more detailed testing videos and live demonstrations. President Tang is too kind. I will certainly attend to support you this weekend. Many expressed their intention to attend the launch of the Tang rejuvenating elixir. Lin Ming's expression darkened. He realized that Tang Wanqing had cleverly utilized the gift he presented to promote her own product. With the assistance of 2 executives' wives, he felt he lacked the stature to request those who had used the Lin rejuvenating elixir to reveal their bare faces. Moreover, he did not believe that those women could surpass the natural beauty of Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Qian. Truly, a self-made woman, with such cunning tactics. The Lin rejuvenating elixir had only been on the market for a little over a week, yet Tang Wanqing had swiftly devised a countermeasure. As Lin Ming gazed at Tang Wanqing, he silently marveled at her, and the desire to recruit her into his ranks grew ever stronger in his heart. A woman with such cunning abilities would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally in his quest to conquer the powerful 10 families of Magic City. At that moment, Tang Wanqing smiled again at Lin Ming. I have also examined the product certification recently presented by Lin Enterprises. I noticed that many of the ingredients in your rejuvenating elixir are remarkably similar to those in my Tang family's formula. I wonder how you, young Master Lin, would explain this. The similarity in ingredients rendered Lin Ming momentarily speechless, and he hastily shook his head in denial. Impossible. The rejuvenating elixir from Lin Enterprises is my exclusive formula. It cannot possibly resemble that of the Tang family. Tang Wanqing shook her head and distributed the prepared ingredient list for the rejuvenating elixir to everyone present, including Lin Ming. Upon comparing the ingredient lists of the 2 elixirs, it became evident to all that a staggering 90 overlap existed between them. Lin Ming was left dumbfounded, his hand trembling as he clutched the ingredient list. Where did you obtain my formula for the rejuvenating elixir? His initial thought was that one of his subordinates had betrayed him by leaking the formula to Tang Wanqing. It had to be that way. Otherwise, the components of the Tang family's elixir could not possibly match his own. Damn it. Had these fellows returned home only to betray him so soon? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Ming. The fate of those who betrayed him was sealed. They would meet their demise. At that moment, Tang Wanqing coldly retorted, Shouldn't that question be directed towards you, young Master Lin? Take a closer look. Lin Ming picked up the ingredient list for the rejuvenating elixir and scrutinized it once more. Indeed, there were certain components in Tang Wanqing's elixir that were absent from his Lin Enterprises product. Meanwhile, some onlookers noted an even more glaring discrepancy. The harmful substances in President Tang's rejuvenating elixir are significantly fewer than those in young Master Lin's. With this revelation, the answer became painfully clear. Lin Enterprises' rejuvenating elixir was merely an inferior imitation of the Tang family's formula. It was glaringly obvious that Lin Ming had plagiarized Tang Wanqing's formula, and he had done so incompletely. In an instant, many gazes turned towards Lin Ming, filled with disdain. No, it wasn't me. The rejuvenating elixir is truly my exclusive formula. Lin Ming hastily protested, his mind in disarray. He had certainly noticed that Tang Wanqing's elixir not only contained more ingredients than his, but also had less than half of the harmful substances within them. However, how could this be possible? Let alone the fact that he possessed the formula, even if one of his subordinates had disclosed it to Tang Wanqing. How could she have possibly improved upon it in such a brief time? Lin Ming had previously attempted to modify the formula, but had found it impossible. His feeble justifications fell on deaf ears as many began to point fingers at him. It seems one cannot truly know a person's heart by merely judging their appearance. Who would have thought that this seemingly dignified young Master Lin was a habitual plagiarist, brazenly showcasing his stolen work in front of so many? Tang Wanqing, with her usual poise, remarked, "Rest assured, I have already patented my Tang family's rejuvenating elixir. Any acts of imitation, forgery, or counterfeit will incur legal consequences." Aye. Lin Ming's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. His final thought echoed in his mind. How could the elixir he presented be deemed counterfeit? To the onlookers, it was evident that Lin Ming had been exposed, overwhelmed by shame, and left with no ground to stand on, leading him to feign unconsciousness. While the crowd cast disdainful glances, several servants from the Mu family hurriedly came forth to carry Lin Ming away. After his departure, a few ladies turned to Tang Wanqing with apologetic expressions. "My apologies, President Tang, we almost misjudged you. Indeed, we were nearly deceived by that duplicitous young Master Lin. Do not worry, we will certainly attend the launch event for your new Tang cosmetic products." Mentioning Lin Ming, the ladies gritted their teeth in frustration. As they observed Lin Ming being carried off, Tang Wanqing smiled. "Thank you all for your support. I look forward to your esteemed presence this weekend." Little did Lin Ming know that her Tang family's rejuvenating elixir was, in fact, an improved version of Lin Enterprises' original formula. In a previous life, Lin Ming had presented the formula to Tang Wanqing in an effort to win her favor. Thus, she was well aware of its composition. Not only did she know, but she had also assembled a research team dedicated to rectifying the flaws in Lin Ming's formula. The current Tang rejuvenating elixir was the result of her innovations from her past life. Having returned to this life, Tang Wanqing had already commenced her efforts in developing the Tang rejuvenating elixir, which she had perfected long ago. Tonight was merely the occasion on which she unveiled it. At this juncture, Li Ran, amidst the crowd, was rendered speechless at the sight of Lin Ming being carried away. This is a disaster. From the moment Tang Wanqing produced the rejuvenating elixir until Lin Ming's exit, Li Ran had been in a daze. Another protagonist who disrupts the plot to steal the spotlight. This time, it has gone too far, causing the lead to faint. Why not just kill Lin Ming with anger? Li Ran was at a loss for words regarding Tang Wanqing. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly confused. With the plot in such disarray, why had there been no reset? Li Ran sensed that the system was targeting him, unwilling to let him return. Previously, when he had displayed even a hint of flaw in his performance, the plot had reset, yet now, with all these female leads adding chaos, the system remained utterly silent. Was this not a direct affront to him? He vehemently protested, demanding fairness and just treatment. After Lin Ming was carried away, the music resumed. As he observed the couples dancing in the ballroom, Li Ran silently mourned the fallen protagonist for 3 seconds. Just then, he noticed Tang Wanqing approaching him. "You've already caused the protagonist to faint. What more could you possibly want? I warn you, do not think that just because you are the female lead and have a good relationship with the system, I will not dare to confront you. If you come any closer, I will call for help." "Hey, do not come any closer." Li Ran's heart raced with anxiety. "Tang Auntie." Tang Wanqing playfully flicked her hair and smiled gently. "It has been a while since I last danced. Xiaoran, would you accompany me for a dance?" Li Ran thought to himself, "It seems you're not interested in dancing, but rather in flirting." On the other side of the dance floor, Mu Bingxian stomped her foot in frustration. Consequently, just as Li Ran finished dancing with Tang Wanqing and had no time to catch his breath, he found himself pulled back into the dance floor by Mu Bingxian, while Chun Hao watched with envy. How infuriating. Li Xiao is a dandy, and so am I. How could such good fortune not come my way? After the soiree concluded, Li Ran, who had been subjected to relentless torment by the two leading ladies, returned to the Li residence. Lying upon his bed, tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. How infuriating. What do they take me for? To lay hands on me like that? After collecting his thoughts, Li Ran came to a realization. Let them create chaos. I shall remain as calm as a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge, no matter how the heroines embellish the plot. My task is simply to perform my role as the antagonist with finesse. As the sun poured into the room, a new day dawned. Li Ran ascended to the rooftop of his villa, instructing the maid to bring forth breakfast. Sipping milk, he contemplated the next scene in which he would make his entrance. The mere thought of the upcoming plot filled him with a tinge of excitement. According to the script, at the Mu family's gala, he would be repeatedly humiliated by Lin Ming, leaving him seething with rage. Thus, spurred on by the sycophant Chen Hao, he would seek trouble with Lin Ming. As fate would have it, Lin Ming was absent at the moment. Consequently, he resorted to kidnapping Lin Ming's landlord, leaving behind a note for Lin Ming to come alone to retrieve the hostage. The outcome of the narrative, predictably melodramatic, unfolded on a pitch-black night. Lin Ming arrived alone, conquering all in his path, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Li Ran was aware, based on the plot, that this landlord was a beautiful widow, one of the heroines, and Lin Ming held a particular affection for her. The logic, albeit tenuous, could be stretched to make sense. Li Ran's excitement stemmed not from the prospect of Lin Ming's heroics, but rather from the knowledge that this scene marked the commencement of his transformation into a darker character. From this juncture, his naive persona would begin to evolve. He would learn the art of subterfuge. In other words, he would no longer need to play the fool, a role that had grown tiresome. Moreover, once this narrative arc concluded, he would begin frequenting bars and nightclubs, encountering women. Several subsequent scenes were set in these entertainment venues, where he would even enjoy the company of multiple leading ladies. The thought of Lin Ming's envious plight was thrilling. However, reflecting on his failure to confront Lin Ming the previous night brought a slight headache. Oh well, I can't dwell on that. Regardless, I am destined to embrace darkness. I shall brand the protagonist with a tarnished reputation. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, Mu Chengli reprimanded Mu Bingxian. Xian, your actions last night were thoughtless. Mu Chengye furrowed his brow and added, Xian, do you harbor feelings for that Li Ran fellow? Mu Bingxian nodded. What is it that you find appealing about him? He possesses many admirable qualities. I simply like him. Mu Chengye was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his brow. Yet, even if you like him, you cannot treat Lin Ming in such a manner. Mu Chengli interjected. You humiliated Lin Ming in front of so many people. If he withdraws his funding because of this, what will become of our family? Suddenly, Mu Bingxian laughed. Instantly, her two relatives exchanged bewildered glances. How could she still find amusement at such a time? Had she been infected by Li Ran's frivolity, causing her intellect to wane? Pouring tea for them, Mu Bingxian reassured. Uncle, fear not. I assure you, Lin Ming will not withdraw his funding. For the next few days, you need only wait and observe. She was well aware that Lin Ming would not pull his investments from the Mu family, as they served as his gateway into the market of the Magic City. Conversely, without the Mu family, Lin Ming would face insurmountable challenges in entering the market. In the Magic City, as well as in the broader Jiangnan region, each of the 10 prominent families held a designated share. The pie was finite. Typically, the families might experience minor frictions among themselves. However, should foreign capital attempt to carve out a piece of the pie, the 10 families would unite. Thus, even after suffering humiliation at the Mu family's banquet, Lin Ming would not withdraw his funding. Mu Bingxian understood Lin Ming too well. She was acutely aware that his ambitions lay in the wealth of the 10 great families. Mu Chengye and Mu Chengli exchanged skeptical glances. Is that truly the case? Mu Bingxian smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. Within 3 days, Lin Ming will certainly pay us a visit. If he does not, I shall heed your advice and personally apologize to him. She further assuaged their concerns. Should he withdraw his funding, I will approach the Li family and seek assistance from Uncle Li. With such confidence expressed by Mu Bingxian, her uncles felt it unwise to voice further doubt. After all, the Mu family had already offended Lin Ming, and their current situation left them no choice but to trust their daughter. On the flip side, Lin Ming returned to his apartment, his expression dark and foreboding, causing his 2 subordinates to tremble with trepidation. Among the research personnel at Lin's Cosmetics Company, there was a traitor. Are you aware of this? Lin Ming's icy tone sent his subordinates sprawling to the ground, their heads bowing in frantic submission. Even though those individuals were their trusted allies, and they believed no one would betray them, facing Lin Ming's wrath left them too fearful to utter a word of defense. They could only bow repeatedly. Observing his subordinates, Lin Ming's gaze remained frigid, devoid of any compassion. As the king of mercenaries, he had reached this point not through kindness, but through iron-fisted methods. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, you know the consequences. Moreover, I do not wish to see that group again. You understand what must be done. Had he not just returned to the country and found himself in dire need of capable individuals, he would not have shown them mercy. Yes, master. The 2 subordinates exited, trembling, only to realize their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Inside, Lin Ming had already regained his composure. Although he did not fully believe his subordinates would dare betray him, the reality was that someone had to bear the brunt of his fury. As for the truth of the matter, it had become inconsequential. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. The embarrassment he suffered at the Mu family's banquet last night was not entirely a misfortune. Now that he and the Mu family were in a partnership, having lost face at their gathering, the head of the Mu family would undoubtedly need to provide him with an explanation. Seizing this opportunity, he could pressure Mu Qingye to relinquish some shares of their industries, thereby accelerating his plan to absorb the Mu family's resources. However, as Lin Ming awaited a visit from the Mu family, 3 days passed without a single member appearing to apologize. Resigned, Lin Ming decided to take matters into his own hands and visit the Mu family. Upon arriving at the Mu residence, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli were both taken aback upon seeing Lin Ming. They could hardly believe their ears. Their daughter had indeed been correct. Lin Ming had come to them. The two swiftly donned expressions of surprise and guilt, rushing forward to welcome him. "Young Master Lin, please, come in. We sincerely apologize for the events at the birthday banquet." Lin Ming was a master of combat and assassination, but in the realm of business, he was no match for these cunning old foxes. Leading Lin Ming into the reception room, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli employed every tactic their niece had advised to navigate the conversation with him. Lin Ming remained resolute in his refusal to yield any share of his industry. After a lengthy discussion, he found himself with no advantages to speak of. Confronted by the two cunning old foxes, he departed from the Mu family with a heart full of resentment. Indeed, as Mu Bingxian had foreseen, the Mu family was pivotal to Lin Ming's financial influx into the market, which directly impacted his future plans. Even if the Mu family showed him no respect at present, he could not afford to withdraw his funds from them. Moreover, given Li Ran's audacious demeanor, it was clear that if he were to withdraw his capital, the Li family would swiftly fill that void, thus pushing the Mu family further into their grasp. Lin Ming was left to swallow his bitter pill in silence. Little did he realize that his plans had been entirely discerned by Mu Bingxian. After bidding Lin Ming farewell, Mu Qingye and Mu Qingli exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads with a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. "It seems we have grown old. Even a child like Xiaoxian sees through things more clearly than we do. This child is truly a prodigy. Perhaps it is time to introduce her to the family business." Chapter 39. Qinqing. Am I going to be kidnapped? I should prepare. According to the storyline, Lin Ming was too preoccupied to pay attention to his own affairs during this period. While collaborating with the Mu family, he also took time to flirt with the young widow. Reflecting on it, Li Ran thought the protagonist must be rather exhausted, constantly either pretending to be impressive or busying himself with romantic pursuits. Just after the Mu family's evening banquet had concluded, and with his injuries just beginning to heal, he was eager to pursue women. Speaking of which, what was the landlord's name again? Qinqing. Suddenly, Li Ran realized Lin Ming's urgency had its reasons. This young widow possessed a figure that could rival Tang Wanqing, and she stood tall at 175 centimeters, enough to incite the conquest desires of many men. Moreover, she was quite playful, unlike the older and more withered Tang Wanqing, who, at her 30s, lacked any male companionship and seemed utterly clueless. Lin Ming was indeed akin to Cao Cao. He showcased his physique before Qinqing while showering her with concern and warmth, whether it was fixing pipes or unclogging drains, all to entice the lonely widow's heart. But enough of such thoughts. Dwelling on them only brings annoyance. In any case, during this time, he had little to do, so he considered it a small vacation for himself. Li Ran vowed that when his turn came to shine, he would seize the opportunity to captivate the widow Qinqing, ensuring that she experienced everything Lin Ming had not. In the following days, Li Ran found himself with idle hands, spending time at the park playing with cats and occasionally visiting the riverside to exchange musical ideas with the old man Bai. However, he was wary of visiting Bai Weiwei's home. The woman seemed rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Lin Ming returned to his apartment, feeling utterly drained. After reflecting on his failures, he surmised that his impatience had led him to underestimate the power of the 10 prominent families. He also sensed that his domestic personnel were insufficient. Thus, he made a call to summon 2 of his most reliable aides from abroad. After arranging everything, Lin Ming felt a bit better. Stepping out onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air, he suddenly spotted a striking figure, Qinqing. In the community, Qinqing, clad in a white t-shirt and sky blue jeans, struggled to carry several packages back home. Instantly, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. He recognized that an opportunity to impress her had arrived. He had encountered Qinqing a few times before. While her demeanor was not cold, it lacked warmth. Despite trying various approaches, he had failed to capture the interest of the beautiful landlord. For instance, he would deliberately don tight-fitting t-shirts while casually strolling past her to showcase his well-toned physique. yet she barely acknowledged him and would often hurriedly depart. On one occasion, when Chun Xing's pipe had broken, Lin Ming eagerly offered to assist, but she had called a plumber without giving him the chance to help, leaving him quite frustrated. Now, he jogged around the corner, pretending it was a chance encounter. "Chun, what a coincidence," he exclaimed, feigning surprise at her heavy load. "Do you need help with those packages? I'm heading back to my apartment as well." This time, Chun Xing was alone, so she should not refuse his assistance. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Did she not grasp Lin Ming's intentions? This man, who paraded around in tight shirts, seemed oblivious to how he appeared, almost like an exhibitionist, convinced of his own charm. However, acknowledging the fatigue of carrying so many items alone, she reluctantly nodded. "All right, I appreciate it," Lin Ming quickly replied, "not a bother at all," to exhibit his strength. He lifted all the heavy packages with ease, while Chun Xing walked behind him. She understood that she could not rebuff Lin Ming too many times, as she needed to eavesdrop on his plans and could not afford to distance herself from him. Once he delivered the last package to her doorstep, Chun Xing said, "Lin Ming, thank you. Just leave them here. I can take them inside myself later. Or should I help you carry them in? It won't take much effort." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Ming replied, "I can manage." Chun Xing then opened the door and returned with a bottle of water, offering it to him. "I can handle it myself." "All right then," he said, accepting the water bottle, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. He had hoped she might invite him in for a drink, allowing him to get to know her better and glimpse her living space. However, it was clear she had no intention of letting him enter. Yet, Lin Ming did not let this discourage him. After all, she had brought him water and engaged him in conversation, a promising start. Given time, he was certain he could win over Chun Xing's heart, making her fall for him. "Next time you have packages to move, don't hesitate to call me. I'm quite strong," he said with a smile, flexing his bicep for emphasis before swaggering away. Chun Xing smiled in return, but once Lin Ming had disappeared down the corridor, her expression turned cold. She proceeded to carry the packages into her room, closing the door behind her. Looking at the parcels, a sweet smile crept onto her face. Tomorrow night would be the time when Li Ran would kidnap her. She planned to give him quite the surprise. How could Lin Ming, with his sunny facade yet dark heart, ever compare to her Li Ran? This man, who could kill without a flicker of remorse, was a far cry from Lin Ming, who paled in comparison to even a fraction of Li Ran's ferocity. As she opened the first package, she revealed a maid outfit. Following the second parcel, which contained a nurse's outfit, the third parcel revealed a length of rope. All these items were meticulously prepared by Chun Xing for the purpose of being kidnapped. If Lin Ming were to discover that the burdens he had laboriously carried upstairs were merely these items, one could only imagine the ire he would feel. A new day dawned at the Li residence. Li Ran was partaking in his lunch, which consisted of a serving of French foie gras, a dish of deep-sea white sturgeon caviar, a Wellington steak, accompanied by a glass of diamond martini. To be frank, this extravagant and decadent lifestyle had begun to wear on Li Ran's sensibilities. Just then, the telephone rang. Li Ran set down his utensils, extended his hand, and immediately a maid came forth to wipe his hands. Upon answering the call, he noticed it was Chun Hao who was calling, prompting a smile to grace his lips. The plot was about to unfold. According to the script, the upcoming campus sports meeting was approaching, and the university was in the midst of selecting players for the basketball team, with Chun Hao having signed up for participation. During practice, Chun Hao encountered Lin Ming, who was also training. Thus, emboldened by his decent basketball skills, Chun Hao decided to challenge Lin Ming, seeking to show him a thing or two. Yet, did he ever consider who Lin Ming truly was? The protagonist, a former soldier, proficient in various arts, including basketball. After a series of challenges, it became abundantly clear that Chun Hao was no match for Lin Ming, who promptly put him in his place. This call was indeed a venting of frustrations. As Li Ran picked up the phone, he was met with Chun Hao's furious voice. "Li Xiao, I ran into Lin Ming again today." After detailing his grievances, Chun Hao concluded with indignation that despicable Lin Ming is utterly insufferable, playing the fool while hiding his true prowess. "I will make him pay." Li Ran understood that it was his turn to take action. "Chun Xiao, your matters are my matters. Lin Ming's affront to your honor is an affront to my own. Since he has shown you no respect, he shall not receive any from me either. Rest assured, I shall avenge this slight." On the other end, Chun Hao's voice trembled with emotion. "Li Xiao, they say real men seldom shed tears, yet at this moment, I am overwhelmed. This is what true brotherhood means. I have not misjudged my alliance with you." Li Ran declared with bravado, "Where is that rascal Lin Ming? I shall seek him out at once." Upon hearing Li Ran's intent to confront Lin Ming, Chun Hao became anxious. "Li Xiao, please, hold your horses. Lin Ming is still at the school. It's too crowded to make a move." Li Ran scoffed, "No matter where he is, I will ensure that this slight is avenged today." Chun Hao felt a swell of gratitude. Li Ran regarded him as a true brother, and he could not betray that trust. Although the Li family was powerful, should Li Ran take action at Moda University, the repercussions for their family's reputation could be dire. Li Xiao, listen to me. I have already gathered intelligence on Lin Ming's address. He resides in an apartment not far from the university. Tonight, we shall go directly to his residence. Li Ran feigned contemplation before acquiescing. Very well. I will heed your counsel. Let us gather at the entrance of Nightshade Bar at 10 o'clock. As time passed, the clock struck 10. At the entrance of Nightshade Bar, Li Ran was somewhat bemused to see Lin Ming had summoned 2 vans full of bodyguards. This fellow is quite cowardly, he mused. We are unlikely to even encounter Lin Ming. We merely need to abduct someone and be on our way. Why the excess of bodyguards? Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained. Have you confirmed Lin Ming's address? Rest assured, Li Xiao, I have it all figured out. Excellent. We shall certainly ensure that this fellow receives a taste of his own medicine. Li Ran himself brought along a van full of bodyguards. Thus, the 2 of them, accompanied by 3 vans of protectors, made their way to Lin Ming's apartment. As they arrived at the garden complex, the hour was late, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. 20 or so robust men clad in black suits emerged from the vans, leaving the 2 security guards at the booth dumbfounded. The guards, appearing anxious, approached and inquired. Who are you? Li Ran waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards stepped forward to confiscate the nightsticks from the guards. This is none of your concern. Step aside. The group proceeded into the complex. Arriving at the door of a particular apartment, Chun Hao halted and stated, This is it. Li Ran gestured for a bodyguard to knock. The bodyguard, puzzled, turned around and said, Young master, the door is unlocked. Li Ran. It's past midnight, and the door is wide open? Goodness. This little widow has quite the audacity. He pondered whether Lin Ming had already donned a disguise. An unlatched door would save him the trouble of breaking in. Let us go in, Li Ran instructed. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Chen Qing sat on the sofa, a bulging backpack beside her, suggesting she was ready for a journey. It's past 10, why hasn't Li Ran arrived? I left the door open for him. He must be on his way. She contemplated whether she should call out when the kidnapping occurred, but dismissed the idea, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. Better not to risk it, she muttered. Lost in thought. Just then, she heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Li Ran must be here. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. How should I perform my part? She mused. Right. I remember that when Li Ran asks where Lin Ming is, I must not disclose that information. Otherwise, he won't abduct me. Boom. A loud noise echoed from the upstairs, signaling that it was time for her to make her entrance. Strapping on her backpack, she adjusted her outfit to reveal her midriff and donned her sneakers as she made her way upstairs. Li Ran, accompanied by 5 or 6 bodyguards, entered the apartment, switched on the lights, and though he was aware that Chen Qing resided on the 2nd floor, he could not simply rush in to abduct her. Instead, he feigned nonchalance, taking a seat on the living room sofa while instructing several bodyguards to knock on the doors. With few tenants in the apartment, it took knocking on 3 doors before a man finally emerged. Upon seeing the imposing presence of the bodyguards, he was instantly struck with fear. Li Ran inquired, Which room does Lin Ming occupy? The new university student. Realizing they weren't there for him, the man regained some composure and stammered. There are several university students in the apartment, I'm not sure. Just the one who is rather arrogant, always with his hands in his pockets, trying to act cool. The man blinked, clearly confused as he had limited interactions with Lin Ming. Li Ran shot a glance at Chun Hao, who was knocking on another door. He leaned in and whispered, P.S. the one who is always flirting with your beautiful landlord. The man thought for a moment and replied, I don't know. But there is a pesky fly that follows Chun Da's beautiful backside around all day, and she pays him no mind whatsoever. If you're looking for that kid, he's in room 302 on the 3rd floor, take a left. The man's response bore a hint of personal animosity. Chen Qing was the object of desire for every man in this apartment complex, and Lin Ming frequently pursued her, much to the chagrin of many who had long grown weary of him. Li Ran thought to himself, this scenario feels off. Is the protagonist truly this inept? After all this time, he still hasn't won over the widow? At that moment, Chun Hao approached and announced, that kid Lin Ming is in room 302. Li Ran shrugged. He couldn't be bothered to contemplate it any further. Whether Lin Ming could win over the widow was of no concern to him. It was his own fault for being useless. If he failed to succeed, Li Ran would simply take matters into his own hands tonight and bind the widow for himself. Leaving Lin Ming in a state of despair, Li Ran nodded and said, let us head to room 302. The light in room 302 was off. Without wasting words, Li Ran directed his bodyguard to kick the door down. The bodyguard launched a kick that sent the door crashing open. Young master, there's no one here. Of course I know that, Li Ran replied. According to the narrative, Lin Ming was currently associating with Mr. Wang of Wansong Real Estate, preparing to secure another plot of land along the Huangpu River, and was presumably visiting the Wang residence. Li Ran entered and took a seat. Today, He was determined to make his presence known and would await Lin Ming's return. Just then, a tall woman with red curls, clad in a cropped top and jeans, appeared at the doorway, a large backpack slung over her shoulder. Goodness! With those high-waisted jeans paired with a cropped top, one might mistake her for having legs that stretch 2 meters. Upon seeing the exquisitely featured woman with enchanting eyes, Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. Chen Qing, what is going on? Why are you carrying a backpack? Chen Hao, standing nearby, questioned with confusion. Who are you? Lin Ming's lady friend? Chen Qing shot Chen Hao a fierce glare. Say another word, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. I am the landlord of this apartment building. Who are you? Chen Hao scoffed. We're here looking for Lin Ming. It's none of your business. I advise you to mind your own affairs. Li Ran cast a satisfied glance at Chen Hao. Invading someone's home and smashing their door down, yet claiming it was none of their concern? What a lack of awareness. Indeed, Chen Qing puffed her cheeks in frustration, exclaiming, You've intruded into my home. Now, please leave immediately, or I'll call the police. As she said this, Chen Qing glanced furtively at Li Ran, wondering if her performance was overly dramatic. Would Li Ran truly fear her calling for help? Li Ran smirked disdainfully. Call the police? Hand over your phone. Reluctantly, Chen Qing extracted her phone, trembling as she asked, What do you want from us? I warn you. Don't act recklessly. She was compelled to surrender her phone. Li Ran pressed further. Tell me, where has Lin Ming gone? Chen Qing turned her head away. I don't know. Oh, still playing hard to get. Chen Hao spat. Li Xiao, this girl has a strong tongue. Perhaps we should teach her a lesson. He then turned to Chen Qing. I'll ask you once more, where has Lin Ming gone? Chen Qing retorted angrily. What do you mean, Lin Ming? I've told you I don't know. I'm not even acquainted with him. Chen Hao seemed unwell, repeatedly dragging her name into his queries about Lin Ming. Chen Qing was genuinely angered now. She feared that Li Ran might mistakenly believe she had any ties to Lin Ming. If you're not acquainted, why become so agitated? Chen Hao smirked, as if he had uncovered a secret. Li Xiao, I believe she is indeed Lin Ming's sweetheart. As expected, he was his most devoted follower. Deeply entrenched in the protagonist's vendetta, Li Ran nodded. Well observed. Capture her and take her away. We need not worry about Lin Ming not showing up. Chen Hao instantly admired Li Ran, giving him a thumbs up. Li Xiao, that's brilliant. By capturing Lin Ming's woman, we need not fear he won't come. Chen Qing was seething with rage. However, her objective was finally being realized. She was about to be kidnapped. 2 bodyguards advanced, dismissing her backpack as an impediment, preparing to forcibly remove it. To their surprise, Chen Qing clutched her backpack tightly. You can kidnap me, but I must take this backpack with me. The bodyguards looked at her in disbelief. They had never seen someone being kidnapped while insisting on bringing a backpack along. Li Ran was equally perplexed. Is this truly a kidnapping? Aren't you going to resist at all? Chapter 41. Everyone step back. I wish to interrogate her alone. We're in the midst of a kidnapping. Can't you show some respect? And bringing a backpack, do you think this is a vacation? Li Ran regarded Chen Qing with suspicion. This widow was unervingly compliant. Surely her character wouldn't have shifted so drastically? In an instant, he dismissed the thought. No. It was impossible. He had only just met her. Furthermore, they had broken down her door upon entering her home. Who could tolerate such disrespect? It was inconceivable. No one would willingly request to be kidnapped unless they were utterly deranged. Yet, what was happening here? Had the heroine been rendered speechless by fear? According to the script, during a kidnapping, Chen Qing should have put up some form of resistance, calling out to alert her tenants of her predicament. These tenants would then relay the news of her abduction to Lin Ming, who would discover the note she left for him and come to her rescue. Li Ran cleared his throat twice, reminding her, We are in the midst of a kidnapping. Think carefully about what your fate will be if you fall into my hands. You best cooperate and refrain from shouting. Meanwhile, sensing the doubt in Li Ran's gaze, Chen Qing realized she might have overacted, appearing overly anxious. After all, this was their first meeting since her rebirth. Chen Qing discreetly pinched her thigh, tears welling up as she spoke in a tone of feigned helplessness. What can I do? You're all so tall and imposing. How can a weak woman like me resist? I'll go with you willingly. But I have just one request. Let me take my backpack. Li Ran, surprised by her clarity of thought amidst the chaos, considered her words. Faced with his imposing bodyguards, fear was a natural response. Fine, if you want to scream, then don't. When I leave a note later, I'll make sure to write it larger and place it in a conspicuous spot. However, the constant insistence on her backpack left Li Ran baffled. Chen Hao, fixated on Chen Qing's backpack, suddenly interjected. No, she can't take the backpack. Li Ran, intrigued, asked why not. There's a chance it contains tools she might use to escape, or even a way to contact Lin Ming. Chen Hao ordered one of the bodyguards. Open her backpack and inspect its contents. Chen Qing panicked. The clothes and props inside were meant solely for Li Ran's eyes. If they uncovered them in front of these men, she would be mortified. She clutched her backpack tightly. No, you can't look. But it was already too late. With a sudden sound of a tearing noise, a bundle of ropes emerged. Chen Hao exclaimed with pride, "Did I not tell you?" Inside her backpack are the very tools she intended to use for her escape. At that moment, Li Ran unexpectedly interjected. "All right, let her take it." Chen Hao, puzzled, asked. "Li Xiao?" Li Ran feigned indifference, saying, "What is there to fear? With so many of us here, how could we possibly be afraid of Lin Ming? It's not his arrival that worries me. It's the possibility of him not coming. Let her take it." Upon seeing the rope, Li Ran comprehended the situation. Chen Hao's analysis was indeed correct. The backpack contained the very tools Chen Qing intended for her getaway, which explained her lack of resistance. Li Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest concern had been that Chen Qing, the female protagonist, might deviate from the expected script. However, it now appeared that she posed no issue whatsoever. Her willingness to leave with him was merely a reflection of her prior preparations for escape. To be frank, the previous instances where the plot had not unfolded as anticipated had left Li Ran somewhat apprehensive. Regardless, it was certain that Lin Ming would come to rescue Chen Qing in this scenario. Given that, he might as well ease the pressure a bit. If he was already being lenient, it would be a true embarrassment for Lin Ming if he failed to deliver. At this rate, the protagonist might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. The bodyguard escorted Chen Qing, along with her backpack, away. Li Ran then sought out a pen to leave a note. The note essentially conveyed, if Lin Ming wished to save Chen Qing, he should come alone. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. After affixing the note to the most conspicuous wall, Li Ran felt a sense of satisfaction as he departed. He had even left Chen Qing with her escape tools. This time, the plot should unfold without incident. Such a kidnapping was certainly not something to be disclosed to the family. Although Li Lijian dotes on Li Ran, should he learn of his son's unlawful activities, he would be the first to intervene. Following the storyline, Li Ran brought Chen Qing to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the western suburbs. Chen Hao, demonstrating camaraderie, insisted on staying behind. "Come on, how formidable can that Lin Ming be? The bodyguards I brought are more than sufficient. Rest assured, I will avenge you. I have long harbored disdain for that Lin Ming. How dare he compete with me over Mu Bingxian? He should take a good look at himself." Li Ran waved his hand dismissively, urging Chen Hao to leave. Chen Hao understood that his bodyguards were not on the same level as Li Ran's, and, accepting the dismissal, nodded. "All right, Li Xiao, do take care. Lin Ming possesses exceptional skills. Should you need assistance, a call, and I shall be there in an instant." After Chen Hao departed, Li Ran glanced at Chen Qing and instructed the bodyguards, "Take her to the second floor. I intend to interrogate her thoroughly." The bodyguards obliged, escorting Chen Qing to a room on the second floor, while Li Ran leisurely followed behind, carrying Chen Qing's backpack. The bag felt quite heavy. The widow had evidently come well prepared. Li Ran chuckled softly. In the narrative, it was stated that he interrogated Chen Qing for an entire day, during which she remained resolute and did not divulge any information regarding Lin Ming. The following evening, Lin Ming arrived. However, the specifics of the interrogation were not elaborated upon in the storyline, allowing Li Ran the freedom to improvise during that day's questioning. A few scenes from television featuring antagonists interrogating the female lead flickered through his mind, igniting a sense of excitement within him. He was eager to discover just how tough Chen Qing's resolve truly was. Upon entering the room, Li Ran surveyed the two bodyguards. "That will be all. You may leave. I wish to interrogate this woman alone." The bodyguards exchanged knowing smiles. "As you wish, young master." Li Ran grimaced slightly, thinking, those two lecherous fools. What are they imagining? At present, he was still deeply in love with Mu Bingxian. He had not yet turned to darkness, so how could he genuinely harm Chen Qing? Even if he were to succumb to darkness and possess several women, his character was still portrayed as deeply enamored with Mu Bingxian. It was merely unrequited love that caused him to vent his desires onto those other women, though he could not yet lay a hand on Chen Qing. This was his first act of retaliation against Lin Ming, targeting none other than Lin Ming's woman. Chen Qing, the widow, was undeniably alluring. It would suffice for a fleeting visual indulgence, and perhaps an innocent flirtation. The outcome would undoubtedly be quite delightful. Contemplating his next move, he recalled that the first step in an interrogation should be to bind the woman. Television had always depicted it that way. Conveniently, there was a rope in Chen Qing's backpack, saving him the effort of searching for one. Chapter 42. Is this woman not afraid? Li Ran drew out a dagger, weighing it in his hand as he approached Chen Qing with the backpack. Is this woman truly unafraid? To his astonishment, Chen Qing exhibited no sign of fear. In fact, he discerned a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Li Ran silently marveled. Indeed, she is the female lead. Her composure is not something mere mortals can emulate. It appeared that, as the narrative suggested, Chen Qing possessed a commendable spirit and a resolute tongue when it came to his interrogation. As for that flicker of anticipation, Li Ran surmised it must be a mere illusion. Now, confess where Lin Ming is hiding, he demanded, or you should be well aware of my methods. Li Ran brandished the dagger, adopting a villainous demeanor. Chen Qing blinked. In her previous life, she had indeed been intimidated by this very facade created by Li Ran. It was only later that she discovered it was all a deliberate act. Beneath it all, he was genuinely kind-hearted and had never intended to harm her. Lin Ming? I do not know, Chen Qing replied, rising and stepping closer, locking eyes with Li Ran. I am not well acquainted with him, truly. She understood that this was merely Li Ran's act. He had no intention of truly harming her. What is this woman trying to do? Is she genuinely unafraid? Li Ran was taken aback, nearly forgetting his role as the antagonist. It seemed that without a demonstration of force, she would remain obstinate. Once I bind you, let us see if you still maintain that bravado. At this moment, he could not afford to show weakness. Li Ran crouched down to open the backpack, intending to retrieve the rope and secure the woman. However, upon opening the bag, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Beneath the rope lay several outfits, a nurse's uniform, a maid's attire, and an air hostess's outfit. The materials were scant, adorned with lace trimmings. Li Ran recognized them instantly as costumes meant for intimate encounters. In an instant, a wave of indignation surged through him. He felt personally affronted. What was Chen Qing thinking, bringing along a collection of such provocative garments while being kidnapped? Initially, he had presumed the backpack contained escape tools, only to discover it was filled with sensual attire. Was she out of her mind? Who, when kidnapped, would think to bring along such costumes? This was a serious abduction. What did Chen Qing believe it to be? What was going through this woman's mind? Did she not consider him, Li Deshao, at all? Without needing to ask, Li Ran already knew. These enticing uniforms were undoubtedly prepared for Lin Ming. The plot had barely begun, and the protagonists were already engaging in such bold antics, even preparing intimate costumes. According to the plot, Lin Ming is set to arrive here tomorrow night, wreaking havoc before rescuing Chen Qing. What a spectacle! Is he planning to save her while indulging in some mischief? Li Ran could no longer tolerate this. Lin Ming was crossing the line. This was a blatant display of dominance. How could he have worried that Lin Ming might not fulfill the storyline and deliberately eased up? To his astonishment, the protagonist showed no regard for him as the antagonist. Such a lack of respect. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Who would have thought you possessed such cunning? I admire that. Li Ran withdrew the rope, giving it a sharp tug, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached Chen Qing. Indeed, he relished this atmosphere. A flicker of delight passed through Chen Qing's eyes. He was coming to bind her. Chen Qing remembered vividly how, in her previous life, when Li Ran had abducted her, he had shown her videos of bondage to intimidate her. Initially, she had suspected that Li Ran had a penchant for role-playing. Little did she realize she had guessed correctly. Feigning panic, Chen Qing exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Stay back, or I shall scream." Li Ran easily seized her wrists, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Go ahead and scream. We are in the wilderness, and no one will come to your aid." Oddly enough, her resistance seemed rather subdued. Was she rendered speechless? Li Ran dismissed the thought and swiftly bound Chen Qing. As he surveyed his handiwork, an unexpected thrill surged within him. Feeling a rush of blood, the ropes tightened around Chen Qing's figure, accentuating her curves magnificently. Moreover, her waist was so slender that it could be grasped with both hands. The visual effect was stunning. Who would have thought that I could be so talented in this regard? Li Ran suddenly felt it made sense that the system had chosen him to play the villain. Who else could achieve such aesthetic appeal and binding? Gazing at Chen Qing, who lay with her eyes closed, seemingly resigned to his whims, Li Ran hesitated. Should he continue? Having come this far, backing down now would imply fear of Lin Ming. He glanced at the neatly wrapped garments and concluded that he could not afford to give Lin Ming an advantage. With a smile, he drew a dagger and slowly unfastened the top button of Chen Qing's crop top. A scream echoed from the second floor. Below, several bodyguards on watch exchanged glances and smiled faintly. They had assumed that the young master would remain a devoted lapdog to Mu Bingxian, never touching another woman. To their surprise, he seemed to be quite the player. Deep in the night, silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by a faint voice from the second floor. "Now, put on this nurse's outfit." As dawn broke, Lin Ming returned to the apartment and immediately noticed the shattered door. His expression darkened. Who had been here? Entering the room, he spotted a note affixed to the wall. After reading its contents, Lin Ming furiously tore the note to shreds. "Excellent. Li Ran, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Chen Qing is the woman Lin Ming has set his sights on. How dare Li Ran lay a hand on his woman? He must pay." Lin Ming's anger flared. He intended to pursue Chen Qing slowly, for he sought not just her body but her heart as well. Though Chen Qing had been aloof these past few days, Lin Ming remained patient. Just a couple of days ago, he had helped her with a package. and seeing her attitude soften slightly, he was ready to seize the moment and win over this young widow. Yet, at such a crucial juncture, Chen Qing had been abducted by Li Ran. Enraged, Lin Ming downed 2 bottles of water. After calming down slightly, Lin Ming realized that even though Chen Qing had been taken, it did not necessarily mean Li Ran intended to harm her. According to Lin Ming's investigation, Li Ran was the #1 sycophant of Mu Bingxian, with no other women occupying his thoughts. In the past, he had never even ventured into bars or nightclubs. Thus, it was likely that Li Ran's only aim was to abduct Chen Qing to force Lin Ming's hand. With this realization, although still angry, Lin Ming felt somewhat relieved. Despite Chen Qing's abduction, it presented an excellent opportunity for him to be the hero and win her heart. Chen Qing, hold on, I shall rescue you soon. In the desolate outskirts, Li Ran found himself in a quandary. This plot marked the beginning of his character transformation. Last night, he had engaged in some rather excessive actions, allowing the bodyguards below to see that, while still a sycophant, he was beginning to change. However, to his surprise, as the antics unfolded, Chen Qing had begun to moan softly. How had he not noticed that this young widow harbored a penchant for submission? At that moment, gazing at Chen Qing, adorned in a maid's outfit and gazing at him with longing, Li Ran lamented inwardly. He had gone too far this time. Chapter 43. The implications are clear. You know what to do. For a widow like Chen Qing, who had spent years alone and felt an emptiness within, once she opened her heart, it could lead to a terrifying outcome. Few could withstand the allure of such a tall beauty, standing at 175 centimeters, gazing at them with sultry eyes. Li Ran was a man, and a vigorous one at that. Inwardly reciting the Heart Sutra, he attempted to maintain his composure. Regardless, the narrative demanded adherence. After all, Chen Qing was the woman designated for the protagonist. He could act against others, but he should refrain from touching the leading ladies. To consume Chen Qing here would undoubtedly provoke Lin Ming to a furious rage, leading to a complete derailment of the plot. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Lin Ming for failing to properly train the young widow, or rather, for training her too well. Contemplating Lin Ming, Li Ran cursed inwardly. That beast Lin Ming truly deserves punishment. According to the storyline, Chen Qing was not so promiscuous. With her beauty, she had no shortage of suitors. And owning 2 apartment buildings, she was financially secure and not in need of a sugar baby. Yet, after her husband's demise, she had remained solitary. If she were a capricious woman, she would not have spent years in solitude after her husband's death. Yet now, in just a few days, she had been molded by Lin Ming into this state. Reflecting on this, Li Ran felt a pang of pity for Chen Qing. To Lin Ming, she was merely a tool to satisfy his desires. After claiming Chen Qing, Lin Ming would continue his pursuit of other leading ladies. As a widow, Chen Qing sought no titles, choosing instead to support him quietly from behind. In the narrative, it was only when Lin Ming returned to the apartment, lacking female companionship, that he would remember Chen Qing. Although Li Ran, playing the role of the villainous sycophant, had also acquired several women after his dark transformation. However, the character still harbored an enduring affection for Mu Bingxian until the very moment of death, his thoughts lingering upon her. As for Lin Ming, after capturing Chen Qing's heart, he scarcely bestowed upon her any affection. Lin Ming's feelings for Chen Qing were primarily driven by desire, lacking any semblance of genuine love. In contrast, Chen Qing quietly supported Lin Ming from the shadows. Even upon discovering Lin Ming's entanglements with other women, she chose to endure in silence. To be frank, were it not for the protagonist's halo shielding him, a scoundrel like Lin Ming would have easily met his demise at the hands of Li Ran. One strike to incapacitate his third leg, and another to extinguish his life. Enough of this torment. Put on your clothes. Handing Chen Qing her original attire, Li Ran stated. Lin Ming should now be on his way. Having seen the note I left for him, though he yearned to caress Chen Qing's hair, Li Ran restrained himself, mindful of his villainous persona. Yes, Chen Qing replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in her eyes. There was truly nothing between her and Lin Ming. Yet now, Li Ran had firmly convinced himself of their connection. No matter her protestations, he would remain unconvinced. She understood that Li Ran had yet to breach the final barrier because, deep within, he still harbored love for that woman, Mu Bingxian. Like in the previous life, he remained that infatuated boy. Gazing at Li Ran, Chen Qing's eyes brimmed with tenderness. It was all right. She would take it step by step. Today, she had activated a mysterious attribute within Li Ran. This was already a significant advancement, was it not? One day, Li Ran would come to know all that she had done for him. She would make him fall for her as well. Chen Qing recalled her previous life, the first time she had been kidnapped, when fear gripped her heart. In the dead of night, she attempted to scale the wall for an escape, only to misstep and tumble from the 3rd floor. Had Li Ran not fortuitously appeared to catch her, she would have perished. The impact had fractured Li Ran's arm, yet he uttered not a single complaint. On another occasion, as she attempted to flee, she sprained her ankle. Though Li Ran had threatened her with dire consequences should she dare to escape again. He quietly placed a bottle of medicinal oil by her side in the dead of night. It was then that Chen Qing realized the boy was not as he outwardly appeared. Within him lay a profound kindness. Reflecting on it now, she realized how naive she had been. Li Ran had never intended to harm her. His kidnapping had merely been a response to Lin Ming's theft of his beloved. After Chen Qing changed her clothes, Li Ran once again bound her, as she was still a hostage, and maintaining the facade was imperative. Descending to wash his face, Li Ran disposed of several garments. It was time to proceed with the plot. Surely Chen Qing would attempt to escape as she had in the previous life? This was part of the narrative. Tonight, when Lin Ming stealthily infiltrated the premises and clashed with Li Ran's bodyguards, Chen Qing would seize the opportunity to flee. It would only be when Li Ran sensed trouble and sought to leverage Chen Qing against Lin Ming that he would discover her absence. Meanwhile, the escaped Chen Qing would be hiding in a shadowy corner, witnessing Lin Ming's dashing prowess in battle, moved by his valor. After he subdued Li Ran's bodyguards, she would emerge to follow him, for Lin Ming was the true protagonist, and how could he genuinely be threatened? This scene was crafted for Lin Ming's heroic rescue and grandstanding. Recalling Chen Qing's previous failures to escape, Li Ran rubbed his temples, feeling weary. Had he not kept a watchful eye during the last life, this little widow would likely have met her in long before ever waiting for Lin Ming to rescue her. Yet this time, he had deliberately chosen the second floor, and the ropes were tied loosely. Therefore, she should be able to utilize the ropes to escape successfully, right? As evening fell, Li Ran's takeout arrived. Climbing the stairs with a meal in hand, he waited for Chen Qing to finish eating. Once she had, he resecured her bindings. I warn you, stay put and do not even think about escaping. He called out loudly for Chen Qing to hear as he reached the stairwell. Everyone has worked hard. This little lady won't get away, so you can all stop guarding and come out for drinks. Having hinted so overtly, Chen Qing should now be looking for an opportunity to flee. With reassurance, Li Ran led all the bodyguards outside to drink and chat, providing ample space for Chen Qing's escape. Meanwhile, on the second floor, contemplating Lin Ming's imminent arrival, Chen Qing felt compelled to take action. She had finally gained the opportunity to be alone with Li Ran. How could she allow Lin Ming to disrupt it so swiftly? Stretching her limbs, she deftly untied her bindings. Smiling slightly, she tucked away the ropes. Just like in her previous life, he was still so kind, even hesitant to bind her tightly. Such a benevolent Li Ran could never bring harm to her. Gathering the ropes, Chen Qing ventured into other rooms, collecting various discarded pots and pans to begin her preparations. Chapter 44. Chen Qing, I have come to rescue you. As night fell, Li Ran and his entourage remained outside, indulging in food and drink beside the van. Hey, young master, I think I saw a figure moving on the second floor, one bodyguard casually remarked as he squinted at the abandoned building. Could it be that little lady has escaped? Li Ran chuckled derisively. Have you had too much to drink after just a few bottles? The bodyguard insisted, I swear. I really thought I saw someone. Stop blabbering, Li Ran retorted, turning the bodyguard's head to face him. I personally tied that little lady up. Do I not know how secure she is? Now let us drink on. If she escapes, then so be it. That was precisely what Li Ran desired. I advise you not to meddle too much. As the time drew near, Li Ran, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, returned inside. He didn't even bother going upstairs. After all, Chen Qing should have successfully escaped by now, hiding in some corner. Next, they awaited Lin Ming's arrival. Stay alert. When Lin Ming arrives, you all know what to do. A chorus of bodyguards responded, rest assured, young master, we will give it our all. Li Ran nodded in satisfaction, take it easy. Don't kill anyone. Understood. Observing the bodyguards thumping their chests, Li Ran knew they could not escape a beating tonight. Though these bodyguards were elite members of the Li family, Lin Ming was a soldier king, surpassing them in skill. Li Ran resolved that once the bodyguards engaged Lin Ming, he would make his swift exit if the situation turned dire. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had scoured 10 abandoned buildings in the western suburbs before finally arriving at the one where Li Ran was located. Noticing the flashlight beams emanating from the first floor, Lin Ming realized he had indeed found his target. Cautiously approaching the window, he surveyed the environment within. 15 bodyguards were present. However, he did not spot Chen Qing. It appears that Chen Qing is likely upstairs. Lin Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk, a disdainful smile playing on his face. This Li Ran is truly foolish. Does he think that by guarding the stairway on the first floor, he can thwart my efforts? First, I shall rescue Chen Qing, and then I will settle the score with you. Observing the bodyguards stationed at the stairway, Lin Ming quietly retreated. After all, he is a soldier king. How could he be thwarted by mere second-floor obstacles? Upon reaching the other side, Lin Ming assessed the height of the floors. He took a step back, gathered momentum, and leapt, seizing the brick crevice of the floor above. He began to ascend. Soon, Lin Ming found himself at the window. So easy, he chuckled to himself, preparing to elegantly vault through the opening. However, just as he leaped, a dark shadow surged from within the window. What the hell? Lin Ming was momentarily stunned. There was a resounding thud, and he felt a heavy blow to his chest. In the next instant, he plummeted from the second floor. Ouch! Hitting the ground, Lin Ming let out a muffled groan. Huh, did I just hear something outside? Inside the first floor, the same bodyguard from earlier perked up. A look of confusion etched on his face. Come on, you've been drinking a bit too much, and now you're getting paranoid. His companions chided him with laughter. One bodyguard even stuck out his tongue, adopting a spooky demeanor, and ominously remarked, I've heard that this place is haunted. This comment elicited more laughter from the others. After being teased by his comrades, the bodyguard scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and muttered, perhaps I misheard. Outside the dilapidated building, after a considerable time, a hand suddenly emerged from the grass. A bloodied man crawled out, grunting. Regaining his senses, Lin Ming sat up. Even as a soldier king, falling unprepared from the second floor onto a bed of grass and rubble left him disoriented. Pain coursed through his body. It felt as though his bones had been shattered. His face was warm and throbbing. Upon touching it, Lin Ming's lips twitched in horror. His hands were covered in blood. What on earth just happened? Rubbing his chest, Lin Ming was filled with confusion. The darkness made it impossible to discern the weapon that had struck him. It felt as if it might have been a hammer. Good grief, I never expected that this wastrel, Li Ran, had such tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he didn't send anyone to guard the second floor. He had set a trap there. I clearly underestimated him. Suddenly, Lin Ming's temper flared. That trap must have already been triggered. I'll climb again. I refuse to believe there's another mechanism. Thus, Lin Ming resolved to ascend once more. He admitted that he had been careless. Li Ran indeed had some cunning. However, Li Ran could never anticipate that he would return for a second attempt. Soon, Lin Ming climbed back up. Just as he had predicted, this time, there was no trap. He successfully reached the balcony. Huh, a wastrel is still a wastrel. Does he think mere tricks can thwart me? There is nothing in this world that can stop Lin Ming. There is no one I cannot rescue. Qin, I'm coming to save you. Lin Ming strode confidently into the room. Then he heard another thud. This time, the sound resonated right beside him. A sudden, intense pain shot through the back of his head, and Lin Ming felt the world spin. Darkness enveloped him, and then he knew nothing. As Lin Ming collapsed, a concerned Qin stood behind him, clutching a frying pan tightly. She had not expected such a foolish individual to attempt the same climb twice. Qin had set traps at the second floor window. Upon hearing the sound of the first trap being triggered, she had come prepared with the frying pan. To her astonishment, Lin Ming actually climbed up again. Tentatively, Qin kicked Lin Ming twice, only to find him utterly unresponsive. Only then did she approach cautiously, and her heart dropped upon seeing his bloodied face. Instantly, panic gripped her. Lin Ming couldn't have died from her blow, could he? She only intended to knock him out, not to kill him. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, Li Ran, come quickly. On the first floor, a group of bodyguards were engaged in idle chatter. Li Ran glanced at his watch. Odd, Lin Ming should have shown up by now. Why the delay? This was not according to script. Li Ran was furious. He had gone to great lengths to let things unfold smoothly. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he never anticipated that Lin Ming would be late. This protagonist is so useless that he can't even arrive on time to save his own woman. What great deeds can he possibly achieve? Fine, I'll wait another half hour. If he doesn't show up, I'll lose my chance to shine today. Li Ran thought bitterly. Just then, he heard Qin's voice from upstairs. Li Ran, come quickly. Chapter 45. He came to save you. You knocked him out? Startled by Qin's voice, Li Ran felt a jolt of alarm. What the hell? This little widow hasn't escaped yet? Could it be that some unforeseen event has occurred again, just like in the previous life? Bewildered, Li Ran hurried upstairs. Upon arrival, he saw Qin. Her face streaked with tears, standing beside a motionless figure on the floor. Who on earth is this? Wait, why does he look so familiar? With a choked voice, Qin stammered, Li Ran, I've killed someone. Li Ran was taken aback and rushed forward, only to see the bloodied face of Lin Ming. His jaw dropped. What happened to the protagonist? Is he dead? Quickly, Li Ran checked for a pulse. Fortunately, he still breathed. What on earth transpired? I just lightly tapped him, and he collapsed, Qin said nervously. I didn't kill him, did I? Li Ran. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin. You knocked him out? Are you all right? Li Ran felt utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Qin, tell me honestly, have you taken drugs? Lin Ming came to save you, and you knocked him out? Li Ran felt a flood of exasperation coursing through him. The female lead knocked out the very protagonist who came to rescue her. Can you believe it? You both must be in cahoots to play me, right? Gazing at Qin, Li Ran's expression was a mix of concern and incredulity. He is not dead. Now explain this situation. It's over. The princess has killed the prince. Given Lin Ming's current state, tonight's heroic rescue scenario is surely doomed. Upon realizing Lin Ming was alive, Qin finally felt a sense of relief. However, she dared not speak the truth, admitting that it was due to her reluctance to part ways with Li Ran so soon that she rendered Lin Ming unconscious. I was by the window and saw someone sneaking up to the second floor. So out of fear, I struck him on the head, and he fell to the ground. Li Ran replied, You frightened him so much that you nearly eliminated the protagonist? You certainly possess considerable strength. Moreover, Lin Ming is quite the weakling. A mere blow knocks him down? I am utterly embarrassed for you as a supposed warrior. If you're this useless, you might as well walk through the door instead of climbing over the wall. What a debacle. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ran inquired, So, you mean to say you struck him from behind, and prior to that, you had no idea he was Lin Ming? Qin softly responded, Yes. You two have never met? Yes. So, Lin Ming is also unaware that it was you who knocked him out? Yes. Well then, that settles it. This is no longer your concern. Li Ran waved his hand, saying, You can go back. I will handle things here. Qin acknowledged with a soft "oh" and took a couple of steps away. Suddenly, she realized something and turned back. Li Ran, you intend to take the blame for this, don't you? Li Ran rolled his eyes. What else could I do? If Lin Ming discovers that it was you who knocked him out, it would be quite the disaster. Now, I must shoulder this burden myself. Regardless, animosity with Lin Ming has already been established. A little more or less doesn't matter to me. Unexpectedly, Qin's eyes immediately turned red. Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine at her unusual expression. Don't get any delusions. My intention in kidnapping you was merely to teach Lin Ming a lesson. Given your assistance, I won't hold it against you this time. Now, while I am in a good mood, you should leave quickly, Li Ran said sternly. In the next moment, Li Ran was taken aback. Qin rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, her soft lips fervently kissing his. Li Ran, thank you. What the? After an intense kiss, Qin added Li Ran on WeChat before agreeing to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Li Ran realized he had been gravely mistaken. This female lead was undoubtedly the most unconventional protagonist, even more absurd than Mu Bingxian and Tang Wanqing. Regardless, he needed to contemplate how to deal with Lin Ming. Gazing at Lin Ming, who lay on the ground, Li Ran thought that this burden was one he could not bear without justification. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached Lin Ming. 5 minutes later, Li Ran clapped his hands in satisfaction. He summoned 2 bodyguards to dispose of Lin Ming, now swollen like a pig's head, in the wilderness. The night's performance had reached its conclusion. As dawn broke, Lin Ming opened his eyes. Why am I sleeping on the grass? I wasn't he. Suddenly, Lin Ming recalled the events of the previous night, realizing he had fallen into Li Ran's trap due to his carelessness. Touching his swollen face, a glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes. Li Ran, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Furious, Lin Ming returned to the abandoned building from the previous night, but alas, it was already deserted, devoid of any presence. Returning to his apartment with a swollen face, Lin Ming's mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of what Li Ran had done to Qin. Suddenly, he spotted a striking figure seated in the living room. Vibrant and radiant. Qin. Lin Ming was bewildered, his face a mask of surprise. How did you come back? Weren't you kidnapped by Li Ran? He approached her. Concerned, Qin was the woman he had his eye on. To his astonishment, Qin shot him a fierce glare. You cursed me, didn't you? You were the one who got kidnapped. Your entire family was kidnapped. Lin Ming was utterly baffled. You weren't kidnapped? Observing Lin Ming's bewilderment, Qin nonchalantly replied. Which of your eyes saw me being kidnapped? I merely stepped out to handle some affairs. Lin Ming was taken aback. He looked at Qin, who appeared triumphant and more beautiful than before, not resembling someone who had been abducted at all. In an instant, Lin Ming understood. A wave of discomfort surged in his chest, constricting his heart. Li Ran. Lin Ming felt like a fool. How foolish I am, truly. All I did was seek out Li Ran without verifying the facts. At the Li residence, Li Ran awoke on the 5-meter-wide bed, stretching comfortably. Oh, this bed is indeed comfortable, but it feels a bit lonely to sleep alone. Such splendid elasticity wasted. With the plotline wrapped up, he could now enjoy a few days of well-deserved rest. After breakfast, Li Ran languidly reclined by the poolside, soaking up the sun. Oh right, according to the storyline. Last night Lin Ming heroically saved the damsel in distress, which struck a blow to me, marking the beginning of my transformation. Though there was a minor hiccup and Lin Ming failed to play the hero, it's inconsequential. What truly matters is that from today onward, I can frequent bars and nightclubs. He decided to invite Chunhao to join him for a night out at a bar. Contemplating this, Li Ran called Chunhao. Chunhao, I'm planning to hit the bar tonight. Do you have any recommendations? Li Xiao, you finally came to your senses? Chunhao's voice on the other end brimmed with excitement and surprise. If you're going to the bar, you absolutely must go to the Windbell Bar. It's south the place with the highest quality of beauties in the Magic City. The Windbell Bar? Li Ran echoed Chunhao's words. Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? It probably has nothing to do with me. Li Ran recalled that his next appearance in the storyline was at the auction for the billion-dollar land at Jiangtan in the Magic City, where he would represent the Li family. Ultimately, the land would be acquired by Mr. Wang of Wansong Real Estate, with Lin Ming being the one who provided funding for Mr. Wang. There was still some time before the auction, so Li Ran didn't dwell on it. He told Chunhao, all right, see you tonight at the Windbell Bar. By the way, invite all your friends. Let us have some fun. It's on me. Since his character was set to begin transforming, it was essential not just to speak of it, but to demonstrate it through actions. Among Li Ran's friends, Chunhao was probably the only one. By having Chunhao gather his friends, Li Ran intended to propagate the narrative of his character transformation through the words of these wealthy second-generation individuals. Ideally, he hoped the news would reach Mu Bingxian's ears. If he could rekindle her disdain for him, causing her to return to her normal self, that would be splendid. Thus, Li Ran resolved to put on an excellent performance that night. On the other end of the line, Chunhao's ingratiating voice came through. Li Xiao, you're being too polite. If you're willing to go out, I couldn't ask for more. How could I let you pay? I'll cover tonight's expenses. And if you refuse, you're not treating me like a brother. After the events of the past few days, Chunhao had become thoroughly impressed by Li Ran. He now held Li Ran in the highest regard. By the way, guess who I saw at school today? Who? Lin Ming. Chunhao laughed heartily, his expression brimming with joy. The fellow had his head wrapped in bandages, swollen to a size reminiscent of a pig's head. Li Xiao, you truly are remarkable. My brother. I am thoroughly impressed. The moment Chunhao glimpsed Lin Ming's pitiful state, the pent-up frustration in his heart finally dissipated. It was his elder brother who had instigated this. Li Ran remarked, even in such a condition, he still attends class? In his heart, he couldn't help but give Lin Ming a thumbs up, truly the protagonist, exhibiting such dedication. Alas, if only those female leads were as devoted as Lin Ming. No, even possessing half of his commitment would save him from such headaches. Observing his own extravagant and decadent lifestyle, Li Ran felt a twinge of guilt. Shall we? Let's forego that bottle of 82 Lafite and instead uncork a bottle of champagne for me. The protagonist was striving to navigate his narrative diligently, and he too must perform his role as the antagonist with due diligence. But, young master, the Lafite has already been opened. Oh well, let us not waste it. Bring it over to me. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Ran arrived at the Fengling Bar. Li Xiao, you've finally graced us with your presence, greeted Chunhao and a few other wealthy heirs enthusiastically. As he stepped out of the car, the curious gazes of the other rich youths fell upon Li Ran. They were well aware that he had never frequented bars or nightclubs in the past. However, some of them had witnessed the events at the Mu family banquet, while others had heard whispers about it. The exchange of tokens between Mu Bingxian and Li Ran had solidified their relationship. Instantly, the wealthy heirs exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed that after winning over the stunning Mu Bingxian, Li Ran's flirtatious nature had been laid bare. After all, they were all young heirs. Who among them did not revel in enjoyment? Their enthusiasm towards Li Ran surged, as if they were kindred spirits encountering long-lost friends. Li Xiao, it's quite a rare occasion to drink with you. Let us indulge tonight. I hear there are some newcomers at the bar, quite fetching indeed. We must arrange for them to accompany you, Li Xiao. Need it even be said? Li Xiao must be impatient. Let us head inside. The flattery flowed freely. Li Ran nodded, accompanying them to their reserved booth. Under the invitation of one of the wealthy heirs, a heavily made-up woman led a group of glamorous ladies toward them. Each one was exquisitely adorned, their attire leaving little to the imagination, with skirts cut high up their thighs. The leader of the group, known as Hong Jia, wore a professional smile and cheerfully said, "Come now, ladies, greet the young masters." The group of stunning women, each boasting an average beauty score exceeding 75, bowed gracefully, revealing deep cleavages. "Greetings, young masters." Their voices were sweet, enticingly so. However, the wealthy heir in charge of the introductions frowned. "Hong Jia, this is rather disrespectful. Do you not see that this distinguished gentleman is Li Gongzi of the Li family? You dare to bring these ladies to mislead him?" Hong Jia appeared surprised and innocent. "Lao Shao, how could I dare? You have visited so many times. I would never dream of misleading you. These truly are the finest ladies at our bar." The heir, known as Luo Shao, chuckled. "I have heard that your bar has recently welcomed a few newcomers. The star of the night, as you can see, is Li Xiao. Since it's his first visit, let us have those newcomers attend to him." Hong Jie's expression turned awkward. These newcomers are unfamiliar with the rules. I fear they may not be able to properly attend to Li Xiao. Luo Xiao and the other wealthy heirs chuckled. Isn't that precisely the point? We wealthy heirs are not short of women. The thrill of the bar lies in the excitement, and inexperienced newcomers add to the fun. However, Hong Jie, unusually hesitant, did not move. Her demeanor clearly reflected her indecision, until a voice emanated from the earpiece hidden in her hair. Agree to their request. Come back. We have arrangements on our side. Only then did Hong Jie breathe a sigh of relief, turning to Luo Xiao with a flirtatious smile. Very well, gentlemen. Please wait a moment while I make arrangements. Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction, selecting a few women. Let these remain. Hong Jie then instructed the remaining women, ladies. Ensure that you make the young masters happy tonight. The women replied sweetly, yes, Hong Jie. Chen Hao pushed two women towards Li Ran. Li Xiao, enjoy yourself for now. We'll switch once the newcomers arrive. Li Ran smiled, yet did not embrace them as the others did. He simply allowed the two women to sit beside him, raising his glass to clink with theirs. He had yet to reach a point of desperation. These women, with their makeup, could perhaps score around 80. Without it, they might barely reach 60. Even the maids who served him at home surpassed them in allure. Such superficiality, he thought, hardly warranted his attention. It was merely for show. Setting down his glass, he engaged in casual conversation while surveying the bar's ambience. Chen Hao and the other wealthy heirs assumed he was merely adjusting to this new environment, not paying him much mind. However, Li Ran noticed a group of men with tattooed arms conversing at the adjacent booth. While not all tattooed individuals were affiliated with gangs, these men bore an air of menace, their eyes glinting with malice, certainly not upstanding citizens. Li Ran took note, determined to remain vigilant. Tonight was meant for relaxation. While he wasn't afraid of trouble, he had no desire to invite any. At that moment, Li Ran suddenly spotted a familiar figure, clad in a sharp black suit. Lin Ming was seated at the bar, sipping a drink, his gaze wandering as if searching for someone. How peculiar! What brought Lin Ming here? Chapter 47. An unexpected encounter with Lin Ming. Goodness, Lin Ming is truly dedicated to his role as the protagonist, even before his injuries have fully healed. He has come to the bar to pursue women? Li Ran quickly turned away. After all, he had given Lin Ming a good beating the previous night. Should Lin Ming discover his presence, he might very well charge over to confront him. Today was meant to be his day off. Li Ran had no intention of working overtime alongside the protagonist. After all, he wasn't being compensated for it. Meanwhile, Hong Jie returned to the monitoring room on the second floor of the bar. Captain Zhang, those young men are the wealthy heirs of Modu. They are not easy to handle. Especially Li Xiao, he is the son of the richest man in Modu, notorious for his debauchery. If we hastily send someone to mislead them, they could very well cause a ruckus. Hong Jie wiped the sweat from her brow and reported. Inside the monitoring room, several sharply dressed men were seated. The man with the square jaw furrowed his brow as he listened to Hong Jie's report, tapping his fingers against the table. They had been tracking this drug trafficking line for over 3 months. According to the intelligence gathered, tonight would be the buyer's appearance, marking the opportune moment to apprehend them. The bar was already filled with numerous police officers, yet the buyers had yet to show themselves. At this moment, absolute caution was imperative. Xiaolu, what is your opinion? Captain Zhang inquired, looking at a casually dressed woman nearby. This operation was a joint effort between the narcotics team and the criminal investigation team. Beside Captain Zhang stands none other than the vice captain of the Shanghai Criminal Police Team, Lu Xinyan. With her hair elegantly tied in a ponytail and her features strikingly beautiful, she invariably leaves a lasting impression characterized by the phrase dashing and poised. This stunning vice captain, however, is known for her stern demeanor and rarely indulges in frivolity. In her eyes, one can perpetually discern an unwavering calm. Captain Zhang is well aware of the stakes, and Lu Xinyan is equally cognizant. Should those affluent young men cause a ruckus and attract the attention of the nearby drug dealers, the trio's efforts over the past 3 months would be rendered futile. At this juncture, it is imperative to keep the wealthy youths in check until the buyer involved in the drug deal arrives. Lu Xinyan is not only the vice captain of the criminal police team, but also the most enchanting flower of the police force. Presently, she is the only one who meets the requirements. Captain Zhang, allow me to handle this, she proposes. Captain Zhang nods in agreement. Yes? Act according to the situation and prioritize your safety. As he observes Chen Hao and the others jesting with the woman beside them, Li Ran finds himself alone, sipping his drink in boredom. Upon noticing Lin Ming's presence, his enthusiasm for revelry dissipates. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter the protagonist on his first outing. Li Xiao, wait a moment. The newcomer will be here shortly. You won't be disappointed. A group of wealthy young men, sensing Li Ran's lack of interest, hastily assure him. Just then, as they speak, the alluring Hong Jie returns, but only with one companion. Why did you only bring one? Luo Xiao inquires, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. However, when Hong Jie slightly shifts to reveal the woman behind her, the affluent youths are instantly captivated. The woman stands tall, clad in a shimmering pale gold gown, radiating a beauty that could rival that of mythical figures. Her expression carries an air of coolness, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging untainted from muddy waters. The wealthy youths are momentarily spellbound. In a bar setting, encountering such an exceptional beauty is indeed rare. If 100 is the perfect score, this woman undoubtedly merits a score above 95 in both looks and figure. Clearly, Hong Jie has not deceived them. This woman appears to be inexperienced in the art of companionship, as evidenced by her slightly awkward demeanor. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and the other affluent youths remain oblivious. Upon the immediate sight of the woman, Li Ran's expression shifts unexpectedly, his mind racing at the realization. Lu Xinyan, what is she doing here? Undoubtedly, Lu Xinyan is also one of the female protagonists from the narrative. Despite her role as a vice captain, her father holds a significant position, endowing her with a formidable background. In a previous life, Lin Ming had toppled the Li family with Lu Xinyan's assistance. To unexpectedly encounter both protagonists while merely out for a drink leaves Li Ran utterly speechless. Clearly, he should not have ventured out tonight. Wait, Lin Ming is also here. At Windbell Bar, with Lin Ming and Lu Xinyan present, Li Ran's body jolts with realization. It suddenly dawns on him why this bar feels so familiar. It is the very place where Lin Ming and Lu Xinyan first met. According to the storyline, Li Ran's interactions with Lu Xinyan are limited. His knowledge of the plot is only cursory, merely skimming through the narrative. The most vivid memory remains the instance when Lu Xinyan handcuffed him. Thus, the connection had eluded him until this moment. Quickly raising his glass to obscure his face, he silently recites, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me," while contemplating an escape. After all, tonight was not meant for him to play a part. There's no way he would work overtime, not even under duress. At that moment, Chun Hao, regaining his composure, chuckles and hands over a stack of cash. "Excellent job, Hong Jie. The newcomer you brought is truly remarkable. What are you waiting for? Don't you see Li Xiao sulking with his drink?" Chun Hao gestures, prompting the two women to rise and take Lu Xinyan by the arm, pulling her toward Li Ran. "Chun, you bastard. I treated you as a brother. And this is how you repay me?" Li Ran smiles wryly. "Chun Xiao, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps we should come back another time?" The group exchanges glances. Chuckling, "Such a rare gem. Li Xiao, are you backing down?" "Back down. I'd sooner die. If I even dared to touch that woman. My father wouldn't be able to protect me." Li Ran is tempted to knock some sense into Chun Hao. How could he be so oblivious? He merely feels a bit under the weather. As he feigns nonchalance, he scrambles to recall the plot. According to the narrative, Lu Xinyan is currently on a mission to capture the infamous flower brother. However, during this operation, unforeseen circumstances arise, and Lin Ming fortuitously appears, saving Lu Xinyan and aiding in her capture of the flower brother, ultimately winning her favor. It's clear that the individuals at the adjacent table are the flower brothers, the targets of Lu Xinyan's mission. Li Ran knows these criminals are desperate and armed. If a confrontation ensues, he and his companions will undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. If he doesn't flee now, he will be in the line of fire. "Chun Xiao, I truly feel unwell tonight and shouldn't drink. We should head back." Yet, Chun Hao and the others are convinced Li Ran is simply being timid. "Li Xiao, that is not how it works. We've only just arrived, and the fun hasn't even begun. Why spoil everyone's mood by leaving now? How about this? We'll drink our drinks, and you can do your own thing." Li Ran thinks, "Do your own thing? You'll be crying in a moment." Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan sits quietly nearby. Having been reborn, she knows the flower brother's contact will not appear until exactly 10:30, leaving them with half an hour. During this time, she must keep Li Ran and his affluent friends from disrupting their plan. Noting the frowns of the flower brothers, who have now taken notice of the commotion at their table, Lu Xinyan realizes she must intervene. Is young Master Li disinterested in the company? She wraps her arm around Li Ran's, winking playfully. Li Ran responds, "What on earth? In this life and the last." His encounters with Lu Xinyan have barely exceeded 10. Moreover, tonight marks their very first meeting. For Lu Xinyan to suddenly express such familiarity with this stranger is bewildering. Li Ran cannot fathom the intentions of these female protagonists. It seems they are in a competition for who can be more forward. He touches his handsome face, perplexed by the turn of events. Perhaps my good looks have transcended the heavens? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Disregarding all impossibilities, the sole conclusion remains. Lu Xinyan's actions are purely a prelude to her forthcoming mission to apprehend drug traffickers. Li Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman is making considerable sacrifices in her quest for justice. This indeed aligns with Lu Xinyan's character, as she is known for her unwavering sense of right and her intense disdain for evil. Despite Lu Xinyan's overt advances, Li Ran dared not make any bold moves. On one hand, Lu Xinyan was merely acting. On the other, he genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with her. After all, which wealthy family, like the Li clan, is devoid of a murky past? They merely managed to cleanse their reputations in the end. The reason the Li family thrives in the bustling metropolis is entirely due to Li Lijian's adept management on all fronts. Li Ran recalled that in his previous life, Lin Ming had handed over incriminating evidence against the Li family to Lu Xinyan. Without confirming the evidence, she had stormed into the Li residence, subduing his entire family. It must be said that the rapid downfall of the Li family in the last life was largely attributable to Lu Xinyan's audacity. Even her superior, lacking evidence, would refrain from sending anyone to infiltrate the Li estate, yet Lu Xinyan was fearless. Her reckless determination to seize control of Li Lijian left many of his contingency plans unexecuted, and numerous pieces of incriminating evidence remained unaltered. Ultimately, the Li group's scandals were exposed, leading to their demise. One could say that Lu Xinyan is a natural nemesis to the antagonists, inherently at odds with Li Ran. Despite her current flirtatious demeanor, who could predict whether she would later seek retribution? Thus, Li Ran opted for restraint. Observing his immobility, Chun Hao interjected, "Haha, don't be fooled by our young master Li's youthful fortune and striking appearance. This is his first visit to such an establishment, so he is a bit out of his element." He turned to Lu Xinyan. "How about you pour our young master Li a drink as a token of goodwill?" Lu Xinyan, intrigued, regarded Li Ran with a playful glint in her eyes, smiled gently, and poured him a glass of wine. "Young master Li, shall we share a drink?" Li Ran. "Chen Hao, for heaven's sake, if you can't speak wisely, it's best to remain silent. Does your mouth exist merely to make noise?" However, Li Ran dared not offend this woman and reluctantly raised his glass, preparing to drink alone. Chun Hao waved his hand with a laugh. "What is the point of drinking alone? At least let us toast together, right, beautiful?" The wealthy young men around chimed in. "We should at least clink glasses." Li Ran thought to himself, "I ought to inscribe the character for injustice on your faces." Nevertheless, he felt no panic, for such an outrageous demand would surely be rejected by Lu Xinyan. Yet, her next words caused his expression to sour. With a slight smile, Lu Xinyan nodded in agreement. Sure. In truth, Lu Xinyan did not know much about Li Ran. In her memory from the last life, he had been nothing more than a frivolous playboy. It was only after his demise that a succession of women appeared, and with their assistance, she gathered ample evidence against Lin Ming, ultimately bringing him to justice. Thus, Lu Xinyan was curious to discover what allure this man possessed that could inspire such fervent loyalty and vengeance from so many women, even to the point of risking their lives. At that moment, Li Ran felt utterly bewildered by Lu Xinyan's words. "Miss Lu, it's merely a task. There's no need to go to such extremes." Gazing at Lu Xinyan, he wanted to exclaim, "A few $100 a month. What on earth are you risking your life for?" He understood who she was and recognized her current mission. With this thought in mind, he continued to drink in silence. It was only then that he remembered Lin Ming was still nearby. Oh wait, if Lin Ming witnessed him engaging with his woman like this, would he tolerate it? Could this guy be a bullheaded brute? Instantly, Li Ran felt a surge of irritation. "You may be a brute, but tonight this is your show. Why should I play the part for you?" Turning around, he noticed Lin Ming still at the bar, glancing about while occasionally checking his watch. Wait a moment, wasn't he Lin Ming waiting for Lu Xinyan? Li Ran hastily summoned the system and quickly skimmed through the unfolding plot. His expression darkened further. It turned out that Lin Ming's heroic rescue of Lu Xinyan was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. However, it was not entirely by chance. According to the narrative, Lin Ming had come here tonight to meet a man named Wei Laoda, the leader of a local gang called the Tianhu Gang. Lin Ming's purpose was straightforward. He sought to consolidate the underground forces of the city for his own benefit, having been a kingpin abroad. What Lin Ming did not anticipate was the police operation at the Fengling bar. His intended ally, Wei Laoda, had already been marked for capture. With the law enforcement closing in, it was evident that Wei Laoda's apprehension was inevitable. Fearing that Wei Laoda might betray him, Lin Ming made a swift decision to eliminate him. In the process, he fortuitously saved Lu Xinyan, leading to their acquaintance and the blossoming of a romantic connection. One could not deny that Lin Ming was indeed favored by destiny, cloaked in the aura of a protagonist. Not only did he resolve the crisis, but he also garnered the affections of the beautiful police officer Lu Xinyan. However, this also indicated that Lin Ming was currently unfamiliar with Lu Xinyan. In other words, relying on Lin Ming, the protagonist, to bail him out was out of the question. As time passed, Li Ran noticed Lu Xinyan's increasing frequency of scanning the surroundings. He sensed trouble brewing. This was a prelude to a confrontation with the drug dealers. Li Ran concluded that it would be prudent to remain under the radar. After all, should a brawl erupt at such close quarters, it was highly likely he would be caught in the crossfire. He did not wish to reveal his martial prowess. Observing Chun Hao playfully tussling with two women, Li Ran said, "Chun Xiao, accompany me to the restroom." Chun Hao turned, looking puzzled, and foolishly replied, "Young Master Li, my kidneys are just fine. I don't urgently need to go. You can go by yourself." "Damn, Chun Hao, you fool." Li Ran nearly choked on his frustration. Chapter 49. Oh, Lin Ming has been apprehended. At that moment, Li Ran spotted two men in sunglasses entering through the back door of the bar. One was impeccably dressed in a suit, while the other was bald, sporting a tattoo of a menacing tiger on his head. Upon seeing their ridiculous appearance, Li Ran surmised that these two must be the ones meeting with the drug dealers tonight. The bar was shrouded in dim lighting, and wearing sunglasses inside was an overt declaration of one's issues, was it not? These two villains were truly rather foolish. At that moment, Li Ran could not afford to ponder over such trivialities any longer. Rising to his feet, he intended to whisk Chun Hao away to avoid the impending trouble. However, just as Li Ran stood up, a pair of delicate arms pressed him back down. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Xinyan's soft figure pressed against him, her hands guiding his own to her waist. "Don't say a word, just hold me." "What?" Li Ran was utterly bewildered, his hands rendered powerless as Lu Xinyan maneuvered them. Spotting a bald man making his way towards their booth, Li Ran's hand slipped from Lu Xinyan's waist, causing her to panic. In the astonished gaze of several wealthy young men and their accompanying hostesses, Lu Xinyan wrapped her arms around Li Ran's head and kissed him passionately. Chun Hao stood up in excitement, murmuring, "Wow, is this the charm of my big brother? Impressive." Li Ran's mind was in a state of complete chaos, utterly blank. This girl was far too audacious. Just the thought of Lu Xinyan eventually becoming Lin Ming's woman sent a thrill through him. Wasn't this tantamount to an affair right under Lin Ming's nose? The image of Lin Ming's green-faced rage filled Li Ran with guilt. "Lin Ming, I swear, this was not my doing. It was Lu Xinyan who initiated this." Little did Li Ran know that Boss Wei of the Heavenly Tiger Gang had crossed paths with Lu Xinyan. Had he discovered her presence here, their plan to catch the deal in the act would have unraveled. In desperation, Lu Xinyan resorted to this drastic measure. Meanwhile, Lin Ming at the bar had also spotted Boss Wei. However, he did not approach him immediately. After years of executing assassination missions abroad, Lin Ming had developed the habit of assessing the surrounding environment for safety before making contact. As his gaze swept the area, he suddenly noticed Chun Hao rising to his feet. Following that, he recognized the familiar figure of Li Ran, locked in a passionate kiss with a woman. In an instant, Lin Ming's eyes turned crimson. That figure could not be mistaken. It was Li Ran, the despicable coward who only attacked from behind. To think that he, a formidable warrior, had been subdued by a wealthy young man and his entourage of bodyguards. It was utterly humiliating to even contemplate. He could not let this go unpunished. Lin Ming was pondering how Li Ran had been cooped up at home, denying him the chance to confront him. Yet here they were. Lin Ming immediately stood up, filled with murderous intent, striding towards Li Ran. After all, hadn't Li Ran turned him into a pig's head the previous night? Tonight, he would ensure Li Ran became an even bigger fool. But Lin Ming did not anticipate that as he turned around. He had barely taken 2 steps when the bartender and 2 waitstaff lunged at him, restraining him. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's face. Being ambushed by 2 waiters was beyond his expectations. When had mere waitstaff dared to confront him, anger surged within him. Tonight, he was determined to teach Li Ran a lesson. Whoever stood in his way would meet their demise. Just as Lin Ming was about to unleash his strength, kicking one waiter away, preparing to dispatch these nuisances before seeking out Li Ran, a dark gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move." Lin Ming's expression froze. He saw the waiter he had just sent flying rising to his feet, pulling out a badge. "Kid, you've got some skills." The standing officer spat blood, retrieving handcuffs to secure Lin Ming's wrists. Then, he landed a powerful punch in Lin Ming's gut. "Take him away." Confused and dazed, Lin Ming was dragged off, utterly bewildered. What was happening? How did the police know he was supposed to meet Boss Wei here? Lin Ming had no idea that from the moment he stepped into the bar, clad in a black suit, he had captured the attention of all the officers present. As soon as he exhibited intentions of nearing the drug dealers, the police had received orders to apprehend him. This operation had been months in the making, and no mistakes could be permitted. All suspicious individuals had to be detained. Meanwhile, the drug dealers who had just settled in sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee. Lu Xinyan shot a furious glare at Lin Ming. Was this man truly in cahoots with the drug dealers? In her previous life, when Lin Ming had suddenly appeared in the bar and saved her, she had harbored no suspicions. However, now that she had been reborn, Lu Xinyan keenly noticed many discrepancies. For instance, why was Lin Ming at the bar? Who was he waiting for? Why had he killed Boss Wei in her past life? The order to keep a close watch on Lin Ming had been given by her. Fortunately, officers disguised as hostesses and waitstaff had also moved in. Lu Xinyan kicked off the sofa and leapt over Li Ran's head. Li Ran felt a shadow pass overhead. What the hell? Is this woman really that fierce? He finally understood the adage about judging a book by its cover. Regrettably, Lu Xinyan was wearing leggings. Of course, Li Ran had no time to dwell on whether she was clad in leggings or not. A brawl had erupted. It was time to make a hasty exit. At this moment, Chun Hao was paralyzed with fear, having crawled under the sofa. Huh, look who finally knows fear. Li Ran yanked him up, ready to flee. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed one of the drug dealers drawing a gun, seemingly aiming at Lu Xinyan. What the hell? Where was Lin Ming? Was the foolish protagonist going to make an entrance, or was he running late again? Li Ran turned around, witnessing Lin Ming being dragged away like a lifeless dog by two plainclothes officers. My apologies, I misjudged you. At that moment, Li Ran had no time to contemplate why Lin Ming was being arrested. Just as the drug dealer pulled back the gun's hammer, Li Ran swiftly seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the drug dealer's weapon flew from his grasp. The tattooed man clutched his bleeding wrist, shooting Li Ran a chilling glare. Li Ran merely rolled his eyes, uninterested in his threats. What? You still want to fight me? Save it for your next life. In this life, you've missed your chance. Dragging Chun Hao along, Li Ran made a run for it. Meanwhile, startled by the gunfire, Lu Xinyan turned back, her heart racing, gazing at the ashtray on the ground, and then at Li Ran's retreating figure. A subtle smile crept onto her lips. She suddenly found Li Ran's fleeing silhouette rather appealing. The bar was heavily fortified with police, and if not for Lin Ming's unexpected appearance disrupting the plan, capturing the drug dealers would have been a breeze. After all, Lu Xinyan had already been privy to the unfolding narrative. Soon, all the drug dealers were apprehended. Chapter 50. Has Li Ran's secret been exposed? A throng of people blocked the entrance, and it took Li Ran and Chun Hao quite some time to exit the bar. As they reached the threshold, Chun Hao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Young Master Li, you've saved my life once again." Li Ran patted him on the shoulder, replying, "We are brothers. Such words are unnecessary. Just remember, if you ever betray me again, I'll see if I still come to your rescue." While the two were conversing, Li Ran suddenly sensed two piercing gazes filled with animosity. Turning around, he spotted Lin Ming in the back of a police car, gripping the iron bars with a grimace, his eyes fixed on Li Ran with intense fury. Chun Hao remarked in surprise, "Hey, how did this guy end up in a police car? Something seems off. He is still wearing that shiny bracelet. Could it be that he is in trouble?" Li Ran shook his head. Who knows? At this moment, Li Ran found the hatred directed at him rather inexplicable. It seemed he had inadvertently attracted the ire of the protagonist simply by stepping out for a drink. How absurd. The ones apprehending him were the police, not me. Why is he glaring at me? Does he think the police station is my family business? Gazing at Lin Ming, Li Ran silently mouthed two words before ignoring him. "I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." After exchanging farewells with Chun Hao, Li Ran departed. In his previous life, Li Ran had thought Lin Ming quite formidable, commanding a host of internationally wanted criminals who showed him utmost deference. However, in this life, Li Ran perceived Lin Ming as somewhat lacking. Last night he had saved Chen Qing, only to be knocked unconscious by her, and now, during a heroic rescue at the bar, he hadn't even made a move before being captured by the police. Truly, he was failing at everything. If it weren't for Li Ran's unsolicited overtime guiding him through the plot, tonight the female lead, Lu Xinyan, would likely have met a grim fate. Li Ran felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Lin Ming seemed rather ungrateful. "Here I am, working for free to assist you with your storyline, and you can't even utter a word of thanks, yet you stare at me like that?" Inside the police car, Lin Ming, infuriated, struck the iron bars with his fist. Li Ran's silent words, discerned through lip movements, clearly conveyed the message, "Fool." Lin Ming's outburst caught the attention of the plainclothes officer seated in the front passenger seat, the very same officer whom Lin Ming had kicked earlier. As a skilled fighter, Lin Ming's kick had been powerful enough to cause lingering pain in the officer's abdomen. Oh, even in a police car. He is still so defiant? In the next moment, the officer retrieved a taser from his waistband and jabbed it into Lin Ming's side. Zzz. Instantly, Lin Ming convulsed as if struck by a seizure. Meanwhile, the joint operation of the narcotics and criminal investigation teams was a resounding success, with ample evidence seized. With no time to celebrate, Captain Zhang dispatched personnel to interrogate several drug dealers overnight. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the dealers quickly capitulated, confessing without much resistance. However, one individual stubbornly refused to acknowledge any affiliation with the drug ring, vehemently proclaiming his innocence. This greatly vexed Captain Zhang, for their mandate was to ensure no guilty party escaped while also avoiding the wrongful arrest of an innocent. At that moment, Lu Xinyan, watching the interrogation through the surveillance cameras, suddenly spoke up, "Captain Zhang, allow me to give it a try." Captain Zhang pondered for a moment and nodded, "Very well." Entering the interrogation room, Lu Xinyan began. Name? Lin Ming. Gender? Male. Age? Occupation? Lin Ming cooperated fully, and after a routine questioning session, he revealed no signs of weakness. Such an interrogation was child's play for him. However, Lu Xinyan suddenly slammed her hand on the table and sneered, "A student? I'll entertain the notion that you are indeed a student, but what business does a student have at a bar meeting with the leader of the Tianhu gang?" She scrutinized Lin Ming, determined not to miss any subtle shift in his expression. Lin Ming smiled slightly. "I have no knowledge of the leader of the Tianhu gang. I merely came here to enjoy a drink." "Then why were you near the drug dealers?" "As I mentioned, I saw two acquaintances at the bar and intended to greet them. Chun Hao and Li Ran are fellow students of mine. You can verify with them." Lin Ming was certainly not going to be fooled by Lu Xinyan. When he met the leader of the Tianhu gang, he had used an alias. Prior to this, all his communications with the leader had been through subordinates, and the leader had never even laid eyes on him. At this point, he simply needed to maintain that he did not know the leader, though Lin Ming's answers revealed no cracks. Lu Xinyan noticed a slight contraction in his pupils when the leader's name was mentioned. He indeed had a connection to the leader. In an instant, Lu Xinyan resolved to interrogate the leader. In her previous life, after the leader's demise, Lin Ming had seized control of the Tianhu gang's power. Lu Xinyan was now convinced that the person the leader wished to meet was Lin Ming. However, after a thorough interrogation, Lu Xinyan made no progress. She could produce no evidence to prove that Lin Ming was the individual the leader had met. Lin Ming remained in the interrogation room for 2 days. Upon the expiration of his detention period, his lawyers secured his release. The following day, the leader met an inexplicable death in prison. This left no one to corroborate anything. Lu Xinyan ground her teeth in frustration, knowing it was Lin Ming's doing. With Lin Ming's capabilities, orchestrating such a feat was not beyond him. Yet, Lu Xinyan was no pushover. Just because she was powerless against Lin Ming now did not mean she would remain so in the future. Back at the police station, Lu Xinyan activated 2 informants within the Tianhu gang. Following the leader's death, Lin Ming would undoubtedly instruct his underlings to consolidate the leader's power. She ordered the informants to keep a vigilant eye on the gang's every move and report to her immediately if any unusual activity arose. Lu Xinyan understood that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ming would take action against Li Ran once more. At that moment, she intended to set a trap and catch Lin Ming in the act. Thinking of Li Ran, Lu Xinyan dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Ming. I have a favor to ask. Please investigate Li Ran, the young master of the Li family. I need all his information. And if you can find out what he has been up to lately, that would be even better." In these past few days, the image of Li Ran's dashing figure had repeatedly drifted through Lu Xinyan's mind. Reflecting on it, she felt a twinge of surprise. In that particular situation, she hadn't processed it at the time, but how could Li Ran have reacted so swiftly? Moreover, his demeanor when encountering the drug dealers had been unnervingly calm, as if he regarded them with disdain. A normal person would have reacted like Chun Hao, panicking and running for cover. It must be said, since her rebirth, Lu Xinyan had noticed many details she had overlooked in her previous life. Her intuition told her that Li Ran, this seemingly frivolous young master, was not truly what he appeared to be. He harbored secrets unknown to others. This also explained why so many women were willing to sacrifice for Li Ran in her previous life. If Li Ran were aware of Lu Xinyan's current thoughts, he would likely be left in a state of alarm. The prowess of a woman's imagination is truly remarkable. In truth, I am merely acquainted with the storyline. Please refrain from making wild speculations. I assure you, I harbor no secrets. Do you believe me? The sun shone warmly. Lu Xinyan rose, retrieving a cup filled with tea. At that moment, the office phone rang. "Xinyan, I have sent you Li Ran's information via email. This fellow is rather intriguing." Haha. Li Ran is intriguing? Lu Xinyan was perplexed. "Uncle Ming, recently, someone had made donations to several schools and nursing homes under the names of the Li Legion couple. However, according to our investigation, the Li Legion couple was completely unaware of this. The funds for the schools and nursing homes did not originate from the Li Group's charitable foundation, but rather from Li Ran's personal account. Thank you, Uncle Ming." After hanging up, Lu Xinyan hurriedly opened her email. Upon reading the information contained within, her mouth fell agape. Li Ran had secretly provided assistance to over 200 schools and nursing homes. Yet, why had no media outlet reported this? Chapter 51. I propose that we bestow upon Li Ran an award for bravery. In truth, endeavors such as funding schools and supporting impoverished students often go unnoticed unless one speaks of them. Nonetheless, if someone were to investigate, the truth would be easily uncovered. Li Ran, too, had not anticipated that Lu Xinyan would send someone to investigate him. At that moment, as she gazed at the contents of the email, Lu Xinyan was left speechless. She had considered that beneath Li Ran's extravagant exterior lay another persona. However, she never expected that this other side of Li Ran would be so profound. This boy, branded as a wastrel, had quietly supported over 200 schools and nursing homes, yet kept it a secret from the world. In that instant, a new image of Li Ran emerged in Lu Xinyan's mind, overlapping with the image of the infatuated, spoiled scion from her previous life. Lu Xinyan felt her breath quicken. A sudden restlessness overtook her as memories of her past life flooded in. In her previous existence, the Li family had fallen from grace, and Lin Ming had swiftly seized control of their enterprises. In retrospect, Lu Xinyan realized that she had been manipulated by Lin Ming, who had exploited her aversion to evil. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards the Li family and Li Ran, it was not profound. After all, the Li family had indeed committed crimes. In Mu Bingxuan's recollections, after the downfall of the Li family, Li Ran, this wastrel, resembled a fledgling bird stripped of its parents' protective wings. He could have fled, yet he chose not to. Instead, he embarked on a frenzied quest for revenge against Lin Ming. But how could a powerless Li Ran contend with Lin Ming? Ultimately, Lin Ming did not spare Li Ran either. Lu Xinyan vividly recalled the moment she received the report of Li Ran's death and rushed to the abandoned building, where she encountered his lifeless body. Li Ran had passed away with a smile upon his face. At that time, Lu Xinyan could not comprehend the smile that graced his features. How could someone die so joyfully? Reflecting on it now, Lu Xinyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Perhaps that was precisely the outcome Li Ran desired. He understood that he could not defeat Lin Ming, nor could he alter the fate of the Li family. This boy, seemingly extravagant yet inherently kind-hearted, was tormented by guilt towards his parents and consumed by hatred. For him, death might have been a form of liberation. In that moment, Lu Xinyan felt her eyes welling up. They grew slightly red. For in her previous life, she had indirectly caused the demise of this kind-hearted boy. She had been an accomplice to Lin Ming. What fault lay with Li Ran, born into the Li family? The illegal acts had been committed by Li Lijian, not Li Ran. This boy had been doing everything within his power to assist those in need. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinyan rose. She then knocked on the door of the chief's office. Behind the desk, Director Luo, who had just resolved a major case, was in good spirits. Xinyan has arrived? Please, take a seat. Lu Xinyan stood tall, bowed slightly, and said, Director, during last night's joint operation, a citizen assisted the police in apprehending a drug dealer. I propose we present him with an award for bravery. Meanwhile, in the pool, Li Ran suddenly sneezed. What the heck? Who was talking about me? He mused. But wait, how could anyone be talking about me? Perhaps he had simply soaked too long in the water and caught a chill. Li Ran hastily climbed out of the pool. Just then, the phone resting on the lounge chair began to ring. He picked it up and answered. Hello, is this Li Ran? I am Officer Lu from the criminal investigation team, the same Lu from the bar who posed as a hostess. In the office, Lu Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled their prior encounter. Outside the office, several police officers gaped in astonishment. What is this? Is Deputy Lu blushing? Could it be that she is in love? The curious officers leaned in closer. At that moment, Lu Xinyan noticed someone peeking from outside. What are you doing? Don't you have any work to attend to? She opened the door and barked. The startled officers quickly withdrew their heads. Returning to her desk, Lu Xinyan turned to the phone and spoke softly. No, I wasn't referring to you. Meanwhile, at the poolside, Li Ran, who had just answered the phone, was startled by Lu Xinyan's outburst, nearly dropping his phone into the water. In an instant, Li Ran's thoughts raced. Oh no, this woman is definitely here to settle the score. Judging by Lu Xinyan's tone, she seemed quite irate. Before Lu Xinyan could speak, Li Ran decided to take the initiative. Officer Lu, I had no idea you were the hostess. Ugh, I didn't know you were the one pretending to be a hostess. In any case, last time was purely your initiative. I didn't do anything, and I at least cooperated with you, didn't I? You can't turn against me after crossing the bridge. Lu Xinyan was taken aback by his audacity. What on earth are you talking about? I'm not here regarding that matter. Then what is it? Li Ran asked, suddenly filled with dread. You're not expecting me to take responsibility, are you? Let me be clear, that is impossible. My heart belongs only to Bingxian. When Lu Xinyan heard Li Ran declare his loyalty to Mu Bingxian, she felt a surge of anger. In her previous life, he had remained infatuated with Mu Bingxian until his death. How could there exist someone so hopelessly devoted? I have applied for a bravery award for you. When you have time, please come to the police station to collect it. A bravery award? Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, you should have said so earlier. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was not about settling scores after all. Officer Lu, you're being too formal. We're all part of the same community, helping each other out. What need is there for an award? He then inquired, by the way, how much is the prize? Lu Xinyan replied, 30,000. Li Ran murmured. 30,000. That's rather meager. On the other end, Lu Xinyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. By the way, when I come to collect the award, will there be media present for photos? Should I change my clothes? Lu Xinyan, do as you please. What does casual mean? Is it a yes or a no? Li Ran felt inclined to accept. In the afternoon, Li Ran donned a crisp white suit and, brimming with excitement, strode into the police station. Officer Liu, I am here to receive the Bravery Award. Upon seeing this fellow had brought along several media outlets, Lu Xinyan rubbed her temples in exasperation. You failed to report on the sponsorship of over 200 schools and nursing homes, yet you make a grand spectacle over receiving a Bravery Award? In her previous life, Lu Xinyan had never realized how adept Li Ran was at theatrics. Nonetheless, promoting acts of bravery is commendable, and they encourage citizens to embody such spirit. This is a positive and commendable image, worthy of media coverage. After the award ceremony, Lu Xinyan abruptly called out to Li Ran. Li Ran, I know deep down you are not a bad person. If possible, please try to persuade your father. Lu Xinyan believed that Li Ran, being fundamentally good, could be guided onto the right path. Li Ran, you think I need you to tell me I'm not a bad person? Lu Xinyan's words left him bewildered. What did it mean for the female protagonist to say such things to him, the antagonist? Was she suggesting he abandoned darkness for light? What a joke, for he was indeed the villain. Li Ran could not comprehend. Whatever, he decided to ignore her, suspecting she had taken something wrong. Upon returning home, Li Ran found his father, Li Lijian, unusually present in the living room. Shaoran, come to my study for a moment. Seeing Li Ran return, Li Lijian set down the newspaper and turned to walk towards the study. Li Ran hurriedly followed, aware that the next scene was about to unfold. Chapter 52. The Night Owl Strikes, Subduing the Tianhu Gang. The upcoming scene involved a competition with Lin Ming over the land at Jiangtan. Entering the study behind Li Lijian, Li Ran was promptly instructed to take a seat. Shaoran, you are no longer a child. It is time you engaged with matters of the business world. Li Ran recited his lines from the script. Dad, I have been eager for this. They say a tiger father does not raise a son who is a dog. You should have entrusted the business to me long ago to alleviate some of your pressure. So, which company CEO do you want me to become? CEO? Li Lijian shot him a stern glare. You little rascal, wanting to fly before you can even crawl? Ah, not a CEO? Li Ran pouted in disappointment. That's dull. Li Lijian tossed a folder onto the table before Li Ran. This contains information on the land being auctioned by the Jiangtan government. Take a look. Li Ran picked up the folder and skimmed through it. Dad, are you planning to purchase this land? Li Lijian inquired. What do you think this land is worth? In the bustling metropolis, land is worth its weight in gold. Such a sizable parcel could easily fetch 200 billion without incurring a loss. However, Li Ran could not utter 200 billion, as he was an uneducated wastrel, lacking the insight or intellect of his father. After glancing through, Li Ran hesitantly replied. Around 100 billion, I suppose. 100 billion? A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Lijian's eyes, and he sighed internally. He then explained, the value of this land exceeds 200 billion. Take this information home and study how to develop it and where its value lies. This Friday is the public auction for the government land. You must attend. Remember, 220 billion is our bottom line. Do not disclose this to anyone. Li Ran nodded. Understood, Dad. Li Lijian waved his hand, unwilling to say more. He, Li Lijian, was the wealthiest man in the metropolis, a titan of the business realm. In the intertwined worlds of commerce and politics, no one dared to slight the name Li Lijian. Unfortunately, his son proved to be such a disappointment. How could he entrust the vastly family estate to Li Ran in the future? Li Lijian did not expect Li Ran to surpass him or expand the family's enterprise further. However, he hoped his son would possess the capability to protect himself. If one day he were gone, could Li Ran safeguard the foundations he had built against the covetous eyes of the 10 prominent families? Li Ran exited the study, clutching the folder with enthusiasm. Yet, within the confines of the room, Li Lijian appeared suddenly aged. In the hallway, Li Ran's joy dissipated. He glanced back at the closed study door and sighed softly. I'm sorry. Every parent in the world harbors dreams of their child's success. How could Li Ran not understand his father's high expectations? Alas, he was a villain. The Li family was also a villainous entity. All he could do was let Li Lijian down time and again. Even so, Li Lijian bore him no harsh reproach and had never given up on him. Upon returning to his room, Li Ran tossed the Jiangtan land information aside. He had already perused this material long ago. In his previous life, he had even embarked on creating a development plan for the Jiangtan land. However, that plan remained unutilized until his demise, relegated to gather dust in some corner of his room. For according to the script, the land at Jiangtan would ultimately fall into the hands of the Wang family. Collaborating with Lin Ming during the auction on Friday, feeling somewhat dejected, Li Ran ascended to the rooftop to clear his mind. He understood that he was still immersed in the plot. He was human, and he possessed emotions. In the face of those dear to him, he could not truly turn a blind eye or feign indifference. The forthcoming narrative required him to adjust his mindset accordingly. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Tianhu Gang's nightclub, an elder member glared at the long-haired man who had suddenly appeared in the conference room, rising abruptly from his seat. Simultaneously, several veteran members deemed worthy of the table reprimanded him. Wu Xiao, with old ways, remains barely cold. What do you mean by bringing this person in? When we followed old way, you were still in diapers. You dare betray us. Observing the furious elders, a middle-aged man named Wu Xiao smiled subtly and slightly bowed towards the long-haired man beside him. Mr. Yi, these are a few of the old fossils in the gang. They were old Wei's trusted confidants during his lifetime. In the conference room, the several henchmen brought by the elders numbered at least 30, all skilled fighters, with hands poised to draw weapons at a moment's notice. However, the long-haired man remained unperturbed. I will extend another opportunity to all of you. Surrender or face death. The elders, enraged to the point of laughter, declared, seize this traitor Wu Xiao and present him before Lord Guan for punishment. As for this man, chop him to pieces and feed him to the fish. Just as the henchman lunged forward, the long-haired man moved. A small knife slipped from his sleeve, glinting in the light. In less than 10 seconds, the closest Tianhu Gang elder, who had just risen, clutched his throat in disbelief as he collapsed, while the long-haired man's knife had already plunged into another elder's chest. The previously outspoken elders lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining individuals gazed at the long-haired man with expressions rife with terror, silence enveloping the room. Ultimately, although these men lived lives on the edge of a knife, engaging in frequent violence, they were, at their core, mere ruffians. They had never witnessed the prowess and ruthlessness of the long-haired man. His method of killing was cold and calculated, dispatching each victim with a single strike, devoid of even a flicker of hesitation. He regarded human life as nothing more than chaff. The scene was chaotic. With their leader slain, the henchmen found themselves leaderless, while the remaining heads dared not move an inch. The tumult was swiftly quelled by the underlings of Wu Xiao, who stormed into the room. The long-haired man leisurely extracted a silk handkerchief to cleanse his dagger. I am now taking command of the Tianhu Gang. Who among you is in favor? And who is against? In the expansive conference room, the remaining leaders of the Tianhu Gang trembled in fear, unwilling to respond. Following the assassination of several core elders, Lin Ming's subordinate, Night Owl, encountered little resistance in seizing control of the Tianhu Gang. After announcing Wu Xiao's interim leadership, Night Owl proceeded to a boxing arena. Bang! 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 Within the boxing ring, 5 burly men, each standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, were struggling against Lin Ming in a grueling spar. Faced with Lin Ming's relentless onslaught, the 5 muscular men could only barely hold their ground. Upon seeing Night Owl enter, Lin Ming unleashed his full strength, knocking one of the giants to the ground with a powerful punch, followed by a knee strike that sent another sprawling. With a swift sidestep, he dodged another giant's straight punch, delivering a hook to the chin, and then executed a spinning kick that struck the neck of an incoming adversary. For the last giant, Lin Ming performed a 360-degree spinning kick, landing squarely on the giant's head, causing him to soar into the air and crash down in a spiral. Several subordinates rushed in to remove the incapacitated giants from the ring. Descending from the platform, Lin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Night Owl stepped forward respectfully and declared, Master, the Tianhu Gang has submitted. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction and, gazing at Night Owl, spoke coolly. During this period, focus on reorganizing the internal structure of the Tianhu Gang. The Nightingale team has completed their mission, and once they return, I will assign them to assist you in expanding the gang's influence. Within 3 months, I want the territory of the Tianhu Gang to double. Night Owl responded affirmatively, yes. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Ran, just wait. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. When the Nightingale team returns, I will ensure you lose a leg. Once I obtain leverage over the Li family, it will be your demise. Chapter 53, Mad. Is Chun Qing an undercover agent? Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming found another subordinate awaiting him in the room. Master, the results of the collaboration with the Wang family have come in. This is their proposal for bidding on the Jiangtan land. Please review it. Lin Ming picked up the proposal and inquired, what do you think of this plan? The Wall Street real estate investment prodigy replied, 1.8 billion. I believe this price is quite reasonable. Acquiring that land will provide us with substantial profit margins. You are mistaken. Lin Ming shook his head. Profit is not our objective. I do not care how much we earn. What we must do is suppress other families and constrict their profit margins. Only then will we have the opportunity to collaborate with them. Moreover, Do you think the Wang family can snatch this lucrative piece of land from a business titan like Li Lijian? In terms of investment, Lin Ming did not possess the same acumen as this investment genius. However, he was acutely aware that if the Wang family could contend with Li Lijian, they would not need to partner with him, who would willingly share a feast they could devour themselves. Looking at his subordinate, Lin Ming spoke coolly. Increase the funding by an additional 500 billion. Truly the king of soldiers, initiating the discussion with an additional 500 billion. Unbeknownst to them, there were ears next door listening intently to their conversation. Chen Qing smiled slightly. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family residence, Jiang Tian looked helplessly at his sister. Are you really going to the auction on Friday? Xiaoya, please don't be foolish. Jiang Qinyu raised her head defiantly, meeting Jiang Tian's gaze. Who says I'm being foolish? I not only intend to participate in this auction, but also to represent the Jiang family in acquiring the Jiangtan land. Xiaoya, I understand your desire to contribute to the Jiang family, Jiang Tian said, shaking his head with a wry smile. However, matters of business are not suitable for a young girl like you to engage in. Jiang Qinyu chuckled. Do you really think 200 billion is enough to secure the Jiangtan land? How naive. She slammed a document onto the table, startling her elder brother. What are you doing? Jiang Qinyu raised her delicate neck. Open it and see. Jiang Tian, puzzled, picked up the document and opened it. As he read, the expression of this commercial prodigy from the Jiang family shifted from confusion to astonishment. This was indeed a development plan for the Jiangtan land. The plan spanned only 10 pages, yet Jiang Tian spent an hour grappling with its contents. Looking at Jiang Qinyu, his face was filled with disbelief. Little sister, you devised this development plan for Jiangtan land? How did I not realize you were a commercial genius? At this moment, gazing at Jiang Qinyu, Jiang Tian felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. So, can I now participate in the auction? Jiang Qinyu smiled, not directly answering. How could she reveal that this plan was something she had accidentally discovered while sorting through Li Ran's belongings in her previous life? Jiang Tian had no idea that the plan Jiang Qinyu presented was merely a reconstruction from her memory, still lacking in many areas. If there was a genius, it was not her, it was Li Ran. Of course. Jiang Tian nodded, and then asked curiously, by the way, you mentioned that 200 billion wouldn't suffice for Jiangtan land? Jiang Qinyu inquired. How much profit do you think the Jiangtan land can yield based on this development plan? At least double. Instantly, Jiang Tian understood. Previously, he believed the land was worth only 200 billion because that was based on his own development plan, which projected minimal profit beyond that figure. However, according to Jiang Qinyu's development plan, even spending 300 billion would leave them with ample profit margins. Jiang Tian asked, what amount do you think is appropriate? Jiang Qinyu smiled gently too. 5 billion. Jiang Tian frowned. Wouldn't that be a bit low? With our Jiang family's resources, we can afford more. I believe 300 billion is acceptable, Jiang Tian suggested. Jiang Qinyu shook her head. Just 5 billion. She knew that in her previous life, Lin Ming had acquired the land for only 3 billion. Securing Jiangtan land for 5 billion would be more than sufficient. Jiang Tian did not hesitate and decisively stated, all right, we will go with your suggestion. Jiang Qinyu smiled with satisfaction and asked, what about the subsequent development collaboration for that land? That is entirely up to you. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's response, Jiang Qinyu felt a surge of joy. It was all set. Li Ran, just you wait. At the auction on Friday, I shall surely present you with a delightful surprise. A new day dawns. Li family. Li Ran has gathered his composure. Regardless of circumstances, the narrative must unfold. He, as the antagonist, must continue to play his part. Seated comfortably in an armchair, Li Ran reminisces about the forthcoming auction's intricate plot. According to the storyline, upon entering the auction, he will encounter Lin Ming. In his role as the villain, he will first mock the protagonist, Lin Ming. Subsequently, during the auction, after he proclaims a bid of 220 billion, no other families will dare to raise their paddles. Just as he believes victory is within his grasp and anticipates securing the land, Lin Ming suddenly raises the bid. 230 billion. A successful counterattack. A satisfying slap to the face. Li Ran contemplated. This time, the plot should proceed without a hitch. For, according to the script, only he and Lin Ming will be present at the auction. There is no female lead to disrupt the proceedings. Thus, he shall finally be on the receiving end of Lin Ming's rebuke. Ding dong. At that moment, a message notification from VX interrupted his thoughts. Li Ran picked up his phone. There, the VX avatar of Chen Qing displayed a voice message. What could this woman want to say to me? Li Ran pondered, perplexed. He clicked on the voice message, and Chen Qing's sweet voice resonated. Li Ran, I have a secret to share with you. Lin Ming has collaborated with Mr. Wang from Wansong Real Estate. At the auction for the Jiangtan land on Friday, Lin Ming will bid 230 billion. Instantly, Li Ran was taken aback. What is Chen Qing up to? Aren't you the female lead? Why are you revealing Lin Ming's plans to a villain like me? Aren't you afraid that Lin Ming will retaliate against you? Li Ran imagined a dark hand emerging from behind Lin Ming, plunging a knife into him. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of despair. All I want is to follow the script. Can't you female leads refrain from unnecessarily complicating the plot? No way. I cannot acknowledge this information. If I discover Lin Ming's trump card, how will I proceed with the upcoming scenes? Li Ran resolved to delete the message. However, just as he was about to press the delete button, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, hold on. I certainly know that Lin Ming will bid 230 billion at the auction, but how does Qin Qing know? After a moment's contemplation, Li Ran could not resist replying to Qin Qing. How did you come by this information? Soon, Qin Qing replied with another voice message. Hee, I overheard it. Aren't I clever? In her apartment, Qin Qing held her phone, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Li Ran must be thrilled right now. Praise me quickly. Meanwhile, as Li Ran listened to Qin Qing's voice message, he felt utterly bewildered. What the heck? Is Qin Qing suffering from some kind of delusion? Is she attempting to play a game of deception with me? Are you truly the female lead? Is this something a female lead would do? Soon, Qin Qing sent another voice message. Li Ran, why aren't you speaking? Stop typing. My hands are getting tired. I want to hear your voice. Li Ran. This female lead has truly lost her mind. Trembling, he picked up his phone. You think you can deceive me? I know you are in cahoots with Lin Ming. You are merely attempting to trick me. Not a single word you utter will I believe. As for the auction's plot, I, Li Ran, shall be struck down by Lin Ming, and even Jesus cannot intervene. Chapter 54. Jiang Qinyu is here too? It's time for my performance. Li Ran does not believe his own words. In her apartment, Qin Qing was momentarily stunned. Instantly, the petite widow pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly spilling over. She quickly wiped her eyes, and, regaining her composure, a glimmer of determination shone in her gaze. Right, Li Ran does not know that she is a reborn soul. Moreover, they have only met once, and she is also Lin Ming's landlord. It is only natural that Li Ran would not trust her so quickly. This time, his skepticism is inconsequential. She will gather more information on Lin Ming, and once Li Ran verifies these details and realizes she speaks the truth, he will undoubtedly come to trust her. Qin Qing clenched her small fists, silently encouraging herself. You can do this, Qin Qing. Once Li Ran understands all you have done for him, he will be profoundly moved and fall in love with you. At the same time, on the balcony, Li Ran wiped the cold sweat that had just surfaced from his fright. Something is amiss. What is up with this little widow, Qin Qing? The last time she knocked Lin Ming unconscious in the abandoned building, he could somewhat justify it by saying she hadn't seen Lin Ming's face. But this time, there is no explanation. Has she watched too many 007 movies and gone rogue? Or has she had a falling out with Lin Ming? After much contemplation, Li Ran could not arrive at a conclusion. Never mind. This is a matter Lin Ming should be concerned with. Why should I, as the villain, trouble myself with the affairs of the protagonists? After all, if there are more mutated female leads, one additional Qin Qing does not make a difference. I shall merely focus on fulfilling my role as the antagonist and follow my narrative to its conclusion. Taking out an actor prepares, Li Ran began to read slowly. His recent state of mind had been somewhat off. He was unnecessarily fretting over the protagonists. Indeed, it was time for some self-improvement. Soon, Friday arrived. According to the plot, Li Ran, accompanied by Secretary Li Lijian, arrived at the auction venue. The number of attendees was sparse, yet those present were titans of the financial world in Magic City. After all, the Jiangtan land was valued at 200 billion, a sum not every family could casually present. Those competing for the land were the elite families of Magic City. Only the richest man in Magic City, Li Lijian, had the audacity to send his heirs to participate in the bidding. The others were heads of families attending in person. Of course, the secretary accompanying Li Ran was a trusted aide of Li Lijian. Good day, Uncle Su. Good day, Uncle Qian. Good day, Uncle Fong. Accompanied by the secretary, Li Ran greeted each of the family heads in turn. These individuals had business dealings with Li Lijian, and Li Ran had met them before. The auction is about to begin, Li family nephew. Let us proceed inside, one of the heads of families suggested. Certainly, Uncle Fong. Upon entering the venue, Li Ran immediately spotted Lin Ming, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, seated alongside Mr. Wang from the Wang family, both engaged in light-hearted conversation. Naturally, it was Mr. Wang who was making polite remarks while Lin Ming listened with a calm demeanor, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. After all, in such a setting, the protagonist Lin Ming must maintain an air of sophistication. Li Ran took a moment to gather his emotions and strode forward confidently. According to the script, he would begin by mocking Lin Ming, drawing the protagonist's ire. Having thoroughly memorized the villain's dialogue, Li Ran was well prepared for this role. In various settings and circumstances, Li Ran is undeniably adept and eloquent. Approaching Lin Ming, He feigned a sudden realization of Lin Ming's presence. "Oh, is that not Junior Lin Ming?" he exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Are you also participating in today's auction?" As he spoke, he looked down upon Lin Ming with a condescending gaze. Lin Ming turned slightly, lifting his eyelids to cast a brief, indifferent glance at Li Ran, yet remained silent. Clearly, he held no desire to engage in conversation with Li Ran. At this moment, the air was thick with tension. Wang, who stood beside Lin Ming, appeared visibly uncomfortable. "Young Master Li, this is young Master Lin, whom I brought along to the auction." While Lin Ming could afford to disregard Li Ran, Wang could not, for Li Ran was, after all, the son of Li Lijian. In the competitive environment of Shanghai, Wang understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. Li Ran recognized that it was time for him to express his indignation. "Have I spoken to you?" Ignoring Wang, he fixated his gaze on Lin Ming, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "I recall that Junior Lin Ming is still renting in Shanghai. When did a country bumpkin like you gain the privilege to attend a land auction?" With an air of arrogance, he pointed at Lin Ming, launching into a tirade. "Do you possess wealth? Do you own a company? Can the sum of your assets even afford a single square meter of land in Shanghai?" Curiosity piqued. Many attendees turned their attention towards the unfolding drama. Who is this young man? What has he done to offend the young master of the Li family? It seemed he was associated with Wang, known as young Master Lin. "Young Master Lin? Have you heard of him?" "Not at all." Wang's face turned pale, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Numerous heads of families discerned the animosity between Li Ran and Lin Ming, and a wave of sympathy washed over many for Lin Ming. After all, Li Ran was the son of Li Lijian. This conflict would surely yield unfavorable consequences for Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression hardened as he regarded Li Ran, anger simmering within him, who decreed that one cannot attend an auction without wealth. "As for my financial standing, that seems to be of no concern to you." Young Master Li. While it was true that such high-stakes auctions had financial thresholds and required vetting, Lin Ming remained unfazed, as he was accompanied by Wang. Wansong Real Estate was fully qualified to participate in the auction. "Esteemed gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Please return to your seats." "Thank you." A staff member, having noticed the escalating tension, hurried over to mediate the dispute. "Huh, a country bumpkin," Li Ran sneered at Lin Ming with derision. "Just don't be too frightened when the bidding begins." Lin Ming merely smiled in return, inwardly resolving that once he secured the land, he would relish witnessing Li Ran's expression. He had committed an additional 500 billion in funds. Today, that parcel of land was destined to be his. Upon securing the Jiangtan land, he was eager to see Li Ran's response. Certainly, it would be quite amusing. Li Ran returned to his seat, cautiously glancing around to confirm that the head of the Mu family was absent, which eased his concerns. After all, the Mu family had stabilized their position with Lin Ming's financial backing, leaving them with little capital for bidding. However, Li Ran soon noticed another female lead, Jiang Qinhua. Dressed in a splendid white gown, she sat not far from Lin Ming, alongside Jiang Tian, the business prodigy of the Jiang family, looking particularly radiant. This revelation surprised Li Ran, as he recalled that Jiang Qinhua had not been present in the previous narrative. It dawned on him that she must have come to see Lin Ming. Truly, as the protagonist, even at an auction, one could attract the female lead's attention. When Jiang Qinhua heard Lin Ming bid 230 billion, she would undoubtedly be captivated by his grand display of wealth. At that moment, the auctioneer took the stage, prompting Li Ran to dismiss his thoughts. "Welcome, everyone, to the auction for the Jiangtan number 76 land parcel." Following a brief introduction, the gavel fell, marking the commencement of the auction. 1,300 billion, 1,400 billion, 1,500 billion. One by one, the heads of families raised their paddles, vying for the coveted land. It was clear that many aspired to acquire this parcel. However, as the price reached 1,800 billion, the increments began to dwindle. 1,810 billion, 1,825 billion. With each increase now merely in the billions or tens of billions, Li Ran knew it was time for him to make his entrance. He raised his paddle with confidence. 2,000 billion. Instantly, the room fell silent. All heads turned toward Li Ran, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Li Lijian's son truly lives up to his reputation as Shanghai's richest. At that moment, Li Ran became the focal point of the auction. The auctioneer, fully engaged, struck the table, announcing, "Lot 66, Li Group bids 2,000 billion. A wave of hesitation washed over many heads of families, as it was evident that this price surpassed the threshold of numerous contenders. Observing Li Ran's self-assured demeanor, many gently shook their heads, opting to withdraw. Only 3 or 4 heads of the 10 great families gritted their teeth and chose to persist. 2,030 billion, 2,040 billion. The second round of bidding commenced. Yet, Li Ran merely smiled and raised his paddle again. 2,200 billion, Indeed, Li Ran boldly revealed his bottom line, increasing his bid by an additional 200 billion as if it were a trivial sum. After announcing his bid of 2,200 billion, the atmosphere grew still once more. The remaining heads of families exchanged glances laden with resignation, each acknowledging that this figure was dictated by Li Lijian himself. The wealth of Shanghai's elite was palpable, as Li Lijian's influence loomed large over this auction, permitting his son to dominate without even stepping in. Once Li Ran declared his bid of 2,200 billion, no one dared to counter. Leaning back in his seat with a smug expression, he surveyed the entire room, exuding an air of triumph that was almost insufferable. From Li Ran's demeanor, it was clear for all to see the unspoken challenge. Do you possess the fortitude to compete with the Li family? Finally, Li Ran's gaze settled on Lin Ming, disdainfully scoffing in his direction. The quiet room amplified the sound of his derisive laughter, which rang out, jarring and sharp. In that moment, many attendees glanced at Wang and Lin Ming, their eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Throughout the auction, Wang from Wansong Real Estate had yet to raise his paddle even once. Oh, what a loss of face for Wang today, one murmured. It appears he hasn't bid at all, has he? Did they come merely to watch? How unfortunate. Provoking Li Ran was a grave miscalculation. 2,200 billion. At this point, young Master Lin must surely be rendered speechless. 220 billion. Apart from the Li family, the other families of the 10 great clans, upon hearing this staggering figure, were compelled to weigh their options in their minds. Observing the expressions of several heads of the clans, it became evident that this piece of land had already been secured by the Li group. Even the auctioneer on stage and the surrounding staff comprehended that the final bid for the land had reached 220 billion, claimed by the Li group. After waiting for a considerable time, the auctioneer raised his gavel. The Li group bids 220 billion. 220 billion, going once. As the gavel struck down, Secretary Zhu, standing beside Li Ran, let out a sigh of relief. This was a valuable lesson for the young master from the elder. The young master had performed admirably. At this moment, Li Ran exhibited no signs of panic, for he was acutely aware that Lin Ming, the individual in question, thrived on ostentation and confrontation, relishing the role of the underdog. He would not make his move until the final moment. According to the script, Lin Ming would only speak after the second gavel strike, astonishing everyone present. However, at this moment, in a seat not far from Lin Ming, Jiang Tian was beginning to fidget restlessly. If he did not act soon, this land would fall into the hands of Li Ran. As the gavel was about to strike a second time, Jiang Tian prepared to raise his bidding paddle. Jiang Qinhua hastily pressed down on Jiang Tian's hand. Wait, what is it, little sister? Jiang Qinhua cast a calm glance toward Lin Ming and replied, There's no rush. Stay composed. At this juncture, Jiang Qinhua was also awaiting Lin Ming's move. Of course, if Lin Ming refrained from bidding, it would be even better. Li Ran successfully acquiring the Jiang Beach land would be a blessing for Jiang Qinhua. 220 billion, going twice. Just as the auctioneer's gavel fell for the second time, Lin Ming finally made his move. Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Lin Ming, with an air of nonchalance, slowly raised his paddle. 230 billion. Instantly, a collective gasp resonated throughout the venue. Hearing the wave of gasps echoing in the hall, a subtle smile crept across Lin Ming's lips. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration, akin to savoring chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. In all his past endeavors of bravado, none had been as satisfying and refreshing as this one. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Ming could not help but glance at Li Ran. At that moment, Li Ran wore an expression of utter disbelief. In an instant, Lin Ming chuckled inwardly, relishing the irony of Li Ran's cluelessness. How could this be? 230 billion? Do you possess such wealth? Li Ran, for his part, quickly put on a facade of despair, fully embodying the shock and disbelief characteristic of a pampered heir. After all, following his initial shock, he should be incensed. Given the narrative, Li Ran had sought to prove his worth to Li Lijian at this auction. Failing to secure the Jiang Beach land would surely lead to disappointment from Li Lijian. 230 billion for this piece of land? Allow me to assure you. With me, Li Ran, present today, you shall not lay claim to it. Li Ran declared angrily, feigning the intent to raise his paddle. Yet, he was acutely aware that Secretary Zhu would intervene at this moment. True to form, Secretary Zhu swiftly restrained Li Ran, whispering, Young master, business is not about impulsive emotions. 220 billion is the limit set by the elder. In Li Ran's narrative, the person he revered most was his father, Li Lijian. Naturally, he dared not defy Li Lijian's decisions. With a sense of defeat, Li Ran slumped back into his seat, feeling utterly dejected, akin to a rooster that had lost a fight. Observing Li Ran's demeanor from a distance, Jiang Qinhua clenched her fists, her heart heavy with concern. She understood how pivotal this auction was for Li Ran. In her previous life, after this auction, Li Ran had spiraled into despair, transforming from someone who never frequented nightclubs into a socialite mingling with dubious friends in bars, ultimately inviting calamity upon the Li family. Had it not been for Li Lijian's frantic efforts to mend the situation, overlooking many issues, the Li family would not have so easily fallen into Lin Ming's grasp, nor would they have faced such swift demise. Nearby, witnessing Li Ran's plight, Lin Ming felt an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. A pampered heir is merely a pampered heir. With just a flick of his finger, a slight setback, and he crumbles. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope in his pursuit of Mu Bingxian. A person like Li Ran, who was nothing but an infatuated fool, would never be able to retain Mu Bingxian's heart, even if he managed to win her over. Ultimately, Mu Bingxian was just a young girl who had never experienced love. Her momentary affection for Li Ran was merely fleeting. Alas, it was unfortunate that Mu Bingxian was absent today. Otherwise, witnessing Li Ran's current state of disgrace would surely leave her profoundly disappointed. Lin Ming chose not to cast another glance at Li Ran. A character of this caliber was unworthy of being his rival. With a smile, he focused on the auctioneer, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the final bidding result. 230 billion, going once. Just as the auctioneer raised his gavel, a clear, icy female voice resonated through the hall. 250 billion. Chapter 56. Jiang Qinwen wants to collaborate? Are you out of your mind? 250 billion. Everyone turned in astonishment. There stood a woman clad in a white gown, exuding an air of regal elegance reminiscent of a swan, holding up her paddle with a faint smile adorning her lips. She was strikingly beautiful. This was the little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Qinwen. The bid of 250 billion came from the Jiang family? Who would have thought that the final bid would come from the little princess of the Jiang family? The plot had taken yet another unexpected turn. Initially, it seemed that this Lin Xiao was the dark horse of the auction. Little did anyone anticipate that the Jiang family would emerge as a formidable contender. The heads of the clans bore complex expressions, filled with deep reflections. Just as Lin Ming, the dark horse, had begun to emerge, he was swiftly subdued by the Jiang family's might. Jiang Qinyue's immediate increase of 200 billion clearly indicated her determination to secure the Jiang beach land, intent on suppressing Lin Ming and denying him any chance of resurgence. Instantly, numerous eyes turned toward Lin Ming, eager to witness his reaction. Lin Ming stood frozen, his smile seemingly etched in place. How could this be? Where did the Jiang family come from? In that moment, Lin Ming was utterly dazed, unable to fathom Jiang Qinyue's audacity to strike at him at the last moment. Someone had remained more composed than he. Watching Jiang Qinyue, Lin Ming clenched his fists quietly. This sensation of having just reached the pinnacle of his ambitions and then plummeting into despair was incredibly suffocating. He understood that he had failed once more. 250 billion, going once. 250 billion for the second time. 250 billion for the third time. Sold. On the stage, the auctioneer waited for a considerable time, observing that Lin Ming had ceased to bid. With a decisive strike of the gavel, he announced that the Jiang family had successfully acquired the riverbank land. The auction concluded. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the auction venue, Li Ran was utterly taken aback. What was Jiang Qinwen, the female lead, up to? Just 3 minutes prior, everything unfolded as anticipated, conforming perfectly to the scripted narrative. He had been on the verge of witnessing Lin Ming's downfall, anticipating that his own performance would conclude successfully. However, Li Ran was utterly blindsided when, at the last moment, Jiang Qinwen emerged, bidding a staggering 250 billion for the land. Did I mistakenly grab the wrong script? Jiang Qinwen, are you truly the main character here? Li Ran found himself engulfed in self-doubt. As far as he knew, the Jiang family business had always been managed by Jiang Tian. What on earth was Jiang Qinwen doing here? It was exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, she had snatched away the opportunity for Lin Ming to flaunt his superiority. Were these two not colluding to undermine him? This hypothesis was audacious, yet Li Ran deemed it not entirely implausible. Jiang Qinwen and Lin Ming were the protagonists. How could the female lead possibly humiliate the male lead? Although the ultimate outcome saw Jiang Qinwen acquiring the riverbank land, it was tantamount to an indirect slap in her own face. According to the script, this was meant to be his moment to demonstrate his commercial acumen to Li Lijian. The land was essential for him. Upon this realization, clarity washed over Li Ran. Ah, Jiang Qinwen, you almost managed to deceive me. As expected of the female lead, she understood the necessity of channeling animosity toward the protagonist, willingly bearing the resentment of the antagonist. Indeed, Jiang Qinwen must have intended to draw hatred toward herself on behalf of Lin Ming, the protagonist. Hadn't Lin Ming fallen silent immediately after she raised her bidding paddle? The more Li Ran pondered, the more he found his conjecture plausible. While he hadn't been humiliated by Lin Ming, the fact remained that it was Jiang Qingyue, the female lead, who had delivered the blow, which was close enough. At that moment, Li Ran noticed Jiang Qingyue departing her seat, advancing toward him. His conviction regarding his assumption strengthened. Jiang Qingyue was undoubtedly approaching to confront him. Li Ran braced himself for the impending humiliation. Simultaneously, Lin Ming, preparing to exit, paused. Intrigued by Jiang Qingyue's approach, the auction had concluded, and the Jiang family emerged as the paramount victor. What could Jiang Qingyue possibly want from Li Ran at this juncture? Lin Ming, having conducted inquiries into the relationship between Jiang Qingyue and Li Ran, was aware of certain rumors. Contemplating these whispers ignited his interest. Jiang Qingyue and Mu Bingxian, two renowned beauties from the 10 illustrious families of Modu, had always been at odds. Consequently, Jiang Qingyue harbored considerable disdain for Li Ran, Mu Bingxian's sycophant. Jiang Qingyue approaching Li Ran promised to be an entertaining spectacle. As anticipated, Lin Ming observed that as Jiang Qingyue approached Li Ran, his expression morphed into one of displeasure. What do you want? Li Ran confronted her with a scowl as she arrived before him. Come to witness my misfortune? You won. Seeing Li Ran's despondent and unwilling demeanor, a pang of sympathy struck Jiang Qingyue. Indeed, this auction had dealt a significant blow to him, echoing the events of her previous life. Jiang Qingyue understood that this auction served as an evaluation by Li Lijian of Li Ran. He desperately needed to secure the land to validate his commercial capabilities, having even devised subsequent development plans. Yet, he had once again disappointed Li Lijian. Naturally, his spirits were low. Observing Li Ran's plight, Jiang Qingyue suddenly proposed. How about we collaborate on developing this land? You're lucky this time. Li Ran began to recite his rehearsed lines fluently. But his words were abruptly interrupted by his assistant, Secretary Zhu, who excitedly tugged at his sleeve. Young master, young master. Wait, what? Li Ran glared at Secretary Zhu, annoyance evident on his face. Young master, you misunderstood. Miss Jiang is here to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Us. Realizing the implications, Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Qingyue, as though she were a ghost. Have you lost your mind, Jiang Qingyue? With a radiant smile. Jiang Qingyue nodded affirmatively. Exactly us. The Jiang family and the Li family. Li Ran was momentarily rendered speechless. After witnessing Li Ran's astonishment, Secretary Zhu hastily chimed in. Miss Jiang is sincerely interested in collaborating. We at the Li Group would be more than eager. Secretary Zhu promptly grabbed the phone to call Li Lijian. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who had been listening intently to their conversation, was left in utter shock. He stood frozen, dumbfounded. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Clearly, Li Ran and Jiang Qingyue had conspired ahead of time regarding today's auction. It was only he, the fool, who remained oblivious, ensnared in their elaborate ruse. Li Ran. Jiang Qingyue, just you wait. Lin Ming glared resentfully at Li Ran, who was still playing his part, before storming out, disregarding the presence of President Wang beside him. Staying any longer might unleash his uncontainable fury. I plan to develop this land into a commercial street, with several commercial buildings surrounding a central plaza. As for the name of the plaza, how does Ran Plaza sound? Simultaneously, listening to Jiang Qingyue's incessant chatter, Li Ran felt completely numb. He watched as Lin Ming stormed away, his eyes filled with animosity. Li Ran yearned to clarify, this truly has nothing to do with me. Brother, believe me. It was all Jiang Qingyue's doing. Chapter 57. Chen Hao. I'll take the blame for Li Ran. Li Ran could no longer absorb Jiang Qingyue's words. He offered her a few perfunctory replies, instructing Secretary Zhu to continue the conversation with her. Li Ran chose to drive home alone. On the journey, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. This segment of the plot was supposed to showcase Lin Ming humiliating him, deepening his animosity toward Lin Ming. How had it flipped? Resulting in Lin Ming harboring even greater resentment toward him? Though Li Ran believed that the nature of hatred was reciprocal, intensifying Lin Ming's animosity would only enhance his own. Everything that had transpired was orchestrated by Jiang Qingyue. What was his role in this? Was he merely a pawn at the auction, bearing the brunt of unforeseen circumstances? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I've grown accustomed to being the scapegoat. Li Ran resigned himself to his fate. After all, he was merely an antagonist. If he didn't shoulder the blame, who would? Whether it was one burden or two, it made little difference. Upon returning home and parking the car, a maid approached him, stating, Young master, your father is waiting for you in the study. Understood, Li Ran replied curtly, as he entered the living room and made his way to the study. The moment he pushed open the door, he was met with Li Lijian's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ran, you performed exceptionally well at today's auction. Indeed. Father did not misjudge you. Li Lijian looked at Li Ran with a beaming smile, his face radiating pride. He had already received a report from Secretary Zhu over the phone regarding the events that transpired. Even if Li Ran had failed to secure the land at Jiangtan, he would not hold it against him. However, what Li Lijian did not anticipate was that his son had somehow managed to engage in private discourse with the little princess of the Jiang family, leading to an agreement that allowed the Jiang family to entrust the subsequent development of the land to the Li family. This is indeed a significant project. Although they did not acquire the Jiangtan land, the outcome of this endeavor is undoubtedly advantageous. Li Ran interjected, "Dad, I really didn't do much." Li Lijian waved his hand, inviting Li Ran to sit, and poured him a cup of tea. The smile on his face now one of a father enlightened by his son's potential. "Son, there is no need for explanations. The affairs of the youth are beyond my comprehension. However, it's important to enjoy life and embrace freedom. Youth is a form of capital, and being handsome is also a form of capital." Uft. Li Ran sprayed tea from his mouth, splattering Li Lijian's face. This was completely off the mark. It was not at all what he had intended. Li Lijian calmly took a tissue to wipe the tea from his face, showing no signs of irritation. "I have always thought you were quite handsome, just like me. Son, I have faith in you. Keep it up." At this moment, Li Lijian had come to a realization. It mattered little if his son lacked commercial acumen. As long as his future daughter-in-law possessed such talents, it would suffice. This was what one could call a strategic maneuver. Li Ran understood that this was a situation he could not clarify. Perhaps it was best to prepare for the next chapter of events. The next chapter would be the sports meet at Moda University. Upon returning to his room, Li Ran called Chun Hao. "By the way, has Bingxian found out about my visit to the bar?" "Yes, she knows." "What was her reaction?" Miss Mu was quite furious. She said that Chun Hao seemed somewhat evasive. "Haha, she should be angry." Li Ran inquired, "What else did Bingxian say?" On the other end of the line, Chun Hao's voice was filled with grievance. "She said if I ever dared to take you to such places again, she would have someone break my legs." This did not sound like something Mu Bingxian would say. It seemed she was genuinely upset. Li Ran felt a surge of joy. According to the narrative, he had always been unable to win over Mu Bingxian. However, the previous occasion when she unexpectedly gifted him a watch at her birthday banquet clearly indicated her willingness to engage with him, which was indeed perplexing. Fortunately, Li Ran had been clever enough to visit a bar. It must be noted that Mu Bingxian had a slight aversion to frivolous relationships. Just after accepting his advances at her birthday party, he had turned around to visit nightlife establishments. Wasn't he that a blatant declaration that he was a playboy? Li Ran was certain that this would significantly tarnish Mu Bingxian's impression of him. She would likely have to reassess her views on him. The upcoming narrative of the sports meet would feature Mu Bingxian, and Li Ran was concerned that her anger might complicate the ensuing plot. However, it seemed that all was well on her end. "Don't worry, Bingxian is just saying that. She is too kind-hearted to truly harm you." Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Chun Hao thought to himself, "You haven't seen the expression on Mu Bingxian's face. If you had, you wouldn't say such things." Chun Hao felt wronged. It was clearly Li Ran's idea to visit the bar. Why should Mu Bingxian threaten him? Their affairs had nothing to do with him. Of course, Li Ran was his good friend, and as a good friend, one should be willing to stand by him. No matter how dire the situation, Chun Hao felt it was his duty to bear the burden for Li Ran. Thinking of how Li Ran had pursued Mu Bingxian for years and had finally made some progress, how could Chun Hao betray his brother? What harm was there in taking the blame for Li Ran? Thus, when Mu Bingxian inquired about Li Ran's visit to the bar, Chun Hao responded, "Yes. It was indeed I who persuaded Li Ran to go to the bar, and it was also I who invited the girl." But Li Ran remained steadfast and unyielding. His heart solely belonging to you, Miss Mu. In the end, Li Ran was quite satisfied as he hung up the phone. Stepping onto the balcony, he began to contemplate the forthcoming events. If the previous animosity with Lin Ming had merely revolved around jealousy, it had now escalated into a matter of interests following the auction. Li Ran harbored resentment towards Lin Ming for failing to secure the land, thus intensifying their rivalry. Although there had been some minor errors during the auction which prevented Lin Ming from being publicly humiliated, Li Ran remained unfazed. With Jiang Qinwei collaborating with him, Lin Ming's animosity towards Li Ran had only deepened. That was sufficient. After all, the enmity between them was mutual. Next, he turned his attention to the sports meet at Moda University, which served as a transitional plot. Why was it transitional? Because at the sports meet, Lin Ming would represent the Business Administration College in a basketball competition. In that match, Lin Ming would shine, executing a game-winning three-pointer. Not only would he publicly humiliate Li Ran, but he would also attract the attention of Bai Weiwei, who would invite Lin Ming to represent Moda University at the upcoming International Exchange Music Festival. The narrative of the International Exchange Music Festival would be Lin Ming's true moment of grandeur. At this festival, Lin Ming would steal away the fiancée of Prince William of Eagle Country, effectively cuckolding him. Thus, the green-hatted Prince William would, in essence, become an ally of Li Ran. In essence, Although this was a transitional plot, Li Ran would approach it with utmost seriousness. The events of the first sports meet were intricately linked to the subsequent plots involving the bar assassination and the underground intelligence queen, Black Rose. After careful consideration, Li Ran decided to pay a visit to Old Bai before the sports meet commenced, to gauge the situation and facilitate his progression in the forthcoming narrative. Although matters with Mu Bingxian appeared to be resolved, Li Ran harbored some reservations regarding Bai Weiwei, especially since she was aware of his musical talents. He needed to devise a strategy to ensure she would invite Lin Ming to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival. Chapter 58. Weiwei, hurry, I've caught Li Ran. At Modu Airport, an international flight had just landed. 5 men clad in trench coats, their faces obscured by oversized sunglasses, disembarked from the plane. The leader, a man with a hooked nose and golden hair, removed his sunglasses and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Master, we have arrived. Excellent. First, proceed to Tianyu nightclub. The address will be sent to you by Night Owl. At the basketball court, Lin Ming ended the call and approached the captain of the training basketball team, saying, I have something to attend to today, so I want to be training. He tossed his shirt over his shoulder, hands in his pockets as he left. Captain, isn't Lin Ming being a bit too arrogant? Indeed. The sports meet is tomorrow, and he has hardly attended any training sessions with the team. Indeed. I find it utterly perplexing how the coach holds such esteem for him, even positioning him as a starter. Observing Lin Ming's arrogant departure, several players expressed their discontent. Enough. The coach's arrangement must have its rationale. We ought to focus on our own tasks, remarked the captain of the basketball team from the business college, standing at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches. Meanwhile, the basketball coach, overhearing the players' discussions, merely smiled and shook his head. During the selection of team members, he had already witnessed Lin Ming's extraordinary basketball prowess, which had left him astounded. Little did these players know that Lin Ming was, in fact, the ace the coach had been keenly observing. On another front, upon receiving the address, 5 flamboyant men climbed into a taxi. However, they were oblivious to the 2 men leaning against a railing, smoking cigarettes, who glanced down at their phones. The screen displayed a photograph of the prominent, hook-nosed, blonde leader among them. One man lowered his voice, stating, Brother Hu, the person the boss is looking for has appeared. The man referred to as Brother Hu subtly nodded. Stay sharp, remember the license plate, and keep an eye on them. I will report back to the boss. Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, news of the Nightingale Squad's arrival in the metropolis had already reached someone. At the Shengtian business building, which outwardly appeared to be a corporate firm, the underground forces of the city were well aware that this establishment was the domain of the underground intelligence queen, the Black Rose. Brother Hu entered the building, taking the elevator directly to the 50th floor. I have matters to report to the boss, he stated. The 2 bodyguards at the entrance, clearly informed ahead of time, nodded and escorted Brother Hu to the grand hall, gently knocking on the door. Boss, Hu has arrived. After a brief wait, a voice from behind the door beckoned. Come in. In the hall, at the far end of a long conference table, sat a woman clad in a purple, thigh-slit qipao. Her cascading, wavy brown hair framed a stunning visage, and her figure exuded seduction, with ample curves barely contained by her attire. However, Brother Hu cast only a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze. Boss, the people you sought have emerged. How many of them? 5, he replied. My subordinate has been tailing them and discovered they entered the Jin Hong nightclub. A subtle smile graced the woman's lips. The Jin Hong nightclub? That should be the territory of the Tian Hu gang. Indeed, Brother Hu affirmed. The woman nodded gently. Very well. Depart now and dispatch a few astute individuals to monitor them. The priority is those 5 foreigners. Should they take any action, report to me immediately. She raised her wine glass, swirling the red liquid within, her alluring, narrow eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Nightingale Squad has been recalled. This indicates that Lin Ming intends to take action against Li Ran. However, how could she permit such a thing to transpire? The Nightingale Squad, you say? Now that they have entered her domain, there would be no escape. Li Ran arrived at Bai Yuanfang's residence, exclaiming, Brother Bai, I've come. Bai Leoj hurried out, clad in slippers. As he reached the courtyard and spotted the 2 bottles of wine in Li Ran's hands, his eyes lit up. Just coming is sufficient. There's no need for gifts between us brothers. As he spoke, Bai Yuanfang took the wine from Li Ran. Oh, still bringing over some limao for us to enjoy a few drinks together. Li Ran peered around and inquired, By the way, your granddaughter isn't here, is she? Bai Yuanfang paused momentarily, then hastily shook his head. Not here, definitely not here. Relieved, Li Ran entered the courtyard alongside Bai Yuanfang, who was quite animated, chattering away. Li Laodi, I must say, it's been ages since you last visited me. After we finish drinking today, let's have a proper chat. By the way, why do I get the feeling you're a bit afraid of my granddaughter? Not to boast, but my granddaughter possesses a gentle and kind nature, and she's quite beautiful. In the metropolis, there are at least 20 or 30 wealthy heirs pursuing her. Just then, a sweet voice emerged from inside the house. Grandpa, who are you talking to? Li Ran halted abruptly, glaring at Bai Leoj. Did you not just tell me your granddaughter wasn't here? How could you deceive me? Bai Leoj, I am disappointed in you. Without a second thought, Li Ran turned to leave. His intention was merely to converse with Bai Leoj and convey his sentiments regarding his granddaughter, not to encounter Bai Weiwei. After all, she was one of the leading female characters and was privy to his secret. Besides narrative necessity, he had no desire for any personal connection with Bai Weiwei. To his surprise, Bai Yuanfang lunged at him, tightly embracing him. Weiwei, come quickly, I've caught him. Let go. This is excessive. You old rogue. A figure emerged from the kitchen, clad in an apron, Bai Weiwei. Upon recognizing that the person in Bai Leoj's embrace was Li Ran, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Ran. My classmate, we meet again. I do not wish to see you or speak with you. Li Weiwei approached him, smiling. Perfect timing. I just cooked a few dishes. Let us sit down and share a meal. Bai Yuanfang grinned. Indeed, my granddaughter is quite the cook. Her meals are absolutely delightful. As he said this, Bai Yuanfang winked at Li Ran. Did Sing get in your eyes? At this juncture, Li Ran could not simply flee, as it would reflect poorly on both Bai Yuanfang and Bai Weiwei. With the school sports meeting scheduled for tomorrow, he decided to seize the opportunity to gauge Bai Weiwei's sentiments. All right then, he acquiesced. Once inside, Bai Weiwei brought out the dishes, serving both Li Ran and Bai Yuanfang generous bowls of rice, displaying great hospitality. In truth, Bai Weiwei had been eager to find Li Ran for several days, but had been unable to see him even once throughout the week at Mo Du University. Today, their chance encounter presented her with the perfect opportunity to inquire. As they dined, both harbored unspoken thoughts. After sharing a few drinks with Bai Yuanfang, Li Ran's face turned slightly flushed. It was time to broach the subject with Bai Weiwei. Bai Laosher, what do you think of Lin Ming's musical talent? In response, Bai Weiwei also spoke up. The International Exchange Music Festival at Mo Du University is less than a month away. I wish to invite you to represent the university. At that moment, both Li Ran and Bai Weiwei found themselves staring wide-eyed at each other, momentarily dumbfounded. Bai Weiwei wondered what Li Ran's inquiry regarding Lin Ming's musical talent meant. After all, weren't they rivals? She was completely baffled by his intentions. Meanwhile, Li Ran felt a shiver run down his spine. Bai Weiwei wanted him to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival? Is this a jest? This is the protagonist Lin Ming's moment. Good gracious, have the leading ladies become so absurd that they would hand over the protagonist's role to a mere antagonist? Are they planning to send Prince William's fiancée to Lin Ming's bed later on? It seems Lin Ming, the protagonist, is expected to do nothing but sit back and await his conquests. This is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, the narrative surrounding the International Exchange Music Festival serves as the catalyst for the conflict between Lin Ming and Prince William, which later culminates in a fierce showdown. To substitute Lin Ming in his participation, this would only draw the wrath of Prince William upon oneself, as if one were inviting misfortune upon a villain already doomed. Absolutely inconceivable. Prince William is, after all, an ally. Moreover, one will need to join forces with Prince William to contend with Lin Ming in the future. Li Ran silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his presence today. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the schemes of that woman Bai Weiwei without even realizing it. Clearing his throat, he looked at Bai Weiwei with utmost seriousness and said, Teacher Bai, I believe Lin Ming is far more suitable to participate in this music festival than I am. His musical talent is quite remarkable, and with just a bit of nurturing from you, he could undoubtedly represent the Magic City University in the competition. The original plot unfolded as such. During the welcome gala, Bai Weiwei discovered Lin Ming's musical prowess. Subsequently, Lin Ming performed a few piano pieces, earning the admiration of other faculty members and successfully capturing the attention of this musical prodigy, Bai Weiwei. At the championship basketball game, Bai Weiwei made her appearance. And after Lin Ming clinched the title with a buzzer beater, she invited him to represent the Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival. Thus, Li Ran felt justified in his assertion. Although Lin Ming's musical ability was perhaps only about 1/10 of his own, he had no doubt that dealing with Prince William would be a trivial matter. Are you suggesting Lin Ming participate in the music festival? Bai Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Ran. Li Ran, I recall there being some animosity between you and Lin Ming. Are you not rivals? Li Ran thought to himself. The enmity between Lin Ming and me is profound. Therefore, there is no way I would shoulder the blame for him. Of course, he could not voice this sentiment aloud. After all, to Teacher Bai, representing the Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival is a matter of great honor. Teacher Bai, you underestimate me, Li Ran, he declared with righteous indignation as he regarded Bai Weiwei. Although Lin Ming and I have our grievances, I am a man who distinguishes between personal feelings and talent. Grudges aside, I still acknowledge his musical ability. I, Li Ran, will not maliciously slander him in your presence. Hence, I believe you should afford Lin Ming this opportunity. He is more deserving than I. This narrative, I must rectify today. To expect me to play Lin Ming's part is utterly impossible in this lifetime. Perhaps in the next. Bai Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Ran. To represent the Magic City University at the International Exchange Music Festival is an opportunity that countless students yearn for. It is essential to recognize that the festival is not solely attended by domestic institutions, but also features international universities. Once on stage, it is a chance to shine before these esteemed establishments. For every student, this is an honor and a moment to elevate one's own standing. Bai Weiwei harbored no doubt that given Li Ran's musical talent, if provided this platform, he would undoubtedly dazzle at the music festival, bringing glory to the Dragon Kingdom. What Li Ran lacked was merely a stage to showcase himself. Yet now, when Bai Weiwei extended this stage to him, he chose to decline, instead offering this opportunity to Lin Ming, his rival. What immense generosity, what a noble heart it requires to forsake past grievances and bestow such an opportunity upon one's rival. Bai Weiwei was aware that Lin Ming was Li Ran's adversary. However, throughout their conversation, she had not heard Li Ran utter a single disparaging word about Lin Ming. Instead, he had chosen to grant the opportunity of participating in the International Exchange Music Festival to Lin Ming. How could there exist such a foolish person as Li Ran in this world? Bai Weiwei thought him truly naive, the greatest fool of all. Observing Li Ran's earnest expression, Bai Weiwei felt as though her heart was being squeezed by an unseen hand, a mixture of sweetness and pain enveloping her. When Li Ran pursued Mu Bingxian, he had boldly proclaimed, relying neither on family wealth nor monetary advantage, he sought to earn Mu Bingxuan's genuine affection. Many in the Magic City secretly scoffed at Li Ran's grandiose declarations, deeming this spoiled rich boy merely a man of words. Little did they anticipate that this fool would persist in his pursuit for years. And now, in relation to Lin Ming, Li Ran exhibited his remarkable magnanimity. Despite being rivals, he refrained from speaking ill of Lin Ming behind his back. He scorned the use of underhanded tactics, believing that one day, Mu Bingxian would truly come to love him. At this moment, Bai Weiwei felt an overwhelming urge to caress Li Ran's earnest face. She had previously admitted to feeling envious of Mu Bingxian. Why must such a devoted man harbor affections for Mu Bingxian? In the past, Bai Weiwei had thought all men to be the same, deeming her efforts futile. However, from this moment forward, she wished to vie for the affection of this man. If Mu Bingxian failed to appreciate such a man, then let her cherish him instead. Teacher Bai, Bai Weiwei snapped back to reality, noticing Li Ran gazing at her with concern. Are you all right? Bai Weiwei smiled softly. I'm fine. Li Ran exhaled in relief. Bai Weiwei's earlier gaze had been rather ominous, as if she might devour him whole. It sent shivers down his spine. Li Ran felt he could no longer linger. Teacher, I entrust the matter of Lin Ming to you. He truly is exceptional. His musical talent surpasses even mine. Please ensure he participates in the music festival. Li Ran spoke earnestly. Although, as an actor, he often spun many tales when the plot demanded it. This time he was genuinely sincere. Bai Weiwei regarded Li Ran with a complex expression. And what of you? Do you not wish to participate in the International Exchange Music Festival? If Li Ran expressed a desire to join, she would spare no effort to ensure his participation. As for that scoundrel Lin Ming, let him be damned. Li Ran waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in such matters. Glancing at Bai Weiwei, he smiled. Music, for me, is not a tool for fame. It is akin to the serene flow of a mountain stream. In life, having one or two true friends is sufficient. Li Ran understood that at this moment, he must project an air of disinterest in worldly accolades, embodying a tranquil spirit to truly convince Bai Weiwei of his sincerity. This would allow Lin Ming to participate in that music festival. Of course, Li Ran's statement was not without merit. Bai Yuanfang is one of the few friends that Li Ran has in this novel, a bond that remains unchanged across both lifetimes. Furthermore, the musical talent he possesses is an unexpected reward from the system, discovered by Bai Weiwei. Apart from the character of the old man Bai, Li Ran could not possibly reveal his musical abilities in public. He must maintain the facade of a frivolous young master. Bai Weiwei glanced at Bai Yuanfang and then stared at Li Ran for a couple of seconds, a sudden smile illuminating her face. I understand now. Indeed, this is the essence of true artistry. Only with such a detached attitude towards fame and fortune could Li Ran achieve musical mastery comparable to that of his grandfather at such a young age. Well said. What is the point of participating in that music festival? Music is not merely a tool for seeking fame and profit. Even without attending the festival, Li Ran's musical prowess is already deserving of the title master. Bai Yuanfang watched Li Ran with a smile, nodding in agreement. Li Ran's words likened them to the legendary figures Bo Ya and Zi Qi, striking a chord deep within him. In his youth, Bai Yuanfang had amassed numerous music awards. However, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he now views such accolades with indifference. Li Ran's perspective resonates perfectly with him. At that moment, upon hearing Bai Weiwei's words, a heavy weight lifted from Li Ran's heart. He rose and addressed Bai Yuanfang. "Brother Bai, I shall take my leave now." Bai Yuanfang promptly turned to Bai Weiwei, saying, "Xiao Wei, why not see him off?" "Li Ran, do come again." Li Ran replied, "Ba, if I come again, I am a dog." Chapter 60. The female protagonist is late? No matter, I can perform alone. Upon returning home, Li Ran reflected on the upcoming campus sports festival, concluding that he had not overlooked anything. Alas, he had also lent a hand to the useless protagonist, Lin Ming. However, Li Ran felt no resentment. Assisting Lin Ming ultimately benefited himself. With such arrangements, his own storyline would proceed much more smoothly. A new day dawned, and Li Ran continued his extravagant and decadent lifestyle. The campus sports festival would last several days, and according to the plot, he was to wait until the final day when Lin Ming's basketball team from the School of Business Management reached the finals before making his appearance. During these days, following the typical tropes of a military king narrative, Lin Ming would bask in the limelight, leading his team to victory with unparalleled prowess. Of course, this had no bearing on Li Ran. There was, however, one matter of concern for Li Ran. According to the plot, Lin Ming had summoned a member of his elite team, the Nightingale Squad, back to the country. During this time, Lin Ming and his Nightingale Squad were plotting against him, intending to cripple him and show him some colors. Li Ran curled his lip. In his previous life, knowing the plot, he was aware that this assassination attempt posed little real danger. Yet, lacking skills back then, he had felt some trepidation. But now, with his formidable strength, obliterating the entire Nightingale Squad would be a mere trifling task, effortless. Consequently, Li Ran harbored no concerns. Meanwhile, in the Criminal Investigation Division, a sudden ringing emanated from the mobile phone resting on the desk. With her hair elegantly tied back, dressed in a sharp police uniform, Officer Lu Xinyan glanced at the incoming call, her brows arching in curiosity. After cautiously observing her surroundings, she answered the call. "Officer Lu, 5 foreigners have recently arrived at the Tianhu gang. They remain holed up in the Jinhong nightclub, rarely venturing out, which is quite peculiar." Upon receiving the call from her informant embedded within the Tianhu gang, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes glinted with cold resolve. "These individuals are highly dangerous. Keep a close watch on them. Should they step outside at any moment, find a way to notify me immediately." Lu Xinyan understood that, just like in her previous life, Lin Ming was preparing to take action against Li Ran. After a moment's thought, she pushed open the door to the chief's office. "Uncle Luo, based on the informant's intelligence, it seems that the city may be unsettled in the coming days. I request an increase in patrol forces." Upon returning to her office, Lu Xinyan clapped her hands to gather her subordinates. "Everyone may need to work a bit harder in the coming days, aside from those on duty. The remaining personnel should be prepared for immediate action." "Yes, Vice Captain Lu." Of course, this was merely for show. Lu Xinyan recalled that in her previous life, it was 2 passing traffic police who saved Li Ran, as the case involved the city's wealthiest family, the Lis, and was marked by kidnapping and injury, eventually being transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division. This incident led to Li Ran's hospitalization, inciting the wrath of Li Lijian, who exerted immense pressure on the police to apprehend those responsible for harming Li Ran, leaving a lasting impression on Lu Xinyan. She still remembered the date and location of the incident. Therefore, on the day of the incident, she planned to deploy a significant police presence at the scene, waiting for Lin Ming's subordinates to walk right into the trap. Time passed swiftly, and the day of Lin Ming's basketball finals arrived. At 10 in the morning, Li Ran arrived at the sports arena of Moda University. It was evident that Lin Ming had thoroughly enjoyed his moment in the spotlight over the past few days. The arena was packed to the brim, teeming with spectators. Many girls were fervently shouting Lin Ming's name. "Go Lin Ming. I love you, Lin Ming." Li Ran rubbed his ears and looked down to see Lin Ming warming up on the court. At that moment, a teammate passed the ball to Lin Ming. He caught the basketball and slammed it against the backboard, waiting for it to bounce back before executing a graceful, airborne dunk. The crowd erupted into madness. "So handsome. Lin Ming, I want to be your girlfriend. Lin Ming, I want to have your babies." Hearing these cries, Lin Ming feigned indifference, a slight smile gracing his lips, reveling in the attention. If Bingxian were here to witness my spectacular dunk, she would surely go wild just like these girls." Lin Ming scanned the sea of spectators, but regrettably did not catch sight of Mu Bingxian. Undeterred, he reassured himself. She must be watching from some unseen corner, quietly observing this moment. Just then, a commotion erupted in the audience. Lin Ming squinted to see the crowd parting, revealing Li Ran and his sycophant Chun Hao taking their seats, looking brazenly at him. Humph. Lin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. What's wrong, Junior Lin? A teammate inquired. Noticing Lin Ming's displeasure. Over the past few days, the entire basketball team had been thoroughly impressed by Lin Ming's skills. Lin Ming shook his head. It's nothing. Just a couple of bothersome flies. The presence of Li Ran and Chun Hao did not dampen Lin Ming's spirits. Once he led his team to victory in the finals, he imagined their astonished expressions, which would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. As he envisioned the eruption of applause, he pictured Li Ran and Chun Hao sulking in the audience, enviously watching him perform on the court. Lin Ming's mood brightened significantly. In a moment, one must exert oneself diligently, showcasing their basketball prowess. Lin Ming ceased his gaze upon Li Ran and concentrated on his warm-up routines. Soon enough, the match commenced. Li Ran and Chun Hao sat in the audience, engaged in conversation while observing the game. Chun Hao smirked, remarking, "Look at that kid. He has such a punchable face. I truly wish I could give him another thrashing." Chun Hao, having participated in basketball matches himself, was well aware of Lin Ming's recent antics. Initially reluctant to attend, he was ultimately persuaded by Li Ran's insistence. Curiously, Chun Hao inquired, "By the way, Li Xiao, what did you bring me here for?" Li Ran glanced around and replied, "Help me see if Mu Bingxian is here." "The campus belle?" Chun Hao asked, perplexed. "Why not just call her directly?" Li Ran thought to himself, "What do you know?" According to the narrative, Li Ran had heard that Mu Bingxian was present in the gym, prompting his hasty arrival. Upon entering, he unexpectedly witnessed Mu Bingxian exuberantly cheering for Lin Ming, which stirred a pang of heartache within him. During halftime, Mu Bingxian even brought Lin Ming water and towels, their affectionate exchanges shattering Li Ran's heart into pieces. That very night, heartbroken, Li Ran found solace in a bar, only to be ambushed by the Nightingale squad, narrowly escaping with his leg. All these plot developments were intentional, yet they posed no real challenge, as there was no need for interaction with the female lead. It was, in fact, a solitary performance for him. In his previous life, Li Ran had deemed this to be the easiest scene he had ever enacted in the entire novel. Li Ran remarked, "Why bother with so many questions? Just look for her." Chun Hao surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "I don't see the campus belle anywhere." After a thorough search, Li Ran frowned, his mind racing with doubts. Could it be that Mu Bingxian hasn't shown up? The female lead is utterly unprofessional. Ultimately, it mattered little whether she attended or not. Li Ran shrugged off the concern. A true actor could convey profound emotion even in the absence of the female lead. He could simply fix his gaze on a corner, feign the sight of Mu Bingxian, and then display an expression of heartache. The presence of the female lead was entirely unnecessary. After all, in this scene, he was merely a jester, hidden in the shadows, witnessing the romantic exchanges between the male and female protagonists, with Chun Hao as his witness. On the court, Lin Ming scored repeatedly, the cheers surrounding him growing louder as many called out his name. Li Ran stewed in his emotions, imagining those shouts of Lin Ming's name as if they were Mu Bingxuan's voice, preparing to commence his performance. Just then, Chun Hao unexpectedly clapped Li Ran on the shoulder, startling him. Chun Hao pointed towards the passageway, exclaiming, "Here she comes." Chapter 61. Oh no, are these two women about to clash? Who is coming? Li Ran turned to look. There, in the passage, was Mu Bingxian, clad in her JK uniform, her ponytail bouncing, exuding youthful vibrance as she approached. Indeed, she was holding 2 cups of milk tea. True to her role as the female lead, she may arrive late, but she would never be absent. Realizing this, Li Ran quickly turned his head and whispered to Chun Hao, "Don't say anything. Don't let Bingxian know we're here. I want to surprise her." Chun Hao's eyes glimmered with admiration, thinking, as expected of the boss, he has a way with girls. He gestured with a thumbs up. "Okay, got it. What do you understand?" A melodious voice suddenly chimed beside them. Instantly, Li Ran and Chun Hao were taken aback. They turned to see Mu Bingxian standing nearby, a radiant smile on her face, her eyes twinkling. Oh my, a ghost. In truth, Mu Bingxian had not intended to come. However, while studying in the library, she received a message from a friend stating that Li Ran had unexpectedly appeared at the gym. Thus, she had decided to attend. Upon entering the gym, she effortlessly located Li Ran's spot, guided by the photos sent by her friend. With a playful blink, Mu Bingxian asked, "What were you two discussing?" Meanwhile, Li Ran, gazing at the cheerful Mu Bingxian, found his thoughts in disarray. How did she find her way here? Didn't Chun Hao inform her about my bar visit? Why isn't she angry at all? Something felt amiss. How did she locate me so quickly? Taking a deep breath, Li Ran forced himself to appear cheerful. "Bingxian, how did you know we were here?" Mu Bingxian replied with a sweet smile. "Guess." "Guess? What am I supposed to guess?" Li Ran thought. "You've got the wrong script, don't you know?" Noticing that Mu Bingxian had no intention of leaving, He pulled out 100 yuan and addressed a nearby classmate. Could you make some space? After all, he was Mu Bingxuan's devoted admirer, and he needed to maintain appearances. 100 yuan? What do you take me for? The classmate retorted, annoyed. Why was Li Ran giving others 200 and now just 100 to me? Is he looking down on me? Li Ran rubbed his fingers together. 200. Oh, I must have miscounted. I didn't see there was another bill. Instantly, the classmate's face brightened. Getting 200 for making some space? If only this kind of luck came every day. Mu Bingxian did not sit down, but glanced at Chen Hao. The space vacated by the classmate was separated from Li Ran by Chen Hao. Chen Hao quickly stood up. Sister Mu, please sit here. However, he only stood halfway, not fully rising. A quick glance revealed Li Ran gripping his other hand, preventing him from getting up. Li Ran smiled at Mu Bingxian and said, It doesn't matter where you sit, Bingxian, right? Chen Hao was now his last line of defense, and Li Ran could not allow him to move aside. If Chen Hao yielded, this wicked woman Mu Bingxian would surely come closer. Meanwhile, Mu Bingxian felt vexed by the 1,000-watt light bulb that was Chen Hao. However, since Li Ran had said so, she nodded and took a seat. Li Ran, here is the milk tea I brought you, Mu Bingxian said. Producing a cup of milk tea, inserting a straw, and handing it to him. Chen Hao interjected. What about mine? Silently, Chen Hao unscrewed the cap of his mineral water. Li Ran felt a bit dazed. It turned out he had misjudged the situation. This cup of milk tea Mu Bingxian brought was not for Lin Ming, but for him. Accepting the milk tea and taking a sip, he found the creamy flavor quite rich. However, he couldn't comprehend what had gone awry. Why wasn't Mu Bingxian angry upon learning that he had been out at the bar? Li Ran felt it was necessary to remind Mu Bingxian about their previous encounter, steering the plot back on course. Bingxian, I should explain about the bar incident. Mu Bingxian replied, I know. You're not angry? Li Ran pressed. Recalling that Chen Hao had mentioned she had helped the police solve a significant case. You have received the Act of Bravery Award, and I have seen your photograph online. Mu Bingxian gazed at Li Ran and gently remarked, However, you must not engage in such recklessness again. The bar is quite chaotic. If you were to injure yourself, it would cause me great sorrow. Li Ran replied, Is that really the crux of the matter? Mu Bingxian, you are quite peculiar. I have already been to the bar. Shouldn't you be questioning my character instead? Why do you care about my act of bravery? Glancing at Chen Hao beside him, Li Ran felt utterly bewildered. What on earth have you and Mu Bingxian been discussing? At that moment, Chen Hao kept his head down, silently sipping his mineral water, completely oblivious to Li Ran's gaze. The tone and demeanor with which Mu Bingxian spoke to Li Ran sent shivers down Chen Hao's spine, raising goosebumps all over him. I was wrong. I should not have come today. In the teaching building, recalling the scene of Mu Bingxian happily carrying 2 cups of milk tea as she walked downstairs, Bai Weiwei suddenly felt a wave of agitation. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Weiwei descended the stairs, purchased 2 bottles of water, and made her way towards the gymnasium. In her previous life, after the competition concluded, Bai Weiwei had invited Lin Ming to the music festival. At that time, Li Ran was not present, and Bai Weiwei had not noticed. However, she had heard some details about the incident at the gymnasium. Li Ran, upon witnessing Mu Bingxian delivering water to Lin Ming, had been so infuriated that he went to the bar that night to drown his sorrows, only to encounter a group of thugs who assaulted him, leading to his hospitalization. This incident had stirred quite a commotion at the time, causing a storm in the city. Bai Weiwei was not entirely clear on the specifics, but there was no doubt that Li Ran would be at the gym today. Wasn't Mu Bingxian delivering water to Lin Ming? Didn't she look down on Li Ran? Today, she would let Mu Bingxian see that Li Ran was not without admirers. In the gymnasium, Li Ran found himself at a loss for words regarding Mu Bingxian. Not once had any interaction with her gone smoothly. As for the subsequent scenes, Li Ran was uncertain how to proceed. Mu Bingxian had consumed all the milk tea herself. What would Lin Ming drink next? Li Ran sat in silence, watching the basketball game. Just as the first quarter was about to conclude, a sweet voice spoke from beside him. Excuse me, could I borrow a seat? Huh. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Before Li Ran could ponder further, a male classmate nearby said, Professor Bai, please have a seat. Thank you. Li Ran turned abruptly. What the heck? Isn't that Bai Weiwei? Bai Weiwei sat down beside him with ease, leaving Li Ran utterly stunned. Why was she here so early when Lin Ming hadn't even finished the first quarter? And what did it mean for her to sit next to him? Stop this nonsense. Go back now. It's not yet your time to appear. At that moment, Bai Weiwei feigned surprise upon noticing Li Ran. Li Ran, I didn't expect to see you here. Li Ran felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Bai Weiwei seemed unaware of her presence here. He began to think he had misunderstood her. It seemed she had merely stumbled upon him by chance, and since he had already spoken with her about this yesterday, it should not be an issue. Li Ran awkwardly chuckled. Hello, Professor Bai. What a coincidence, haha. At that moment, Bai Weiwei's gaze fell upon the milk tea in Li Ran's hand. This milk tea? Bai Weiwei observed that the milk tea in Li Ran's hand was identical to that held by Mu Bingxian. Mu Bingxian smiled at Bai Weiwei, saying, I bought this for Li Ran. He adores this flavor of milk tea. Isn't that right, Li Ran? Since the last time Mu Bingxian noticed Tang Wanqing's peculiar gaze upon Li Ran, she had grown increasingly vigilant about the women appearing around him, especially someone as stunning as Bai Weiwei. The moment she saw Bai Weiwei, Mu Bingxian was particularly attentive to the way Bai Weiwei looked at Li Ran. The gaze of this beautiful professor mirrored that of Tang Wanqing, and it was equally unsettling. Bai Weiwei calmly twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to Li Ran. Drinking milk tea too often can lead to weight gain. Consuming too much is detrimental to your health. Li Ran, you must be tired of milk tea. Have a sip of water instead. Mu Bingxian immediately stood up, exclaiming, Chen Hao, move aside. Chen Hao, startled, quickly stepped aside, casting a cold glance at Bai Weiwei. Mu Bingxian now resembled a protective kitten, while Bai Weiwei's demeanor was equally formidable. From the moment she resolved to compete with Mu Bingxian for Li Ran's affection, she was prepared for a direct confrontation. Am I wrong? Mu Bingxian asserted, Li Ran enjoys milk tea. Bai Weiwei countered, milk tea is unhealthy for Li Ran. Li Ran was left utterly flabbergasted, staring at the milk tea in his left hand and the mineral water in his right. What on earth was happening? It was just 2 beverages. Was it really necessary to escalate to this? Goodness, are they really going to fight? At that moment, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the first quarter. Just off the court, Lin Ming twisted open the water bottle handed to him by a teammate and took a hearty gulp. He then glanced up at the stands, only to be taken aback by the unexpected scene before him. Chapter 62. Oh no, has the protagonist committed a foul? On the basketball court, Lin Ming, who had just scored 20 points in the first quarter, was undoubtedly the center of attention, basking in his glory. As he listened to the cheers from the audience, a smile graced his face, and he reveled in his own satisfaction. After taking a swig from the water bottle handed to him by a teammate, he looked up to see the audience, intending to catch a glimpse of Li Ran and Chen Hao's astonished expressions. However, what he saw was an unforeseen sight. Beside Li Ran stood 2 stunning women. One was Mu Bingxian, the campus belle Lin Ming had long desired, and the other was Bai Weiwei, the goddess professor he regarded as his quarry. Moreover, it appeared they were embroiled in a dispute over Li Ran. The fact that 2 women were arguing over a single man spoke volumes. The implication was unmistakable. In an instant, Lin Ming felt his blood boil. The remaining half bottle of water was crushed in his grip. Lin, sit down and take a break. Wipe your sweat. The next quarter is about to start. A fellow basketball player observed Lin Ming's agitation and handed him a towel. Get lost. Lin Ming swatted away the towel offered to him, ignoring the teammate as he returned to his seat. Mu Bingxian had been persistently pursuing Li Ran, and it was understandable that she momentarily succumbed to his advances. However, Lin Ming could not fathom how Bai Weiwei, the esteemed goddess educator, could possibly be interested in a scoundrel like Li Ran. For someone as academically inept as Li Ran, Lin Ming could easily find someone far superior among his peers. Lin Ming downed the water in his bottle in one go, but the flames of fury continued to rise within him. He could tolerate Mu Bingxian's behavior, considering her years of indulgence towards Li Ran, but what about Bai Weiwei? For someone of Bai Weiwei's caliber, Lin Ming was confident he held a distinct advantage. His musical talent had already garnered the recognition of several professors within the music department. Lin Ming exuded confidence, believing that securing Bai Weiwei would merely be a matter of time. What could Li Ran, this good-for-nothing, possibly compare? He was hardly worth the effort of a single toe. However, Lin Ming was utterly unprepared for the shocking turn of events. Before he could even make his move, Bai Weiwei had already fallen into Li Ran's clutches. The goddess of the music department, Bai Weiwei, had been intercepted by that scoundrel Li Ran. As Lin Ming gazed at the stage, where Li Ran was flanked by Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian, his frustration mounted to the point where he felt like his teeth might shatter from clenching them. Lin Ming, it's your turn to play, a teammate said, patting him on the shoulder. With a swift toss of his towel, Lin Ming entered the court. The second quarter of the basketball game commenced. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Lin Ming charged like a wild bull, scoring 6 consecutive points. The pressure on the opposing team intensified, leaving them in awe. How could this guy be so ferocious? It was as though he had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Even his teammates watched in astonishment. Little did they know, Lin Ming was channeling his rage toward Li Ran into sheer power, unleashing it upon his adversaries. Steals, rebounds, offense. Lin Ming dominated every aspect of the game. The spectators in the stands erupted with excitement, fervently chanting Lin Ming's name. Yet, amidst this cacophony of cheers, Lin Ming felt no joy. He was acutely aware that neither Mu Bingxian nor Bai Weiwei was among those applauding him. In his fervor, Lin Ming found himself unable to resist glancing toward Li Ran's position in the stands. There sat Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian, one on each side of Li Ran, engaged in conversation, while Li Ran contentedly sipped on milk tea and mineral water. Lin Ming's fury did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Li Ran, if you dare lay a finger on my woman, I will have your hand severed. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. The opposing team, not foolish, had noted Lin Ming's unstable emotions and exploited them to provoke a foul. Player 13 from the Business Administration College, 1 foul. The referee declared, taking the basketball from Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming glared coldly at the referee, his anger boiling over. Was he now being bullied by the referee as well? The referee, feeling an inexplicable chill under Lin Ming's gaze, found it hard to believe. He retaliated with a warning glare. What's the matter? Dare to glare at me again, and I'll issue you a technical foul. Lin Ming, calm down. Several teammates noticed the escalating situation and hurriedly stepped in to pull the obstinate Lin Ming away. They repeatedly apologized to the referee. Referee, we are truly sorry. The referee, unimpressed by their apologies, coldly asserted his authority. Next time, I will consider it contempt of the referee and issue a technical foul. There won't be a next time, they assured him. Meanwhile, in the stands, Li Ran continued sipping his milk tea and mineral water, casually commenting, occasionally indulging in milk tea is acceptable. Of course, water is the essence of life. We must drink it daily. He found it baffling that Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian, the stunning professors of Magic City University, were quarreling over a cup of milk tea and a bottle of water. Who would believe such a story? He could not allow Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian to continue their bickering. If these two women were to come to blows, Li Ran would undoubtedly become the talk of the university. Thus, he adeptly navigated between them, ensuring no one felt slighted. Once today is over, you may argue as you wish, it's none of my concern. But while I am here, that will not do. Of course, Bai Weiwei and Mu Bingxian were merely engaging in verbal sparring. Neither intended to escalate to physical confrontation. Being educated individuals, they were keen on maintaining their refined images before Li Ran. Consequently, under Li Ran's persuasive efforts, they reached an unspoken agreement to cease their quarrel. Only Chun Hao stood by, wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Wow, it can be played like this? He thought, silently giving a thumbs up to Li Ran. Truly, my brother is impressive. He effortlessly diffused the tension between two women. Li Ran, now sandwiched between the enchanting Mu Bingxian and Professor Bai, appeared utterly at ease and suave. Those who knew he was there to watch the game might have thought he was there to flirt. Chen Hao could think of no other words to describe Li Ran but impressive. With the two women momentarily pacified, Li Ran began pondering how to navigate the unfolding narrative smoothly. Just then, he noticed Lin Ming committing an offensive foul. This was peculiar. He did not recall such a scene from the last iteration of events. What was Lin Ming, the protagonist, up to? Li Ran was taken aback. In the previous timeline, Lin Ming had not committed a single foul throughout the game and had led his team to victory. After all, how could a protagonist ever be burdened with a foul? Such a blemish on his record was inconceivable. Observing Lin Ming being pulled away by his teammates, Li Ran shook his head, sighing inwardly. It was one thing for the female leads to forcibly inject drama into the plot, but now even Lin Ming, the protagonist, seemed to be floundering. Here he was, the antagonist, feeling utterly drained. Chapter 63, Mu Bingxian, who's stabbing me in the back? Though Lin Ming had incurred an offensive foul, which surprised Li Ran, he felt no real concern. According to the narrative, Lin Ming was destined to lead the team to victory in the championship. The outcome was what mattered. The process was secondary. Watching Lin Ming rampaging on the court like a bull, Li Ran felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had misjudged Lin Ming. How could he generalize based on a single foul and dismiss Lin Ming's capabilities? Lin Ming was anything but underwhelming. Just look at that prowess. Victorious in the championship was a certainty. I, Li Ran, shall honor you, Lin Ming, as the mightiest of men. However, the next scene on the court left Li Ran in shock. Lin Ming had just sent an opponent flying 2 meters away. Goodness. The player soared into the air and executed a graceful drift. The referee blew the whistle again. Player 13, Lin Ming, offensive foul. Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? Lin Ming, have you taken too many performance enhancers? Lin Ming approached the referee, his expression furious as he seemed to argue. Several teammates rushed to restrain him. Meanwhile, the referee announced once more, contempt of the referee. Player 13 from the Business Administration College receives a technical foul, and the Civil Engineering College shall receive 2 free throws. Li Ran was left in a state of confusion. It seems that something is amiss. 5 fouls would lead to a player being benched. And here we are in the second quarter with Lin Ming already having accrued 3 fouls. At this rate, he may very well be ejected from the game before it even concludes. Li Ran cast a discontented glance at the referee. Truly, you are as unyielding as they come. Are you aware that you are penalizing the protagonist? For heaven's sake, show some consideration for the lead character. To provoke the protagonist is a perilous endeavor. After a moment as contemplation, Li Ran turned his gaze towards Mu Bingxian beside him. He considered that Lin Ming's consecutive fouls might stem from Mu Bingxian's failure to adhere to the script by not delivering water or wiping his sweat, which could have incited Lin Ming's ire. A furious protagonist can lead to severe repercussions. However, Li Ran could not overtly remind Mu Bingxian to attend to Lin Ming. Doing so would compromise his own reputation as a wayward antagonist. Alas, the morale of our college basketball team seems to be rather low. If I had known this brat was so inept, I might as well have taken the court myself. Li Ran sighed, wishing someone would bring them refreshments to bolster their spirits. He looked at Mu Bingxian with hopeful anticipation. I've hinted so clearly, with your wit. Surely you know what to do next? Sensing Li Ran's fervent gaze, Mu Bingxian's earlobes flushed with a delicate pink hue. Li Ran, why are you looking at me like that? It's rather annoying. She lightly punched him, stealing a glance at Bai Weiwei, her heart swelling with sweet pride. Li Ran's affections still lie with me. Competing with me? You're not quite there yet. Beneath her white blouse, Bai Weiwei's chest rose and fell with a hint of agitation, though she remained silent. She understood that Li Ran's heart still belonged to Mu Bingxian. She could only take her time, slowly unlocking the door to this boy's heart. At that moment, Li Ran observed Mu Bingxian's bashful demeanor as she playfully struck him. Are you out of your mind? Has your brain short-circuited? Li Ran was bewildered. All he wished was to subtly suggest that Mu Bingxian deliver water. Did she even comprehend what he had just said? What had Mu Bingxian interpreted his words to mean? Taking a deep breath, Li Ran felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. In such a scenario, it was implausible to expect Mu Bingxian to fetch water. He would have to take matters into his own hands and salvage the situation. He could only hope that Bai Weiwei would not let him down in the aftermath of this unfolding narrative. Li Ran stood up. I need to use the restroom. He walked towards the restroom, and upon entering, he pulled out his phone and dialed his bodyguard's number. Xiao Wu, you need to go buy a few bottles of mineral water right now, and also a cup of milk tea. Bring them to the gym. The mineral water is for the members of the business school basketball team, and the milk tea is for Lin Ming. Who is Lin Ming? He asked the one who gave you a beating the last time at school. Yes, that arrogant fellow. On the other end of the line. Bodyguard Xiao Wu was left utterly perplexed. Young master, are you certain you wish to send milk tea to that Lin Ming? Clearly, Xiao Wu had a vivid recollection of Lin Ming, who had once bested him in a confrontation. However, he could not fathom the rationale behind sending milk tea to Li Ran's rival. Young master, have you been threatened by Lin Ming? I'll come to your aid immediately. No, I'm fine. Just listen to me. Li Ran rolled his eyes. Send a stranger to deliver the milk tea to Lin Ming, and tell him it's from my lady. If he asks who your lady is, just say it's Mu Bingxian. Hurry up. It seems this fellow is quite irritable today. Xiao Wu was still bewildered, but he resolved to follow Li Ran's instructions. While purchasing the milk tea, just as the staff was about to seal the cup, Xiao Wu stopped them. Wait. In the astonished gaze of the employees, he plunged his finger into the cup and stirred it. All right, now seal it up. The employees were somewhat annoyed. Sir, it's quite difficult for us to do this. Xiao Wu retorted confidently. I just like it this way. Is that a problem? The employees had never encountered such a customer before and silently noted him as peculiar. Yet they proceeded to prepare the drink. Knowing the milk tea was destined for Li Ran's rival, Xiao Wu contemplated adding a little something extra. But fearing it might jeopardize Li Ran's plan, he refrained, merely stirring it with his finger. After handing the milk tea and mineral water to his subordinate, Xiao Wu reiterated Li Ran's orders, patting the subordinate on the shoulder. Go on. And remember, these items are a gift from the young lady of the Mu family. Mu Bingxian. Once everything was arranged, Li Ran returned to the stands. He glanced at the score, 45-36. Although the business school was still leading, it was evident their morale had dwindled. The opposing team was rapidly closing the gap. As the second quarter came to a close, Lin Ming failed to score any further points. At that moment, two bodyguards in white shirts and black suits arrived at the sidelines, carrying a case of mineral water. You've all worked hard. Here, have some water. The two bodyguards enthusiastically offered water to the players of the business school basketball team, leaving them bewildered. Who are these guys? Do you know them? Nope. Just then, one of the bodyguards presented a cup of milk tea to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, this is milk tea for my young lady. Lin Ming accepted the milk tea and swiftly inserted the straw, taking a sip. The creamy flavor was delightful. Who is your young lady? The bodyguard replied solemnly, my young lady is Mu Bingxian. Upon hearing that the drinks were from Mu Bingxian, the players suddenly understood. Many looked at the milk tea in Lin Ming's hand with envy. It's from the campus flower? No wonder. She is so kind-hearted. She is cheering us on. Indeed, Mu Bingxian is supporting us and even gave Lin Ming milk tea. What does that signify? The answer was clear. Several players chuckled. Their gazes towards Lin Ming filled with ambiguous intrigue. It seemed that Mu Bingxian held some affection for Lin Ming. At that moment, upon learning the milk tea was from Mu Bingxian, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. He had misjudged her intentions. She was merely seated with Li Ran out of obligation. Her heart still belonged to someone else. Don't be ridiculous. Mu Bingxian and I are merely friends. Lin Ming chugged the milk tea. Delicious. Meanwhile, seeing the two bodyguards leave, Li Ran knew it was time for his performance. Chunhao, go find out who sent the water. Over here, Chunhao was nearly choked by the romantic tension. Upon hearing Li Ran's command, he scampered off like a man on a mission. Soon enough, Chunhao returned. She merely cast a discontented glance at Mu Bingxian. Li Xiao, I inquired about it. All these beverages were sent by the school goddess, and she even gifted Lin Ming a cup of milk tea. Li Ran's face first displayed shock and disbelief. Subsequently, gazing at Mu Bingxian, his eyes were suffused with profound sorrow and disappointment. You once claimed that milk tea was solely for my enjoyment. Were those words nothing but deceit? Tears streamed down Li Ran's face as he sighed heavily. I see it clearly now. Mu Bingxian was taken aback, utterly bewildered. I did not send milk tea to Lin Ming. Who is orchestrating this? Chapter 64. Struck by a basketball? A bit excessive, isn't it, Brother Lin? I sent milk tea to Lin Ming. How could I be unaware of such a thing? Mu Bingxian glared fiercely at Chunhao, her voice rising in urgency. Li Ran, please listen to me. That milk tea was not from me. I truly did not gift it to Lin Ming. I won't listen. It was you who sent it. I shall no longer trust you or anyone else. For the sake of the narrative. Li Ran exhibited an acting prowess worthy of an Oscar. Rising to his feet, he wore an expression of profound desolation. According to the script, he was supposed to hide in a corner, weeping silently and gradually succumbing to darkness. However, who would have thought that Mu Bingxian would deviate from the script? Thus, Li Ran had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Since you all enjoy embellishing the plot, do not blame me for unleashing my trump card. Although, according to the storyline, Li Ran should wait until Bai Weiwei invited Lin Ming to participate in the music festival before departing. At this moment, he felt that he could conclude today's scene prematurely. The female lead had added so much drama without the director's intervention. Surely, his early exit would not be an issue? After all, his heart ached deeply, reaching a point of despair that warranted a transformation. Today, even if the king himself were to arrive, nothing could hinder my descent into darkness. Having uttered this thought, Li Ran prepared to turn away. Just as he did, Mu Bingxian grasped his arm. Li Ran, I truly did not deceive you. What must I do for you to believe me? I am willing to swear before everyone present today. Seeing Li Ran's forlorn expression, Mu Bingxuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart shattered. Li Ran was her treasure. How could she possibly bear to deceive him? Even if she were to deceive herself, she could never betray Li Ran. As she spoke, she raised her hand to swear. Upon witnessing Mu Bingxian raising her hand, Li Ran froze. No way. Is she serious? I merely sought a reason to embrace darkness. Indeed, Li Ran was flustered. He had never anticipated that Mu Bingxian possessed such determination. No need to swear. I believe you. Mu Bingxian was equally surprised at how quickly Li Ran's attitude had shifted, her expression one of confusion and disbelief. You truly believe me? I do. I genuinely do, Li Ran declared, fervently grasping Mu Bingxuan's raised hand. Let go. You must release me. He was meant to feel heartbroken, to succumb to darkness. Given his character's tendency to fawn over her, if Mu Bingxian were to swear in front of so many witnesses, wouldn't he be overjoyed for days? How could he possibly embrace darkness? Li Ran could never have imagined that his clever maneuver would be effortlessly neutralized by Mu Bingxian. Truly, she was the leading lady, deserving of her title. Just you wait. Meanwhile, on the court, having sipped a cup of milk tea, Lin Ming felt his strength returning. He sensed an infusion of power coursing through his veins, a force stemming from Mu Bingxuan's love. Another three-pointer swished through the net. With a casual toss of his hair, Lin Ming glanced towards the stands, knowing Mu Bingxian must be watching him intently. In the next moment, Lin Ming's composure shattered once more. Although Li Ran was merely holding Mu Bingxuan's hand, from Lin Ming's perspective, it appeared as though they were locked in a passionate embrace. Instantly, he felt the love within him dissipating rapidly, leaving him drained of energy. Li Ran, you despicable scoundrel. Lin Ming's heart roared in turmoil, agony slicing through him. Why was he striving so hard on the court, sinking baskets? Was it not to capture Mu Bingxuan's gaze? Yet, while he poured his all into the game, this cad had the audacity to betray him. Just at that moment of distraction, a teammate nabbed the rebound, spotting Lin Ming dazed beneath the opposing basket. The teammate joyfully passed the ball his way. Lin Ming, catch. In his heart-wrenching state, Lin Ming was still grappling with the situation. When he finally looked up, he found a massive basketball hurtling towards his face. Bang! The force of the long-distance pass was tremendous. The teammate had confidence in Lin Ming. delivering the ball with slightly more power than usual. Lin Ming had no time to react, and the basketball struck him squarely in the face. He collapsed to the ground. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Did Lin Ming just get knocked out? A murmur of disbelief spread through the onlookers. What is happening? Why is Lin Ming spacing out? This can't be a concussion, can it? Having finally soothed Mu Bingxian, Li Ran turned his attention to Bai Weiwei. It seemed that the path with Mu Bingxian had reached a dead end. However, Li Ran remained unperturbed. He had a backup plan. Indeed, it was Bai Weiwei. According to the script, she would invite Lin Ming to represent Modu University at the International Exchange Music Festival following the basketball match. As a villain, witnessing the protagonist single-handedly lead his team to victory while basking in the limelight and receiving such accolades was only natural for feelings of envy and resentment to arise, right? It was only reasonable for him to feel a bit down and indulge in some drinks at a bar, no? Regardless of how others might perceive it. Li Ran found it entirely justifiable. He felt completely assured regarding Bai Weiwei. After all, he had already smoothed things over with her yesterday, ensuring that the forthcoming plot would unfold without a hitch. Why is Lin Ming still in a daze? Could he really have been knocked out by the ball? Oh no. It seems Lin Ming can't get up. At that moment, Li Ran suddenly heard the uproar of the crowd around him. He quickly pulled Mu Bingxian aside and gazed towards the court. There lay Lin Ming, sprawled on the ground. Instantly, Li Ran's mind went blank. What on earth? A formidable warrior, felled by a basketball? This is a bit excessive, isn't it, Brother Lin? However, Lin Ming seemed genuinely incapacitated, needing assistance from two teammates to rise. Consequently, the coach of the business administration department was compelled to substitute another player into the game. Without Lin Ming, the business administration college, with its meager talents, stands no chance against the civil engineering college. As the third quarter concluded, the score was reversed for the first time. Oh dear. It seems this game is all but over. Li Ran felt a chill wash over him. Apologies, I take back my earlier words. This protagonist is truly lacking. Li Ran was so furious he could hardly articulate his frustration. At that moment, he wished he could jump onto the court and land a few punches on Lin Ming. Are you toying with me? Are you really messing with me? Get up, get in there and fight. The female lead's character had collapsed. The narrative had veered off course, and Li Ran had silently endured all of it. In an effort to ensure the plot progressed smoothly, he had even discreetly sent assistance to Lin Ming. For Li Ran, Lin Ming, at least, was a competent protagonist, one who was genuinely dedicated and quite cooperative. But Li Ran had not anticipated that, at the critical juncture, even Lin Ming, the protagonist, would falter. Good heavens, are they all just performing for my amusement? Li Ran's heart ached, frozen with disappointment. This entire scene had become a solitary performance. Ultimately, I bore the weight alone. Chapter 65. The discomfort is unbearable. All I desire is a drink. In truth, Li Ran had misjudged Lin Ming. As the protagonist, Lin Ming was indeed dedicated. He was acutely aware of his mission to shine. He could not simply succumb before claiming the championship. The team needed him. Consequently, 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, Lin Ming, suppressing his physical discomfort, sought the coach's permission to return to the game. Alas, in his haste, Lin Ming was unable to turn the tide, instead committing 2 more fouls and being sent off with 5 fouls. Oh no, this was the final blow. The last flicker of hope within Li Ran extinguished. At that moment, he noticed Bai Weiwei, a slight smile gracing her lips. Right? How could I forget that I still had this trump card, Bai Weiwei? Now was indeed her time to shine. As the antagonist, witnessing the most beautiful professor of the school beside Lin Ming, it was only natural for feelings of envy and resentment to arise, right? It was perfectly reasonable to seek solace in a bar, wasn't it? Yes, quite reasonable. Li Ran directed his gaze toward Bai Weiwei. Simultaneously, she glanced back at him, offering a gentle smile. They shared a profound, lingering gaze. However, after a while, Bai Weiwei remained still. As Lin Ming prepared to leave, Li Ran could no longer wait. Professor Bai, have you forgotten something? Li Ran blinked. Yesterday at your place, we had an agreement. Bai Weiwei, attuned to his meaning, instantly understood. Ah, you mean that matter. The academy is still deliberating. An announcement will be made in a few days. There's no rush. She had agreed to let Lin Ming participate in the music festival, but had not specified that it would be announced today. Li Ran. Bai Weiwei rose. Li Ran, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? My grandfather has a fine bottle of wine he'd like to share with you. Drink? Who would want to go to your house for drinks? Are you out of your mind? Bai Weiwei not only neglected to invite Lin Ming to the music festival, but now invited him to her home for drinks. Li Ran was utterly bewildered. Without a second thought, he shook his head in refusal. Forget it. The game is over. I should head home. Bai Weiwei, are you sure you don't want to have a drink? Li Ran, I don't feel like drinking today. Upon hearing Li Ran's response, Bai Weiwei felt a wave of relief. She was not entirely aware of the ordeal Li Ran had faced with the assailants in his past life. However, she knew the reason. Li Ran was frustrated by Lin Ming. The fact that Li Ran was not currently upset by Lin Ming indicated that he would not seek refuge in a bar, thus avoiding any confrontation with assailants. Unbeknownst to him, she had silently resolved one of his troubles. How wonderful! Although Li Ran would never know of her intervention, Bai Weiwei was still filled with joy. For this boy, she had resolved to guard for a lifetime. Beside them, Mu Bingxian interjected with a hint of jealousy. Li Ran, do you know Professor Bai well? What else with the drinking? Oh, I'm not close with her. I'm familiar with her grandfather. No matter how challenging the plot, he must maintain a smile. Li Ran stood up, forcing a smile. Professor Bai, Bingxian, I will head home now. In this segment of the narrative, neither of the main protagonists adhered to the script. Li Ran felt the urge to vent his frustration. Upon returning home, Li Ran collapsed onto his bed. Well, that episode has passed. It's time to consider how to transition to the next chapter. After some thought, Li Ran concocted a plausible excuse. He took out his phone and posted an update on social media. Sigh, the basketball finals today, and the college lost. Heartbroken. Feeling down, I want a drink. As a student of the Business Administration College, feeling upset over the loss was quite reasonable, right? Hence, going to a bar for a drink was also perfectly valid. Okay, mission accomplished. After posting, he gave himself a thumbs up. Tossing his phone aside, Li Ran felt a sense of relief once more. The next chapter would involve a performance solely between himself and a few assassins. Surely, no complications would arise this time. Pulling up the blanket, he covered himself and drifted into a peaceful slumber. He awoke in the evening, feeling invigorated. In the garage, he surveyed the lineup of luxury vehicles. Finally, he chose a Lamborghini. The sole reason being, among all the luxury cars, this Lamborghini was the least expensive, and even if it were damaged, Li Ran wouldn't mind. The low growl of the Lamborghini reverberated, offering a thrilling sensation as he smiled slightly. The sports car sped out of the garage like a blue specter, departing from the Li residence. Cruising down the circular highway in the sports car, Li Ran felt elated. This was his first time confidently speeding within the narrative. In the novel, Li Ran was passionate about cars, possessing numerous luxury vehicles, and displaying commendable driving skills. In the upcoming scenes, he had a segment involving high-speed driving. According to the plot, after being pursued by the Nightingale team in a bar, Li Ran would rely on his familiarity with the bustling streets of Magic City and his driving prowess to delay until the police arrived. Thus, this was his opportunity to familiarize himself with the car's handling and the road conditions. Meanwhile, at the Jinhong nightclub, Lin Ming glowered at the five standing before him. By now, you should have a decent grasp of this city, Magic City. One of the Nightingale members replied respectfully, Yes, master. However, the Li family's bodyguards are highly vigilant. We have yet to find a suitable opportunity to strike. No worries. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. The Night Owl has dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on the Li family. Once an opportunity arises, you shall act. Just then, one of Night Owl's subordinates rushed in. Master, we have just received word that Li Ran has left the Li residence. He is currently speeding on the circular highway. Instantly, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Ming's eyes. He knew the moment for revenge had arrived. The Nightingale member inquired, and how many bodyguards accompany him? The subordinate replied, no bodyguards, just him alone. Lin Ming regarded Nightingale and nodded. It's entrusted to you. Ensure he loses a leg. In Dragon Country, unlike abroad, keep your hands clean and leave no trace. Yes, master. The 5 members of the Nightingale squad replied in unison. They assured him of their commitment to the task. Over the past few days, the Nightingale squad had familiarized themselves with the environment of Magic City. While they could not claim to know every street intimately, for a top-tier assassination team like theirs, it would take merely a few hours to ascertain the surroundings of their target and devise a flawless plan of action. As for the assassination itself, individuals like Li Ran, a debauched heir without bodyguards, were hardly regarded as threats. Taking a leg from Li Ran would be an effortless endeavor for the Nightingale squad. Soon, the Nightingale squad completed their preparations and departed from the Golden Hong nightclub. Just as they left, one of the guards at the nightclub suddenly clutched his abdomen. Old Huang, take a look, I need to use the restroom. The tattooed man beside him cast a suspicious glance and scolded, You're just craving a smoke again, aren't you? Hurry up, I want one too. The guard chuckled. Nothing escapes your notice. Upon reaching the back alley, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Confirming it was safe, he swiftly pulled out his phone, composed a text message, and sent it before deleting it. Chapter 66. Tonight, the operation commences. In recent days, Li Ran had been reclusive. When he did venture out, it was either with bodyguards or to crowded places, leaving the Nightingale squad without a suitable opportunity. At last, the moment had arrived. Tonight, Li Ran was alone. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Climbing into their vehicle, The Nightingale squad navigated towards the highway where Li Ran was racing. Inside, the fifth member held a toolbox filled with various implements, including saws and medical supplies. They understood that when their master commanded a leg from Li Ran, he meant it. There was no jesting involved. In foreign lands, Lin Ming often employed such methods to punish his adversaries. For enemies who could not be killed immediately or held potential value, his approach was to strip them of their most significant possessions, be it their bodily organs, like eyes, noses, arms, or legs, or their loved ones, anything they cherished more than life itself. Such acts not only inflicted punishment and torment, but also served as a warning to others, demonstrating the dire consequences of opposing Lin Ming. The Nightingale squad was no stranger to similar tasks. They were well practiced. Their objective was not only to take Li Ran's leg, but to ensure he remained alive. The medical tools in the toolbox were intended for staunching his bleeding post-operation. Upon reaching the ring road, the Nightingale squad's vehicle quickly encountered Li Ran's Lamborghini racing down the highway. The driver, the fourth member, smiled slightly and pressed the accelerator, swiftly closing the distance. Meanwhile, in the criminal police team, Lu Xinyan was lost in thought during her downtime. She had recently found herself thinking of Li Ran more frequently, especially recalling the moment they kissed at the bar, which made her heart race and her cheeks flush. How could she have been so bold as to kiss him? What was happening to her? Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for that scoundrel? No, he was not just a scoundrel. Lu Xinyan touched her slightly flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself. Many in Magic City regarded Li Ran as a debauched heir, looking down upon him as a sycophant. Yet, who knew that this so-called scoundrel had quietly sponsored over 200 elementary schools, nursing homes, and orphanages? He truly possessed a kind heart. Lu Xinyan lowered her gaze, whispering softly. In her previous life, Li Ran had appeared to her as an aimless wastrel. In this life, she had discovered that beneath his debonair facade lay a heart brimming with kindness. Furthermore, Li Ran was quite handsome. Standing at 6 feet tall, his physique was well proportioned, and his muscles were filled with vigor. However, the more exceptional he was, the deeper her guilt gnawed at her. Indeed, she could never forgive herself. For in her previous life, she had been complicit in Lin Ming's schemes, indirectly causing Li Ran's demise. The memories of Li Ran's family being shattered and the suffering he endured in her past life made her heart ache and twist painfully. As she relived those memories, her phone vibrated, snapping her back to reality. Lu Xinyan opened her device to find a message from her informant, prompting a smile to grace her lips. She silently vowed that in this life, she would not become an accomplice to Lin Ming. This time, she would save the kind-hearted boy, Li Ran. After donning her hat and adjusting her appearance, Lu Xinyan exited her office. Shao Qi, gather the team. We have an operation tonight. In no time, all 35 members of the criminal police team were assembled. Sister Yen, what is the operation? A curious officer inquired. According to our informant, there is to be a gang clash tonight near Jiangtan Park on Route 17. No, at the Dihao bar. The opposing party may be armed with firearms, so ensure everyone is equipped and cautious. Shao Qi, go to the weapons cache and request a few submachine guns and automatic rifles for the sharpshooters. It was no secret within the police force that they trained informants, with only the captain and vice captain aware of their identities. Seeing Lu Xinyan's serious demeanor, the team had no doubts about her words. They nodded earnestly. Soon, the team was fully equipped with weapons, bulletproof vests, and other gear. Lu Xinyan led her officers into the armored vehicle, onward to Dihao bar. According to her recollections from the files, Li Ran had been saved after encountering a patrolling officer at Jiangtan Park. However, based on Li Ran's account, he had been ambushed at Dihao bar. This meant that Li Ran had already been targeted by Lin Ming's subordinates while at the bar. Hence, Lu Xinyan had changed the ambush location from Jiangtan Park to Dihao bar. She intended to apprehend the assailants before they could harm Li Ran. After all, Lu Xinyan was unaware whether the assailants would encounter unforeseen circumstances while pursuing Li Ran. Just like at the Winshan bar, Li Ran had not appeared in her previous life, yet in this life, he had and had even saved her life. Damn it. Why am I recalling that moment with Li Ran again? His lips were so soft. Lu Xinyan quickly shook her head. Now is not the time to think about Li Ran. She must first deal with the threat posed by the criminals targeting him. This group of rogues is one of Lin Ming's elite mercenary squads, the Nightingale team, ranked 95th on the international wanted list. They excel in tracking and assassination. Therefore, this operation must ensure the complete capture of the Nightingale team. Not a single member must escape. Otherwise, not only Li Ran, but even Lu Xinyan herself may face the peril of assassination. Calming herself, Lu Xinyan began to formulate a detailed plan for the impending arrest with 2 veteran officers. At the Shangtian business building, almost simultaneously with Lu Xinyan receiving the news, the Black Rose also learned of the Nightingale team's departure. As the queen of underground intelligence in the magic capital, Nothing regarding the movements of the underworld factions eludes her keen perception. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, a cold smirk curved at the corners of Black Rose's lips. Setting down her knife and fork, she dabbed her fiery red lips with a napkin. Let along in. Soon, a man with a buzz cut clad in a black t-shirt entered. Boss. The buzz-cut man stood before the Black Rose, slightly bowing. Unlike other gang members, he bore no tattoos. Yet, his physique was extraordinarily muscular. Even without exertion, the muscles on his arms bulged impressively. Standing before the Black Rose, he naturally exuded a menacing aura. The man's full name was Chun Tianlong, once the leader of the Tianlong gang in the Magic Capital. Now the foremost enforcer under the Queen of Intelligence. The subordinates led by Chun Tianlong comprised the most elite faction of the Black Rose's followers, specifically tasked with handling her most challenging affairs. The Black Rose, dressed in a cheongsam, rose from her seat, and a female subordinate swiftly draped a shawl over her shoulders. As she passed by Chun Tianlong, the Black Rose spoke coolly, "Take 50 men and come with me to the Dihao Bar." Chapter 67. The Plans of Black Rose and Lu Xinyan. The Dihao Bar is one of the establishments owned by the Black Rose. As her top enforcer, Chun Tianlong would naturally lead the elite members of the Rose Gang. In less than 20 minutes, all the personnel at the Dihao Bar had been replaced by the Rose Gang's finest. On the second floor of the bar, in the private room at the end, the Black Rose savored her red wine while Chun Tianlong stood quietly by, awaiting Li Ran's arrival. No, to be precise, they were awaiting the Nightingale team's appearance. In her previous life, the Black Rose was well aware of the Nightingale team's ambush on Li Ran at the Dihao Bar. Afterward, Li Ran had come to the bar demanding an explanation, causing quite the uproar. A smirk crept across the Black Rose's face as she reminisced about her confrontations with Li Ran in her past life. This little man, when angry, was truly adorable. Her smile was akin to a blooming flower. The few subordinates who had never seen their boss in such a light were momentarily taken aback. However, the Black Rose's expression quickly turned cold. Tonight, we will have a few guests at the bar. Tianlong, prepare well to entertain them. I want them to come in standing and leave horizontally. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the man I have my eyes on is courting death. Tonight's Nightingale team shall serve as my first gift to Lin Ming. Following that, the Tianhu gang will be my second offering. Understood. Chun Tianlong responded in a low voice. He had distinctly sensed the murderous intent in his boss's words. This was peculiar, since ascending to the head of the underground factions in the Magic Capital, she rarely exhibited such bloodlust. After all, when it came to the Black Rose, no one dared to disrespect her, save for the other two established gangs. Naturally, the Black Rose offered no further explanation. After issuing her orders, she took a sip of her wine. In her previous life, after the downfall of the Li family, she had wished to spare Li Ran. Unfortunately, at that time, she had been misled by Lin Ming, genuinely believing in his sincerity to collaborate with her. By the time she realized the truth, half of the gangs in the Magic Capital had already pledged allegiance to Lin Ming. Moreover, at that time, Li Ran was blinded by a thirst for vengeance, solely focused on retaliating against Lin Ming, and had been unable to heed her words. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as Li Ran was killed by Lin Ming. After Li Ran's death, the Black Rose led her followers in a desperate struggle against Lin Ming, ultimately succumbing due to being outnumbered, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Rose Gang. Now, given a second chance at life, the Black Rose vowed never to repeat the same mistakes. This time, she would unify the underground factions of the Magic Capital. She would be Li Ran's steadfast support. As long as she, the Black Rose, was alive, Lin Ming would not dare to lay a finger on Li Ran. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the Black Rose's reverie. The door swung open, and a gang member hurried in. "Boss, something seems off tonight." Chun Tianlong narrowed his eyes. "What is the situation? Our brothers outside the bar have spotted a few plainclothes officers. Are they confirmed to be cops?" "Yes, familiar faces from the criminal investigation team." Chun Tianlong turned to the Black Rose. "Boss." The Black Rose's brows furrowed slightly. "Bring our people back inside. As long as they don't enter, we need not concern ourselves with them. Tonight, I will ensure Li Ran's safety. Even with the criminal investigation team present, I will protect him from any harm." As long as the Nightingale team entered this bar, the Black Rose was confident she could eliminate them without alerting the police outside. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan led her team to the bar's back alley. "You two, go inside the bar and assess the situation." Lu Xinyan instructed two seasoned officers. The two officers changed into plain clothes and entered the bar. Shortly after, they emerged again. "Captain, there are many more enforcers at the Dihao Bar today. I recognize some familiar faces. They are the elite enforcers under the Black Rose." Upon hearing this, the surrounding officers immediately perked up. Many looked at Lu Xinyan with newfound respect. At such a young age, she had become the vice captain of the criminal investigation team. There were rumors within the police force suggesting that she had a powerful father, which facilitated her rapid rise to the position. However, at this moment, these officers witnessed Lu Xinyan's capabilities and felt genuine admiration for her. It was evident that the captain was correct. Something significant was indeed about to unfold at the Dihao bar. Yet, Lu Xinyan furrowed her brow. The Dihao bar was quite large. She had initially intended for all officers to disguise themselves as plainclothes to protect Li Ran. However, she hadn't anticipated that there would be so many elite enforcers from the Black Rose inside tonight. This posed quite a challenge. In this scenario, should they venture in first, it is highly likely that they will engage in conflict with the Black Rose's associates before the assassins even arrive. If those assassins are alerted tonight, it remains uncertain when they might next target Li Ran, a concern that weighs heavily on Lu Xinyan's mind. The opportunity to apprehend the Nightingale squad is limited to this very night. She resolutely refuses to allow such an eventuality to transpire. Lu Xinyan spoke up. With so many of us entering, we risk exposure. I wonder what thoughts you all have. Several veteran officers nodded in agreement. To be frank, they harbored a genuine fear that the eager Lu, in her quest for merit, might recklessly lead them into the bar. It is crucial to note that the criminal investigation team frequently interacts with members of underground gangs, and their adversary is none other than the underground intelligence queen, Black Rose. Particularly for Lu Xinyan herself, there are few within the underworld of Modu who do not recognize her visage. Such an entrance would likely result in immediate discovery by Black Rose's people. Given the current situation, it is impossible for us to lay an ambush in advance. In my opinion, it would be wiser to wait for their conflict to ignite before we intervene, thus allowing us to catch them in the act. Lu Xinyan nodded. Very well, let us slightly alter our plan. We shall conceal ourselves in the back alley and secure several escape routes. Once someone attempts to flee, we will initiate the capture. Understood. The veteran officers exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of admiration in the other's eyes. They had not anticipated that such a young vice-captain would so swiftly propose an alternative strategy. Upon reflection, they found Lu Xinyan's plan nearly flawless. Consequently, their appraisal of her rose significantly. Simultaneously, many officers felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Xinyan. It is worth noting that if they acted amidst the chaos of a gang confrontation, even with bulletproof vests, the likelihood of casualties would be considerable. Officers are human, and as humans, they possess an innate fear of death. Lu Xinyan's meticulous arrangements clearly prioritized their safety, placing their well-being above all else. By lying in wait in the back alley, they minimized their risk of injury. Of course, they were unaware that Lu Xinyan's prompt decision-making stemmed not only from concern for their safety, but also from a crucial insight. She was aware that the Nightingale squad consisted of only 5 assassins, who were not there to clash with Black Rose, but rather to hunt down Li Ran. Inside the bar, amidst the throng, there was a genuine risk that some of these assassins might evade capture. After all, they were a squad ranked among the top 100 international fugitives. Initially, the first plan was not the most optimal for apprehension. Lu Xinyan had simply prioritized it out of fear for Li Ran's safety, anxious that he might encounter peril within the bar. The current strategy, however, was indeed the best for capturing the Nightingale squad. Lu Xinyan understood that if Li Ran remained unharmed in the bar, he would likely flee through the back alley and make his escape by car. The Nightingale squad would naturally follow him out the same way. The back alley was, without doubt, the most advantageous location for ambushing the entire Nightingale squad. Under Lu Xinyan's direction, over 30 officers concealed themselves in the back alley. Awaiting silently as time slipped by, Lu Xinyan silently prayed, Li Ran, you must escape safely. In her previous life, she had indirectly caused his demise. In this life, she was determined to make amends to the best of her ability. On the circular highway, glancing at the small vehicle closely tailing him in the rearview mirror, Li Ran smiled faintly as he drove into the city. Excellent, the assassins were now in position. Next, the scene of fleeing from the assaulted bar would unfold. He chuckled. This time, the protagonists were absent. With no one to disturb him, he could finally navigate the storyline at his own pace. During this frantic escape, Li Ran was set for a thrilling driving sequence. His extraordinary driving skills were finally ready to shine. This brought him great joy,